Damn right, it's the Morning Roast, baby. We're locked and loaded on this thirsty Thursday here in the Bay Area. Philmo, Mike, Nick Friedel in studio, Joe Shasky in Hawaii, Joe Spadoni with you for the next 4 hours. As we got a lot to get into, Nick. We've been hammering the NBA, the All-Star Game, Jimmy Butler, Kevin Durant, Draymond Green, all of that. How about we talk a little footy football today, though? I want to do that at some point because there's a lot happening in the NFL. The Super Bowl's over, and it was the worst Super Bowl for the 49ers fans, as you know, Nick Friedel, because either the Chiefs were going to three-peat with Patrick Mahomes, a team that's already beaten you twice in the Super Bowl, or the hated Philadelphia Eagles. I don't really need to go too much far into that because, hey, it's Philadelphia. Pretty much everyone hates Philly fans outside of Philadelphia. Although, I like Jalen Hurts. I like some of the players on the team, but the fan base, I get it. Nick Sirianni's also a champion now, so there's that. Big Dom is a champion now. I know you love that, Nick Friedel. I was kind of I was ribbing Shasky about that for a little bit. His disgust for one Big Dom is palpable whenever we talk about him. But Stop it. I say good morning to you, and I want to bring this again. We're going to be talking about, the Warriors, the Niners, the Giants. We're going to be talking about everything today. And the phone lines are open at 888-957-9570. We are streaming live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. As I say, good morning to you, Nick Friedel. How you doing, man?
It is great to see you, buddy. I am doing great. I have been walking around this city enjoying every single neighborhood I feel like I didn't see while I was here.
At 5 in the morning?
Well, not at 5 in the morning, but after the shows, I've been walking around being like, this place is pretty awesome. It's like I got from Oakland for a year into San Francisco. I get to San Francisco. Steph breaks his hand in game 4. I get pulled off the road. I'm not sure what to do. I didn't have a car. And then the pandemic hit. So
other than that, it was great.
But other than that, everything was fantastic. But my time in San Francisco did not get off to the start I wanted. I have always known how beautiful it is in that city. But yesterday, going into Noe Valley and seeing some of the things that I just didn't get a chance to enjoy, it's been a really, really good time.
And I got out of the building yesterday. It was drizzling, like it sounds like an oxymoron, drizzling hard, but it kind of was like a heavy drizzle. Maybe that's the terminology. Spitting, there you go. And I was like, what is going on? I thought the rain was done for this week, but it was there for a little bit. Drove into Oakland.
What is going on here?
Too. And then it slowly dissipated. And to your point, it's been beautiful. It was nice and crisp this morning. Again, I scooter in. You seem to think that's a flex for some reason. I promise you, it is not a flex to scooter into this building.
You had your puffy vest on heading into your big tech space.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I need you need a vest if you are living in San Francisco or live in the Bay Area. As a white guy specifically, for sure you need a vest. I don't have one right now, but I think I was gifted one. Who got me one? Was it Shasky? I might have been when he was doing Flag and Anthem. Yeah, we got the vest.
Because I got one too, yeah.
Yeah. That was when we were...
Group vest day. I love it.
Well, Shasky was... Christian McCaffrey, he does Flag and Anthem. It's one of his sponsored for his clothing brands. And Shasky was doing it here. He's like, hey, I'm Joe Shasky for Flag and Anthem. They send us a bunch of stuff here, right? A bunch of box of stuff. And Sam and I get to peruse through them because Shasky's already got the pick of the litter, if you will.
Of course.
And we got a couple of the vests. And you know what? They're very comfortable. They're perfect for golfing. As we have golf on in the studio, I guess they're playing the Kenya Open somewhere right now currently. The Chilean pine trees they're showing. There's monkeys that are...
I need to see downtown Cleveland again.
Does it get a bad rap real quick, downtown Cleveland? Is there any action there?
Well, yeah, there's action because there's a casino right in the middle of downtown Cleveland.
There's action right there, Carter. There's a casino, baby.
There's a casino, and the Cavs play, and the Guardians play, and the Browns are right there. There's a bunch of big-time sports in the middle of Cleveland.
Don't be dissing the Guardians. That's your boy Slater's team.
Hey, Cubs in Cleveland is something I'll remember forever. Game 7, 2016. But with the extra time I've had on my hands in the last year or so, Spadone, I've been lucky enough to travel all over the place. And my mom and I are taking a very cool trip next week. We're going to Singapore and Hong Kong and hopefully going to see the Cubs play in Tokyo against Shohei and the Dodgers. So it's awesome And I've been really major.
That's
drip.
a major wall.
I mean, just all the way. But I have been really excited about seeing that part of the world because I've been over to China a couple times. I actually covered that. Drip me again. I went to that Warriors Timberwolves preseason set. It was in Shenzhen and Shanghai. Actually, I think Steph had like 40 in a preseason game.
Is that where China Clay originated?
It might have been, but Steph had like 40 in a preseason game, which isn't going to surprise anybody, but it was pretty awesome to see how all the Chinese fans responded to him because we're so used to seeing back in time.
Right.
Oracles rocking. Steph going off for 40 was pretty sweet there. But Singapore, I've heard, is unbelievable. Hong Kong, and then if I'm lucky enough to get a couple tickets for us to go see my Cubs in that environment, that is next on the docket.
Well, I mean, are you kidding me? Just thinking about all the Japanese players on both of those teams, right? Obviously, Roki Sasaki, Shohei Ohtani, Yamamoto. Who's my rookie last year?
Shota Imanaga,
who was unbelievable last year. So, yeah, that would be amazing. And I'm jealous. That's one of the places I've always wanted to go to. Japan. Big anime guy, personally, so I don't know.
There you go, Spadone.
Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, One Piece.
I would have picked Mr. Dibbs as the big anime guy on staff.
I don't think so, no.
But Spadone, okay.
Well, that's like the cultural thing, right? Or like not cultural, but like the age difference, right? So like I grew up when like Dragon Ball Z for me was like when I was 9, 10, 11, like late 90s, early 2000s when it was really popping. And then that's when Naruto happened. I'm getting in the weeds here with all a bunch of nerdy stuff, but people want to get to know me too. So big nerd, love the anime. I love Japanese food too. It's not just sushi. There's a lot. There's a lot of different variations there. There are convenience stores over there, Nick, by the way. There's 7-Elevens. Yeah, they ain't like the 7-Elevens here. Like there's like gourmet food and it's not the hot dog that's been spinning on there for 20 days in a row that is burnt to a crisp. They're not just Slurpees over there, all right? They got legit sushi. They got legit ramen. You got to be hitting up those 7-Elevens over there. Wagyu.
Spadone, the best steak. And I say this, if anybody is watching us on YouTube right now.
Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I've eaten some steak in my day.
Oh.
The best steak I've ever had in my life was in Tokyo. It is unbelievable. If you ever get a chance to go travel through Japan,
that's saying something.
Please take it.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome.
Well, you've traveled to Texas. You've traveled to Oklahoma. I'm talking about like steak country. You've gone to like the legit places, the legit barbecues. Barbecue's different than a steakhouse, but you've gone to, I'm sure, Oklahoma City and their famous steakhouses or whatever. Indiana, I'm sure they got some. Midwest, they love their steaks, right?
Chicago, baby.
Chicago. Oh, Italian beef over there. Right? I can go for
just Spadone.
Right, I can go for some Portillo's right now at 6:15 a.m. I can go for a cake shake right now.
That is a hardcore play.
Eat this, not that.
Absolutely has been taken advantage of by many a Chicagoan in time.
There you go. Deep dish, in or out, real quick?
No.
Okay.
New York style all day.
Okay. But they have like a tavern style Chicago, I've heard, which is
not bad.
Which is like a flatter, like a thinner crust.
That's not bad, but I'm not into the deep dish.
Okay.
No,
it's a casserole for you.
Yeah.
Sure.
No good.
You know what I am into? Jonathan Kuminga returning to this Golden State Warriors team because this is the latest, Nick Friedel, as I pull it up here. Warriors PR released this yesterday. Jonathan Kuminga injury update. Who suffered a sprained ankle on January 4th versus Memphis and has missed the last 21 games, returned to team practice yesterday evening at Shea Center for the first time since sustaining the injury. His return to game action will be based on his continued progress in physical readiness. So JK is back in practice. That's huge. That's huge. We heard he's going to be reevaluated. We didn't know if he was going to be reevaluated again. Sometimes, a setback happens. You never know with these things. He's a young guy, but this was a severe ankle injury, and they were very, very careful with it. So what does this mean for the Warriors? Jonathan Kuminga returning to practice, Nick. Could we see him sooner rather than later? And what's it going to mean for the team, and what kind of a boost can he bring?
Spadone, if you see a PR staff put out that kind of response or update, what it's telling you is, hey, we're getting pretty close here. And certainly they're not going to rush Kuminga back after sitting him for weeks and weeks because that ankle injury was just really bad. I mean, you're just not used to seeing somebody have an ankle injury that lasts for that long. But as far as the lift goes, I think it is huge because you've added Jimmy. He's fit in very well. But Kuminga can bring you that different force and give you the type of emotional lift that we've seen the Jimmy Butler move already provide for them. So I'm curious whenever he does return, and I'm with you, I think at this point it will be sooner than later. How does he fit with Jimmy? Because if Kuminga and Jimmy can make it work, it ties into not only what happens in the postseason, if they're lucky enough to make it there, but what happens this summer. Joe, if they get Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga playing together at the right time, and Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr say, hey, this can work here.
Jonathan Kuminga
nicely for whatever happens this summer.
I'm excited. There's action on the Warriors right now. The vibes with the Golden State Warriors, Nick, as you feeling it from the fan base, you're here in the area. The vibes are at an all-time high for the first time in a long time. The vibes were not great last season. There was a lot of, the dark cloud was used the season prior when it came to Draymond Green and Jordan Poole and that whole mess. And then it was the Klay Thompson saga last year. And then, this season it was, heading into the offseason, it was Lowry Markkanen. Are we going to get Lowry Markkanen? The amount of times you use the word Lowry Markkanen on the station, it was insane.
Trades are hard.
Thank you, Joe. Lowry Markkanen, we had entire shows, the entirety of summer was about Lowry Markkanen, a guy that's never going to play basketball in a Golden State Warriors jersey. I have a feeling that's never going to happen. Was it Paul George? Was it, we actually talked about Jimmy Butler last offseason. I did at least. But they ended up with D'Anthony Melton. They ended up with Buddy Hield. Kyle Anderson. Okay, that's fine. What happens? You lose D'Anthony Melton, a guy that you were relying on.
And he looked so good early on.
But you were relying on a guy with a back injury already, and then, he gets hurt, and then he's out for the season. It sucked. And then, Kyle Anderson, just a lot of DNPs, just didn't play. Buddy Hield started off amazing, faded very quickly after that. Not so much now. So you had to make a big move. They made a big move. They're 3-1 now with Jimmy Butler, and the vibes are great. I juxtapose that with this time last year and the vibes around the San Francisco 49ers. You just got into the Super Bowl, heartbreaking loss, but man, you were right there. It was in Las Vegas. It was the Chiefs again. Felt like you let them off the hook. Shanahan didn't know the overtime rules. It was a mess. You lost Dre Greenlaw in the Super Bowl, tore his Achilles just running on the field, a freak injury. And then Travis Kelce soon takes over the game after that. And the rest is history. Mahomes wins another one. They went back-to-back for the first time since the Patriots in the early 2000s. And you're left scratching your head. But you know what? You can hang your hat on last year if you're the Niner fans. Brock Purdy. This is the guy. This is the guy. You know what? He didn't wet the bed in the Super Bowl. Maybe he didn't give them enough opportunities to win it, but he wasn't going to be the reason they lost the Super Bowl. He was right there. They had a lead in the fourth quarter. They just couldn't get it done. And you know what? Tip your cap to Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, three of the greatest of all time. And then slowly, Brandon Ayuk, but clearly they had other priorities over Ayuk. Yeah. So he's even more disgruntled. And then you got a guy named Trent Williams, just first ballot Hall of Famer, one of the greatest left tackles in the history of the sport. He's disgruntled. That's the theme of this show right now.
There's a lot of disgruntledness.
Yes. Shout out Curb Your Enthusiasm. If any of you saw the final season, there's a whole episode about being disgruntled. Shout out Larry David. I cannot think of a better word to describe that man. So the vibes were not great last year in the offseason, and it bled into the season. And the vibes around the 49ers right now, I would say, are at not an all-time low, but very low. So if I'm just doing a temperature gauge right now at 888-957-9570, the vibe check, we're calling it, Nick, of the three Bay Area teams, we'll leave the Sharks out of it for now because I think everyone's all pretty much in unison. It's like, hey, this year's about Macklin Celebrini and just his development and the young guys' development. And they've been very good, and Macklin's probably going to be Rookie of the Year. He's been awesome as the NHL Four Nations face-off championship matchup tonight, USA, Canada. Well, I'm sure we'll all be locked in at 5 o'clock. I know you will be, Nick Friedel. You'll be locked and loaded. Kachuk boys playing and all.
I just don't really care about hockey, but I turned on that game on Saturday night, and it was fun.
Yeah.
That is the word. I mean, I always watch Olympic hockey for the same reason, but those games have been fun.
Absolutely. And, we're talking about the vibe check with the San Francisco Giants. Have the vibes really changed, I would ask? Because for the longest time at this station, we heard Farhan's got to go, Farhan's got to go, Farhan's got to go. For the last 2 years, Nick, and prior to that, it's not Farhan's fault. No, this is the future. But I think it slowly started turning because the product became so stale and the Giants themselves became so stale. Like, you couldn't root for it. Like, who was I going out there to root on a given night? Like, Logan Webb's fun. Starting pitcher I'm going to see, like, he's not like Tim Lincecum fun.
I'm out.
You know, Camilo Doval, when he came out, was fun. But then it started not being fun because he couldn't locate his fastball. It wasn't fun. So you got rid of Farhan. You bring in Buster Posey, a guy that's synonymous with winning. One of the legends, probably a future Hall of Famer in Major League Baseball. Now he's the face of the Giants. You bring in Willie Adames, fun player. That guy is fun. Yep. I will be excited to watch him. Justin Verlander, hey, one of the greatest pitchers of my lifetime is probably him and Clayton Kershaw. Greatest of their era. He's old, but I'm excited to watch him when he pitches now because that's something that's interesting. But was that enough to really kind of garner the excitement? So the vibe check there would be what? The vibe check for the 49ers right now, who are looking to sign Brock Purdy to a long-term extension, that are looking to get another pass rusher alongside Nick Bosa. And the vibe check for the Warriors feels like an all-time high. So I'd like to do the vibe check on all three of those teams. We're up against it. I'm going to get your thoughts on all that as the show goes on. 888-957-9570. How would you describe the vibes of the Giants, Niners, and the Warriors Bay Area? 888-957-9570. And you guys are the guests today. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. It's Spadoni. It's almost said Shasky. Whoo, he's in Hawaii. Hey, yeah. There, you know. Well, what is it over there? It's 3:30 in the morning. No, he's chilling. Hopefully, baby LJ's not keeping him up.
I was going to say, he's with LJ right now. Just hanging out.
You should see the picture that Shasky posted of him and LJ on his Instagram.
Oh, it's awesome.
Oh, it's so great. They got the matching Hawaiian shirts and glasses.
That's
great. I know we're up against it, but
like,
I'll push the break for this. You got to go check it out.
You got to go check it out.
Here.
You're going to get real dorky here, and that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Looking for the perfect San Francisco getaway? Stay in the heart of Union Square at the Hanlery Union Square Hotel, where 4 generations of family owners.
This is the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoshi and the Butcher Boy. Let's go.
I love that one so much. I was listening to Pilo yesterday in the car. I was like, this guy called me Spadoshi. Oh, put me on something. All right. I love that. It's Spadoni. It's Friedel. Nick Friedel in for Joe Shasky all week. It's been a hell of a ride. And we actually got some Golden State Warriors basketball tomorrow, which will be nice. We actually had some NBA action last night, Nick Friedel, as we see the highlights in our TV over here, as Johnny Mack was in the building. Lakers taking another L. It's 2 in a row now in the Luka Doncic era. They're 1-2 now. Luka has not looked great. LeBron has looked incredible, but he had 2 opportunities yesterday to tie the game late. Couldn't do it. LaMelo just absolutely putting Luka on skates defensively. And the horrible, and I mean horrible, Charlotte Hornets go into La La Land and get the win. We talked about it yesterday. Howard Beck of The Ringer covers the league, talked about it. He expects the Lakers to slide. I think they're still a play-in team. I don't know if they're a playoff team, but this is going to be an adjustment for Luka and LeBron and the Lakers.
All I kept thinking last night as I'm watching that score come through Spadone is 2 things. One, wow, LeBron looks pretty good. He couldn't have stood out at Chase Center the other night and thrown a few passes and taken some jumpers for 5 minutes.
He was upgraded very last second as available, so he was clearly nursing that injury.
He just made it.
He's too old.
He is 40, and it's incredible. I got to say that.
He just made it. But 2 is all the people that said the Lakers can push for a title this year with Luka and LeBron. Are you kidding me? Seriously? We all know the presence when he is healthy that Anthony Davis is, but he fit on that team because they were building around LeBron and AD.
Yeah.
Now you have to rebuild on the fly with Luka. And no, Luka doesn't look good right now. He needs some time to find his way. I saw LeBron's quote after the game. He said, it's his 3rd game with us. It's his 3rd game since Christmas. He has earned the benefit of the doubt many times over that he's going to be better. He just needs some time to get back in shape. But Spadone, anybody that thought the Lakers were going to make this move and championship, more power to you, because you are an optimist that just doesn't come around that much in sports.
There's been a lot of optimism at this station in regards to the Warriors. And again, we're talking about the vibe check of each of these Bay Area franchises, the Giants, the Niners, and the Warriors. But the vibes around the Golden State Warriors right now is great. They're 3-1 of the Jimmy Butler era. Are people getting a little too excited? Sure, maybe, but I don't like to yuck other people's yum. If a fan base wants to get excited about Jimmy Butler and they want to have these delusions of grandeur that they could win a title, you know what? More power to it, because that's what being a fan is all about. You go into every season. You're a Cubs fan this year going into the season. You know what? Maybe it's our year. Maybe it is. Who knows, right? The Dodgers are going to go into every season thinking it's their year. And it finally was, because, they've been getting bounced in the first round left and right, but everything clicked. You finally get a guy like Shohei Ohtani. You finally get a player to go your way, right, in the free agency. Must be nice after getting Mookie Betts. Nice. You got Freddie Freeman going up against the New York Yankees. Still an incredible matchup in the World Series. Just so much star power galore. It just felt so one-sided at the end of it with the Dodgers and them leaning on all those players. And yes, Giants fans, get ready for more Giants-Dodgers talk and more Dodgers fans probably taking over the Bay, because that's just what they do. They take over everywhere. They know, Nick. They'll take over Tokyo, I'm sure, too, when you and your mom go there later.
Hey, you got a lot of Cubs fans out there in the world, Spadone.
In Tokyo?
There are Cubs fans everywhere. There will be Cubs fans.
Is there going to be some Henry Rowan Gardner jerseys out there? Is that what we're going to talk about?
There's always one.
Always one.
There's always one.
I don't like that. Rookie of the year, right? But I say all that to say this. I look at the Lakers last night, and it's only been 3 games in the Luka Doncic era, as we're talking about eras with these new teams. And I feel infinitely more confident about the Warriors in this iteration of them going on a run in the playoffs, more so than that Los Angeles Lakers team, which I don't think is a popular sentiment nationally, but I think you might be in lockstep with me there too, where it's I could see Jimmy and the player he is right now compared to Luka and that team, and him being a more of a force for that Warriors team than Luka will be with the Lakers going forward.
Spadone, I think it's a really good point, and I would follow it up by saying Jimmy fits what the Warriors didn't have. Another guy who can get to the rim, create his own shot, take pressure off Steph, and get to the foul line. How many times in these first 4 games do you look at the box score and you go, oh, okay. Jimmy filled such a huge need on the floor. Luka right now fits such a huge need for the Lakers off the floor. Luka was the next guy in line to take over the mantle from LeBron. But from a basketball standpoint, is that team ready-made to go make a run now? Hell no.
They have 3 starters that can't play defense. Let's just keep it a buck. LeBron can play it when he wants to. The guy's 40 years old. Luka has never played defense his life, and God bless Austin Reeves. He tries. He's a bigger body. He doesn't play defense. Jackson Hayes is not a great defender.
So you tell me how anyone could have thought that a championship was within some kind of reach right now.
Well, because they look at the offense, Nick, because that's what we do right now. We look at the offense. It's an offensive-driven league. We look at that in the NFL. We love scoring, right? Why are all these rules predicated to help the offense? Goes to gambling, right? But we like scoring. Chicks dig the long ball. Same with the 3 true outcomes now in baseball. We just love home runs, so that's what we're going to stick around for. To hell with singles and doubles and triples. No. We want the home run. We want the 3-point shot. We want touchdowns. That's what we want. So that's what everyone was enamored with. And we saw it yesterday. There were some amazing passes, right? Between Luka and LeBron. There's the full court heaves. It's very fun. So you get tantalized with the offense. Problem is, you need to play both sides of the ball. And that's what the Boston Celtics, to your point you were talking about yesterday, that's what they do. That's what Jason Tatum does. That's what Jaylen Brown does. And that's why they're probably going to win the title again and go back-to-back, even though I think they're a very boring team to watch. They're very good. And and Derek White, another guy that's starter, plays both sides of the ball. So, yes, we are enamored with offense, so that's why everyone goes to say, I think they're going to make a run because look what Luka could do. Look at LeBron. Yeah, but look at the other side, right?
Spadone, I'm with you, but I would take the Celtics point and push it into what we're talking about with the Warriors and the Lakers. The Celtics, because of Brad Stevens and the moves he's made, they've built a roster that fits together, that plays off one another over time, and Tatum and Brown continue to develop where you think, okay, maybe there's a next level for both of those guys as they get more comfortable within their own games. The Warriors have a team that is still adjusting to whatever this next era is going to be with Steph and Draymond, and now they're fitting in Jimmy and the other pieces around them. Now, on top of that, you have the Lakers that have to rework what they built in the last few years with AD and LeBron to get whatever is the best version of Luka and getting him to feel the most comfortable that he can out there in LA. So those 2 teams, there are similarities, but I am with you, and I think it is a point that we should repeat over and over again. If you're believing who's going to win a title faster between the Warriors and the Lakers, and let me say again, I don't believe that the Warriors, no matter what move they make next year, probably are going to win another one. I would take the Warriors situation, though, in the short term for championship contention over whatever the Lakers are trying to figure out with Luka in the fold now.
888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, you know what? The vibes with the Warriors, they're feeling great. I think vibes in LA are probably like, I don't know, but they make that trade, and you knew immediately it was a trade for the future. But fan bases, it's hard to sell for the future when you see right now the team's the 5 seed or 6 seed in the West. It's hard to say that. It's like, hey, calm down, everyone. So if the Lakers do falter and they do, flop a little bit here and they're a one and done in the play-in, the fan base is going to be angry and irate. And I'm very curious to see how things shake out in the summer when it comes to Luka Doncic and these extension talks, right? That's going to be a huge domino to fall. And speaking of extension talks, we have a huge domino here in the Bay to fall going forward, not named Jonathan Kuminga. It's about a quarterback that plays over in Santa Clara, Nick Friedel. You might have heard of him.
Spadone, I'm so proud of you for being able to take where we were headed and turn it right back into a Purdy conversation. That is a seasoned vet move right there in the Bay Area.
I appreciate that, sir. Is Brock Purdy a seasoned enough vet to pay him at this point? I'm going to get your thoughts on that on the other side. Check this out, though. We got the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest going on right now. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4. So that's a winner and 3 guests to Las Vegas and $20,000. You'll be staying at Circa, the premier sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas. Circa also has the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. Winning is so easy. Just download the free Odyssey app now, log in, and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. Remember, this is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. We'll pick this up on the other side, and that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
On Saturday, March 1st, Oakland.
Yeah, Spadoni's black.
Possibly.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Love Paulie Walnuts. Love the goo drop. Spadoni and Friedel, Nick Friedel, and for Joe Shasky this week. I still don't know where that guru won. I don't know where he was going with that. I remember when it happened. Goo. Yeah. Love you, Goo. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We've been talking about vibe checks. We've been talking about the Warriors, and the vibes are feeling like an all-time high currently in the Jimmy Butler era. They're 3-1. They're back in action tomorrow against the Sacramento Kings. Coverage of that starts at 6 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game with Warriors Live, and tip-off at 7 in Sac Town. You going to that game, by the way, Nick?
Not Sacramento,
okay.
But I think I'm going to stay for a couple days and go to that game on Sunday at Chase.
Oh,
which should be a lot of fun.
You and Iguodala back together again?
Andre on his big night should be interesting, but what I am most intrigued by, Mr. Fedoni, is Jimmy Butler's first home game in that Dubs jersey.
It's going to be interesting and exciting. I can't wait to see what this second half or final stretch, we should call it, of the Golden State Warriors has in store for us here, and we'll be covering it all. Again, your home of the Golden State Warriors, 95.7 The Game. And good morning to all of you just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school. We are streaming live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And hit us up, 888-957-9570. Call or text. We're doing a vibe check here in the Bay right now when it comes to the Giants, Niners, and Dubs. What are the vibes currently for you when it comes to those teams? When I say Giants, how do you feel? When I say Warriors, how are you feeling? When I say San Francisco 49ers, Nick Friedel, let's start there with the red and gold. Your thoughts on this team from a year ago to now, coming off a Super Bowl loss, where they were, where they felt they were headed, and looking back now, all of that says to you what about this team as we are heading into the offseason, heading to the draft, and heading to somewhat of an unknown. You got some pieces, but how good do you feel about this team going forward after, your rivals and your conference rivals, I should say, and the Philadelphia Eagles, who beat you in the NFC Championship game a few years ago, who were knocking on the doorstep of a Super Bowl a couple years ago, who were one and done in the playoffs last year. They come back after a disappointing season, and they win the whole damn thing. How are you feeling right now about the San Francisco 49ers and the vibes around them?
So much of the conversation, Spadone, is about Brock Purdy, and it's understandable. Where I view the Niners and what I think is the most important part of whatever happens next year and into the future, what is going to happen with McCaffrey? Do you trust that he can stay healthy actually and be the dominant force that we've seen for different years, both in his time in Carolina and once he got out here? Because that was my first thought going back to that Buffalo game. He gets hurt again and you go, uh-oh. Because at that stage of any athlete's career, when the injuries start piling up and then you're getting the contact injuries and you're not being able to string together week after week after week performances, that is what would concern me the most if you're a Niners fan, on top of the fact that, okay, maybe McCaffrey comes back, maybe he doesn't, but it's the age-old question out here in the Bay that you and I have bounced around and you live on a daily basis. Do you believe that Purdy is the guy that's going to carry them to a Super Bowl?
Possibly.
I don't have any question that Purdy is going to find his way back. They're going to find the middle ground of whatever this contract extension is going to be. The thing that I keep watching and waiting for is, when I watch the Niners, do I see a quarterback that's going to put the team on his back and he's going to make every play you need him to make week after week to get not only into the playoffs, but into the Super Bowl? I haven't seen that yet, but I'm not sure what the better option would be for Kyle Shanahan moving forward right now.
Oh, well, there's not one. Are you trying to go to the draft? Are you kidding me? Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders? You think they're going to replicate what Brock Purdy's been able to replicate within his first few years in the NFL? I doubt it. I understand there's more tantalizing quarterbacks. They have tantalizing arm strength. They have tantalizing intangibles as far as the physical skill set is concerned, Nick. But what makes Brock Purdy special to me is between the helmet, between the ears, right? It's the mental game, the processor, right? And he's a step ahead of everything. And what he lacks in arm strength or some of the more physical gifts of like a Josh Allen or a Lamar Jackson, he makes up for with the processing, as you just alluded to. I do think he's going to get paid. I think they're going to come to some sort of an agreement here. I don't know if it's going to be $60 million a year. And even if it is, you just saw the reports all yesterday. That cap baby for the NFL, it's increasing. It's increasing a lot. And by the way, did you guys see that? By the way, the Niners are looking to sell 10% off of the stake of the 49ers. Interesting. We just saw the Raiders do that. We've seen a couple of these teams now. Yeah.
And it's not just football. It's baseball. It's basketball. All these teams seem to need more cash flow. And when you're getting all these billion-dollar TV contracts, that's all well and good, but everything costs a little bit more. And Spadone, I think there is a parallel here as we talk through the Purdy conversation, what happens next with the Niners, with Kuminga and the Warriors. Because a deal that may not look as good whenever it comes to pass, let's take Purdy and the Niners, on paper right now is going to look a lot better a few years from now, assuming that Purdy continues to improve and find his own way within Shanahan's offense. Kuminga, whenever he signs, whatever deal he signs, at first you might look at it and go, really? You're going to pay him whatever that final number is going to be? But a couple more years from now, if he continues to improve and he becomes the player the Warriors think he can be, maybe that number and the view you have of it changes because it is going to end up a lot smaller as the prices for all these different teams continue to go up and up and up.
So you're seeing the cap this year, too, to your point, increasing by a total of $22 million for the 2025 season. So it's going to be between $277.5 to $281 million for the cap. And that's up tremendously from last year's $255.4 million, which was then a previous record. It's always going to be a record after record after record because just as we've been talking, NFL and football in general in America, it is a cash cow. It is what everyone wants to see. And we're seeing it right now. And to your point, when I think of the contracts between Brock Purdy and Jonathan Kuminga, it's interesting, right? Because I don't know which one's trickier. I feel like it's Kuminga if I was going to ask, like, which one's trickier to get done. Because Kuminga, you're projecting a lot more. I've seen a lot more from Brock Purdy that says, you know what, I'm pretty comfortable paying him. I think we learned this season, he's not Josh Allen, he's not Lamar Jackson, he's not Patrick Mahomes, he's not Joe Burrow. But you know what? Can he be a top 10 guy? Yeah, at times he can be. But there's a difference. There's levels to this. We saw, Trevor Lawrence he got broken off, and he was the highest paid quarterback. We saw Justin Herbert, who looked horrible in his playoff game against the Houston Texans. God awful against the Houston Texans in that playoff game. Has Justin Herbert accomplished as much as Brock Purdy? I wouldn't say that. Different situation, different coaching, this, that, But I'll say this when it comes to Brock Purdy. I feel if they sign him to this deal, and you mentioned it, if they sign him to a team-friendly contract that satisfies both parties, and they're able to still go out and trade for another big boy, potentially, a Myles Garrett on the defensive line. I don't know if they're going to sign a Devontae Adams to a 1 year or 2 year deal. That's not a huge deal, but a Myles Garrett in particular, if they're able to do something like that, the vibe, as we're talking about, starts to change tremendously for me in favor of a more positive outlook with the 49ers. I just feel like right now, we're waiting to see him with Purdy. We're going to wait and see with Deebo Samuel. Are they going to cut him? That's another guy we haven't brought up. Deebo Samuel, who on Super Bowl Sunday, Nick, as I'm sure you got the notification, is requesting a trade through Adam Schefter being his mouthpiece for ESPN at the time. It's like, yeah, I think it's time for me to move on. All right, well, are they going to cut him? Are they going to trade him? They're probably going to cut him. I have a hard time seeing a team trading for that money and the dead cap that's going to hit that. Is going to be a post-June 1 designation, save more money if they do that. So there's still a lot of question marks in this offseason when it comes to the contracts, extensions, cuts, all of that. I just think they need to hammer that early because what happened last year bled into the season. It was all the negativity from Brandon Ayuk, from Trent Williams, from all those contract negotiations, which they've done for years now, Nick, is they let these things bleed into training camp and then almost the regular season. You saw it with Nick Bosa not getting the deal done before a week before they play the Pittsburgh Steelers, right? You saw it with Deebo Samuel in the past. So they need to nip these things in the bud early when it comes to these contract talks and some of these cuts, because I for sure don't want them bleeding into the season. The drama with this team needs to just stop. Stop with the drama. I'm tired of it. TNT, we know drama. No, I don't want it, Nick. I'm tired of talking about the drama with this team.
One more time, though, Spadone, it's such a fascinating parallel between the Niners and the Warriors, because you're saying the Niners had all that drama, and this is the first time that you felt like that drama of all these different contract situations bled into the play on the field and really affected the product that we saw. This Niners team, they still have so much talent, and what from a distance I always thought helped them was the continuity. You had Shanahan as the offensive guru who was hitting all the right buttons. You had John Lynch up in the front office doing what he needed to do and making sure that the roster was at the level they needed. Juxtapose that against the Warriors with Steve Kerr in place, with Joe Lacob spending the cash that he was spending. You have the shift from Bob Myers to Mike Dunleavy, but Dunleavy was an assistant GM within the system for a while. But there's always drama around both of those teams. Usually, though, the drama is based in the fact that both of those teams, especially the Warriors, are great and have proven they can win at the highest levels. Of course, the Niners haven't gotten to that point yet and actually hoisted the Super Bowl in a while, but both of those teams know how to win. They know how to put the groups together to make it all work. And that's why if you're a Niners fan, I still think there is hope to a point where they can have a pretty quick turnaround after the fall they took last year. Purdy can develop. They have the weapons around him, you would think, to still do what they need to do offensively.
I don't know about that. I don't know. George Kittle was incredible last year, but if I'm relying on Juwan Jennings being my number one wide receiver heading into next year with Ricky Pearsall being my number two, yeah, I'm not so sure about that, Nick. I don't know if that's good enough within a guy in Christian McCaffrey, as you mentioned. I don't know what I'm getting. He has bilateral Achilles tendonitis.
Never good.
Those things are ticking time bombs. That's not going away.
Never good.
Tendonitis is going to linger. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Yeah,
Spadone, here's the problem, though.
I'm a little skeptical on the offense still. And I love Shanahan, and I do like Purdy. I just know what I saw last year, and it was not good enough time in and time out. They couldn't score 30. Like, that was the thing that they hung their hat on. They could score 30 all the time. 30 for Purdy is what we were calling it the year prior, Nick. 30 for Purdy, because that's just what he did. Last year it was the struggle for 30.
Well, Debo is just not the player that he was even a couple years ago. I think the decline is more than upon us, and we'll see where he lands after making the request. Ayuk gets hurt. But Spadone, if you're believing in Brock Purdy, which you have to believe as he gets more time as the face and the guy in every game, you have to believe that he can make everyone else that much better. And especially if you're going to pay him what it feels like the Niners are going to pay him, you have to believe that that step is coming sooner than later. So much of what the contract moving forward would be is a bet on Shanahan getting more out of what we've seen from Purdy, and Purdy making all the pieces that you referenced besides Kittle that much better, even though we don't see the talent in place so much right now.
Well, that's the thing, too, and I'm glad you mentioned Brandon Ayuk, because I see people on the text, what about Ayuk? He's my number. I don't know what I'm getting from Brandon Ayuk next year. I really don't. The guy shredded his knee. There was ACL damage. There was MCL damage. I hope he comes back and, he can replicate what he was doing, prior to last season, because last season, it bled into the season. It looked like those negotiations affected his play on the field. He was hearing it from the fans. There was a lot of boos. And I felt bad for the guy because, you know what? I wasn't as critical of Brandon Ayuk trying to get paid, because that's just the business now. You try to get your money. You get your money, and that's what I kind of fault the Niners for letting these things linger. They could have nipped this in the bud early in those negotiations because you saw all the contracts getting signed. You saw Devontae Smith, more of a team-friendly deal with the Eagles, right? You saw, who's my guy? Amon-Ra St. Brown get a huge contract, right? You saw all these wide receivers getting paid, and the Niners kept dragging their feet, which only kept increasing the price on Brandon Ayuk, and he's getting more and more frustrated. And then you pay a guy like Christian McCaffrey, Nick, and he couldn't even... Did they know about the Achilles thing when they signed him to that extension? They had to know something about his medical, but they still signed off on it. And the guy didn't make his debut till what, like halfway through the season? It was incredible. So there was so much just last year that I'm still skeptical on Brandon Ayuk coming back. But to your point, when it comes to Brock Purdy in this offense, you got Kyle Shanahan, you got George Kittle. That's a good start because we know with the Kyle Shanahan offense and what you got in Kittle and the blocking, it's going to at least provide some stability for your quarterback. I do know this when it comes to Deebo Samuel, and Brock Purdy spoke on this in the past. He feels more comfortable when he gets in that huddle when he has Deebo out there. He feels more safe as a quarterback when he has a security blanket like Deebo. How's it going to look when they don't have that guy? That X factor, that presence where he is unique. Like there is not another Deebo Samuel in this league. I kind of liked him to when Percy Harvin was at the Seahawks. Like, he was very unique, right? Speed kills. Speed kills, and obviously more physical probably is Deebo Samuel, but you never really plugged Percy Harvin into that, he's a straight wide receiver. No, he does a lot of different things in the return game. Same with Deebo. He's a wide back. You would put him at running back a few times last year. It just felt like it got to a point where it's like, all right, this isn't tricking anyone anymore. Like, there's a lot of jet sweeps last year where it's just like, man, Deebo, that burst isn't there, or he's getting stood up.
There's a step behind.
Yes.
Deebo, at this stage, from what we've seen, Spadone, is now larger in name than he is in production. That is never a place you want to be in pro sports. And when you watch the Niners, the name and what happened in the past, and you say Deebo, you think, here comes a big play. It's always there. Reality tells you that it may not be anymore, which is why this divorce between the Niners and Deebo seems imminent at some point here in the next couple months.
Well, you just used a great word, reality, right? I go back to Thanos and Avengers. Reality is often disappointing, Nick Friedel. Yeah, you could probably cosplay as Thanos with that voice. You could probably go to Comic-Con in San Diego, dress up, just go get the purple makeup on.
You don't need to give me a reason to go to San Diego, my man.
Yeah, really quick, Nick, say, I am inevitable.
I am inevitable.
No, so you didn't need to do it like that. You could just say, I am inevitable, Mr. Spadone. It would have been good enough. There you go.
I am inevitable, Mr. Spadone.
Perfect. Thank you. Can we cut that? That's a good one right there. Speaking of inevitability, it feels like this Brock Purdy contract, it's going to get done. For what number, we shall see. We've already established, let's just not let it bleed into the training camp. For the love of God, we don't need that. Tim Hasselbeck, pretty good quarterback when he's with the Seattle Seahawks. Got to the Super Bowl. And obviously, is he still an ESPN analyst? I don't know if he's still on with ESPN. Still is? Yes. Okay, good. He's still with ESPN, does some of the pre- and post-game work there. Tim Hasselbeck on how the 49ers can take advantage of the Brock Purdy contract talks.
They've basically been paying nothing for a quarterback because of the contract that Purdy was on. Look, it'll change things. At the same time, I think if you just look at the scenario and you think, look, they want Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy wants to be there. I actually don't think there would be some crazy free agent market for Purdy. It's never going to get to that point anyway. So I think he's going to get paid like a starter. But this idea that he's going to reset the quarterback market, I actually don't believe that that's going to happen for Purdy. I think the team in some ways will take advantage of him because he basically hasn't made any money yet, and we'll get him under contract. And then at that point, I think what will happen is, look, they'll be operating just like most teams in the NFL are operating, and George Kittle's correct. There are other good players that are currently under contract in San Francisco, and I actually think the Niners end up being in pretty good shape.
Tim Hasselbeck, not his brother Matt Hasselbeck, who was a much better quarterback, Matt Hasselbeck, who was also with ESPN for a time being, so that's why I wanted to clarify. My mistake. Tim, not as good as his brother, but still with ESPN for a long time, and makes some good points there. And Nick, when you hear that, when it comes to take advantage of these kind of contract talks, and it's not going to all be, oh, we signed Brock and now we're going to be cash strapped. We've already been discussing. This could look like a bargain years down the road, and they could still make some more moves here. And we'll discuss as the show goes on some of the moves you would like to see them make. Obviously a lot of Niners fans are feeling like, hey, can we get another pass rusher in here? Whether that's trading for Myles Garrett or Max Crosby, or can we sign Nick's brother, Joey, right? Is Khalil Mack, what's he doing? Can we get a Khalil Mack, former DPOY, one of the future Hall of Famer, very good, a little bit older, right? I'd probably want a Max Crosby or Myles Garrett, but they're going to cost you some picks. Those other guys might not.
The draft capital involved might be way too much for me.
Maybe.
Given that you have so many other slots that you need to fill.
And we can get into that, right? The offensive line is probably grade A. I mean, we just saw that Philly defensive line just absolutely dominate Kansas City's O-line. They didn't have a chance. They didn't blitz, Nick. The Eagles didn't blitz in the Super Bowl. They didn't need to. And I've never seen Patrick Mahomes look more flustered in a game in my life, ever. He was on skates the entire time, unsure of himself. You hear Tom Brady on the broadcast, I'm sure secretly loving every second of it because the amount of GOAT talk heading into that game was just, and Tom just saying, and by the way, God bless Tom Brady's heart and Kevin Burkhardt. Halfway through the fourth quarter, it was like a 30-point lead or whatever it was. It's not over yet. I was like, come on, guys. Can we please just, we know the game's over. I know you have a job to do and you want to sell the product. You want to keep us. It's okay to say the game's over.
You want to keep 110 million people still watching.
It's okay. We know the game's over when we're watching it. But I say all that to say, Nick Friedel, they got a lot of holes on this team, but they still have they're going to have some cash still to try to fill some of them.
The good news for the Niners, Spadone, is you would think, based on track record, that not only fans would still be behind, for the most part, Shanahan, you would think that people around the league, players that are looking for different places to be, still see San Francisco as a very viable place to come and compete for a title. And that's where I think the Niners have a leg up on other teams because they've won at high levels. They have a guy who is universally respected as an offensive guru at the highest level. They're going to have Purdy, it seems, in place for a while. They have other weapons. We mentioned Kittle. We know what the defense can be. I think if you're a guy looking for a change of scenery, the Niners look pretty damn good given other options out there.
That's an interesting question. The Niners is a destination right now or what? I'm not sure what they are. Are they like, I want to go there and try to win a ring? Or would I rather go with the Philadelphia Eagles? We'll pick this up on the other side because that's a very interesting. The Niners as a current destination, if you're a free agent, are what? That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by San Francisco International Airport.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SF.
But I want to thank you guys, Shasky, and I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better.
It's my guy Will, right? Love that one.
In Reno.
Thank you.
Spadone, if you do this job, you have to be able to laugh at yourself.
Oh, always.
And that has been the key always. You have to be able to take the joke and just keep on moving.
I have 5 older brothers, Nick. So everything that's been said about me has been said since I'm 5 years old. They will let me know about it. So there you go. Right there.
5 older brothers.
5 older brothers. I'm one of 10. You know that, right? I got 9
10?
Yeah.
No, I did not know that.
Yeah, I got 3 sisters and 6 brothers.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think anything could prepare you better for a career in sports talk radio than having 9 siblings.
Oh, yelling at each other.
You're going to hear every possible thing. You think dealing with Joe Shasky is something in the morning? How about having 9 siblings coming at you?
That's a fact right there. Christmas dinner was a bloodbath, to say the least. By the way, shout out to all of our guests on the River Islands guest line, because that's where all of our guests appear. And today it's the guests are the people, Nick Friedel. We want to hear from the people at 888-957-9570. And shout out to River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands and Lathrop. And, we were having a little fun off air, and we were talking about Nick Sirianni, talking about the Eagles, and, where the Niners are at in the current hierarchy of the NFC. And you had an interesting thought or question you posed when it came to the 49ers as a destination right now. You still seem to think people want to come here to win a ring. Are the Niners the team you look at in the NFC right now? And we'll put the Eagles to the side because they just won the ring. So, everyone's going to say, oh, yes, no doubt.
Let's go chase there.
Yes. Outside of them, are players looking at the Niners and saying, that's the team in the NFC I want to go to win a ring? Not that it's just the NFC. Hell, you got to think about other teams around the AFC as well. I think you lump the Niners in the same place you lump maybe, the Baltimore Ravens or the Buffalo Bills. Those teams had better years last year, but historically, they're all kind of muddled in the same area. Obviously, the Bills and the Ravens have been blocked by the Chiefs, so they haven't been able to get there. But I think the Chiefs, for the first time in a long time, I actually believe the Chiefs might be taking a slight step back next year. And I catch myself knowing, I watch the AFC West all year long. I'm very tapped into all things there, and they'll probably cruise to winning the AFC West title. They'll host a playoff game, and they'll be back in the AFC Championship because they're the Patriots of this era now. They're the Tom Brady, they're the Bill Belichick Patriots of the 2000s. But I look at the rest of the league, and I'm not so sure, Nick, if I'm a free agent and I say I want to go win a ring, the Niners are one of my top 3 choices. You seem to think they still are.
I think they can be because they have the foundation of such a great organization in the last 5 to 10 years, Spadone. That's what I'm banking on. I'm banking on the power of Kyle Shanahan to be able to talk to whomever may come in the doors out there in Santa Clara and say, hey, we know what it takes to get there. We just haven't gotten over the hump yet. And there's still time to do it. We believe in Purdy. We think he's the guy. We're going to get that deal wrapped up. But even as we're started to go through this conversation, there's a team that also now has a rookie, not a rookie anymore, but a guy on a rookie contract that would be one of those destinations that you think that other players would start to look at that could give the Niners some trouble. And that's the Commanders. When you have Jaden Daniels playing at the level he was playing at last year, you have Dan Quinn providing that extra energy that team has needed for so long and getting them set up structurally sound defensively with more help on the way. That's the team now that I'd look at, aside from the Eagles, like you said, where you go, because Niners fans know full well how much it means to have Purdy, and certainly as Mr. Relevant, he was on the best rookie contract that
are you kidding me?
Possibly could be.
Best bargain in sports.
Completely. But when you have a guy who's on a rookie deal as a quarterback, it allows for other moves to be made around other parts of your roster. The Niners aren't going to have that luxury anymore. The Bay has been bracing for it now for a couple years, but that is a team. If you're telling me, all right, I'm going to go play with Jaden Daniels for a group that was on the cusp of making the Super Bowl, or I'm going to trust that Kyle Shanahan can get things back in order offensively and find a way to start racking up points as some of the weapons leave, that is an interesting battle between two teams, one that seems very much on the rise, one team out here in the Bay that seems like it used to be and has to find its way again.
And speaking of those Washington Commanders, they are slotted right now, if we're going total cap space, so teams like that have a lot of money to spend this offseason. Washington Commanders number 3 right now in total cap space.
There you go.
$79 million in total cap. Then you got the Raiders at 95, and then the New England Patriots have $125 million. They're going to have to overpay to get some Drake May some help. God, that guy, because he made some throws, he made some plays last year where it was like, okay, Drake May, they may have found something there. Yeah. They may have found something in Drake May. But yeah, they're going to need to overpay. Maybe Debo goes there. Maybe they get Debo, maybe they get T. Higgins. Get some weapons for one Drake May. But yeah, you look at Washington, trying to see some other teams in the NFC that have a lot of money to spend. The Bears, obviously, Ben Johnson coming in there now. Disappointing season, kind of mixed bag of Caleb Williams. I think we all thought that they were just going to hit the ground running and they were going to be a playoff team instantly. I was drinking that Kool-Aid. I still think Caleb can be really good. It's just the Bears' dysfunction. I think, again, we always underrate it. Franchises matter. Ownership matters, top to bottom. And look at the Washington Commanders. Again, key example, ownership. Get rid of Dan Snyder, bring in Josh Harris, Magic Johnson, all that crew. Look what happened. Second year in the playoffs.
It's a perfect segue to another wrinkle in our conversation, though, because why, if you're a free agent or somebody who's looking for a change of scenery in the NFL, why would you consider coming out here? Because you trust that Shanahan knows what he's doing, that Lynch will find the right pieces to build on that roster, and that Jed York will continue to spend the money that it takes to make one of the best organizations historically over time in the league that much greater as the money continues to pile in. The Bears, I know way too much about based on my time in Chicago, and the McCaskey family just doesn't spend usually historically on the same level.
I like real quick how you said, I know way too much about the Bears. Like it was a bad thing that you knew all this Bears knowledge.
It scares me.
That you hate I hate that I know all this about the Chicago Bears.
It scares me. I think they finally made a good coaching hire. Yeah. If ever there was a guy who could find Caleb Williams to help get him on the right path, it is Ben Johnson. We saw what he did so often in Detroit with that group. But this is where the best organizations always know what players want to hear the most. And certainly at the top of any of those conversations, Spadone, is money. And we'll see what the Niners decide to do there. But on top of money, 1A is how do you treat players and their families? And do players trust that you're trying to win every year at the highest possible level? The Niners have proven that. They have to kind of not complete rebuild, but reload on the fly with a proud group that continues to almost get there, but just doesn't get all the way through. I think they're still very viable. I think the league still believes that Shanahan is what he appears to be. But we'll see what happens over the course of the next few months, and I think it all is going to start to line up. Once you get Purdy in place, we're going to find out how much other players respect what he is now and what he can be moving forward.
Are the 49ers still a destination if you're a free agent that's trying to ring chase? 888-957-9570. Right now, I was talking about total cap space. The Niners are slotted 12th in total cap space here with $47 million. Obviously, going to go to the Purdy contract. But I always say this, the cap is so fugazi because you could restructure contracts, you can push guaranteed money. You could circumvent this thing like the best of them. Now, you can get yourself in trouble if you do that and you keep pushing and pushing because you end up like the New Orleans Saints who are $51 million over the cap and they need to get back under the cap. I always get the over under because it's negative, but you're in the red. You need to get out of that. Feels like the Saints have been in this position for like 5 years in a row. It's just a mess there. Good luck to Kellen Moore going up there. I don't know what they're going to do with their quarterback. They got Derek Carr still. They're going to cut him. There's so many different things happening in the league. That's why I just love the NFL right now, too. So I can talk about the New Orleans Saints and what's going on with there. I could talk about the Cincinnati Bengals, who didn't make the playoffs this last year. Joe Burrow had one of the greatest seasons you'll ever see from a quarterback who didn't make the playoffs. Wasn't his fault. Offense was amazing. But they're trying to sign 3 guys, right? They're trying to re-sign Jamar Chase, who played on his 5th-year deal. His 5th year last year, I want to say, or he's heading to his 5th year. I always get those two confused. But he was holding out for a little bit, but he played, was an absolute baller.
It was awesome.
T. Higgins, who's also trying to get paid. He's the number 2, but he's still a very good. He could be a number 1 in a place like New England, who probably would like to pay him a lot of money. They're trying to keep him. Oh, and Trey Hendrickson, who's one of the most underrated defensive linemen in the league, defensive end, who just puts double-digit after double-digit sacks together. So there's a lot of hard truths that are going to be coming this NFL offseason, these next couple months. And Nick, there's going to be some players that you're going to be scratching your head like, oh wow, I didn't think they were going to cut that guy. I didn't think, but hard truths start happening with some of these teams. Cooper Kupp, he's older. Rams told him, sorry, bud, we got Puka Nacua now. Your days are numbered as soon as that guy emerged. It's a numbers game, whether it's the age, whether it's the money. And you know what? That's the case for Deebo Samuel. Now, Deebo's the one asking away. I think the Niners in their heart of hearts probably want to move on from Deebo anyways. I know they said, and John Lynch said a couple months ago when they were doing their end of the season presser, like, oh no, we have no intention of trading him. I was like, well, you have intention of cutting him? Because I think that's what's going to be happening.
It always felt like when you watched the way things played out a couple years ago when he first was like, I want out, and then we pulled you back in.
They demanded a trade a couple years ago.
It feels like this one is different. It feels like the relationship has run its course as you watch it from a distance. Spadone, what's so interesting to me, though, in hearing you rattle off the Bengals situation and hearing us talk about the Commanders and having all the different layers. Detroit was such a great story throughout most of the year, but then fell flat in that home playoff game. That underscores to me, again, how much power the NFL has compared to the NBA, baseball, and everything else. Your average sports fan, and you and I grew up, we've loved all these different games our entire lives. Your average sports fan now knows so much more of the minutia in the NFL. The NBA out here is so powerful because people are into Steph and they love the Warriors. But start asking people on the street what they think of the Jazz's situation and what Danny Ainge has to go through in the cap. I mean, nobody cares.
They say, oh, Danny Ainge, the guy that played for the Boston Celtics?
Yeah, isn't he still running the Celtics? Yeah. I mean, people, you want to talk about processing, they'd be like 3-4 years behind. I just think from a conversational standpoint, that whole exchange is so interesting to me because there are so many people that are wrapped up into the beast that is the NFL, but not only that, the information that pops out of the league all the time. And that day-to-day feel about the NBA that might have been there 10 or 15 years ago isn't the same anymore. Fans follow their one team. They don't follow the league on the whole compared to what your average sports fan knows about the NFL and can spit out all the time.
It really is incredible when you think about it. And fantasy football, obviously a huge aspect in this, the betting, the DraftKings, the FanDuel aspect. It's massive. And eventually when California gets on the boat here and you all get on the same page.
Is it ever actually going to happen?
I think it will eventually. We obviously, Uncle Sam has to get paid too, right? Uncle Sam Jackson, shout out Kendrick Lamar in the halftime show. Love me some Samuel L. Jackson. But that's such a huge layer into all this. Not to say that, the NBA doesn't have the gambling stuff. Like they're trying, but it doesn't hit the same. When I say NBA or fantasy basketball league, they have them. I'm not playing. People are like, your daily fantasy, it's different, right? But people people in your life, Nick, that don't care at all about football, but they're in a fantasy football league.
Completely.
Everyone in your office are in there. It's the same kind of like when we have a March Madness bracket. Everyone does it. It's like, oh, I like that team. I'm going to pick this mascot. I'm going to pick
these colors.
Right? Exactly. But everyone's paying attention to football. It's like, oh, I'm going to draft Travis Kelce. Why? Oh, he's dating Taylor Swift, right? Like that's a thing. Like the NFL is so
very
good on
much a thing.
They lean into all of those relationships. Whereas, there's a lot of drama that happens in the NBA, like with trades and players and the beefs, all that, but the product, the actual product is something that still needs to, I don't know if it's bad per se, but it's not hitting like the NFL. And bringing it back to the 49ers and some of these question marks, we all have. Matt Barrows, who covers the team for The Athletic, does a very good job. Love Matty Barrows. He was on Willard and Dibbs the other day. Was it Willard and Dibbs, Sam? Thumbs up. Willard and Dibbs? Thank you. A couple days ago, you can find the entire interview on
Wednesday.
On Wednesday, thank you. You can find the entire interview on YouTube or the Odyssey app. Download that bad boy. It is free. It is spectacular. Matt Barrows on the next steps in this Deebo Samuel situation.
They've allowed him to seek a trade. They're going to listen to any trade offers. They hope that trade offers come in. The big catch there is that they're willing to part ways with Deebo Samuel because he's got this big, $15.4 million bonus that comes due. It's an option bonus that comes due on March 22. So any team that trades for him, you're either going to have to kind of pick up all of that contract stuff that's written in now, or you have to negotiate a new deal with him. So I'm not exactly sure how eager teams are to do that. It could happen. The 49ers are hoping it would happen. But it seems to me like if you're a team that is interested in Deebo Samuel, maybe you wait for him to be released and, his contract starts over again.
Okay. So it sounds like they're going to cut him. I don't think another team is going to trade for that.
My big takeaway there, Spadone, is the release is upon us.
Right. Yeah. He's going to be gone. Teams aren't going to trade for that. They're not going to want to pay him what he's going to want. And he's going to get a fresh start somewhere else. That's what's going to happen with Deebo Samuel. All right. So Deebo's gone. You start looking at the depth chart with receiver. You got Brandon Ayuk hopefully coming back at the start of next season, but we don't know. It might linger. This is a devastating knee injury he had, Nick. So to just assume he's going to be back for training camp and everything, I think don't do that. Don't set yourself up as a fan thinking you're going to get Brandon Ayuk back. And the same Brandon Ayuk prior to the injury. We don't know what he's going to look like. It wasn't like his game was built on explosion early on, so maybe that's a good thing in all this because he was an elite route runner. But how is it going to look with a knee, right? And your route running ability, how's it going to look? Is he going to be a step slower? Because as we all know in sports, if we're even just a second off, that's the difference between 10 yards and a 5-yard loss or a 10-yard gain. Like that's what we're talking about, or an incomplete pass. So it's going to be very interesting there. So you have Juwan Jennings and you have Ricky Pearsall. Juwan, awesome last year. He was great. I was one of the pleasant surprises of the league last year was watching what Juwan Jennings was able to do, especially in that game against the Rams where he went absolutely off for 3 touchdowns. You got George Kittle. I know he's a tight end, but he's he's a receiver and he's their best receiver. So I like viewing him as that. And then you got Ricky Pearsall, who, the guy got shot right down here, Nick, on Union Square. It was insane. We were all following it. He was injured prior to that too. Couldn't get onto the practice field. Eventually comes back, and you know what? The last couple of games showed some signs of, okay, I see something here.
Maybe it's still in there somewhere.
Exactly. And that gave me some positive momentum heading into next year that he was gaining some traction with his quarterback, Brock Purdy. But that's not enough. I'm still going to be a little bit greedy here, and Shasky was kind of pushing back on me with this. Why not go after a guy like Devontae Adams who's out there? Now, I just said all of this when it comes to the drama. You don't want any drama on your team. You don't want any drama with the contracts. And I get it. Last year with Devontae Adams, there was a lot of drama. Whether it was in Las Vegas and forcing his way off the team there, they traded him to the Jets so he can reunite with his old pal, Aaron Rodgers, and it wasn't good there. And those are historically, again, 2 dumpster fires of organizations with ownership, with Mark Davis, with Woody Johnson. We get all that. We get that. But Devontae here, he's from Palo Alto. He's a Bay Area guy. Why not? If it doesn't cost you a lot, and again, this is projection that the Jets are going to cut him. I think they are. I think they're going to retool. They're just going to get out of the Devontae Adams business. Why not go after a guy like Devontae Adams? Should they go after a guy like Devontae Adams, Nick?
He is a producer at the highest level during his time in Green Bay, Spadone. That's what I would go back to. Can you get a guy who feels comfortable enough in a system close enough to where he grew up to feel like he can turn back the clock a little bit and be the best version of the player we've seen before? You know what I think I go back to? What does everybody have with the Warriors right now because of the Jimmy Butler acquisition? They have hope. It was a revitalization of an organization that was just kind of flat. And that's with the all-time great in Steph, in a Hall of Famer like Draymond. I think Davante Adams at this stage of his career, given what he's shown and given the missteps that he's had at times in Vegas and for a hot second in New York, I think it would fit really well because you're going to get a guy like Jimmy in this case who wants to be shown to the rest of the league that he can play at the highest level again. So I think it's worth whatever dice roll that the Niners would have to put out there to make it happen. And I absolutely believe, given what we've seen the last couple of years from him in smaller doses, that greatness that we saw in Green Bay is still in his game somewhere.
See, I think he's a perfect complement to Brock Purdy, too, a guy that's all about timing, quick releases. That's what Davante needs. He has those quick runs. He's not gonna beat you with speed. That's not his game. He's a possession receiver, which again, if we don't know what we're getting from Brandon Ayuk next year, that's a perfect complement to if he's going to be out or if he's even there, a guy that can pick you up a first down if you need it. Get on the same page. You know his hands are going to be legit. Hell, even when he was with the Raiders, he did have a first-team All-Pro season when he was with his buddy Derek Carr from Fresno State. So he still has it in him. Again, I just put a lot of what happened last year at Davante just on the situations with those teams.
Yeah.
You know, you brought him back Antonio Pierce in Vegas, interim coach, and, you know, it was fun. Interim coaches, that's what happens. That year he took over.
He can do it. He can do it.
He beat the Chiefs on Christmas. You know, Taylor Swift is right.
Right.
Everyone was watching. It's like, whoa, Taylor Swift is holding Brittany Mahomes. How is this happening? And, you know, he's like crying after the game with Tracy Wolfson on CBS. They bring him back. It was a disaster. It didn't go well. They got rid of him. They brought in Pete Carroll, grown up in an organization, a guy that knows and who has won. The Jets, listen, God bless Robert Saleh. I don't think any of that was his fault. I think he just got absolutely hosed in that entire situation. Aaron Rodgers was not good. You know, Woody Johnson, who wanted to bench Aaron Rodgers early in the season for, who was it, Tyrod Taylor? Like, it was a mess over there.
Good luck with that, Woody.
Yeah, good luck with that. Well, do you know they have the longest drought of any play? Like, of any, I think, major American sports team, they had the longest drought of not making the playoffs.
And why is that in large part, Spadone? You hit the nail on the head a little bit ago because it always goes back to ownership and how a team is run. The Jets are not run well. They do not put the right people in the right places, both on the coaching staff and on the field, that gives you the belief that they're going to be a contender and win every time that they set foot out there. I just keep thinking about Davante Adams as we're talking about him. Who did Aaron Rodgers and Carr continuously look for when there wasn't another option that was wide open somewhere in their reads and progressions?
Oh, they forced it to him.
It was always Davante Adams. So to your point about Purdy, if you need that safety net and you lose Debo and he's gone, you need somebody that Purdy can look to, especially if Kittle can't get open on every single route that he runs. Who would be that complement, especially given what he's shown in these last couple stops? It would be Davante Adams.
Matt Barrows. Could Davante Adams be a fit for the 49ers?
I think he would be. I mean, he's expressed a desire to come back out this way, come back out west. He'd like to play for a contender. So that puts the 49ers in the mix. It also puts the Rams in the mix, and it puts the Chargers in the mix as well. And the Chargers seem to be the leaders in the clubhouse right now. But that's certainly a possibility. He's one of these veteran guys. Some guys are going to be available via trade, some guys through free agency, but there are a lot of well-known wide receivers, most of them on the wrong side of 30 years old, who will be available. And so if you're looking for a short timer, which I presume the 49ers are, it's a good off season for that.
I agree. Does anyone disagree with that? 888-957-9570. I know Shasky did not want anything to do with Davante Adams, but when I start looking at the rest of the NFC and some of the top dogs there, I mean, we just saw the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, are you kidding me? A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert? Yeah, that's a scary receiver trio right there that can go toe-to-toe. Oh, and by the way, Saquon in the backfield's not a bad option either if you want to dump it off to him in the pass game.
Saquon is now what McCaffrey used to be.
It's called what it is. He had a better season this past year than McCaffrey had the year prior, and they're both offensive player of the years. Saquon, again, he's incredible. He's incredible. Now, let's see what Saquon looks like this year, right? Because all that wear and tear, the usage, the touches, that's what McCaffrey had. And then we saw this year, it started to snowball.
But there is a big crucial difference, of course. The Eagles with Saquon actually got it done. And the Niners with McCaffrey have gotten really close.
God, he had that fumble in the Super Bowl too. Brutal in the first drive. Brutal.
It hasn't happened for him yet.
No, it's a good point. No, to your point, Saquon's a made guy no matter what. I saw him in the Super Bowl parade. He picked up one of the water boys that was just a fan of the stands. Picked him up, put him over the fence. Cool. He's like, come on with me, man. That was really cool. Again, I know we all hate the Eagles and their fan base, but I don't hate some of the players on there. I was rooting for Jalen Hurts, rooting for Saquon. Some good people in the game. So Devontae Adams, we're both in on. We both agree that Debo's probably going to get cut. What are some of the other offseason checklists for the San Francisco 49ers outside of Purdy and Debo?
And I could see, Fred Warner saying, "Listen, my deal looks old right now. I'd like to readdress it. I know that you guys have talked about George Kittle going into the final year of his deal. He probably would like an extension as well. So it's not just the ones who are coming up for free agency this year. There might be some other ones that pop up. So all of those are going to be huge money deals that they have to kind of fit into these future caps somehow. So I think as usual, it'll be a mix of contracts that pay out or count against the cap immediately, and some that they put off for later. But that's the balancing act that they have to kind of figure out over the next 3 to 4 years.
The Fred Warner one's very interesting. I mean, for a guy that we all kind of thought had somewhat of a down year, and he had to shoulder a heavy load back there in the linebacking core, Dre Greenlaw being out for basically the entire season, not really having a true Devondre Campbell, who was his number 2 guy. He quit on the team.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, right. You were even there for that Devondre Campbell thing. We just completely forgot about that, and rightfully so. No one wants to remember Devondre Campbell. Just in that, what a self-sabotaging move for his career and how people are going to view him after his career is over. But here's a guy in Fred Warner who was first-team All-Pro 3 years in a row now. Yeah, pay me more, and I don't blame him. Right? I don't blame the guy.
Your money.
But this goes back to what I was just talking about. I don't want this drama. So if he's already approaching you about this now and his team, his agency, get this done now. Get it done now. I don't want to hear about the money because the cap's going up. I just listed it. I mean, you're not like the Saints. You're the 12th right now in cap space in the NFL. You can get it done. Get it done with Fred Warner. Get it done with George Kittle because those are the 2 best players last year on the offensive and defensive end of the ball.
Spadone.
They did it with Lenore by the way, last year during the season. I'll give him credit there. Deommodore Lenore, secondary corner, they did pay him, and he was a baller last year for them. So
right, and it worked out for all involved.
Yes.
At what point, if you're a Niners fan, are you watching this team that has been so good for most of the last decade or so, aside from last year, they really started to slide? What do you have to see that would lead you to believe that with this group and this core that it just may not happen? Are we getting closer to the point where if McCaffrey can't come back at the same level and the pieces just don't click and they're winning 6-7 games again, do you say, all right, it's just not going to work now with everything that we've invested into the core that has been so good for us?
I'm very worried if you're going to put all your eggs in the McCaffrey basket, this thing blowing up back in your face. I do have faith in Brock Purdy. It's a good, I know Christian McCaffrey was the straw that stirred the drink in their Super Bowl run, but Brock Purdy was an MVP candidate for most of that year. He was very good. Christian McCaffrey's obviously a part of that, but I need some insurance policies on that going forward. Is that going to be through a draft pick? You drafted Isaac Orendo last year. Is it going to be him? Is it going to be Jordan Mason? Elijah Mitchell was out for all the year. So, yeah, to your point, I am very hesitant to say they could just get right back on the horse because I think a lot of people, Nick, to your point, are basically putting the Niners already back into playoff mode next year. And I say pump the brakes on that. Right? I say pump the brakes on them being already a Super Bowl contender, just running it back next year. Oh, but all these injuries happen. Yeah, well, Oh, we have a fourth place schedule this year. Okay, well, are you a Super Bowl team? Do you have a Super Bowl mindset if you're leaning on the fact like, oh, well, we got a fourth place schedule? No, Super Bowl teams don't care about the schedule they have next year.
We're going to kick anybody's butt who's in front of us.
That's the Super Bowl. Like, the Eagles don't care who they're playing. The Chiefs don't care who they're playing. The Bills and the Ravens, they don't care what schedule they have, the strength of schedule. Now, is it going to help? Sure. But I also know that you were in the weakest division last year if you're going by wins and losses, the NFC West. I mean, let me pull it up right now. The NFC West was won by the 10-7 Rams, and the Seahawks were 10-7 too. So you're in somewhat of a weaker division if you're just going by wins and losses, and you were the worst team in that division last year. So what does that say about you right now? You can keep blaming the injuries all you want. Are those injuries going to go away? I don't know what I'm getting from Ayuk next year. I don't know what I'm getting from Trent Williams next year. He's an old guy. I don't know what I'm getting from Christian McCaffrey. So there's a lot of question marks that need to be filled, and it starts, obviously, as we saw in the Super Bowl with the Eagles, in the trenches. Vince is in the city. He wants to join the conversation. I think he's aligning with how I'm thinking as well. What's up, Vince? You're on with Spadoni and Friedel.
Hey, good morning, fellas. You know, I hear the conversation you guys are having. I understand, you know, the weaponry is needed, but let's just be real. If we don't beat these lines up on both sides of the ball, it doesn't matter who we have out there at these skill positions, because we've seen it last year. Our defensive line was terrible. You have Nick Bosa, who couldn't get to the quarterback because the opposing lines could just kind of key in on him. There was no threat coming anywhere else, and they're running up the gut. But then offensively, the left side of the line was weak. Trent Williams didn't seem to be having a very good year. The left guard was bad. The center was bad. You know, Dominic Puni might have been the best lineman on the team last year. And I think it's been said for all these years of football, you win the game in the trenches. You got to address the trenches first. And then, but, you know, if you're talking weapons, it's like, if CMC is not ready to go, you do have Jordan Mason. You do have Garendo. Those guys got one cut breakaway speed. And then I don't know what you're going to do without Debo. I mean, Debo's probably my favorite player. It's going to suck to watch him leave, but, you know, I don't know who else is out there to really make a difference at the wide receiver position. Devontae Adams is old, like you guys said. He is a target. People are going to key in on him. Cooper Kupp might be there, but then the Rams won't probably trade him to us since we're in the same division. So you're kind of hand-tied with what you got at wide receiver, so you're going to have to figure out a way to make it work. But addressing the trenches is going to give you a huge boost, I feel like, going next year.
That's Vince in the city. Appreciate it, Vince. 888-957-9570. Some of your biggest needs for the 49ers. What is the biggest need for the 49ers right now outside of getting some of those contracts done with Purdy, right, with Kittle, with Warner? Is it as simple as offensive line? Well, everyone's going to be looking for offensive line. And what we know about the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan, and he's made it known, and he said it, unless I'm drafting an offensive lineman who I know is going to be like a future all-pro in the top 5, like he doesn't draft offensive linemen in the first round. He just doesn't. He doesn't believe in it. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. I mean, I don't think they're in a position to scoff. If they have like an offensive lineman that falls to them in this draft, are you just in a position that says, yeah, no, actually we'll go defensive tackle? Like, again, you need some defensive line because outside of Nick Bosa, what do you really have? Leonard Floyd, you're going to cut Javon Hargrave. He's going to be a post-June 1 designation. So, yeah, there's a lot right now for this 49ers team, which, again, we go back to they have a lot of good players, but they still have a lot of holes that need to be filled as well. Can they get back to that spot they were in just a year ago in the Super Bowl? Sure. But it's going to be kind of like what the Eagles just did. You know, we were talking about the Eagles all offseason and Howie Roseman, what he was able to do, GM of the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell, just two studs right off the gate. Just nailed it right there. Cooper DeJean with the pick 6. Quinyon Mitchell, shutdown corner. And Brian Baldinger, our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, and obviously you know Baldy very well, Nick. Mm-hmm. Our guy breaks down film better than anyone. We love Baldy. He's in like the Caribbean right now, swimming with sharks. God love him. Living vicariously through Baldy. You know, he said Quinyon Mitchell might be the best shutdown corner in the league as a rookie. Like, that's incredible for me. Can the 49ers have that sort of an impactful draft? They're going to need to, I feel like, if they want to get back to this spot they want to be in, Nick.
Spadone, I think the difference for where the Niners are right now compared to where they've been is when we would have conversations about the Niners over the last 5 years or so, there didn't feel like there were that many question marks compared to this moment. It felt like, all right, we know what we're getting from most of these places. For years, the conversation was, is Jimmy the guy? Can he be the guy? maybe to a lesser extent now, it's once Purdy gets this deal done, can he lift them to a different place? But right now on the roster, especially in the haze of whatever happens with Debo, it's kind of like, all right, well, who's going to take the next step? And are the picks that do come in that Lynch and Shanahan make, are they going to be able to have an immediate impact? It just feels like when you start to have more questions than really rock-solid answers, that is always an issue. And any team in the NFL starts the season with some question marks. Feels like the Niners have more than we're used to seeing.
Speaking of another question mark, and this is going to tie into the injury report right after I play this cut from Matt Barrows. Again, covers the team for The Athletic. Thank you to Matty Barrows for joining our station early on this week with some great Niner nuggets. It's been all NBA so far this week, but it is refreshing to talk about the red and gold in this 49ers team because there's so much drama. It's a 24/7, 365 league now, whether it's NBA, NFL, but especially in the NFL. It is just 24/7, 365 when it comes to the draft. You got the combine next week, free agencies around the corner, which is like Christmas, right? You get the new league year. There's a lot to break down. Dre Greenlaw, who was a vital piece of this team in that championship run. You missed him this year, had the Achilles. He came back, got hurt again. What do we get with Dre Greenlaw? Are the Niners going to re-sign him, or could he walk potentially? Here's Matt Barrows talking about Dre Greenlaw, Fred Warner's sidekick.
In the 49ers' favor, you have the fact that he was coming off an Achilles last year. He played exactly one half of football. That's going to make most teams hesitant about giving him a big money deal. The 49ers would probably be more apt to do that because they know who Dre Greenlaw is. The hitch is that there's some other guys out there in the NFL who know exactly who Dre Greenlaw is as well. And I'm talking about Adam Peters with the Washington Commanders. There's some coaches out there, D'Amico Ryans, for example. Ethan Waugh is the interim GM in Jacksonville. He was with the 49ers when they drafted Greenlaw in 2019. So, there are some, very easily identifiable suitors out there for him. And the other part of the equation is I wonder whether Greenlaw just wants an opportunity to be the guy at linebacker somewhere else. Azeez Al-Shaair got that opportunity in Tennessee a couple of years ago and is now the middle linebacker in Houston under D'Amico Ryans. If Dre Greenlaw stays here, he's second fiddle to Fred Warner probably for the rest of his career. I wouldn't be surprised if, in his heart of hearts, he wants to kind of strike out, get a big deal, but also be the guy to prove to everyone that he can be the Fred Warner for his own team.
And that would be such a loss, not only the physical skill set and what he brings, but it's that X factor of emotion and what he brings, that physicality and that aggressive nature in playing on that edge, Nick. That 49ers defense last year missed that more than anything else. They did not play with an edge at all. They got bullied constantly, whether it was in the first, the second, or the third levels of that defense, got absolutely bullied. I want to pick this conversation up on the other side because we are up against it, and it is time for the injury report. By the way, real quick before I get to the injury report, Bobby Portis, this is according to Shams Charania of ESPN, Bobby Portis suspended 25 games for violating the anti-drug policy, Nick Friedel.
Wow.
Yeah, we'll get your thoughts on that on the other side.
All I remember is Bobby Portis in Chicago, and all his teammates used to call him Crazy Eyes because they never knew how he was going to.
Is that what Nikola Mirotic was calling him too? And he got sucked in the face.
Man. It was even before that, but oh man, I feel bad for Bobby, but yikes.
The battle for the soul. Relax with this. The battle for the soul of North America is tonight. Team USA is expected to have both of the Tkachuk brothers available on the ice versus Canada. Matthew Tkachuk was unavailable for USA's loss to Sweden due to a lower body injury, but was cleared for action tonight. I like how you spelled Sweden, Sweeden. His brother Brady was dealing with a lower body injury that limited him to just 2 minutes of ice time versus Sweden. You did it again. Despite missing practice yesterday, he is also expected to skate tonight in the Four Nations Championship game. The Injury Report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Spadoni, it's Friedel, it's the Morning Roast. We're halfway home, baby, on a Thursday.
Dan Daly, the administrator.
That's Thanos, a.k.a. Nick Friedel, in studio all week. Joe Spadoni here. We're halfway home here on this Thursday in the Bay. It's beautiful. The sun is out. The sun is shining, Nick Friedel. Nick Friedel comes to the Bay Area. He flies in. The sun comes out. Look at that.
That's all it takes, Mr. Spadoni. I can't wait to go see another neighborhood I didn't get to get to view much while I actually lived out here.
Where are you going next? Marina? Where are you going? Going to Carter's neck
come
of the
on
woods?
now. The one place I have seen a few times and lived in is the Marina, baby.
There you go. I'm not mad at that.
A little brazen head action late at night.
Absolutely.
Know?
Let's go. Carter's all in on that. I'm going to nod and agree like I know what you guys are talking about. Good morning to all of you. Just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school, whatever it is. If you're having a 4-day weekend, if you're just going like, you know what, I'm out today. I'm out. You know what? I'm using a sick day. I'm using a personal day. I'm out. And you're checking out us on Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube. We appreciate it. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online. Or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. So, the breaking news right now, it's all over. It's Bobby Portis suspended 25 games for violating the anti-drug policy. That per Shams Charania of ESPN. Is it Shams or Shams, by the way?
Shams.
It is. Okay. Because I always get, it's one of those where it's just like, I don't know. But you're tight with him, as we know. Get the drop. There you go. His boy, Shams, excuse me. But we're talking about, the Niners. We're talking about Debo. We're talking about Dre Greenlaw. We talk Fred Warner, Purdy, and vibes around the team. Just not where they need to be right now. But the vibes at the Golden State Warriors are getting better, and they're increasing. Why? Well, the addition of Jimmy Butler, but also this update from Warriors PR yesterday, Nick Friedel. Warriors forward Jonathan Kuminga, who suffered a sprained right ankle on January 4th versus Memphis and has missed the last 21 games, returned to team practice yesterday at Chase Center for the first time since sustaining the injury. His return to game action will be based on his continued progress and physical readiness. JK could not have come at a better time, Nick Friedel.
He's on the way. That is always a tell from a PR staff that we're only a couple more steps from a few more practices usually to get him back on the floor. Spadone, obviously the Warriors are going to be more cautious because he has been out so long. But we'd all agree, with Kuminga out there on the floor, it brings a different dimension to this Warriors group. What I am so interested in as the practices start up again and as Kuminga starts to feel better on that ankle, how does he fit alongside Jimmy Butler? So much of the last couple weeks has been, well, Jimmy fits. We know he can get to the line. He's the yin to Steph's yang as far as offense. They can both create their shots. Kuminga was playing very well before he got hurt, but Kuminga was playing on a team without Jimmy Butler, and at times, because of where Steph and Draymond were, he had to carry a lot of the offensive load in certain games. How does he fit in, knowing what's on the line for him, not only the rest of this year, going into the summer, and hoping that he gets that next contract deal?
It's also that. It's also the adjustment from all these players, right, that have been now, you have the addition. I'm thinking about guys like on the fringes that are going to be important pieces going forward, though. A guy like a Brandon Pajemski, a guy like a Moses Moody, Quentin Post at times, right? Buddy Hield, like the minute allocation and their roles on this team now. So not only do you make a huge trade for Jimmy Butler to bring him in, I should say, and the amount of minutes he's going to get and the amount of attention he's going to garner, but now you bring Jonathan Kuminga back into the fold. So how are things going to change there? That's up to Steve Kerr, the head coach. And so I look at Steve, and maybe he does have the biggest adjustment. If we go outside of the players, it's Steve trying to figure out this Tetris puzzle, this Rubik's Cube, if you will, this, as we've been talking, just finding out what fits and what doesn't. And, we were talking to Tim Hardaway earlier in the week, Hall of Famer, obviously a Warriors and Heat legend. And, we were asking about, how does, Jonathan Kuminga, integrate himself into this new lineup? Just be yourself, play who you are, be who you are. Just go out there and be Jonathan Kuminga. Is Jonathan Kuminga going to have to play differently at all, do you think, Nick, when he does come back out there? Or is it as simple as Tim Hardaway puts it and says, just play your game? Is it just putting your head down, getting to the line, being aggressive, trying to attack the glass? Again, his three-point shot, I think when it's in rhythm and it's a quick pass, hey, pull up, great. If he has to think about it and he has to, just to take a quick one or two dribbles, it's usually not going in. I do think his mid-range game is underrated. I think he can get to his shot. He's a big athletic guy. He can get to that shot, that Wiggins, that Jimmy Butler type of mid-range shot. He has that in his arsenal. But is it as simple as saying, you know what, JK comes back and he just needs to be who he was prior to the injury?
It's very simple in theory, Spadone, that if you're Kuminga, yeah, I'll just play the way I was playing. But as we know, it wasn't the same personnel out there on the floor. What I'm curious about for Steve Kerr and that coaching staff is, how do you get a young player like Kuminga, who was having so much success in various doses before that injury, to play at a level where he's not trying to press too hard to fit back in? On top of, we know what that contract extension potentially could be over the summer. We know what he wants and what his agent wants moving forward. But how do you get a young player to stop thinking about that going into the stretch drive of the year? This is where the mindset of Jonathan Kuminga becomes most important to me for anything that the Warriors do. If he's pressing too much and he's saying, I got to put up my numbers, I have to try and stand out a little bit in this star-studded group now with Jimmy Butler, if he presses, that could spell a lot of messy lineup combinations and rotation sets for Kerr and his staff. If Kuminga comes out and just says, I'm going to fit in for the best of the group, my time and my money will come, well, then the Warriors are going to be set up not only to make potentially a solid playoff run into the summer, Kuminga will get paid, and if they believe that he can be the guy that they hope he can be, I'll tell you exactly who will sign off on it. It'll be Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and now, because of his standing in the league and the fact that the Warriors just paid him some big, big money for the next couple of years, it'll be Jimmy Butler as well.
Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA Radio, joined Steiny and Goo yesterday. Geltzy, on Jonathan Kuminga's return, he thinks it's going to be a godsend, Nick.
But I will also say this, when Kuminga comes back, he's going to be a godsend, because the one other element they're missing is that uber athletic guy, and I think Jonathan Kuminga can absolutely be that. And Kuminga, with not having to be a lead guy and just kind of having what he gives you be extra and be gravy, and knowing that if he's not playing great, you have the luxury of sitting him down, that's the perfect scenario for Jonathan Kuminga 2025.
And that's the tricky part, as you just alluded to. It's like, yeah, it's easy on one aspect to say, hey, the load's going to be lessened off him. He doesn't need to be that number 2 scorer for this team going forward because he got Jimmy Butler. But if I'm Jonathan Kuminga, don't I like being the second leading scorer? Because that's something my agent's going to use in negotiations. That's something I'm going to say. Like, listen, when I was out there with Steph, when I was the number 2 guy, I was producing. Well, you bumped me down to the 3 guy. You reduced my minutes. Why do you think I'm not producing as much? So it goes back to the contract negotiations always with this stuff. And we're projecting a little bit here. But for the here and now, like, I agree with Geltzeiler. You have an older team, an older trio in Steph, Dre, and Jimmy. You need, especially in the Western Conference, as we were talking about getting our head over our heels when it comes to championship aspirations, right? Mm-hmm. You just think of the West, it is young, it is fast, it is big. What is Jonathan Kuminga? All of those things.
Check, check, check.
You need all of those. And that's what some of those guys lack on your team. Yes, Steph can still be quicker than most. He can still get his shot off. He can still be that guy offensively. Defensively, you know what you're getting. You're not getting much. Jimmy Butler, he's very strong. He is big. Quickness, not as much, right?
The defense that is still very good isn't to the level it used to be even a couple years ago in Miami.
And I'd say the same with Draymond Green. Big guy, big body still, great defensively at times, not as consistent, can still be a good ball handler and a playmaker, and his shot will go down occasionally, but he's not a traditional scorer. So I'm going to need Jonathan Kuminga to be that guy that can pick up all of the weaknesses of those big 3 now that we're calling it, that can he be that guy to pick up where those guys are now leaving off at that end of the table?
I think he can. I think he can fill in some of the gaps the same way Jimmy did for this group, Spadone, but it is interesting in the contract negotiation context, because what was the story that came out last year? Jonathan Kuminga and Steve Kerr aren't on the same page.
Yeah.
And historically in the league, usually that's coming from an agent somewhere trying to push their client's best interests or what they believe to be their best interest to the forefront. The issue for the Warriors is now you're closer to those contract negotiations. You've got to figure out if Kuminga is a piece that you want to continue to build around for your franchise or potentially put him in some kind of sign and trade. I am intrigued by the idea that Kuminga is needed on this team for them to be at their best. But in order to be at their best, he might have to make a personal sacrifice where he's not putting up those numbers every night that he would want to. Is he at the place in his career where he feels comfortable doing that? The greater good of the team over the good of oneself at a time when it behooves a young player to put up those numbers that you're talking about and get those extra minutes. If Kuminga can do that, I think it'll go a long way for goodwill towards his feelings about the Warriors and the Warriors' feelings about him.
He's still only 22, which is insane. He's still so young in regards, and he was so raw when he came out of the G League Ignite, right? And we've been talking about this in the, what is it? What's the word I'm looking for? It'll hit me in a second, but you talk about him as a player coming out, and you had the more polished Moses Moody, obviously, from Arkansas. He was one and done, but he was an old soul. And you keep talking about potential, right? That's the word I wanted to say. Potential with Jonathan Kuminga, and he's finally reaching that, and then he gets hurt, and now he's back to this whole different scenario. I just hope we as a fan base could have some patience for Jonathan, too. Like, I don't want him to go out there and he struggles a couple games. It's like, oh, well, he's ruining all this. We got to, I don't think we can sign him. Let's as we're watching with the Lakers and Luka Doncic, who's been struggling in the first few games, and Luka, he's an all-pro 5 times, whatever it is, all-NBA, excuse me. Let's give Jonathan Kuminga a little grace here, Nick, before we start crushing it in his fit with this team, because this is a very, as far as fitting in now, being out, it's almost like, when you're in school and you're really sick or you had to do something or you lost someone, there's a tragedy, and you were gone a long time. And all of a sudden you come back and there's a new teacher that's teaching the class, and it's just...
What happened?
What happened? Like, whoa, I feel lost. I feel like I'm not catching up now. My routine's out of whack. Like, there's going to be an adjustment period for Jonathan. I just hope the fan base and Dub Nation can give him some grace in this, because he might be pushing a little bit, as you're saying.
I think it's a very human reaction if he does. But Spadone, what I'm curious about is, how does the fan base feel as Kuminga as a building block for the future? We know what he's done in these first couple years, and we have seen, and always the key word that pops up with Kuminga to this point, the flashes that have appeared. But do Warriors fans believe that he is the type of guy who's going to develop, improve, and become one of the key building blocks on a team that all of a sudden has hope again and has at least the mirage of a championship on its horizon, despite what Draymond said repeatedly over All-Star Weekend? I just don't feel like the fan base is 100% in either direction, that Kuminga is going to be the next piece that they need, or that they're ready to give up and say, all right, let's move Kuminga in the summer, get the deal done, put him in a sign and trade, and get somebody who's a little bit older and a little bit more polished in here, and let's see what can happen.
It's almost funny because in a way, and I get it, his assets and what he brings to the table are different than this player, but it's almost like if it doesn't work out and you do move off of him and it's a sign and trade, or we'll see, you sign him or you don't. Andrew Wiggins as a player right now could still, if you just imagine Andrew Wiggins with Jimmy Butler and Steph and Draymond, because Wiggins is young enough too, where you could have looked at those top 4 and be like, wow, that's something there. Now, Miami, what were they asking for? What were the Warriors? They didn't want to give up Jonathan Kuminga, and now they wanted to keep him. He's a huge huge piece.
They must have been asking for Kuminga prior to
Correct.
the real breakdown at the end with Jimmy in Miami.
Because obviously the talks got to a point where his value was just completely tanked. Pat Riley knew, Eric Spoelstra knew, we need to get something for this guy.
And get him out of here.
And get him out of here. And they did that, and they settled. And they got Andrew Wiggins, who, again, nice piece. Doesn't have the future potentially of a Jonathan Kuminga, but is a nice piece. Was the second plus player on a championship team at one point. And you know what you're going to get off the court. He's going to be a lunch pail guy. He's going to go there. He's not going to get hurt generally. He's going to be available. You know what you got there. But it almost feels like, if I was adding Andrew Wiggins back to this team instead of a Jonathan Kuminga, it'd be a lot easier because you know what Andrew Wiggins you're going to get. You're not going to get a guy that could potentially be frustrated with his role. You know what his role was going to be. I mean, just think about last year with Andrew Wiggins. And listen, people are probably tuning in saying, is Spinoni insinuating that they should have traded Kuminga and kept Wiggins? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's levels to players and their roles and what you expect out of them going forward. And Jonathan Kuminga is a wild card in this scenario because he is so young and because he is trying to get a contract for the first time, a big contract outside of his rookie deal. And I don't know what to expect from him going forward because he's coming to a brand new team, basically. Brand new is strong, but Jimmy Butler is on the team. He left when you had, Andrew Wiggins and Kyle Anderson and DeAnthony Melton and all those guys. DeAnthony Melton was out prior to that, but you get what I'm saying. I don't know what to expect from Jonathan Kuminga. I don't.
I just think this is a perfect moment to remind everybody that the Warriors have Kuminga and he continues to improve. And they got Wiggins. And who did they trade to get both of those guys, Spadone? D'Angelo Russell. And so as we're talking through this morning about roster building and where do you feel most comfortable and which team's vibes are feeling the best, it is so critical to remember that in order to give yourselves the best chances at winning these titles, of course it comes down to the stars, always the Stephs and the Draymonds, and before the injuries piled up, Clay when he was still here, and getting Kevin Durant to sign off on coming here. But it is those other moves under the radar that always, always, always make such a big difference. And that move specifically with Wiggins and the pick that became Kuminga for D'Angelo Russell to Minnesota, for the missteps that the Warriors front office have made, certainly in the draft, and James Wiseman at number 2 comes right to the forefront. That trade was an absolute home run for then Bob Myers and that staff.
Jonathan Kuminga, is he the team's, when he comes back here, is he the team's third best player or fourth best player? Are you ranking Draymond ahead of him in this hierarchy?
I would still put Draymond ahead of him because Draymond, when he's locked in defensively, is unbelievable still. Kuminga probably has more ability to impact the game on both ends. I don't think that's in any question. But Draymond, after so many years playing at such a high level on the defensive end, can sway things at a level that Kuminga just hasn't shown to do yet.
See, I'm looking at this final stretch here, and if he can pick up where he left off and he can push for that third spot in the hierarchy of this team, not to say that he's going to be the leader of Draymond. Draymond, he's cemented his status with this team. He's one of the leaders of it. He's the team's best defensive player. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying if Steph doesn't have it, if Jimmy, the shots aren't falling, I could lean on Jonathan Kuminga. And if he could be that guy going forward, I think, you could absolutely be talking about Western Conference Finals for this team, because if he could continue what he did prior to the injury and that trajectory he was on, see, that's why I'm thinking we're looking at this in the way of we're adding like a sixth man, we're adding like a fourth guy. But if you look at it in this lens, and I was listening to the crosstalk yesterday with Steiny, Goo, Willard, and Dibbs, and they're talking about, duos or trios in the league right now, or who are you taking over Steph, Dre, and Jimmy right now? How many trios or duos are you taking over just Steph and Jimmy as well? I was like, well, what if I said it was, Steph, Jimmy, and Kuminga? How if we viewed it about that? Because I do think we're shortchanging his abilities offensively a little bit here and what he can give, because I know Draymond as a playmaker is great, but I've seen Kuminga with the best of them drive to the hoop, get to the foul line, the 3-point shots going, the mid-range is going. there's a potential here. Again, that word potential. This could be special with those top three guys if Kuminga turns into the player that many think he could be, Nick.
Spadone, if Kuminga turns into that player, two things will absolutely happen. One, the window and ceiling for this team become a lot wider and a lot higher, and you start to think more seriously about, all right, is there one more legit push within them? Number two, if Jonathan Kuminga over the next 2 months of the regular season and however long they were to go in the playoffs becomes the third guy on this team, he's going to get paid exactly what he wants. There's not going to be a fight going back and forth between player and organization saying, I don't know, why don't you go try to find that somewhere else and bring it back to us? If he takes that kind of step, the Warriors are in great shape, and so is Kuminga from a financial standpoint.
888-957-9570. Dub fans, where are we at with Jonathan Kuminga? What are your expectations of Jonathan Kuminga when he does rejoin this team with Jimmy Butler, that new addition? How is he going to fit in there? Are you expecting Steve Kerr to slowly integrate him back? Is he going to be coming off the bench? Probably. There's so many different angles with the Jonathan Kuminga discussion. I would love to hear Dub Nation's thoughts. 888-957-9570. As we're talking about vibes this morning, doing vibe checks and all the teams. How are we feeling about the Niners? Well, we're a little down on theirs. We're feeling great about the Warriors. And, we actually asked the question early on in the week about, Steph winning his fifth in comparison to, the San Francisco 49ers. If they want their quest for six, right? There's 6 Lombardi. I was like, oh, give me Steph's fifth. Absolutely. And if Jonathan Kuminga is a part of that and he helps Steph get his 5th ring, oh, yeah, that guy's getting paid. Maybe not this year or next year, but he's going to be also not getting paid. He's going to be getting legend status because not only do you have a building block for now, Nick Friedel, he's 22. He's 22. He could be doing this for the next decade for the organization. That's why I'm so hesitant on moving off a guy like that, because the tantalizing aspect of his play, and quite frankly, there's not another young guy on this team right now where I'm like, yeah, that's going to be a huge building block for the future. Like, I like Moses Moody. He's a solid piece. I like Brandon Pajemski. Solid piece. Trace Jackson Davis at times. Solid. Quentin Post for a cup of coffee. Guy Santos. Great. But Jonathan Kuminga is the guy where it's like, if this guy hits, we hit on something for the next decade plus. And that sells me on the future past Steph. And that's why I'm going to be locked in going forward with this team, not being like the Chicago Bulls post-Jordan, right?
Spadone, if Kuminga hits to the star level that the Warriors hope he can, he is the only one of that group who has that possibility within him. Yeah. I think you laid it out really nicely. You have a bunch of young players who could be key pieces. Kuminga could be one of the pieces, and that is such a huge difference as you're trying to retool on the fly with Steph still being the Steph level that he's at.
We're up against it. We're going to take a quick break. Come on back. Let's come back with the game is brought to you by Safeway. More of your calls, more of your texts. Jonathan Kuminga, his return is imminent. The Warriors, they're back in action tomorrow against the Sacramento Kings. We're breaking it all down right here on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Friedel on 95.7 The Game.
Head to Safeway.
Oh, man, I'm a roaster.
Yeah, we'll remember that one, Oreo, not the one you tried to do yesterday on our airwaves. Spadoni and Friedel. It's the morning roast. Nick Friedel in for Joe Shaskin this week.
Oreo.
Yeah, if you missed it, Oreo Cookie tried to do a new rhyme. Something he tried to do. We posted on our social at Morning Roast 957 if you want to check that out. He kept saying the word click for some reason. Click. Yeah, that's what he kept going with. He was going to full Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back, the click commander, if you will. Those that know. We'll get to Dave in Fresno here in a second. By the way, I had a reference earlier when we were mentioning Sweden because Sweden was part of the Four Nations face-off, along with Finland and Canada and USA are obviously playing tonight in the championship matchup for the NHL. But, I had the reference, Nick, that my bum is on the Swedish. And you got it immediately. And Sam just looked at me like, what did you just say? And then I asked Evan, I told him, I was like, my bum is on the Swedish. Evan's like, huh? What?
Oh, boy.
You got it immediately. Tom Green. My bum is everywhere, right? Like, he was on TRL all the time. He made it as a joke to get on TRL and get voted #1 all those weeks in a row. Again, throwback, Total Request Live, MTV. We're going way back here. But, like, those guys are the same age as me and they didn't get it. I was like, come on. You guys don't remember that?
Spadone, the longer I have been in the studio this week, the more I'm feeling like David West on the end of those Warriors titles teams. Like the vet who was looking for that ring at the end, who was learning from all these younger guys, all this different stuff, trying to pass out some life lessons along the way. But when you were like, oh, yeah, you got that one, I'm like, yes. The idea that nobody else would pick that up is just... Woo,
yeah,
way over my head.
Well, exactly, right? And we're talking about, the old guys. Now, you mentioned David West. Now Steph's the old guy. Now Draymond and Jimmy are the old guys. And now this young guy, Jonathan Kuminga's coming back. And expectations there, right? And speaking of Steph Curry real quick, and we're going to get to Dave in Fresno. I'll get to you in a second, Dave, because he has some thoughts on Steph Curry. Brian Geltzeiler, we played one of his clips earlier. Check this out. Geltzy blaming one Steph Curry for how All-Star Game
weekend. You don't hear
weekend.
that sentence really ever pop up much at all.
Never.
Somebody blaming Steph for anything.
Anything, right? Well, here's Geltzeiler on yesterday, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, talking about the bad look for Steph Curry over the weekend.
I don't think it was a good look for Steph Curry with the All-Star Game at the Chase Center in San Francisco to be sitting there courtside while Draymond Green, Moses Moody, and Buddy Hield represented the organization. And I know he had other corporate commitments and all that. He was there. Put on a uniform and take some shots. I know it was supposed to be a shooting contest between him and Sabrina Ionescu. I know that was canceled at the last minute. You know what? Put on a cape and come out and shoot three-pointers with everybody like they want to see you do. At one point or another, okay, can we stop making excuses for players? And I know Curry's accolades for what he's gotten, MVPs in the All-Star Game, three-point shooting contest wins, all of that stuff. It doesn't substitute for competitive fire in the last 5 minutes of the game.
Wow. You agreeing with Geltzy there, Nick, that it was just not a good look for Curry over the weekend, not participating?
I was shocked that they didn't have him out there for something. And that's why, to me, Spadone, it's not just on Steph, it's on the league. I could not figure 2 days before, whenever that news came down, oh, well, Steph and Sabrina Ionescu aren't going to do the same kind of shooting contest. And I know they tried to get Caitlin Clark, as they should have, because she has so much power and sway day to day now in the basketball world. But I wouldn't have pushed it to the point that Brian did there. Where I would tend to agree with him on is Steph is the face of this All-Star weekend. Steph is the face of basketball out in the Bay, always will be. You have the marquee event, what's turned into it, that three-point contest, and the fact that Steph wasn't in it and it was Buddy Hield. Yeah, I was kind of like, huh? What is this? So Steph's done a million different good things. This is not something that people are going to remember forever. But yeah, I was in the group that went, I'm texting my friends that are out there in the moment. I'm like, where the hell is Steph? Why didn't the league get him to do something? Even if he says, I don't want to do the 3-point contest.
I mean, he won the All-Star Game MVP. Isn't that something? Isn't like the award of the weekend? And it was his home court. Like, he played in that. Like, LeBron didn't play in it. Steph did. He's home. Like, I get it if he didn't play in the All-Star Game. And it's like, okay, like, what the hell are we doing here? Like, if he wasn't that hurt, like, sure. But because he didn't participate in the 3-point contest, he's already won that before. Yeah. Like, and I get it. It's here.
And that's why I don't think it was so much have him in the 3-point contest. It was the idea that he wasn't out there doing something. Yeah. Create some kind of something for Steph Curry to shoot from distance, because that is what draws people in and always will.
Well, as we're learning here over the weekend, that the NBA, the product and what they put out there for All-Star Weekend was more on the NBA and TNT and that whole conglomerate. That was the problem. It wasn't because Stephen Curry didn't take part in 3-point contests. Put your stars in positions to succeed, right? It goes back to coaching, right? Put your players and your star products in positions to succeed. That's why we love what the NFL always does. Well, hell, even Major League Baseball to an extent. Like, you got to put Steph in a position where he's not, he's not LeBron. He's not Kevin Durant. Steph is his own personality. He's his own guy. And yeah, I agree with Brian that he should have been a bigger star this weekend, but that's not on him. That's on the league to put him in a position to succeed. Dave is in Fresno. He wants to join in the conversation in regards to Steph Curry and the Warriors season. What's up, Dave? You're on with Spadoni and Friedel.
Good morning, fellas. I think the conversation with the Warriors, I think fans they're anxious this year because we all see Steph Curry, the years they're counting down. So it's coming to an end. So I think, the move to get Jimmy Butler, it was something that needed to be done. They had to do something because I believe Steph is the most beloved Bay Area sports star ever. The totality of what he meant to this area, to that team, to the league. So we as Warriors fans and Steph fans, we just want to see him go out on top one more time, because that's how much support he has from the fan base. That's why there was trade talk. That's why there's constant calls. That's why there's daily conversations of that hunger to win at least one more. And I think you brought up a great little point the other day, where I think some would take a championship for Steph over a 30-year drought Super Bowl for the 49ers as a Bay Area, So, I just think that he's just been so perfect. Like, there's nothing wrong you can say about him on and off the court. He just means so much to a whole lot of people. So, that's why we were clamoring for KD, Jimmy, something, because we cannot see him go out like this. Where he's playing for playing games. Like, no, we want to see him one more time, get a chance to compete for a championship, because he's earned it and he's going to be beloved forever. So I think that's what's really got everybody really, passionate about, the whole Warrior talk. So whether it's Kuminga coming through, we don't care who comes through. We just need a win for Steph. And that's what it all comes down to.
That's Dave in Fresno, and I think Dave speaks for a lot of people and a lot of Warriors fans here, Nick, and we can throw that question out there again. Dave brought it up. It's not even close for me what the Bay Area fan wants. It's a Stephen Curry 5th ring. Steph Curry gets number 5. He has solidified himself as a top 5 player in the history of the sport and the greatest point guard in the history of the sport. He would tie Magic Johnson for rings. I think he'd be better than Magic Johnson. I think a lot of people would view him, especially if he gets this ring at 37. He's going to be 37 here in less than a month. Give me that 5th right now over a next Lombardi for the San Francisco 49ers. I don't even think it's close. 888-957-9570. If you could pick one, what would you pick? Would you pick another World Series trophy for the San Francisco Giants? Would you pick a 6th Lombardi for the San Francisco 49ers, or did you pick a 5th ring for Stephen Curry? 888-957-9570. Joe is out in Burbank, Nick. He wants to join in this Stephen Curry All-Star Game talk as well. What's up, Joe? You're on with Spadoni and Friedel.
Yeah, good morning. Let me turn the radio down. Alexa, lower volume. I just, on the criticism, first of all, good morning, guys. Always love the show. You guys do a great job. Just great stuff. But on the criticism for Steph Curry, I think, first of all, they just assume that he just doesn't want to participate in the different additional or more categories in the All-Star game. But what they may not realize is I think Steph was trying to balance recuperating with the bad knees and even the thumb that he had problems with. So maybe he said, look, I'll participate to a degree, but I need to try to reduce it or restrict it so I can kind of get a little bit of rest. So so I think really that's more the case than just him not being interested. I think that he did what he could, and he just didn't want to overdo it. I think the criticism is unjust.
Hey, Joe, you a big fan of Alexa? I heard you turned the radio to turn the radio off via Alexa.
Okay, let me turn the radio off.
No, Joe. I'm asking. That's what you're a big Alexa user. That's great. You need to download the Odyssey app though as well, because you can take that wherever you need to go, so you don't have to worry about Alexa. I appreciate you calling in, Joe. I didn't want to startle him there, but that's the first thing you say. I need to turn my radio down. Hey, Alexa, turn the radio down. It's so good.
Alexa, I need a call to defend my man Steph.
Right. It's so good.
Oh,
Siri, Alexa, or do you use any? Like, I don't use them at all.
Because it freaked me out. All those stories that came out that the thing is always listening to you.
Well, they are. The phones are in general are always listening.
Well, that's very true. I look down at my Instagram sometimes and I'm like, how did they know all of it? Mm-hmm. And it's because it's always paying attention.
Always.
But Spadone, as far as the Steph stuff, Brian Gelsinger can say what he wants. I don't think anybody is full on criticizing Steph. It's more the optics, as it always is with the NBA. Steph Curry has earned the right to do whatever the hell he wants. What is fascinating to me about people saying he should have been out there Saturday and people saying, oh, well, we really want the fifth ring and we want to make sure that Steph goes out with a bang. It's the same conversation from 3 years ago. It is the exact same thing every time with Steph, in that it was then he needs to win a finals MVP. He hasn't proven he can be the guy in the finals to lead everything that he needs from the Warriors so that they can get the fourth ring. Then he got that, and it was kind of like, what else is anybody going to say? So that's where I pump the brakes when I hear Warriors fans say, oh, well, we want him to win one more. That would really solidify his place in everything that he needs in NBA history. I'm here to tell you that place is solidified. Now, as you mentioned, he's just playing for a different place on the hierarchy of all-time point guards, all-time players. But as far as legacy is concerned, and so much of it always for NBA players is, what is my legacy going to be viewed as? How do people look at me in the years to come? Steph Curry's legacy, if he walked away today, never played again, never put up another three, it is set in stone. He's the greatest shooter we've ever seen. He's one of the greatest players we've ever seen, and he has forever changed the way the game will be viewed out here in the Bay Area.
888-957-9570. Stephen Curry, man. This guy, we were weeks away. A couple weeks ago, we were away from, it's over. It's done. And then they make this trade for Jimmy Butler, and this new hope, this new breath of fresh air that they've received here, the Dub Nation, they're believing again. Now, is it going to be a We Believe Part 2 run? Again, I don't know about that.
We Believe with Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy at this stage of
I
their
agree.
career.
It's also, We Believe is also tough because the expectations was non-existent on that We Believe team. Like, they didn't have a player of Stephen Curry's caliber or of a Jimmy Butler's caliber on those teams.
But no, as the stories have come out through the years, especially with Steven Jackson and Nelly, the idea was, hey, let's win some games and go smoke some weed.
Right.
I mean, that was the We Believe team was
not bad.
Let's go win and let's go have a party somewhere.
Right. More like We'd Believe.
Not bad. That's a 4 actually right there on Thursday. I like that.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. But the fact is, Steph has done for the Warriors every bit that he can do if he were to leave right now.
Which is why getting him his 5th ring is so damn important. Get him his 5th. That is Bay Area fan number one right now. If you disagree, if you're saying, I'd actually rather see Brock Purdy get his. Really? Let's see Kyle Shanahan. You know who really needs one right now instead of Stephen Curry? It's Kyle Shanahan. Really? No, Steph is the guy. He's always the guy. He's over. It's crazy to say this because in the history of the Bay Area, Nick, and you know your Bay Area sports history very well. You know all these different markets, but in the Bay Area, there is so much history here when it comes to the greatest of all time. Forever, it was Joe Montana, right? He was the GOAT. And then Tom Brady came along, he pushed him over, and we'll see if Patrick Mahomes takes that number 2 spot. But it was Joe Montana. It still is Jerry Rice for a lot of people. Barry Bonds didn't win a championship, but what he did in the San Francisco Giants uniform, a little different because he was a Pirate early on, but he's a Bay Area guy. So he felt like he was always our guy, right? If you were a San Francisco Giants fan. You look at Willie Mays, right? Will go down probably for most people either top 5 or number 1. If it's not Willie Mays, it's Babe Ruth for a lot of people. Or again, Barry Bonds for some people, but there's all the, cream of the clear, all that withstanding. I say all that to say this. In the greatest of the greats of all sports here, Steph Curry still stands alone as the guy for a lot of people. And they don't want to give up that hope that he can win another one. And I get that. You want to cling. And I thought it was very interesting when Steph over the weekend was talking about, I don't want my career to end like it happened with Kobe in Los Angeles. And I do think I need to urge, whenever people says, oh, it's going to end like Kobe, it's like, Kobe tore his Achilles. That was it. I mean, he was in his mid-30s, torn Achilles. It's over at that point. It's over for most people, and especially Kobe at that age, given all the talent around him or lack thereof. Steph doesn't have, knock on wood, that injury in his repertoire, and he's still playing at such a high level that people, and again, going back to Paris, people are like, God, I see it. If you just give him a shot, if you just give me some meaningful games, maybe, just maybe, we could capture the magic of a couple seasons ago. Is it likely? I don't know, probably not, but I can't knock a fan base right now for getting excited again, and I'm not going to tell them that this team can't do something special this year. Winning a title, it's going to be very difficult, very tough. But man, if we've said it all week, if you get Stephen Curry in a series, that strikes tremendous fear in the opposing fan base, the opposing players, and that opposing coaching staff. A series is different, though, than a play-in. Get to that 6th spot. It could be doable.
I think it is doable, but it would have to be such an improvement from what we've seen, Spadone, because all year with this Warriors team, what have we seen? We've seen a mediocre group that can never string together enough solid play. When you watch Steph, though, what I'm curious about as people that live and breathe the Bay Area sporting scene on a daily basis, has Steph Curry elevated himself to being the guy forever and ever when you think of Bay Area sports? Because for so long, and you just kind of went through the key figures, but it was Montana and Rice. When you talk about San Francisco, when you talk about the Bay Area and all of the greats who have come through here, has Steph risen to the level where if you were to pick that one player, I'll give you the example, Chicago, immediately Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Your football fans will say, okay, Walter Payton, maybe he's 2. But the first person, you go all across the world and you think it's Michael. Are we to a point now in the Bay where you think the first athlete that comes to mind because of all the success that they have had is Stephen Curry?
I think of this guy and Steph the way Chicagoans feel like Michael Jordan. That's a great comp. That's it, right? So MJ getting his 6th, going on that 3P, nothing's ever going to, I have a very, this feeling where it all ends here in Golden State, and we were approaching it, Nick. If they didn't do anything and they didn't bring in Jimmy Butler, we were approaching potentially kind of like that Bulls iteration after Jordan, where it's just I don't know, is it going to be the destination? You're always going to have that shadow of Stephen Curry to live up to. It's be very different. Now, ownership goes a long way. Joe Lacob as an owner, as far as I'm concerned, over Jerry Reinsdorf, all day, twice on Sunday. It's not even close. Not even close, Nick.
10 times on
and you know
Sunday.
Joe, right? Come on. It's not even close.
And I know the Reinsdorfs.
Exactly, right. You know both. You know both parties. So it's not even close. But to your point, Like, how many markets can you say that right now? Like, how many other players in their given markets mean more than Stephen Curry? Like, give me one right now. I don't think there is one.
Well, it's way more than LeBron in LA because LeBron has only been in LA for a small amount of time. The beauty of Steph's career and the way he's developed as a player out here is that he's been out here the whole way.
Right.
It was in Oakland for all those years. Now it's in San Francisco. He said, this is where I want to not only be remembered, but this is where I have the roots now. It started in Charlotte where he grew up, but now it is the Bay. And that's why, as I've been lucky enough to travel, and we were talking about it earlier in the show, when you tell people that you lived out in the Bay Area, that you lived in Oakland, San Francisco, the universal unifying theme always seems to be sports. And when I mention San Francisco now, the person that pops up in the conversation generally first above anybody else is Stephen Curry. And that's why, to me, and I might be too close to it because I covered those teams. I've gotten to know Steph through the years. I appreciate what he has done for the game and certainly for the organization here. But I just think as we go through All-Star Weekend and we hear a little of the criticism, oh, he should have done a little bit more, he should have done this or that. Steph Curry is on a level now, Spadone, where you think of San Francisco and Oakland and the region as a whole, and the name that unifies that region with the rest of the world is the guy that shoots the long-range shot better than anyone we've ever seen, and the guy, more importantly, who carries himself the way he does off the floor as well. It's
The only other comp I could think of, and this guy doesn't even play for that team anymore, so it's not even there, but it'd be, Lionel Messi with Barcelona. That's the level we're talking about right now. Like, I get it. Alexander Ovechkin with the Washington Capitals. I get, again, hockey's a little different. It's hard. Ovechkin means he is their franchise, right? And he's trying to chase the Gretzky's record, all-time goal scored. But even then, I was like, no, Ovechkin is not what Steph is here into this region. He's just not.
The only guy I think right now who would be on that Steph level, although Steph has the years on him in the pedigree championship-wise, is Patrick Mahomes. Because when you think of Kansas City, you think of the Chiefs and the Super Bowls. Who's the face of that team? Who will be the face of that team forever and ever? Patrick Mahomes. And it's interesting, Spadone, because I've heard Steph mention Mahomes now in some press conferences through time. And I think there's always a respect between those two guys, especially because they know what it means to be in one place and be the face of a whole state, a whole area, in this case, in the Bay, a region. Those two guys know what that mantle feels like. And I think that's why they appreciate what each other has been able to accomplish so much more.
You got one, Carter? Who's on that Steph Curry level right now at their franchise?
This is looking at it from a totally different aspect.
It's all right. Keep going. No, it's all right. Sam's in the background. Keep going, Carter. I can hear him.
This is looking at it from a totally different aspect, but I was thinking, and in terms of meaning something to a franchise, that Wemby could be up there just because you're looking at he's the promise of getting San Antonio back to where they used to be. On top of that, San Antonio is a town that only has the Spurs to look forward to. So,
sure, but also I just saw, and again, it's a different comp because I just saw Luka Doncic get traded, so maybe I'm just being more cynical here. I was like, yeah, well, Wemby can get traded in a couple of years. Like, you're not trading Stephen Curry is what I'm getting at. Like, there could be like, to your point, yes, they love Wemby right now. He's only been there a year and a half. The future is part of that. But when I say Steph Curry, that is a level of, he is ingrained not only in the team and to the fan base, but the region. Is Wemby ingrained in? Is he part of San Antonio culture at this point?
He's looking to be potentially the greatest defensive player ever, correct?
Looking to be.
Carter, I see where you're going because I think Wemby is literally the only guy I can think of that younger group who just would not be moved. That one, that'd be way worse than Luka. People would just
way worse.
Be losing their minds. Like you traded the dude who's 7'5", who's
the
this
alien,
incredible defender who can shoot it from all over. I think he could get there, but it would take another 10, 15 years or so. What always made Steph so special, and again, this goes back to the Mahomes comparison, is that Steph only ever talked about how much he wanted to stay in one place. I think as far as NBA players go, there's only one other guy that I could put on that level now, and it's Giannis. Because Giannis has a global following. He's from Greece. He was drafted by the Bucks. He's been developed in an organization that has catered to him at every turn and believed that he could be that guy. Giannis, when you go through any part of the world and you say Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the first thing they're going to mention is Giannis Antetokounmpo. When you go anywhere now and you tell them San Francisco, Oakland, sure, there might be some people who say Jerry Rice, Joe Montana. But again, if Steph were to win one more, I don't think it matters as far as his legacy and where it stands now. But if you said it one more time and he win it, I think Steph has become that guy out here.
So even Giannis, though, Giannis says some interesting things where he can be cryptic at times when it comes to his future.
Oh, yeah.
You've seen that in the last couple seasons. Like, Steph's never done that here. Steph's never done that. And I get it. Milwaukee's probably not like the most glamorous place, but even like Aaron Rodgers prior to that was probably like Mr. Milwaukee, right? Green Bay Packer. Oh, Aaron Rodgers is going to be a Packer forever, but he kept producing into his 40s. He drafted Jordan Love. You saw the writing on the wall. So Giannis is a good one. Jokic, do you see Jokic going anywhere? I think he loves Denver. I think he loves that everyone leaves him alone over there. I think he loves the organization. But Jokic, again, is different because he doesn't have that big personality of a Giannis either. He doesn't want to be in the media. He doesn't want to be he wants to go home with his horses, do the horse races in Serbia.
And that's all legit.
Yeah.
You've got to
He's not being phony.
You've got to be whoever you are for fans to rally around you and believe in the messaging that you're trying to sell off the floor and support you on it. I'll always give Jokic credit for that, Spadone, because people say, oh, he could do more for the league. He could sell himself more. That's not who he is. He just doesn't really care about that part of the spotlight. Steph has always understood his place in the game, his standing, and I've always appreciated, certainly from a journalistic side, Steph is out there every night. Now, whether or not he has the most memorable quotes in the world, that's a different story. He knows the responsibility that comes with being one of the faces of the game. LeBron is also very good about this as well. Most nights after they play, there's LeBron sitting in front of his locker answering questions. But all of that is part of how you build up a reputation for yourself in your profession and for the city or region in which you represent. And I don't think anybody in pro sports right now is doing that better than Steph, which is why he is what will be remembered moving forward for years to come as the guy, the person, the player that unifies the Bay with every other place in the world.
I think it's funny. We started this conversation with the Brian Geltzeiler quote of like All-Star Saturday was a bad look for Curry. And now we're just talking about him being the most beloved athlete in the and given his franchise.
It's usually how it works
region,
in the Steph cycle.
Right? The Steph cycle, right? Like you just, again, bad look. I just never look at that for you. You can say Curry's had some bad turnovers in some big spots, sure. But like bad quotes, bad press, the guy is Mr. Perfect. He is like, I'd say he's everyone you want. He is the quintessential role model when it comes to all things star player. That is what you want.
You heard it, and we saw those clips start to pop out on social media yesterday, Spadone. I know some people have watched that Netflix documentary that was following the Olympics and that Team USA gold run. You heard it from Steve Kerr. He's sitting there saying Steph Curry is the greatest, and he used some other language, but the greatest human being he's ever been around. he's repeated a very similar message for years and years, just discussing how much he enjoys Steph and how lucky the Warriors are to have him. I would take it a step further, though, and tell you, I remember talking to Bob McKillop, Steph's coach at Davidson, and he said, look, I think the guy could end up running for president. And, of course, Steph kind of poo-poos all that,
No, we got Stephen A. doing that instead.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Stephen A. will be running the White House at some point, but
don't be disrespectful.
you guys laugh at that.
I think
what happened?
I don't think you can laugh at much anymore. But
I laugh at all.
As far as Steph goes, I don't think it is out of the realm in any stretch, because as a public persona, he knows how to carry himself. People trust him, and they appreciate the personality that he brings to work every day.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. We actually have a little clip from Stephen Curry's three-pointer to beat France from that Court of Gold documentary on Netflix. Let's take a listen, Nick.
So I knew time and score, we wanted to kind of run it down as much as possible. And so I was on the wing and I saw a double team coming. Naturally, I just took a dribble and threw it to KD. I thought he was going to swing it to LeBron because LeBron was open on the wing. KD threw it back to me. And once he threw it back to me, that just unlocked muscle memory at that point where it's, all right.
I just remember he got the ball and Fournier, we tried to double team. He just went left. The behind the back stuff was you can't block that shot, because if it came from down low, he just launch it almost fading. He's 5-6 feet from behind the line. So it's just one of those moments, though.
To me, it is a crazy shot, and the footwork looks difficult, but I've done it so many times that once I gave a little jab and got to my right, as long as it didn't get blocked, I felt like, I was gonna make it. I had no choice but to make it, let's put it that way.
When it went in, the reaction of the crowd, of our bench, of France's team, this is one of the greatest moments in basketball history.
As a player, it's tough. But sometimes you have to respect. That was insane, though. 99.99999% of the player in the world would have missed that shot. Only one guy could have made it. Him.
Oh, my God, I'm so lucky to be a part of your life. Holy shit. You are amazing. Thank you, Coach. The finest human being I've ever met in my life, and I mean that in every way.
And that was from the Court of Gold doc, a 6-part series produced by the Olympic Channel, Higher Ground Production, Word of Pictures, and it launched a couple days ago on Netflix. So if you have Netflix, definitely check that out. Steve Kerr at the end there, just waxing poetically about the guy that is going to make Steve Kerr a Hall of Famer in Steph Curry.
And I would tell you from my own personal experience, having talked to Steve about Steph so many times, what you hear publicly is the same message that he delivers privately over and over. It's not fake. He genuinely feels lucky to be coaching Steph. He genuinely feels lucky to have hit this stride with the Warriors, with Steph finding his own personal stride. That is real life honesty that we see in that documentary that you're not used to seeing so much, because so often, especially in sports now, all these messages feel like they're sugar-coated at times, like they're not really the real, genuine article. And I think the reason Steph resonates for so many people, but especially the guys he plays with and the people who coach him and the people in the Warriors organization, top to bottom, is because they believe in the person that he is. Who was that French voice? Who was the player in there that said 99.999999% of the players in the world wouldn't make that shot?
That was Nicholas Batum.
Okay, so Nick Batum just hit maybe the best Steph quote I think I've ever heard of all time, because he's 100% right. And it is why Spadone, bringing it all the way back around, if you're believing that Steph can win that 5th ring and believing that the Warriors can find their way with Jimmy, and whether or not they do it this year or they add another piece over the summer and try to do it again next year, you're believing that because Steph Curry is still on this team, and he has magic superpowers with shooting the basketball that nobody else does. And that, for anybody who's listening to us, anybody in the Bay Area who has ridden on this journey on some level, that's why there's belief. Jimmy Butler might have given the group hope, but the belief in another championship lies under the fact that Steph Curry can make the shot when you need him to. He did it in that Boston series time and again, and he's the reason why that organization is what it is today.
And that's why it was just, frustrating for Warriors fans to watch this season, because you started your summer with that, right? The summer was ending with the Summer Olympics, and you started the season with this high of Steph being that guy amongst all the stars. Steph was the one that hit the biggest shot.
Steph was the star.
He was the
star of stars.
The stars. And he got off to that 12-3 start. It's like, wow, this is amazing. You know what? Can we have that 2022 type of run again? And then it just, the depth wasn't there. And you quickly found out you didn't have a number 2. You didn't have a true number 2. And in the league today, when you see Tatum, you see Brown, you saw LeBron and AD, Jokic and Murray, Shea and Chet, you see all these guys, it's like, man, like Steph just can't, like Draymond, he's a solid player. He's not a number 2. Like if for Clay was that number 2 for a while, or Kevin Durant was that number 2, and Andrew Wiggins for a run, was it? But you didn't have one now. And as you said, the hope factor of Jimmy Butler being that guy, it's given hope, but it's always been about Steph, because we know what he can do when he is on. We've seen what he can do when he is on. And when he's on, he's a top 5 player in the history of the sport. Some say should be the greatest. And then when it's all said and done, if you just give the subtle fact that the way he changed the game, if you want to use that argument, you could say he is the greatest of all time because of changing how the game is played. Now, everyone's criteria is different. Michael Jordan was a DPOY. He played 2 sides of the ball. He won 6 NBA finals. He was 6-0 in the finals. Oh, but he lost. There's so many levels to this. So the GOAT talk, I don't get, like, we're at this point in society now that everyone's a GOAT. Oh, he's a GOAT. That person's a GOAT. There's only, like, it's just a conversation now. We like to have fun. It's Sports Talk Radio. It's Barstools at its finest, right? But when it does come to Stephen Curry, the GOAT of just sportsmanship and being a good person and a good leader for your franchise, absolutely, I'm taking him over anyone else in NBA history. Not even close.
I remember Kurt told me a few years back, Spadone, that Steph plays with more joy than anybody in NBA history. That joy is something you see on a regular basis. It's the belief he gives to his teammates and coaches and the extra push behind the scenes that they trust that he has their back and they have his back. It is a real special story to see how it continues to unfold. Now, where it goes from here, we're going to find out. But that clip and that moment in time from the Olympics, it made you understand full circle. That was the last thing he hadn't done in his basketball resume was win a gold medal. There's nobody else in those moments who could have done what he did hitting those shots, and he hit every single one of them when they needed him the most.
When I think about players that played with joy, it's literally, it's him and it's Magic, right? You just think of just fun. Just
the guy he's compared to most now.
Correct, right? And get 2 guys. And again, Magic wasn't, as we know, off the court, there was a lot of stuff, right? Steph, for as much as people want to like rag, and the Geltzeilers of the world, I don't think Geltzeilers was like really crushing him that hard, but there's so much stuff you can like get on with some of these players. But with Steph, the only thing we can nitpick is he didn't participate in a 3-point contest in San Francisco. Oh my God, I can't believe it. We'll wrap up this conversation on the other side. Hand it off to Steiny and Goo. We got one more segment to go here on a Thursday. It's Spadoni, it's Friedel, and it's brought to you by MB Jesse Painting.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB.
The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni.
Listen to that guy driving the bus, man. Damn, Spadoni. Damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, shout out Alexa and shout out Bonte. Bonte will be in studio tomorrow. Or maybe in studio. I'm not sure if he's in studio or not. But he'll definitely be on the show.
He will be.
Okay, cool. In studio tomorrow at 9 o'clock as he joins us every single Friday at 9, the Bonte Hill Hour on the Morning Roast. We got Nick Friedel in. He's been crushing it all week long. It's crazy. It's already Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday, and the week's over, Nick.
We're rolling, Spadoni.
We're rolling. We've been talking about Steph Curry and what's not to love about Steph Curry right now. What's not to love about the Warriors in their, 3-1 stretch with Jimmy Butler. Jonathan Kuminga got practice yesterday. He's going to be back sooner rather than later, you would think. You got Andre Iguodala retiring his jersey on Sunday, Jimmy Butler's home debut. There's a lot happening with Dub Nation right now. And I say all that to say this, Nick. As I ask the callers, and I'm going to ask everyone at 888-957-9570, the next title you want to see in the Bay is what? 888-957-9570. We can rapid fire. We got 30 minutes left to go here. I'll ask Carter. I'll ask Sam. I'll ask you, Nick. But 888-957-9570. The next title you want to see in the Bay is what? I'm a firm believer. It's that 5th ring for Steph. Nothing else matters. Get Steph number 5, people. The quest for 5. Fight for 5.
I would lean at this point, Mr. Spadoni, towards Steph's 5th, but I think there's an interesting wrinkle in this conversation now, especially as it pertains to the Warriors. It wouldn't just be Steph Curry's 5th. It would be Jimmy Butler's 1st.
Oh.
So if you're putting it in that type of perspective, I would be very intrigued to see what Jimmy would be like in those big finals games where he alone didn't have to carry so much of what he did in Miami. So count me down and put me in the Steph for 5 column, but with the caveat of Jimmy Butler winning his 1st on a team where he doesn't have so much offensive pressure. That would be something to see.
Talk about nightmare scenario if you're Pat Riley watching that and he gets to hoist the trophy. He's like, I'm finally in a place where they want me, right? The Golden State Warriors, like Jimmy would do his talk, he'd do his trolling, he'd do his subtle jabs.
Jimmy would be on the podium with his phone just firing off all kinds of Instagram posts and really laying into the villain role that he loves to take on.
Absolutely. And hey, you know what? I'm not mad at the villain role. I think this franchise needed a true villain, right? And a guy that, listen, Jimmy I don't think is a bad person by any stretch of the imagination. I just think he's a no-nonsense guy that's a red ass. And you know what? This team and franchise needed that, and I think Jimmy's going to provide it. And the fan base, I think, is going to end up loving it. Let's go to Al in San Pablo. He wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. The next ring or trophy you want to see in the Bay is what, Al? What's going on, man?
The Warriors, of course. It's the next closest one. Baseball isn't until October. Football isn't until January. So, of course, the Warriors, that's the next one I want. And then I'll take the Giants and I'll take the Niners after that. But the Warriors, of course.
Well, I'm guaranteeing. The question is, because obviously if you're going to do the calendar thing, obviously that's going to be the next thing. But Al, if I could just guarantee you one of those titles, regardless of when the date is, you're still taking the Warriors, even if I was guaranteeing you a 6th Super Bowl trophy for the 49ers?
Good question. I would take the Warriors. The team is adorable. It's loved by the entire Bay Area. It has one of the greatest players of all times in Steph Curry.
Okay, that's Al in San Paulo. Adorable. I did not think I was going to use that term or hear that term in regards to this Warriors team. Would you call this Warriors team adorable, Nick?
Anything is possible. When people start talking about Steph, Spadone, look, I've heard it all. When Steph in his persona enter the conversation, it's all on the table. But I'd be surprised with the momentum that the Warriors have, not only in the last few years after the bonus title, but in the last few weeks after the Jimmy move, if the Warriors weren't a pretty overwhelming favorite in this conversation. because the Niners, and correct me if I'm wrong, you live it every day. It does feel like the fan base is teetering on the brink of, oh, man, this thing may not be over, but the level at which we've been at for so long, it may not be as attainable in the near future.
So, yes, and I'm going here. Let me go to the futures bets. I'm going on DraftKings right now. I'm trying to find all the NBA props, more of team futures. Here we go.
You're never going to get full value for any Warriors-related bet possible because there are so many Steph Curry Warriors fans out there.
Correct. But here we go right now. So we'll just go to the finals winner. This is via DraftKings. Right now, the Warriors have the, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th best odds to win the title currently. They're tied with the Memphis Grizzlies and Milwaukee Bucks, which is interesting, at plus 3,000. Nick Friedel. 7th best odds. Would you categorize this team right now? I know Vegas is, and by the way, I got to tell you about a contest happening in Las Vegas, but do you feel like this Warriors team's 7th best odds to win the title? Does that sound right to you?
No.
No. Let me tell you the teams above them, or you can try to guess them if you want, but it's pretty easy. You got the Thunder, you got the Celtics, you got the Cavs, you got the Knicks, which is like the Knicks, really? Well, 3 of those teams are in the East, which is crazy to me. 3 of those teams are in the East. Then you got Denver, then you got the Lakers, Bucks, Grizzlies, Warriors.
The Lakers are ahead of the Warriors.
You just said it, the LeBron, the Laker angle.
The things that drive me crazy are the delusion that comes from all kinds of various fan bases, and sometimes the Warriors fan base can be a little delusional.
Careful.
But the idea that the Lakers, by acquiring Luka now and breaking up the team they had built for LeBron and AD, we're going to somehow turn it around and win a title this year. That is the most laughable thing I think I've heard all NBA season.
So what you're telling me is when you participate in the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest, you're not putting money on the Los Angeles Lakers. You're not putting that $20,000 on the Los Angeles Lakers because you know what, Nick? Someone's going to win travel and accommodations to Vegas for 4. Again, Las Vegas, $20,000, you, 3 guests. You'll be staying at Circa, the premier sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas. Circa also has the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championship. And winning is easy. Just download the free Odyssey app now. Log in and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. So you say the 5th ring for Steph. I say 5th ring for Steph. What does Carter say? What does Carter in the back, producer Carter Chickering, say? If you could guarantee a championship next for one Bay Area franchise or team, who's it going to be, Carter?
It's not close. It's the 49ers. We've reached the cusp of this so many times. 3 times in 30 years, we have been to the Super Bowl and lost it. Mind you, this team was 5-0 in the Super Bowl prior. We've seen 4 Warriors rings. I love Steph as much as any person here. And it's the 49ers, though. Any real 49ers fan is going to say that. Otherwise, you're saying you're a bigger fan of basketball than you are of football, in my opinion.
I'm a bigger fan of Stephen Curry than I am anyone on the 49ers. I love George Kittle. I love Fred Warner. Brock Purdy's a fun player. Kyle Shanahan's been there twice.
It's about to be a fun, expensive player.
Exactly.
You're a Raiders fan. I mean,
what does that have to do with anything? That doesn't matter. The Golden State Warriors and Stephen Curry are the only thing that matters right now in the Bay. We literally is the only thing that matters is Stephen Curry getting that 5th ring. I love Buster Posey. I love Bob Melvin. I love all of that.
You love a lot here, Spadon.
I do, but I love Steph more than all them if I'm a fan. I just do. There's levels to this, Nick Friedel. There is. There's not a Joe Montana here right now. Like Steph, like if we're doing the 49ers angle, like is Brock Purdy hitting the same as Steph Curry right now? No, he's not. He's liked. He was loved at one point last year. Like people love Brock Purdy. But he's nothing near Steph Curry.
And this is the transition that every professional athlete has to go through. They love Brock Purdy because he's this nice story as Mr. Irrelevant who's making nothing, who's outperforming every expectation that could have ever been there for him. What happens when you start signing for 40, 50 million? a year, Mr. Spadone.
Well, that changes quickly.
Then things can really change fast.
Well, we'll see how much that 40, 50 million he signs for. What is it going to mean next year, right? Or the year after that? The cap keeps going up. Hey, the cap keeps going up, Nick
keeps
Friedel.
going up. It always goes up.
Right.
I'm curious what Sam I Am Lubman thinks as far as the 5th ring for Steph or the Niners actually finally getting over the hump and winning another Super Bowl.
Well, the first time you throw for Sam all week is, of course, screening callers. So he can't talk right now on the mic. So we'll go to RZ.
Just my luck.
Just your luck. We'll get to Sam in a second, which one he wants. But we've got a lot of calls here I want to get to as well, Nick. The next ring or trophy, whatever you want. Let's just call it. The next championship you want to see in the Bay. What team is that?
The next parade.
The next parade. What do we want? What do we want? RZ in South San Francisco. What's up, RZ? You're on with Spadone and Friedel. RZ, line 1?
Should go.
There
Hello?
we go. I got you now,
Hello?
RZ. Sorry about that.
No, all good. Gentlemen, I 100% believe it should go to the Warriors. With the way people underestimated them in 21-22, we got a chef himself helping him serve L's, dubs for the Warriors, but L's for these other teams, the Butler himself. There's no greater combo that could happen right now in the Bay Area. And for it to happen in this time, in this place, with the next 2 years left in Curry's contract, gentlemen, it has to be the Warriors. We've expected so much from the 49ers, but they've under-delivered time after time. But for the Dubs, this is the comeback.
And I think that's why, and thank you, RZ, in South San Francisco, I think that's why Carter was so in on him, because he's gotten to the altar so many times as a fan, and he's around the same age I am, so he doesn't really remember those Super Bowls in the 90s with Steve Young or Montana. He doesn't remember any of that. So he's seen just 3 losses in the biggest moments in his life when it comes to football. And again, we've been talking about football, in regards to its comparison to basketball, and football is just, it's so much more, right? In this day and age, it just means so much, like the SEC. It just means more, Nick Friedel, the NFL. But that being said, it takes a lot to knock off the NFL, and Steph Curry is just that big in the Bay Area that he trumps even the great league that is the National Football League for me.
And the momentum that Steph has created and the legacy that he continues to add to, it's only going to grow deeper over the next couple of years, Spadone. And that's whether or not they get to another title. Either way, Steph has done something that I don't think anybody actually believed could be possible, in that he's put himself in that conversation with Montana and Young and Jerry Rice and the all-time greats and Willie Mays, the people who have come before him. Steph has reached that pinnacle. And if he does get that one more, you said it throughout the show, if Steph Curry gets that 5th ring, he's the greatest point guard of all time. He is right there with Magic Johnson, and he solidifies, and it may have already solidified, his place in the Bay as the name brand recognition that people will always go to in trying to pair a region of the country with anyone else in the world.
All right, let's go back to him. Sam I Am, as Nick Friedel was calling him. Shout out Green Eggs and Ham. Sam, the next...
Don't knock him till you try him.
Right? What championship you want to see next?
Sam
I would try him. No, but obviously I think it's probably no secret the team I want to see win next, and that is the San Jose Sharks, obviously. Where else would I want to go there? Because with Steph, with that title, it's about elevating a player. With the Niners, it's about elevating a coach and a franchise. This is about elevating a player in Macklin Celebrini, a franchise in the a fan base in the Sharks fan base, and a franchise in the Sharks to just the next level in a way like the way that Steph Curry, it's going to sound crazy to say, but the way Steph elevated the Warriors when he came here, when the Warriors won that first championship, like I want to see Macklin Celebrini do something similar with the Sharks and elevate the Sharks to this new level of fandom here in the Bay Area where it's not just like a niche fan base, but like truly like the Sharks can kind of like we always talk about the 3 big teams in the Bay Area. Like I want to see Celebrini and the Sharks hoist the cup and give the Bay Area 4 core teams, not just 3 and the Sharks. It's the 4 core teams here in the Bay Area. So that's what I'm looking forward to, or what I would like to see.
You want them to be like a Washington Capitals, who I don't know the ratings over there, but I think Alexander Ovechkin, they're always competing. They won a title, obviously. You think of Pittsburgh's a little different because they don't have a basketball team. They do have, their football. They love their Steelers there. They got the Pirates, the Pirates are the Pirates. But they got Sidney Crosby and the Penguins, right? And he's been amazing for them. I don't know how many, 2 or 3 Stanley Cups they've won over there.
3, yeah.
3, right? The greatest player probably of his generation alongside Ovechkin. Yeah, to your point, like if the Sharks start winning, like the tank gets full. Now it's hockey in California is just it's different. It's very different.
California is different.
It is
different.
Then you add hockey in California,
when
and
the
you're
Kings and Ducks won, though, I mean, it elevated them down. I mean, of course, LA is a different market. I'm not saying that a Stanley Cup will make the Sharks, the toast of the Bay Area, but we'll no longer talk about 3 teams and the Sharks. It's 4 teams here in the Bay Area that we're in on. I do think that you would see that fan base really expand if you saw the Sharks kind of go on a run, especially with this young core, with how close they've come in the past. Like, it would be the first one for them as well, and the first one's always special. The Niners, for all the hand-wringing we do, they do have one. The Giants, for as frustrating as we get with them, they did win 3. The Warriors, they've won 4 with Steph. I mean, it's just extra credit at this point for Steph Curry, extra credit that he would definitely like to get. But there's like a newness and a freshness there if you bring the Cup to the Bay Area that we wouldn't see here before. It would be truly a first-time championship for the Bay Area that we have not had in a while. So, yeah, that's why I would go with the Cup.
Hey, by the way, the Sharks are dead last in both conferences. They got 15 wins, 35 losses. Hey,
I didn't say it's going to happen this year.
Speaking of the Shark Tank, just keep tanking. Maybe you'll get another number 1 overall pick.
They do have the top farm system in hockey right
now.
Hey,
you know what?
The future is very, very bright.
This could be the Oklahoma City Thunder all the way up out here in the Bay. Why not? Sam Presti, come on. Let's go.
Macklin Celebrini playing the role of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but with a personality.
Exactly. There
Macklin's basically going to be Steph on ice here in the Bay Area.
Do you know what Macklin Celebrini's personality is?
Well, I know more of it than I do about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's, but that's mostly because his dad runs the medical behind-the-scenes show for the organization.
Speaking of which, Rick Celebrini has a very difficult stretch on his hands with all the minute allocation and restrictions and the back-to-backs, the knee tendonitis of Steph, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and now Jonathan Kuminga coming off that ankle injury. A lot of hard work for Dr. Rick Celebrini. Let's go to Will in Berkeley. He has some thoughts on this. Next championship in the Bay you would like to see, Will, is what?
Spadoni, I think you're trolling everybody because I think you really want to say the 49ers.
No, I don't. I really don't. I'm not trolling. Hey, real quick. I do think that highly of Stephen Curry and his Q rating. I do think this, like him winning a 5th, putting a bow on everything when we were just ready to leave them for dead just a few weeks ago, it'd be incredible. And I get it. They've been 2 years removed from a championship. And the Niners have been there a couple times. But listen, Steph just means more right now on his squad than anyone else on the 49ers. That's how I feel, Will. But continue.
Okay. I'm going to call cap on that, but I'm going to say basically, I think that the Warriors, their time is done. I think they have shown us for a decade how you can achieve greatness. And I think it's good. I mean, I want to put that bow on it, and I want to say thank you so much, guys, for making this happen for us. But I think when you talk about championships, it's been since 2019 since the 49ers have ever sniffed a championship. And so I want us to like see that. I want my kids to see that because it's, the new energy needs to come into the 49er franchise. And so I think with draft picks or I think with some sort of leadership, I think it could happen. But I think the Warriors, we've seen it. We know that they're going to get statues. We know that they're going to get their accolades. And so I don't think we need to run it back with injuries and sore ankles and calf muscles. And I think we're done with that. Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Will in Berkeley, very passionate about saying the Niners.
Spadone, right? The only thing I push back on there is the Niners were in the Super Bowl in 2022, if my memory serves me right. It wasn't 2019. They were really close to
2019, 2020, they were in there. Because remember, they were asking questions at Media Day about, the COVID virus before the league got shut down. It was
22, 23.
The Niners were in the Super Bowl 2019 to 2020 is what I'm saying.
Right.
Yes.
And then they were in 22, 23.
Correct.
So it was just a couple years ago where we all thought, oh, they're right there. Maybe they finally do it. Will was saying the last time he felt like the Niners were close was 2019, and all I'm saying is it happened a couple years ago. They were
literally
right down to the wire.
Calendar year, literally a calendar year ago, they lost in Las Vegas.
I mean, look, the Niners feel like from a distance to me that they are further away than where the Warriors are right now, but that's not what we're asking. We're asking what would mean more to people, that Steph fifth ring or the Niners finally getting over the top, winning a Super Bowl again, and reclaiming what they've done so often in their past, but maybe not with this group with Shanahan and Lynch.
I know. I'm trying to think of a fan base that, like, if you are a person of a certain age like Carter, like I am, if you're in your 30s and you've been watching football for a long time, now it's 20 plus years, all you've known is heartbreak for the Niners. That's all you've known. So I hear you. If you're of a certain age, I get it. Now, here's a guy that I'm going to that did see the Niners in their heyday. That's Philmo Mike. He has some thoughts on the next championship he wants to see in the Bay. What's up, Philmo? You on with Spadoni and Friedel?
Hey, what's up? What's popping? I got a real quick question. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna make my point because it's the Niners, but I got a question about the Warriors. You said 3,000. The odds were 3,000. If you did a bet for like $100, what would that be? But I don't answer if you can answer it off the air. But my thing was, I think it's the Niners. Real talk, because for me personally, I want to see Brock Purdy's resume, because if you look at his resume, he's pretty good. I mean, he went to the Super Bowl. He didn't make the playoffs, and then he took his team to the NFC Championship game. I would like him to try to build upon that resume and see Shanahan build upon his resume and get the monkey off his back as far as like when Steve Young won the Super Bowl. But Purdy, Steve Young only won one Super Bowl with the Niners. I would love to see Brock Purdy, right, win a bowl and see if he could build upon his legacy and become a la like a Steph Curry, where you got Patrick Mahomes. He's supposed to be like the quote-unquote LeBron James. Brock Purdy could be like the Steph Curry that start taking championships away from Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. That's what I would love to see. So, but the Warriors is right there. I disagree with you, Dick. I don't think the Niners. I don't think the Niners are as far away as you think. And don't forget, the best skilled person of all time that we've ever seen, Nick, is Barry Bonds.
Oh, look at that. I love that. There was a slight little uptick at the end there, a la Dan Dibley. I'm not mad at that, though. Again, he says the Niners. A lot of people are going to say the Niners right now because they've been so close, and we just saw them. It's recency bias to an extent. I understand where Sam comes. People are going to make fun of it because it's hockey, but they've never even won a title. So I get that. And in NHL, we're kind of poo-pooing on it, but we are talking about the Four Nations face-off. They do have a game tonight, and some people are interested. It's just, in this market, it's been very tough for them because they worked so good for so long, the Sharks, I'll say that. And we kind of took them for granted, I think, for a little bit during that time because they kept coming up. They're almost like the A's, where it's like, oh, they're going to be there, but, they're going to bow out early. They're going to lose in the first round.
You felt like you knew the story.
Correct. And hopefully that story is changing now because Macklin Celebrini is an actual phenom, and maybe he could be that guy to usher in a new era. No one's talking about the Giants, huh? No, is everyone really down on San Francisco? Like, they haven't done anything in like 10 years, like 11 years now, right? It was
the single worst part for me, or worse is maybe too strong. It's the weirdest. I came out to San Francisco believing that the Giants were at the forefront for everybody all the time because of all those World Series championships. When I would go to games, and especially in the last couple of years, but in fairness to them, part of it was in the pandemic where I lived basically across the street from where AT&T Park, now Oracle Park, is. Spadone, I would go into those games and there was just no buzz at all. What happened there? Has apathy set into a fan base that was so used to the expectations that had been there because of all those titles?
the brand of baseball shifted when they brought in Farhan Zaidi, and you had one awesome season, and they lost to the Dodgers in 5 games. And even when people were winning, and even when they were that team, I should say, was winning that year, no one was believing it. No one believed it until really like that last month when people started going to the games and started really becoming invested. And then even then, they're like, yeah, you know, a lot of these guys might not be on the team next year. So a lot of it goes back to the style of play, the brand of play, the platooning, and just the lack of a face. Like, they didn't have a face of the team. Like, Farhan Zaidi, the president of baseball operations, cannot be the face of your franchise. It needs to be a player. It needs to be an Aaron Judge. It needs to be a Shohei Ohtani. And the fact that you were in on conversations with those guys and you didn't get him, and you kept whiffing on the big free agents, and you kept finishing in second place, and the reports would always come out, oh, they were second, oh, they were third for all these big names. Apathy absolutely set in, and it got to the point where if you were a Giants fan, it's just like, all right, just show me at this point. I'm tired of listening to it. Just show me what you're about. And
show me, don't tell me.
Exactly. And they haven't been able to do that now. They got rid of Farhan. They're trying to change the narrative around this team. We had Larry Baer on, executive vice president of the Giants. Thumbs up, vice president?
And CEO, yeah.
CEO, thank you. He was on a couple weeks ago. His whole thing was, don't be a stranger. Come on. They're trying to just attract people that were out on the Giants during the Farhan Zaidi era. Buster Posey's the face now. You got some players, Verlander, Adames. Those are at least some names. Come on over. That's what they have to get to now. They literally have to just try to entice you by saying, hey, come enjoy a baseball game. It is the only show in town now. I know the A's have their own thing, but that is another aspect in all this.
There's also the Valkyries.
There's the Valkyrie. Well, I'm saying they're the only show in town being baseball-wise. But to your point, yeah. I guess we could throw in the double. Hey, you want to see we haven't even seen the team play.
In the inaugural season?
The Valkyries winning it all.
Joe Lacob would never shut up.
By the way, I think Philmo asked the odds thing. So if you bet $100, so it was plus 3,000. So if you bet $100, you win 3,000. There you go. Is that what it is? Right?
If you have bad odds.
Right. If you have bad odds. There you go. But I'm doing the betting calculator, right? Bet $100 on American odds at plus 3,000, which is DraftKings. If the Warriors win a title, you get $3,000. So $3,100 payout.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
What's going on?
Guys, this is per Shams Charania. San Antonio Spurs All-Star Victor Wembanyama is expected to miss the remainder of the season with a deep vein thrombosis in his right shoulder. Wemby, done for the year. What's that mean for the Spurs? Is that one less team the Warriors have to worry about in that battle for the 10th spot? Things are happening.
Wow. And that, again, as we were celebrating the league over the weekend, and Wemby, a guy that was actually playing hard.
He was trying.
Did he
play defense?
Like in deep game?
Oh, I know where your head just went.
Did he get hurt during the All-Star game?
Where your head just went, Mr. Spadone.
I mean, deep vein thrombosis sounds more like it was like something that led up to this point. That doesn't sound like something that just happens all of a sudden. I'm not a doctor. Again, Nick, I'm not. I speak on the radio for a living. I'm not going to pretend to know what the Dr. Rick Celebrinis and the Dr. Nirav Pandya of UCSF Health, what those guys know. But deep vein thrombosis in a guy that many think can be the next face of the league, missing this season. That just sucks. That sucks.
That is exactly where my head went as soon as Sam said that, because Spadone, Victor Wembanyama to the NBA was supposed to be one of the players that could become the next face.
And by the way, deep vein thrombosis, a condition where a blood clot forms in a deep vein, usually in the legs. This one, though, in the shoulder, per Shams Charania. So that's dangerous. Like, blood clots, you don't want to mess around with stuff. That's scary. Chris Bosh ended his career.
That is really rough. The NBA has so much hope surrounding Wembanyama. There was so much hype surrounding his draft selection and what a game-changing talent he could be. So my first thought isn't so much, are the Warriors going to have to worry about the Spurs anymore this year? What happens to San Antonio in the next couple months? My first thought is, one more time, when you would think finally you get a little bit of a playoff push with Wembanyama. We didn't really see that last year. You saw him play in more important games potentially at the end of this year. That's gone now. And the NBA, which has relied on LeBron and Steph and KD to a lesser extent for so many years, now loses who they hoped would be the next face, at least for the rest of this year. And let's hope that's just it. But that is absolutely a blow to the league itself, not even so much the San Antonio Spurs.
I'm going to tell you who it's a blow for as well. That's on the actual team in Fast Five. It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts on the show. Nick Friedel, brought to you by the Next Generation Tension Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. I'll start with myself. And if you're just joining us, Victor Wembanyama out for the remainder of the season with deep vein thrombosis in his right shoulder. That sucks for De'Aaron Fox, who just got over there. He's a Texas guy.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I thought that was going to be a very fun combination. And again, even if you weren't making the playoffs this year, because I didn't think they were making the play-ins or the playoffs, maybe they could have, but I just didn't see that happening. Losing that chemistry and that time together, invaluable. Like we were talking about Jonathan Kuminga being out and these younger players, and Fox is obviously a veteran, but if you're Wemby and that's the future tandem of that team for the next 5 years, they would hope, that sucks for the remainder of this team. And that's what fans were probably looking forward to in San Antonio and also nationally.
What jumps to mind, Spadone, is it's the reps. It's what you're saying. It's when you hear a quarterback and a receiver going through training camp, trying to find a chemistry. They haven't played together. They need to be out there. They need that time. That time just isn't going to be there for the Spurs and Wembanyama. The point about Fox is really well taken, because you make that move if you're San Antonio believing this is now our guy to pair with our main guy for years to come. It's a potentially, hopefully for the Spurs, hopefully for the league, a small minor setback, but to miss the rest of the year, to have something like this pop up, it's a scary situation because of how much not just the franchise was relying on Wembanyama, how much the NBA itself was relying on his constant improvement.
I just want to see more Stephon Castle at this point. You play that guy all the time. That one player that was fun to watch as well.
He's well on his way to being the Rookie of the Year.
Absolutely. He's incredible. Carter, what you got? Or Sam, excuse me.
Yeah. One more update from Shams. Wemby has a form of a blood clot in the right shoulder, as we've mentioned, out for the season. The Spurs believe this is an isolated condition, so hopefully that's a good thing there. But we're talking about the impact of the Saz guys. I watched the first episode of The Court of Gold last night, and the takeaway there was just like, one of these days, very soon, one of these countries are going to rise up and actually beat America in the Olympics again. Not like in 2004, but like actually catch up to them. And France looks like the country that's the closest to that right now. And you talk about, what Wemby means to the Spurs, what Wemby means to the NBA. I mean, there is a global impact too. Now, hopefully this isn't a long-term thing. Wemby's able to get healthy and he's all right. But we just talk about how much is riding on this kid at 20 years old? Just a very unfortunate setback for him. Hopefully it's temporary, because this is a guy who could be a truly global superstar.
It's a great point. Carter, what you got, buddy?
Prayers up to Wemby, man.
Yeah,
that's just too bad. He is just unbelievable.
It's a downer, man. I'm a little down after hearing that. That sucks, because he was having a great time over the weekend. Obviously you can't miss the guy, so everyone was all eyes on Victor Wembanyama, one of the next rising stars in this league. He's obviously was an all-star and he was trying hard. It sucks.
It was refreshing to watch him in the All-Star game really put effort into and push the guys.
He was actually sweating. We were joking about it. He was sweating profusely.
And thank you to him for that. But my final thought of the day is I'm fully out on Devontae Adams as a 49er. He's a $35 million cap hit next year. Like, we don't need to be investing in this wide receiver room anymore. Like, they have more glaring issues on the defensive side of the ball that they need to figure out. And paying a wide receiver again, it just seems completely foolish.
Well, it doesn't mean you have to pay him that much. You can just get cut outright, which might happen, and then you can sign him for a cheap deal if you want. If it's a prove-it deal for Devontae Adams. What if it was for 1 year, $20 million? You think about it.
I just think they've done well drafting receivers. Like, that's not a thing Shanahan's had issues with, as we've seen here. Wow. He has Debo, Ayuk, and now Ricky Pearsall. Like, let's beef up the defense again.
You feel fine about their wide receiver core heading into next season?
I mean, I'd like it to be better, sure, but they throw the least of anyone in the league. Like, if there's a position I'd rather be the weakest at, it's probably that one.
Well, you might want to start throwing the ball a little bit more if your guy in Christian McCaffrey can't handle the load. But we're up against it. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and Guru are next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. great job. You reap what you sow, brother.
Together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you what. Tell me. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. It's just one of those days. You don't know why. You don't know where it comes from. You don't know when it'll come again. But I'm pretty upbeat today. I'm in a good mood.
Even with the news that just broke. And we're both wearing Spurs black.
The Lord says you only worry about the things that you can control. We'll see. I can't control what's going on with Victor Wembanyama. And
he's 16. You always talk about how old he can happen to anybody.
He's a toothpick.
Wow.
He's going to be hurt.
His shoulder?
He'll probably be hurt his whole career.
But a blood clot is not hurt. That's just, poor man.
Yeah.
Poor fella. He'll be all right.
So Wembanyama out for the season. Yeah. But, we've been drilling.
Boy.
Deep down into the Warriors this week.
Yeah.
And we'll do a little of that today because they practiced last night for the first time. They had an optional practice.
And a certain guy was on the floor.
Who?
JK.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Like, where does Curry get off missing an optional practice?
It's optional.
But that's the point. Leaders would have gone.
You would have stayed at home.
I wouldn't have sniffed the facility. No, I'm just kidding. So it was an optional practice last night. Jonathan Kuminga was on the court. No contact, but they looks like it's going to be about a week or two.
All right.
Is what Steve Kerr said. And we can play that at some point. I got a question for you, Goo.
I love your question.
Big picture question. And it's for the Bay Area, too. I was just thinking about this. We got the Warriors who just made a big trade and are heading down the stretch of their season. We got the Giants who are starting training camp, spring training. And they have a new GM, Buster Posey. And then we have the Niners. And the Niners are getting ready for their offseason. Deebo Samuel's been given an opportunity to seek a trade on his own.
Okay.
So I want to talk about all three of these teams kind of in one. And if I had to ask you, Goo, how are you feeling right now, big picture, about each of those three franchises? Like, what's the vibe you have from each of the three franchises? And just characterize it if, Johnny, you're feeling good or you're a little worried or you ain't feeling anything.
Okay, yeah. Let's start with the 49ers.
Okay.
Steiny, I told you, and I might be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong for all Niner fans' sake, but I think an era or an opportunity has come and gone. And that includes Kyle Shanahan and what they've built along with John Lynch. I do understand when Brock gets his chicken, but I believe the needs that they have may not be able to all be able to get rectified this offseason. So moving forward, I'm concerned about the Niners coming off a year which didn't culminate in a playoff berth. That Steiny, they may have missed their big chance, okay? 2 opportunities and, multiple NFC championship games. So concern is the word I have for the Niners.
Okay.
The Giants, I'm optimistic, and I always am. I've lost 2 bets to you. I don't know if you know
this.
Lose
another one?
No.
You can.
I'm looking at the projected lineup. I'm looking at the...
They could stink.
The Giants?
Yeah.
Nah.
Go ahead. I'll finish your thought.
All right. Well,
I shouldn't interject.
Buster Posey doesn't play, but I feel like the Pasoy problem is long gone. Year 2 of Melvin. You added Adamas. Chapman is who he is. He had a great season last year. Jung-Hoo Lee is back. So baseball's a different beast. And I'm down on baseball in this sense, Donnie. You didn't ask, but I'll expand. I hate what the Dodgers symbolize, but let them be who they are. They're just one playoff spot. There's other playoff berths. So I'm holding the Giants to that standard of if you play good defense, timely hitting, and you pitch, that's baseball, Goo. I know. Maybe you can do something. So I don't think the Giants are has-beens. So I'm optimistic about the Giants. And, oh, boy, welcome to the party when it comes to the Golden State Warriors.
Big picture, though, we're still talking. But go ahead.
Ecstatic.
Oh, boy.
I don't want to use the word automatic. Action. I'm looking your word, action. The Warriors of the 3 have major, major action. And that's because they pulled off a trade, Steiny. And it's not the 3-1. They got Kevin Durant. His name's just Jimmy Butler, and he does different things. But, Steiny, he's a dog. So, action is the word for the Golden State Warriors.
All right. 888-957-9570. If you want to jump into this conversation, I will.
Give me yours. Action, optimistic, and concerned.
Okay. Who do you want to start with first?
Niners.
49ers. My vibe with the 49ers right now is I don't know. I have no idea.
Is that a good thing?
No. I have no idea if the 49ers are good, average, or below. They had some great seasons. It all fell apart last year. I know people are talking about injuries. They didn't, they had a bad year injury-wise. They'll bounce back. I don't know that they'll bounce back.
Right.
Everything's going to change once Purdy gets paid. And to me, the 49ers have now gone from, a sure thing in terms of making the playoffs to, I don't know what kind of team they're going to be. I saw their schedule. If you tell me they're going to go 13-4, I'd say, I kind of believe it because if they can get back to where they were, but I don't know that they can get back to where they were.
Because they were at the top.
And so if you
the
told me
top.
If you told me the Niners went 8-9 next year, I would say, I believe it. So I don't know what to expect with the 49ers. I really don't. And when the season starts, to me, it's almost going to be an unknown. I'm not going to say, well, they're the favorites in the NFC West. I don't know. We don't know.
Yeah, and how could they be if they didn't win it this last one?
All their so-called good players either got hurt or didn't play great last year. All right, Giants. Well, let me go.
Okay.
I go Warriors.
All
right. Warriors vibe is.
Come on now.
It is. It's on hold. It's on hold, and I'll tell you why. Because I look big picture. And the big picture to me still is they're at the tail end of a dynasty, and they're still trying to grapple with whether they can win it or not, or whether they can't. They've gotten a bump with Jimmy Butler, and there seems to be optimism now among the fans, but I still take a look at where the Warriors are. They're in a tricky spot in terms of the age of their core, and they don't really have a bunch of young players, emerging like they look like stars. So my feeling with the Warriors is kind of let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. An uptick from Jimmy Butler for sure. But the short sample would be I'm excited,
right.
But the next 2 years I need to see. I can't call it. I'm still concerned about the next 2 years.
Okay.
All right. Giants. There's nothing there.
Well, there's a team.
There's nothing there with the Giants.
For you.
In fact, there's less there for the Giants this year than last year. And that's a little surprising to me because it's been 6 months since Buster Posey became the GM. He became the GM in September. So he's gone through an offseason, and he got Willie Adames. That's essentially it. That's all they did.
All right.
Got Willie Adames. But the enthusiasm for the Giants, they haven't gotten a bump from Buster Posey. And I don't think you do get bumps from guys who aren't players. But think about this. You know what I was thinking about? Here's why the Giants right now, the vibe on the Giants for me is remember what I was saying last year at this time? About 2-3 weeks.
You could see them a playoff team. Like you wouldn't be shocked.
Remember I said, at this point, Warriors weren't going well. Remember I said, I'll tell you what, I think I'd rather go to a Giants game than a Warriors game.
I remember that show.
And why? Because they were supposed to have the best staff in baseball.
Yeah.
Never materialized. So to me, the Giants actually have less buzz about them right now than they did last year. That's where I'm at with all the three teams.
I'm not mad at that, but the less buzz makes me more curious because we know what Webb is. Ray, you added Verlander, and what's left of him, Hicks and Harrison, and I look at the lineup, Steiny, and you still got Yaz and the Flores of the world and Patrick Bailey.
Their
Lamont
lineup
Wades.
is not good. That's what caused me.
But what if I tell you it's not? You added Adames, so Steiny, you look at the heart of this order.
Okay,
and
let's
Ramos,
look at
he emerged.
right. Think about what happens a lot of times to second-year players. Go ahead.
No, I get that. We're watching it with Pods, but Pods is balling after the injury. The bottom line is, Steiny, I'm just the sports romantic. Baseball's a different beast, and, the Giants disappointed me and let me down the last 2 years because even off to slow starts, I felt like they could get hot, and that never materialized. And I'm like, you know what, Goo? This is not the Bruce Bochy on their best day Giants to where – you could feel something good was going to happen. You're right. It never materialized. But, Steiny, I'm not here to look you in the face and say, now, if you want to tell me they're boring, okay, we'll see. But the bottom line is, until they actually start playing, I'm optimistic.
Well, that's fair.
To get to the playoffs.
But they're going nowhere.
Wild card.
And this roster, I don't know if they're as good as last year with this roster. All right, 888-957-9570. There you have it. There's the setup to the show. We're talking about all of the Bay Area teams, big picture, where they at. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment was also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
Playoffs? What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our.
I'm fed up with all this vibe crap. We want buckets, Steph.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
And we got him. His name is Jimmy Buckets. What a prophet I am, man. Jimmy Buckets. Yeah. Tap in. You hate it. Yeah, I'm done. You're too down on the Giants, but go ahead.
They might stink. That's all I'm saying. They have, who's at first base? Wade Flores. Great. Who's playing second? Tyler Fitzgerald. How's he going to, he had half a good season.
No doubt. Okay, I'm excited about him.
Expect him to come back down to earth. And he's learning a new position. Adames and Chapman are fine. Bailey can't hit. Expect a sophomore slump from Ramos. Jung-Hoo Lee is going to have. He's back. It's going to take him half a year to get back and acclimated. And Yaz is.
Nah, Stoddy. I just think.
Oh, by the way, their pitching's worse than last year.
Well, they're going to miss your boy Snell. But
right.
It was not the first
13 times. Right. We're talking about. Go ahead.
You'll see him a lot this year.
What's that?
I said you'll see Snell a lot this year. He's playing for the Dodgers.
Yeah. He's going to be an old school whack. He's going to be an old school horse this year. You watch.
The Dodgers.
Oh, man. Gosh. But we're talking about how we're feeling about each of the Bay Area teams right now. The Warriors clearly getting an uptick from Jimmy Butler. He's brought back some excitement.
And hope.
Does it change the long-term view you have of the Golden State Warriors? I'm looking at the San Francisco 49ers, and I don't know what to expect from them. They're coming off a nice run. They didn't win a Super Bowl, but last year it all fell apart.
They didn't make it off.
I just can't say without thinking about it, they'll be back next year.
I'm with you.
We don't know. And then lastly, the Giants. To me, it's a start of a new era. Do the best you can. Do the best you can and try to be competitive. But the one thing I'm wondering, do you think this could be the start of a lull for the three Bay Area pro teams?
Oh, no, not at all.
None of them made the playoffs last year.
Okay,
the Warriors missed the playoffs, and they're 10th this year.
Yeah.
The 49ers completely fell apart, and the Giants haven't won in 8 years.
Right.
So it could be, maybe this is the start of a lull. 888-957-9570. Or do you feel more optimistic about your teams than that?
Well, I'll just start with at the top, Stoney, and that's who I'm feeling the best about. The Warriors, you are correct. They did not make the playoffs, but they didn't have Jimmy Butler. This team was not that team. And right now, I feel like, again, and I stand on it. What'd you say, stand on business, Stoney? I will.
I hate that.
In regard to no matter what happens this year, I'm still excited that the Warriors got next year in a off-season training camp to jail or whatnot. So I think the future, the next 2 to 3 years for the Warriors, they got some action. But the 49ers, man, that's the one and I could be totally wrong. It wouldn't be the first time. But, Stoney, you have so much to do on that to-do list when we talk about the trenches. And now what the Eagles did, getting home and putting pressure on the great Patrick Mahomes on the biggest stage, just rushing 4. And I know they're not going to play the Chiefs every week, but the Niners have lost physicality to me. They lost some nastiness. How do you get that back? And I was telling you and Evan, the salary cap went up, and I was like, okay, the Niners got the black card. And he was like, it just exactly does not work like that. You can't just go get or expect to get 4 or 5 guys, and there'll be some moves around the edges. I know they hit a home run with Purdy in the draft last year, but if you're depending on the draft to get major production on your D-line and O-line, Sonny, I'm here to watch it. But I just thought free agency would be a way for the Niners to be, and Lynch, ultra aggressive to get something ready-made to come here and get this team back. I don't know what's going on with Greenlaw, and it sounds like, it's not a for sure shot he'll be back. So, Stoney, it's just me. I feel like that window is closer to being shut now than it ever has, and that's why they have the whole offseason to prove me wrong. And the Giants, I guess what I'm saying, partners, what do you have to lose? They've been fiddling and middling around. They've been boring. Buster was able to go out and get Adames. So just from that vantage point, Stoney, I know they're not the Dodgers. I'm excited. Before we saw Lamont Wade Jr. get hurt and look like a shell of himself the rest of the season, I thought he was on his way to the All-Star game. Short sample size, but I'm proud of myself in regard to this Giant take of.
Why?
We'll see.
Why?
Because I feel
they're the same team as last year, but for Willie Adames.
No, you got your center fielder who you just got last year, and he crashed in against the wall and he left. That'll shore up your defense. Again, Stoney, I'm not saying 100 wins, but baseball is so different to where you're not really out of it until the end with all these cockamamie wild cards. So let's see what they got in year 2 of Bo Mail.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, I don't know how you can be excited about the Giants. I can see you being, let's see what happens with the Giants, but it's not like they, revamped a team. They added a terrific shortstop, but their starting pitching doesn't look as good, and we got the same guys coming back. But that's them. You know what? And I don't want to leave the Sharks out. The issue though with the Sharks is we know where they're at. They're building something with Will Smith and Celebrini.
Okay.
All right. They're not there yet. It's going to take a year or two, maybe longer. But the Sharks, to me, are the only organization of the 4 that you can almost guarantee will
get better.
Ascend.
Okay. All right.
Ascend. That's the way I look at it. How do you guys look at it? 888-957-9570 is the number. Where are you with each of the teams? Guru said he's looking forward to the Giants.
But I've done that the last 2 years and lost 2 dinner bets.
You've done it the last 47 years.
No, I have not.
But
yeah, I ain't been here that long.
I mean, explain to me, if you're excited about the Giants, please explain to me why. And the 49ers, to me, I just don't know what they are. Let's go to Coach. Coach is in Los Altos. Hey, Coach, what's going on, man?
Hey, Steiny and Goo, it's really nice to hear your voices.
Thank you.
I've sort of relocated to Colorado, so I don't get to hear you guys as much. So I'm back in town and just loving hearing the show.
You can always use before you go, you can always use the Odyssey app too. You can catch us on your phone anywhere.
You are right. I've done many hikes in the Flatirons with Odyssey app, so you're spot on.
Nice.
Hey, I'll be quick. 3 teams. I'm not going to comment on the Sharks. The first one is the Warriors. Jimmy Buckets is exciting. The renewed hope, all that. I still think in the short run, there are 1 or 2 players away. What I would do instantly is I would go get Marcus Smart, and I'd make him my number 2 for this year. Because when you think about the closing lineup, you've got Steph and Draymond and Jimmy and Kuminga. Who's your 5th? And is it Pods? Is he the right guy in that crunch time? Is it GP2 if you need a better defender? I would love Marcus Smart, because imagine a lineup with Draymond, Marcus, and Buckets. That's a dog lineup. So I would go get Marcus Smart, and then I'd also think about a big. Either, I would love Larry Nance or Kelly Olynyk. There's a couple of bigs that stretch 5s that could help. But I'm excited about them in the short run. Why I'm excited about them in the longer run is they're going to have to make a decision 2 years out. They're going to have to make a decision. Do I trade Steph and get like 6 first-round picks or some ridiculous thing and do a Oklahoma City thing? Or do they, do they never trade Steph, and we know we're going to wane over the next few years? So, but I do trust the ownership team. I do trust what they've done there. They've earned my trust.
Good stuff.
The second,
go ahead.
The Niners, just really, really quick. The Niners, because the Giants have no comment. Dodgers are ruining baseball, and while the only glimmer of hope I have for the Giants is their leadership. Buster Posey and Melvin. I love leadership, and it starts there. In terms of the Niners, I actually think it's a bad take to say we don't know where they're at, because I think that they've got 10 or 11 picks. They've got the new salary cap went up bigger than they thought. They're genius at restructuring contracts. I think they're going to rebuild the defense under Saleh. Their offense was number 9 last year. They're the 9th rated offense, and they had people hurt all over the place. So I have a lot of belief in the Niners. And again, it goes back to leadership. Lynch and Shanahan, I think, are a great leadership team. And I think York selling 10% of the team, pick up $900 million on a $9 billion valuation. They could put that money into the team. And I think we're going to be surprised at how massive they go. Thanks, fellas.
All right, Coach. Appreciate it. I understand optimism about the 49ers, and I'm not saying I would bet against them. All I'm saying is, as we move forward in the offseason and closer toward the start of the 49ers season, to me, they don't get the benefit of the doubt anymore.
Man.
They just don't. Last year, they got the benefit of the doubt because they were on a run and everything fell apart. And I just don't think it's very, they might be able to put the pieces back together. They might, but I got to see first. And I think it's going to be, I don't think they just go to the top of the NFC West right now.
No doubt.
So,
I'm with you.
We'll see.
I don't feel confident telling you they're better than the Rams. And last year, record-wise, they were not. They pick 11th in the first round, Steiny, and maybe I'm just being naive, but the bottom line is if that's your avenue to add some nastiness to both lines, try to get a corner or whatnot. We don't know what's going on with Debo. We don't know when Ayuk is going to be back. And the rat on the table, we hadn't used that in a while, brought to you by Echo Pest Control, is what's going on with Christian McCaffrey. How healthy is he going to be? You mentioned it, but that is a big-ass question to have answered, and I don't know.
Well,
and
that's why I don't know about the Niners.
And I'm with you. And I think what we know is last year, partner, it wasn't good enough.
No, not even close. Not even close. And here's the other thing. And again, I'm not saying I'm not saying this is a great thing or it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it's a thing. Like in sports, you have to deal with stuff. And let's see what the Niners look like after they pay Brock Purdy. And after he's your quarterback making $40 or $50 million. That we have to see materialize also. 888-957-9570 is the number. How you feeling about your Bay Area teams right now? What's the vibe? I went into the boss's office today, and he's like,
"What's he talking about?"
Yeah, that's what he was saying. He's like, "How you feeling about these teams? How you feeling about these teams?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, the Giants. Funny you mentioned the Giants because, I was looking at their roster and trying to figure some stuff out, and I just don't see it, Bob." With the Giants, I told him. And with the Niners, I said, who the hell knows now? You can't just say they're the team from 2 years ago. And I said, as for the Warriors, they definitely short-term monster uptick from Jimmy Butler. A short-term monster uptick from Jimmy Butler. But he doesn't necessarily change the fact that the Warriors are where they are, and their three most impactful players are winding down their careers. So Butler's very helpful right now. He's created a spark, but in the big picture, they're still kind of in the same place, looking at the end of something before the beginning.
Yeah, but you also talked about, months back about I don't want to say regrets. That's too strong. But you said last year one of the biggest regrets for you from a Warrior standpoint was the youngsters didn't get to experience the playoffs. Mm-hmm. And we don't know that yet to be the case. I'm assuming it. But, man, Steiny, when I think of Moody, Kuminga, Pods, and, QP, whatever this Warrior season ends up being, if they could get some of that experience, and I feel like the Warriors have put themselves into place, especially with the extension for Jimmy Butler, the next 2 to 3 years, I feel like they got action. Now, if you throw the words at me 35, 37, I'm a duck because I know that's not on their side, but the guys on the court, when those three guys play, Butler, Steph, and Dre, Steiny, it's not like they're in canes and wheelchairs, so they're still productive. I think the energy has changed, and now, not just from a local perspective, everybody's taking notice of what the Warriors are going to do starting tomorrow night in Sacramento with this second half of the season.
There's no doubt that the young players for the Warriors are a big part of the second half of the season. The thing with the Warriors' young players is, to me, is we know they can play in the league. We just don't know how good they are. Right now, they're contributing. Put it this way.
Yeah.
I'm not excited about what comes after Steph. Because
I'm not even thinking about it.
Well, you could. I mean, you could say, well, look, Steph's not going to be around forever. So what?
You got Kuminga.
Okay, that's it. I mean, do you have a star? Do you have a number one? Like that's what I'm saying. Their long-term prospects to me are still the same as they've always been, which is we got to what's going to happen after Curry.
But hasn't Jimmy Butler shown us in sports, Steiny, anything can happen in 24 hours? You know, who saw Butler coming? Who saw that relationship eroding? Well, I guess you could have in Miami to where he was bestowed upon us all of a sudden. And now what? Just like that, with the snap of a finger, the blink of an eye, everybody's feeling different. I bring that up to you never know what's going to happen and who could come available.
Right. But what we do know is going to happen is that Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler are going to continue to get older. They're already old. So the end is way closer than we are to the beginning.
And right now, Kuminga is your you would think, most promising guy for the future.
Right. And to me, that's not right. Like, I'm not excited about that. I like Kuminga, but when you start talking about what if he's the best player on the team in a few years, I think we need more than just Kuminga. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the state of the Bay Area professional sports teams. And I just saw on the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
My exes in Texas says it's a great time to be a Bay Area sports fan. Is it?
Well, the Niners are coming off.
Is it?
Yeah. Nobody's made the playoffs.
I mean, the bottom line
Giants
is
did make it, the Niners didn't make it, and the Warriors didn't make it. But now they might make it.
But this is the point.
And the Niners are in the lab. And the Giants are in Arizona.
The Giants won 3 titles. The Warriors won 4 titles. The San Francisco 49ers went to 2 Super Bowls under Shanahan and 1 or 2 under Harbaugh? Like, what do you just think you're going to win 7 titles in the next 7 years?
Well, it starts with 1, and the Niners weren't able to get that one.
Exactly. So all I'm saying is I'd much rather be a fan back in 2010, obviously, or 2014, when we could see these things starting. Like, if I had to buy stock in professional sports teams around the country, I don't think I'd buy here in the Bay Area with the Warriors, the Giants, and the Niners. I'm not sure the future looks great for all of them.
Well, I love that analogy. I'll just say this. What are you in it for? If you're in it to hold the stock forever, then maybe you're right. But I think the Warriors are a hot stock. And if it goes up and you could cash out, and that cash out could come with the Western Conference Finals or a Finals berth this year, because, Stotty, to me, it's not try to rebuild a dynasty. The Warriors know they can't do that. This is the quest for 5. This is the quest for number 5. Okay. And Joe Lacob talked to it when he talked to Bonte. I got to hear that. Good job by B. But the bottom line is that's what they're aiming for, 1 more title. Now, they could get 2 or 3. Now, that's very highly unlikely, and the 1 may be highly unlikely. But it's not as unlikely as it was before Jimmy Butler came to town.
I mean, okay.
Yeah. And you got Draymond and, Jimmy talking about Chip. I don't think the Giants are saying we're winning the World Series and, or any 49er saying we're getting back to the playoffs or the Super Bowl.
We'll see. Well, I just look at the 3 teams objectively, and sometimes I think, what Bay Area fans don't get it. Like, they don't get it. The Giants won 3 titles the last 15. They won 3 titles since 2010. The Warriors have won 4 championships since 2014. And the Niners haven't broken through, but damn it, for the last decade, they've been very relevant for the most part, and they've knocked on the door a few times, 2 or 3 times.
Man.
Like, I look at it as though how's the future going to be any better than that? It's not.
Yeah.
It's just not. I don't think.
Hey, and I'll say this to you. Go ahead.
And that's why when I take, seriously, what team are you most excited about? It's the Sharks, because they have 2 young they have Victor Wembanyama in a way. That makes them exciting. But I'm thinking about the other teams and where they are right now. Let's go to Vic in Alameda. Hey, Vic.
Hey guys, nice to be on the air with you guys.
Sure.
You have a great show, by the way.
Thank you, man.
Sonny, I love you. Always keeping it 100. I actually used to work with Goo years ago. And Goo, it's great to hear your voice every day.
Hey, where did we work at?
We used to work at the phone company, dog, and we used to talk Star Wars all day long back in the days.
All right, baby. Good to hear from you.
Good to hear from you guys. Thank you.
My God. I was corporate, Stoney. I told you.
Oh, you Vic.
If anything, I'm super grateful to Draymond for giving us something to talk about, something to chew on all week long. It feels great. It feels exciting. You made a good point a minute ago, Signy. Buying stock in various sports nowadays was looking really bleak. So at least the Warriors are giving us something to chew on. 49ers, ooh, what a mess. And to be honest with you, I'm actually an A's fan myself. And despite them not being here in Oakland, I'm actually really looking forward to their year. They're up and coming right now. They're a team to talk about. But in any case, at least this is fun talking about this, and I can't wait to see what the Warriors have in store for us the rest of the year.
Yeah, appreciate it, Vic.
Yeah, my old coworker, Vic. I'll tell you what. You talked about.
I couldn't think of a one-liner about Thursdays. I just couldn't think of a one-liner about Vic and Thursdays.
Too late. But the bottom line is, Stoney, we talked about the Warriors, right? There's a price to a dynasty. And this is going to sound crazy, but the Niners, you can't say they were a dynasty, but they were closer. I would put this 5-year run or the last 5 years up against any other team. You talk about the NFC championships where they didn't get to the Super Bowl, but they were damn close. So maybe we're just watching the price of where they were at, and they were ultra close to getting it done. And maybe we're just watching the residue of those long seasons. And unfortunately, none of them culminated with a title.
Yeah, I think, and that's
when you look at it like that, it don't sound crazy.
Well, that's one of the things that I'm putting into the equation is I look at it as though the Niners just had a great 5-6 year run, whatever it was, and I think it might be coming to an end. So they're going to do what the Warriors did a year ago and run it back and see if not making the playoffs was. Was a freak or whether they're not a playoff team. So as far as I'm concerned, the Niners are just going to run it back.
But okay.
But I think the Niners are looking at.
You need players, Steiny. Like Bosa needs help.
My point is to me, the Warriors and the Niners are naturally over the next few years, I think, going to decline. I just think they're going to decline because they've been so high, and you can't stay so high for decades and decades. Like when, Steph can't play forever, and that'll be a major challenge after he leaves. And the 49ers right now, I don't know. Maybe the end of the run came last year, and this year they're gonna be the same kind of team. And then where are we at?
And how long will it take?
Exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. What are you thinking about each of the Bay Area teams and where they're going? What's your vibe about these teams right now? Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was also brought to you by Frontier Ford.
Hey, you guys, there's nothing better than feeling good in my clothes and in my...
tell you, Priest does it right. Priest knows when to hit. He's got great sense of timing.
Well, things have changed here. We want Priest, are you in?
Well, that was
every day that goes by and he doesn't call, Snotty. You got to face the music and just tell us, has anything changed on the Priest meter?
I'm sure that soundbite was from like a month ago when the Warriors had no action.
Mm-hmm.
But and Steph Curry, well, that's when his bilateral tendonitis was really bothering him.
I got
it's
that
funny.
out the system.
It's gone away since Jimmy Butler's arrived.
Kind of starting the Laker games. Now we were out at the what was the putt?
Tipsy putt.
Yeah, tipsy putt.
Oh, why don't we do this? We got a great guest coming up at 12:45.
Stretch.
Don't. I want to try to play a game here.
Ooh.
We got a fun. I want to know if somebody can guess who the guest is on the text line or on the YouTube chat. Here's our guest at 12:45 is a former Warrior.
Yeah,
and I would say that he's got a ring.
Dang.
And I would say he was kind of a fan favorite.
No doubt.
Fans liked him.
Yeah.
Fans really liked him. Who do you think it is?
I gotcha.
888-957. Not Matt Barnes. Not Matt Barnes.
He's busy.
In the meantime, I'll go to a Jay in Oakland.
The town.
Keep guessing on those text lines. No JTA. What's up, Jay? How you doing, buddy?
How you doing?
All right. Sabo got it. But go ahead. How you doing, baby?
No, I'm here. Hey, what I wanted to say was I'm not worried right now, and I want to ask you. I want to ask you guys what you think about the injuries and how that played into the Niners season, because we're making all these comments about the Niners, not living up to their expectations. But hey, the injuries played a big part. So what would their record have been without those injuries? So I'm excited. I'm not worried. We get to see the Niners next year healthier, and yeah, there's some questionable things there with Christian McCaffrey, but we'll see, and we got to be excited about it. with the Warriors now. Yeah, Curry, Jimmy, Dre, they're all at the end of their cycles, right? So we got one last run, fine, but when they're done, we know Lacob is going to go all in.
Yeah.
We're going to have cash, and Lacob is going to go all in. He's going to make something happen. I don't know. Is it Anthony Edwards? Who knows? So I think we got something to look forward to. The Giants, yeah, we had no clue what they look like. I'm not sure about them. And the Sharks, we will start talking about the Sharks when they actually win or get to the playoffs and do some damage. But for now, we can't even bring the Sharks up until they do something. And the only reason we're talking about it is Celebrini, really.
Yeah, and Will Smith, Jay.
Yeah.
Don't forget him. Here's the thing about by the way, Sabo got it right. Mo Spates.
Yeah.
Mo Spates going to join us at 12:45. He's working for the University of South Florida as a director of player development. He was on his 2015 championship team.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Remember I told you my buddy Gerard went there and played South Florida.
Yeah. Yeah, South Florida, the Bulls. What was I going to say? The 49ers. And no, I'm not saying they're in big trouble. I'm just saying I don't know. To me, the 49ers have now become an unknown. And the last caller was talking about, well, how much of the injuries? And
he had a point, but
I mean, they weren't playing well when they were just missing McCaffrey early in the season. But the injuries were a factor. But I'm not the kind of guy who just says, well, everybody will be back, so they'll be good again.
Yeah, and I expect
so I'm just in a wait and see mode with the 49ers.
And when you talk about injuries, Stoney, again, we don't know if Greenlaw has played his last down with the Niners. You know how I feel about that and what he can do to the defense. But the bottom line is when I think of the injuries, to the caller's point, he was correct, but I think of Ayuk and I think of McCaffrey. And you're right, we'll see. But I'm talking about who is going to be alongside that D-line to wreak more havoc and create more havoc with Bosa. And if you let Greenlaw go, who's his replacement? I'm talking about things like that. Can you get a corner in the draft? Or, I know Evan told me, don't expect a big shopping spree via free agency, even though they got about $44 million under the cap, if not more. So I'm wait and see. But, Stoney, even when healthy, I can look at this team and say, you tell me if I'm wrong. The O-line needs some help. The D-line needs some help. Those are real things. And who is the real Brock Purdy? because he's getting the bag. That we know.
That's what everybody's saying.
But now it's about the production.
I know it is. And you just go down the list. What do you expect out of McCaffrey this year? I don't know. Is he going to be the player he was 2 years ago? I don't know. Brandon Ayuk, when's he coming back? I don't know. George Kittle, he's solid as a rock. Yeah. Probably don't have to worry about him. What about Trent Williams? Where's he at right now? He had a terrible year. Where's Bosa at? Bosa's got to have a better year.
Yeah.
So
he was average at best.
So I'm just looking at the Niners and thinking when they start next season, I don't really have a lot of expectations for them. And I think they're going to have to prove to fans that they're the same team they were before last year, and that's going to take. That's going to take half a season or more.
You know what? I'm not mad at you, but you could also say, Goo, they're not that team to do what I'm about to do. But the one thing that's juicy in a good way about the Niners, Donnie, is what deems to be that soft-ass schedule. So if they can bounce back, then they got action. But is there air in the ball? We'll find out.
Let's go to Scott in Hayward. Hey, Scott, what's going on, man?
Hey, just want to follow up a little on that last call.
Sure.
I called to say you guys sound like you're taking a little dirt on their graves, saying the eulogy for the San Francisco 49ers. I'll say this. Out of the hardships came some bright future notes. Went down. We got to see in the last couple games that Pearsall looks like the real deal as a wide receiver. We got to see Jennings step up his game tremendously. When McCaffrey went down, we saw a lot of good out of Garendo. So, when I look at a football team, I see the 49ers needing O-line help, needing D-line help. They've also got their best draft position in years, but they've got a quarterback. And in the NFL, you got a quarterback, you got action. So, what the Niners got going seems pretty fixable to me. I don't see the doom and gloom. Like, who would you rather have right now, the Raiders or the 49ers?
Well, obviously the Niners.
Raiders don't have action. They got no quarterback. So, go Niners. I think they got some juice. As for the Giants, wait and see on the Giants. Will Clark had a great point, pitching and defense. Dodgers can be the Yankees of the Steinbrenner years and spend till the cows come home. That don't guarantee they're going to win anything. So we'll see what happens in the West. Maybe the Giants will build, the old-fashioned way and scrape out a couple games. Nobody expected a World Series in 2010 or 2012 either. So, hey, go Giants, go Niners, and let's hope the Warriors get a little last gasp. This year, the future is a little bleak on that front. And hey, go Sharks!
Thanks, Scotty. Appreciate the call. I'm really sometimes you don't get to see this side of me very often.
I've seen them all,
but I struggle sometimes with the perception that I'm negative. I struggle with that because I don't see myself as a negative person. I see myself as a pragmatist.
Well, yeah, you retired off Twitter for the second time.
So Scotty said, why all the doom and gloom about the 49ers?
I'm with you. I got some.
It's not. I never said doom and gloom.
Right.
I simply said 2 years ago they were in the Super Bowl. Last year they went, what were they, 6-11? And a lot of it was injuries. And all I said was, I feel like they're gonna have to start from, in my mind. They got to start from scratch. I don't know if they're a good team or not. I don't know if last year's team was an aberration. Yeah. So it's not doom and gloom. It's let me see.
No doubt. And when that Super Bowl ended in Nevada 2 years ago, Stoney, where they lost in overtime to the Chiefs, I just assumed, and only asses assume, and I was one of them, I assumed that they were coming right back. It didn't happen. And Scotty made some stellar points, but the bottom line I would say to Scotty is, man, how you've lowered the bar. It's not doom and gloom. It's concern and unknown. But the fact that you're calling the station to compare them to the Raiders, no, I'm comparing the Niners to the Niners of the past, of the recent past. And last year wasn't good enough. And you could be right, Stoney. Maybe it was an anomaly. But I can't forget how teams ran the ball down their throat at times. I can't forget how there was no pressure on the quarterback. So there is a to-do list. What about Brock Shear? How much was it because he was under duress? And can you fix that moving forward? So I would tell Scotty, I hear you. you're lightweight, right? But to feel better because you're not the Raiders, I don't think that puts you where you want to be and where you've been.
Well,
you know,
one of the things when I look at the 49ers moving forward next year and coming off the year they had, one thing that now this might be something nobody thinks about, but to me, I always think about the dynamics of a team and the dynamics of the team between them and the fans.
Mm-hmm.
And the reality of the situation is that if and when Brock Purdy gets paid, everything changes in terms of the way we and the fans will look at him. If he gets paid $45-50 million and for whatever reason has essentially the exact same season as he did last year, then we've got a problem. Then we've got a problem because then we've got a quarterback making a lot of money, and now we're saying, man, he hasn't been great for the last 2 years. Now,
but are they winning games?
I don't know.
Like, I don't need him to be Peyton Manning, you know, and throw for 500 yards. It's, can you do what you've did and made it look so easy?
Like last year?
No, that's
well,
what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
The two previous.
That's what I'm saying.
And they're writing that check hoping they're going to see Brock from 2 years, you know, and first two.
Let me tell you something. Let me ask you this. If Brock Purdy, let's say he gets $50 million, whatever, I don't care. He's a high-paid quarterback. And he kind of has, you know, the season goes similarly to last year. I mean, he might start getting booed at Levi Stadium for all we know. I'm just saying that when he gets paid, I guarantee you everyone starts to look at him differently and will be less patient with him.
So they're expecting more.
Aren't you? Well, I'm expecting more out of Brock Purdy next year.
Okay, Stein, but what if the offense, and this is the beautiful thing about sport and football, what if the offense is not the problem and they're scoring 28 to 31 points a game, but the defense is just
well, then we got to work on our defense.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, you know, Purdy, when he starts making money, everything changes. Schleprock in San Mateo. What's going on, Schleprock? How you doing? But first, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. What's up, Schleprock? How you doing, buddy?
What's going on with the dynamic duo? Hey, Scotty was right on that previous call because the Niners do have a lot going for him. They got a diva receiver on Super Bowl week said that he doesn't want to play for the Niners anymore. They got another diva receiver with a mangled up knee that may not be back at the beginning of the season. They got a running back who can't stay healthy. He's always injured. They got a quarterback inside hands who can't stay healthy either. Not to mention, both lines are like Swiss cheese. So, yeah, they got a lot going for them. And here's the thing. Niner fans love to say this. The Raiders are the left leg and the Niners are the right leg. The Niners haven't won a Super Bowl in 3 decades, and they lost their last 3. The Raiders haven't won in 4 decades, so who's really better? You know what I'm saying? You guys have a great show, and I love listening to you.
Thanks, Schleprock. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, I love the Rocks, Donnie. Shout out to Dwayne Johnson. But the bottom line is the Raiders haven't won a playoff game in over 20 years. I'm just saying the Niners have been to – they lost those 3 Super Bowls, but there was a whole hell of a lot of winning. Know what I mean?
I don't think – yeah, I mean –
I hadn't heard the right and left leg.
Well, I don't compare the Raiders and the 49ers, especially since the Raiders aren't here anymore.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, it depends. That's the beauty of sports fans. We got one caller calling in saying, you know, the 49ers got a lot going for them. And we got Schleprock calling in and saying, you know, there's signs on the wall that are troublesome.
Like, what do you do with Debo,
You trade him. You get rid of him.
But now you're going to get rid of him, I believe, at his lowest.
Oh.
No, it is lowest. What word am I looking for? Like
value.
Value, you know? 3 years ago, it's like action.
Well, you didn't want to trade him 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Like if he was still playing like 3 years ago, he wouldn't have asked for a trade and they wouldn't trade him. They wouldn't be looking to trade him. You know, I was reading Tim Kawakami in the Standard, and as it relates to the 49ers, and he wrote, why is that a drop?
Because you said and you shouted out where you read it. So the Standard, chalk one up for the Standard.
You have to. You have to credit sources.
And that's what Evan was doing by the sound effect.
A drop is when you go above and beyond to make people think you're important.
When people call here and say I used to coach or play, Evan gives them the.
Well,
you're
you
telling
did
us
go
something.
above and beyond to cite the source, because let's be honest. Sometimes those sources get lost in the weeds. Like when I come back with a highlight, or there's a piece of sound.
Oh, shove it, Evan.
Oh, look at my man. Speaking of Evan, Steiny, we got to show our man some love. When we come back on the next break, did you hear? He was on the call St. Mary's last night. We got to hear him in action.
I know.
You didn't listen. I had it on.
Yeah, okay. See, this is where, like, I thought I've told you this before, is that kind of humor was cute for the first 7 years of our relationship.
But what humor?
I'm just getting sick of it. Like when I know you didn't listen to Evan and you say you did. That's all.
I was in the car.
I'm just sick of it. That's all.
Wow.
So
you're saying I'm lying to my guy?
It's not the end of the world.
You've called me a liar on air
just
before,
once,
man.
and it was a long time ago.
Damn. Keep doing you, E.
Oh,
Thanks,
man.
you.
Like when Victor called in and said he used to work with me. That's a drop, you know.
Yeah, no, that's a drop for him.
But the standard needs to shine, and you were giving him that, and Evan took it to the next level. It's like when Wade threw Bron the dunk in Miami at Milwaukee.
I don't remember that.
The alley-oop?
With the picture.
Yes, with the picture.
And that bucket was worth 9 points, I believe, because it was so spectacular.
Boy.
They awarded him 9 points on that.
It was a moment in time.
We can make dunks worth 3. That might get people back in the paint.
I'd rather see that than a 4-point shot. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just get rid of it all. 49ers. Okay. Yeah. Kawakami's talking about how the Niners might be doing business a little bit differently this year. Because the last 2 or 3 years, their off seasons have not gone great. And what he's talking about is, he goes back a few years and says, Bosa. Now it's wide. When Bosa signed his contract, it was widely thought that, man, he won those negotiations. That Nick Bosa won those negotiations.
I thought he did.
He not only won the negotiation, he also won because he's not playing up to his contract. I mean, so you cave in or you give Bosa everything he wants, and he's been biting you now for a few years.
Same with Debo?
Debo Samuel. He got a contract, and
boy,
apparently Kawakami is saying that it was obvious, like Debo's not going to be around. They're not going to pay him what they're supposed to pay him. So. And they're not going to. He says that they're going to be more disciplined with paying people for what they've done, rather than, or what they think they're going to do, rather than what they've done. But like McCaffrey, contract extension, boom, here you go, it backfires. Trent Williams, boom, here you go, backfires. So his point is that they're going to take a little bit harder of a line, probably. They're going to, and then he said. He obviously talked about the Ayuk contract. And
a lot of people saying he robbed them blind, but
he did.
Nobody know he was going to get hurt.
Well, the bigger issue to me is Kawakami saying that inside the 49ers building, there's still some disappointment that they did end up paying Ayuk what they paid him.
Man.
And so all this is a way to say he thinks the 49ers are going to be a little tougher, let's say, in the offseason.
More diligent.
Yeah, but of course, they're going to pay Purdy.
Yeah, well,
Purdy's going to be immune from this, probably.
And I was just going to throw it back at you, and we talked about it and had some fun with it. We were not assassinating anybody's character. But, Steiny, I guess, how do you do that? Would you have sent, I'm asking you, would you, when you were about to give McCaffrey in the middle of the night that deal, would you send him to Kaiser to get a in-depth physical? Like, what could you have done different on the McCaffrey front? To kind of see he was going to miss the first 8 games. Well, that's why I just feel like a lot of it, and you make your own luck, is bad luck, though, Steiny, especially Ayuk. I know that went 15 rounds, and nobody saw him getting hurt, but now everybody's like, oh, he bipped the Niners and he robbed them blind. Well, we're only saying that because he got his money, and then he was unavailable. And that wasn't on purpose.
He stunk before he got hurt. Let's put the rat on the table, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. And all Kawakami's saying is, they're not saying, well, we should have done the McCaffrey thing differently. He's basically saying they're going to look harder at this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And maybe it'll manifest itself in them not bending over backwards for Trent Williams like they have.
Well, you got your big boys behind you now. Purdy's the biggest boy. But after that, Stouty, you think it's going to be quiet on the set, you know?
Oh, no.
What happened?
Oh, boy.
What happened?
Oh, boy. 707. It wasn't a lob from Wade to LeBron James. It was a bounce pass. 650. Guru, it was a bounce pass. 707. Guru, the iconic Wade LBJ photo was a transition bounce pass, not an alley-oop. That's from Al. Al in the
I got it wrong. It still was iconic. Yeah.
Usually you chuckle more about
I'm gonna review the film or the tape during the break. I thought it was a lob, but okay. The bottom line is he did. Come on now.
What?
I own that. I own that one.
Yeah, but it seems like you're.
Well, you didn't
like
catch it.
I don't like the way you reacted to it. I wanted you to kind of laugh about it a little more and pretend like you were really hurt.
Nah.
Well, I think everyone knows because actually D-Wade addressed it a couple days ago. Because there's a misconception that the picture is of an alley-oop because he catches it so damn high in the air.
Evan, that's how I had it in Gooville. I thought you watched all of the All-Star Weekend. How come you didn't catch that? It was obviously part of All-Star
Weekend. It was on a podcast.
Yeah.
Can I shower? Can I go for a walk? Good God. He said all of it.
I'm just saying.
Hey, but he, real quick, Evan, he addressed it. I'm not the only one that thought it was a lob.
No, that's why I think he addressed it because every time he's asked about it, someone references it as an alley-oop. And so he said, well, actually, it was a bounce pass.
See, wow. I feel better.
You know what's coming next for Gil?
My boy Kane ripped me on that Pods can dunk being athletic. That's a whole other story.
He should have.
No, there was no rip involved.
Yes.
I'm not saying just because you could be 7 foot and dunk and not have athleticism. Pods is shifty. I'm not saying he's Carl Lewis and he'll win the Olympics.
You're backing down? So you realize what you said was foolish. No. It's okay. Just act the way you did about missing the lob pass with the dunk. It's okay. Hey, Evan, you know what's coming up next with Goo? He's going to start saying, hey, Steiny, I went back and re-listened to that podcast. And when are you going to start re-listening to that?
I loved it, Evan. He don't even know he did it. He threw me a life preserver on that. Like a lot of people thought it was a lob.
Not any of our listeners on the text line. They all seem to know. All right. 888-957-9570. I'll tell you what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to open up the phone lines. How you feeling about each of your Bay Area teams? And also at some point I want to get into the Warriors because Steve Kerr talked last night, and I thought there were about 3 or 4 nuggy nugs in there. Hey, our Slam Dunk contest in Vegas is on. Check it out. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4. That's a winner and 3 guests to Vegas plus $5,000 for each guest. $20,000 total. You'll be staying at Circa, the premier sports viewing destination in downtown Vegas. Stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premium destination with the stadium swim party to watch all the college games. It's the ultimate viewing experience, and winning is easy. Here's all you got to do. Download the free Odyssey app, log in, and listen at least 1 hour. You're automatically entered in the contest. This is a national contest. Download the app, and you might be headed to Vegas.
Looking for the perfect San Francisco getaway? Stay in the heart of Union Square at the Handlery.
America!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Boy, I'll tell you what, I had such a productive evening last night. It was unreal.
I couldn't tell on the Vine.
I was withholding on the Vine because I was actually working.
You were being aggressive.
I was
you
working.
can go to jail for that.
Yeah, your language was, I didn't appreciate it.
Okay, so get this. Actually, never mind. Stop sending me those kind of pictures. Not those kind of pictures.
Oh, okay. I was like, hey.
Those kind of pictures. Not inappropriate. Just pictures I don't want to see.
It was somebody we worked with.
Yeah, and I was trying to eat my dinner is what I was saying.
Wow. Dude, look
so I was
at
trying
you.
to eat dinner, and you send me that photo, and it's like...
Ask me why I'm feeling good real quick here.
He deserved it.
I took a baby L last segment on the bounce pass.
Mm-hmm.
I just saw it again. It was on December 6, 2010.
Yeah.
I got a friend works at TNT. He don't like me to say his name. He loves the show,
Thank
Stoney.
you.
All right, he loves the show. He texts me just now. It was also in Miami. No, it wasn't. Sent him a screenshot. It was in Milwaukee. I got that right.
Right.
Yeah.
And you want me to take it a step further? One of the reasons he did it was because he was getting booed because that's where he went to college, Marquette, which is in Milwaukee.
You learned that from the text line.
Hey, everybody borrows in this business.
Rest in peace, Ricky.
Thanks, text line. So I got a lot done yesterday, I did my podcast with Trevor.
How'd that go?
Well, it went great. You know,
Too bad you're not on Twitter to see it.
Yeah, that's all right. I don't have to see it. I did it. So, just to give the listeners just a little. I can't believe I'm going to do it, but it's just to make fun of you.
Do it well.
I got a little taste of, so you can get a little taste of me. He said, it'll be about a half hour. And I said, yeah, whatever. So sure enough, a half hour came, and he's like, boy, well, a half hour came and went pretty quickly. I still had some stuff. And I said, let's keep it running, baby.
I love it. Look at OT.
Let's keep it running.
Isn't he, Trevor, a good guy?
Yeah.
One of the good guys, man.
So we ended up doing 45 minutes. But
Did you tell him you think they're winning it all?
No.
You held
And you know
back.
what? He's a different kind of partner than you.
A lot of guys.
He actually agreed with me a little more than you do. For example, I was just locking in last night. I just wrote this down. If you're a general manager, this is a non sequitur, but too bad. If you're a general manager in the NBA and you don't have a lot of experience, I would never, ever, 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 ever draft a young big man. Ever.
If you don't have much tell me why.
Because you'll get fired before they can develop. And the only way you should draft a young big is if you are a tenured GM who can afford to make a mistake. For example, if today you got named as the general manager of the Golden State Warriors and we're going into the draft,
oh my God.
Do not take, especially you.
Don't take Wiseman.
Because you'd be on a short leash with Joe Lacob. Don't take a young big man.
Yeah.
You'll be fired before you ever.
Well, Bob survived that, but he wasn't new.
Because he had tenure.
No doubt about it.
He had tenure.
This is James Wiseman.
So the Warriors, real quick, and we can jump back into all the teams if you want. But I do want to spend a little time on the Warriors because there's news related to the Warriors. They practiced last night, optional practice, and Steve Kerr talked to the media, and there's some nuggy nugs. And I'll tell you what are you laughing at? What are both of you laughing at?
What about Wemby, Evans?
What about him?
You wouldn't have taken Victor Wembanyama?
Probably not.
Steiny, stop.
Not if I were a first-year GM.
You probably would have got fired if you hadn't.
Yeah.
What about Chet Holmgren?
Come on.
No. You know why? Because let me tell you what's happening with those two guys.
Zion?
You realize you mentioned three guys who have a very good chance of being injury prone their whole careers.
They also have a great chance to be future Hall of Famers.
We'll see. I'm just saying. Be careful. And with all due respect, I guess I have to dumb it down a little more for you guys. There's a difference between James Wiseman and Wembanyama.
Does Evan Mobley count?
He played how many years at USC?
1.
I wouldn't have drafted him. But look, how many years has Mobley been in the league now?
This is his third year, fourth year.
Oh, is that all? Yeah, and he's really coming into his own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you were thinking about you had a thought about the Warriors?
Well, I'm going to take a call first.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to Lee in San Jose. Hey, Lee, and if you want to just shut me up, then people can just call in and I'll take your calls and then I won't talk. That's fine. What's up, Lee?
Good morning, gentlemen. Let's put a little light and put this baseball season in perspective. I don't think you realize just how good the Dodgers are over the next 5 to 10 years. They have gathered a masterpiece from pitching to Lucky Dave Roberts and some of his coaching strategies to Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, and Ohtani, my brother. Y'all are in trouble. So let's not tease the Giants fans to think you have a shot at anything.
Well, you got a shot at
He's talking to you, Goo.
No, you're right with what you just said, but they got a shot at a wild card, which will have nothing to do with the Dodgers. Obviously, they're in your division, but you know what I mean? You got to forget the NL West.
Don't do that. No. Don't do that. Guru, don't do that. Don't do that to the Giants fans. Don't do that, man. I know you want ratings. The Giants don't have a shot at anything.
Well, come on, they were 2 under last year. They were they didn't get eliminated to damn near the end.
Lee,
Stoney, help me with Lee. I'm just saying, hey,
I'll help
I
you.
didn't say print the parade, get the parade ready, or the Dodgers. I said a wild card. And we saw a couple years ago the Arizona Diamondbacks in your division took that wild card and got to the World Series.
Lee,
that's all I'm saying.
Lee, don't be a stranger. Don't be a stranger,
But he's
Lee.
telling the Giants, just come back home from Arizona. Don't even show up.
No, he's saying stop blowing smoke about the Giants.
They were 2 under last year.
Exactly.
They added Adames.
And they lost Snell.
For a half.
Now he stinks,
No,
right?
I'm saying for the first half, he was, come on now, ERA in double digits. My point is, Steiny, I got it. All I'm saying is, what's a successful season for the Giants, Goo? It would be making a wild card.
No doubt.
Okay.
Blake Snell, he stinks. No doubt.
That guy was saying that is like a miracle.
Let me take you back to a week or two ago. You said this is what this guy meant. Remember when you told the story about a week ago where you met a guy and he said, "Hey, Goo," and then he goes, "Are you for real?"
That was about fun.
Remember that one?
Yeah.
Well, I think that's kind of what Lee's talking about. Like he's saying, Guru, be real. The Giants have no action, so stop pretending like you think they have action. We don't believe you. I think that's where it's all coming from.
So would you like to make a bet, you and I, because you let Lee got your head, you're pumped, that the Giants won't make a wild card?
I'm sorry, one more time.
I'll make a bet with you. Evan, I know this. I think the Giants could be a wild card, and I'm willing to bet.
I'll make you bet.
All right, let's do it.
All right.
Can I take Signy's side?
Now, it's one and done. Calipari.
Now,
that's our baseball bet.
Okay, are you ever going to pay the dinner bet?
Sucker, I'm going Priest. I was just with you, and I whispered in
I
your
wasn't hungry.
Okay, so
you know what? I'm hungry today.
Well, I don't have time today. Tomorrow. Oh, well, you got to get a pass anyway.
Yeah,
for dinner.
Yeah, okay.
You can't stay out that late.
Well,
the streets
knows.
There's nothing wrong with it.
There's nothing to do with
it. Accounted for.
It has nothing to do with my situation. It has to do with I like to get 12 hours of sleep a night.
Dude, what time do you go to bed? I'm nocturnal, man.
About 8:25.
Oh, my God.
And then I get up at 7. So
I'm just watching games.
I like to get a good 10 and a half, 11 in.
8 a.m. Eastern.
We went bowling last night in the dinner. Nobody asked. And
you went out on a school night?
Yeah, it was Daryl's birthday.
That's crazy.
I came home about 9:50. Asked me what I did. Got into bed solo.
Yeah.
And watched Lakers Hornets from the beginning.
Last 10 minutes.
No, from the beginning. Do sports, man. It's the best.
From the lab.
Yeah. You hate that.
I don't. Why would I hate that?
Luka has no legs. No, I'm just telling you, the Lakers are out.
Oh, the Lakers are out.
Yeah, no, I thought, dude,
okay, they're out.
Dallas, if Anthony Davis comes back, and I know it was immediate, they got more. The Lakers they've got 2 turnstiles on defense, and Bron's one of them. Steiny LaMelo Ball was. Well, Luka's got to get it, man.
Hey, Goo. What'd you think about LeBron playing 38 minutes last night?
I'm telling you, and BG went there, Geltzeiler, he was sending a middle finger to the league for not tipping him off on that trade. That's why he took his ball and went home on All-Star game. Evan, that's all I kept thinking about. Well, it's Wednesday and Sunday. Dude he wanted to stick it to the league. Luka's depressed. I'm telling you, man, he needs the sports shrink.
Okay.
I'm just keeping it real.
No, you have no idea if he's depressed or not.
Look at him play. He can't hit the side of a
Depression is a serious issue.
No, it is real. I've dealt with it.
You can't diagnose that from 300 miles away.
I can tell when somebody needs an ear. How about that? He needs an ear, Snotty.
Well, he was humbled.
And I learned last night, my dumb self, I thought he was like Butler. He could leave L.A. if he wanted to. Then how would that trade look for Pelinka? Rob Lowe wannabe.
Yeah, then they just clear cap space and get Giannis. Right. I mean, that's what the Lakers do.
I lied.
Where was that from? I got thrown off here.
Hey.
No, it's not 12 hours. I get 11. I usually I like to get 11 hours.
I'm afraid.
Of what?
I think the older
that you'll
you get,
never wake up?
No. Well, you're practicing dying. That's too much sleep. Like, enjoy yourself a little more.
I enjoy myself in the rack.
I got you. Dreaming. I ain't mad at you. Yeah.
Studies actually show that the longer you sleep, the longer you live.
Now, if there's something to that.
For every hour you sleep, you're at least not eating.
Okay. Boy. Or doing a whole hell of a lot of other things.
Yeah, so
I give that to you.
For me, it's like a built-in 12 or 13 hour fast.
But what scares me is the day's almost over for you right now. Like it's you're gonna be in the sack by daylight savings. Will you be in the bed before the sun goes down?
Yeah, I like to get home by dusk. Absolutely.
I need to try it with the bags under my eyes.
Oh boy. All right. Let me see. I started this segment. Yeah, I wouldn't draft a young big.
But you started with Kerr.
I know. We never even.
Well,
I know it's a Kerr sound. Oh boy. All right. So Steve Kerr, Warriors had practice last night, and it was optional. And Kerr
Why would it be optional? That's a setup.
Because Curry doesn't have to go because he was involved in all the week's activities. And same with Draymond, I'm sure. That practice was for Yuri Welsh. No, what's it? Yuri
Kevin Knox.
Collins?
Yuri Collins.
Okay.
And Kevin Knox. That's it.
And Kuminga.
No contact for Kuminga.
I got it.
No contact. All right. So Steve Kerr had some interesting things to say. I thought there were 3 nuggets that he brought up. All right. The first one is Draymond Green. What's up with Draymond? How are you going to use him? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the beginning of the season, our feeling was we didn't really want to have Draymond be the full-time 5 from the start. But now that we're down to the 27 games, I'm much more comfortable rolling him out there as our starting 5 like we did in Houston. Playing him more minutes there for, a couple of months, I think is very doable. But I think we have good options, too, to play him at the 4. Especially with Quentin shooting the ball well the way he is, we can play Draymond at both the 4 and the 5 and feel good about it.
All right. What do you think of, if you're a Warrior fan and you hear Kerr say that, what do you think?
I love it, and they load. I can't say they foresaw them getting Jimmy Buckets or a player of that caliber, but Stoney, the bottom line is his go time, and they basically load and listened to Draymond Green, load manage him at the 5, and now Kerr saying 27 games, and I'm like, well, you're going to have some series after that. They got to make that happen, but I love it. And Stoney, I love Dre at the 5.
Yeah, I'm surprised I'm surprised you didn't take it further than that.
Oh,
you have every right to.
Kuminga?
I think that's good news for Kuminga.
Yeah.
Draymond Green playing a lot of 5. I think that's good news for Kuminga because if you're playing Draymond at 5, that leaves the 4 or the 3 open for Kuminga.
You're right.
And it looks like they're going to go that way. So you may have, what was the starting lineup you wanted?
I wanted Dre at 5, Kuminga 4,
Butler
3,
Curry and who?
Pods at 1.
Okay.
Yeah. What would yours be?
I would start Buddy Hield instead of Podziemski. And here's the thing and this is my own thought, and we'll get back to Draymond at the 5. But if you want to chime in, when you hear that Kerr's ready to get, there are a lot of Warrior fans that don't like the fact that they still playing a lot of small ball. And I just know it. There's a lot of people out there that don't think the Warriors have enough size. And now Kerr's saying we're going to play Draymond as much as we can at 5.
All right.
So I think there is a group of Warrior fans that are saying, so now we're going to go back to playing smaller. Yes, it might open up the door for Kuminga, though, is the way I would look at it. But I do think it's an indication. Obviously, they're going to play small. They're going to be small again.
Yeah.
And
they've had success with it in the past. How about that, Stoney?
Yeah, they have.
Yeah.
They have. Here's the thing. And I mean this in the nicest way. I got some advice for Warrior fans.
Oh. All
constructive advice. Get off Buddy Hield. You got to get off Buddy Hield.
We'll see.
And I'll tell you.
Some are saying the Warriors need to, but no, I'm not going to kick a man when he's down. Stoney, he can't make a shot.
You may hate to hear this, but the Warriors are going nowhere if Buddy Hield isn't a part of it. Nowhere. You look at this team, the reason that Steve Kerr has to play Buddy Hield is because he is by far the best three-point shooter on the team, numbers be damned, other than Steph Curry. And Kerr has to give Buddy Hield a crack at being hot from the three-point line every single game. I really believe that. Last game, I think he only played 14 minutes.
And took him out the starting lineup.
Exactly. But Buddy Hield has to play. Like, he has, in a way, Buddy Hield, unfortunately, has an outsized importance on this team because they have such a lack of three-point shooting that they got to see night in and night out if he's got anything going from the three-point line. And then Kerr's going to have to decide if he's not, do I get him out of there thinking he's not going to get hot at all, or if he's making shots, then he can play. But they really need another three-point shooter, and that's
Moody's
why I
at
think
38%.
Buddy Hield. Who?
Moody. And Pods is taking 4 or 5 a game.
But Buddy Hield stretches the floor when he's out there. I'm not sure Moody does.
But has something,
and
you
the
can
other
stretch
thing
it, but if you miss the shot, then what are we really doing? Because we didn't take advantage of the spacing created for you to get wide open shots. So I'm just saying, Stoney, I saw Philadelphia, and they're constructed last year in the playoffs different than the Warriors. He was just an afterthought. He won them a game, but after that, it was pretty much over. My question is, what does this signal to you that he took him out the starting lineup? Are you so sure he's going to get back in there these next 27?
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about he has to start. I'm talking about he has to have a chance every single game. And the other thing is, this is what kind of... He's a 40% three-point shooter. It's not like he's shooting 32% this year. He's shooting 36.5%. That's down 3.5 points. That's not 40%. I get it. But I believe over the course of a season, he'll probably be close to up near 40. And that's the thing. You did this all last year. I was like, boy, Clay didn't make a lot of 38.5.
Right, I did.
30, but Goo, I don't think it 38.5. So I think Buddy Hield has to play because if he's making shots, you can then be the best possible version of the Warriors that you can be. That's my feeling on Buddy Hield.
So you're
888-957-957.
So you're riding till the wheels fall off. Now he's averaging 19 minutes a game, and you want to continue that?
Absolutely. He has to get it. He has to play in each half for at least 6 minutes or 8 minutes to see if he's making shots.
Yeah, because you brought back that fight, and you were like, Goo, it's too up and down. Yeah, Clay's 38, 39, but I know what I'm watching. It's up and down. I'm like, Stoney, the bottom line is 38. But we could say this, and I know you'll agree with me. We saw Clay get hot some games. I can't remember the last time Buddy had a 25, 28, just point explosion. So I'm rooting for him, Stoney, but I don't know how long the bus is going to continue the wait, especially now that you got Jimmy Butler. Like, in a crazy way, I feel like, the shots that Buddy was afforded now might go to Pods and a combination of Moody. Like, he might be forgotten about.
He might be, but I think it's...
I hope that's not the case, but, man, Stoney,
I don't know how you can forget about him altogether.
So well, man.
I don't know how you can forget about him altogether. He's the one guy who's like he's your 3-point specialist outside of Curry, and this team's going to need shooting, I think.
And they're a bad 3-pointing team anyway.
Exactly. So we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. So that's just why. But if he's going to start, Draymond, Kuminga, and Butler, then the question is, does he have to have another shooter alongside Curry? Because there's not enough shooters. Now, can Moody play? Sure, but he doesn't play 2 anymore. So Moody as a shooting guard, that ain't happening. Moody as a 3 might not even happen. So who else? Pods. Can Pods make enough threes? I don't know.
He's been attempting them,
but he's not going to stretch the floor yet in his second year because he's still in the place where defenses are going to say, let's see if Pods can beat us from 3-point range.
And what about Kuminga? We can't sleep. I'm not saying his percentage, Donnie, but he'll take 4 or 5 a game,
and that's not good. I mean, what's he shooting from 3?
Let me bring it up.
34.
If you had to guess, what would you? I
guess 33.3. Nah, 34.
Jonathan Kuminga on the season.
Now, hold on.
All right, because I got it.
I know you do. But let me tell you something.
Right.
Here's what I do know. His last 2 games, he made threes. So the percentage is going to be a little higher. It's 34.5.
Dude, you got it.
Yeah. And I think...
You think he looked, Evan? Or because I know you...
I'm on Buddy Hield's page right now.
Right. But you're so astute, Stoney, you could have looked at it yesterday and remembered.
I did.
Okay.
I did look at it yesterday. So here's a guy who's shooting 34%.
We're going to withhold the prize.
He's shooting 34%, and he's made 5 of his last 6 3-pointers.
You're right.
So he's really not a great 3-point shooter. He's streaky.
Yeah. Career 34% too.
Yeah, ugh. But maybe he'll take a page out of Butler's book and lose that part of his game. But that's the part of the game that could theoretically unlock him. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to get into some more of what Steve Kerr said. That's just one of the things, and I think it bodes well for Jonathan Kuminga. Steve Kerr wants to play Draymond Green a little bit more at the 5, which I think can open up some room for Kuminga. What's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
Luka's depressed.
And now whips a pass over to Ross, who curls to the top. Moving around a Saxon screen. Bounces it to Marshallonis. Marshallonis spins in the paint. Step through move. Left-handed off the window. Oh, a pretty scoop and a finish. Like an ice cream scoop. It was so sweet. 13-point lead for St. Mary's.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Mark Jones, watch out.
Evan Giddings.
Ice cream. Why?
Evan Giddings was on the St. Mary's Portland?
Yeah.
Portland game last night.
My man with balls.
There you go. That is our man, Evan Giddings. That's the reason he's probably not going to be a lifer here at 95.7 as our producer.
I'll hit him for tickets. That was special.
He's terrific.
Yeah.
That was Evan Giddings, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm-hmm. That was pretty good.
Nice job.
I'm proud. Yeah.
Nice, guys.
I'm having
Absolutely.
I feel like I did it.
Well, you did.
No, but he did it.
But I tell
That's
you what,
my guy.
You know, when I was a kid, I dreamed of being an announcer too, and I used to pretend to broadcast games into the tape recorder that I watch on TV, and they were just terrible. Because like the way Evan said, scoot, like he was excited, but his voice didn't crack, but
he took it up a level.
Yeah, absolutely, and I didn't have that in me. I didn't have that.
They call that fluctuation.
I don't know what they call it.
And you were playing Stratomatic. I grew up with the Madden, where the video games, if it wasn't your turn, I would announce them. So Silk Basie and Rutherford were playing. I didn't make it far as Evan.
All right. Mo Spates, Golden State Warrior center of the past. He has a ring. Mo Spates is joining us at 12:45 today. Right now he's working at the University of South Florida as a director of player development. We're going to talk to Mo Spates, one of the fan favorites
and original stretch five.
When you look, when you look at the dynasty,
I wonder if he would tell a young big now to not shoot. Like, I wonder if he's, you know what I mean? Like, if you want to get there to the league, you got to be able to shoot that thing.
You have to, and that's what's ruining the league. 650 guys, Post is shooting 40% from the three. What are we talking about? He should start over Buddy. Post brings the center. Listen, 650, do you listen?
Tell him.
This is Steve Kerr said he's playing Draymond Green more at 5, and he's not afraid to start Draymond Green at 5. I think he's going to start Draymond Green at 5. That's what the nugget was. So if he's starting Draymond at 5, then Post is not going to start.
That doesn't mean he's not going to play.
Let's go to Ken in El Sobrante. Hey, Ken, how you doing?
Oh, great, guys. I agree with you about Buddy Hield. He's been the reason why we haven't won a lot of close games, because the first 15 games, there was no pressure, and then expectations got to be just like the All-Star game when he scored the 31 points in the first round, and then when the pressure got on there, he missed the first whole rack. You know what I mean? And you could do better with Moses Moody and Przemski because they both play defense, and they're going to get rebounds.
I mean, Buddy's a one-dimensional player. There's no doubt. And if he's not shooting well, he's not really helping you. So,
and I'll leave you with this.
Sure.
I believe that Moses Moody got over the hump the last couple of games. You're going to see that Moses Moody, that version of him, for the rest of the season.
Well, Ken, I appreciate the call.
They're going to need him.
And not to be a downer, but where's he going to play? Where's Moody going to play when Kuminga comes back?
Well,
2-2-2. He can't play that position.
He could on my team, Stoney.
Well, and you'd be 22-60.
What would you be?
I wouldn't start him.
What would your record be?
I'm a 60-game winner. 60-22. No, I'm just saying. Kurt, he's got Draymond at 4. He's got Kuminga at 4. I think Butler's going to play some 4. Yeah. So Moody's been playing 4. We'll see what happens there. Let's go to Nate in San Francisco, and then I'll get back into some more of this sound real quick. What's up, Nate? How you doing?
Beautiful day. Boys, this is a great topic. Steiny, you're on it, man.
today, I mean, I know a lot of Warriors fans, like you're saying, they got a lot of hate for Buddy, but I don't know if you guys don't remember the Twins of the 90s. You all remember the infielder Chuck Knobloch?
Yeah. He couldn't throw it.
Yeah. Remember he couldn't throw to first base for like a year.
That's right.
I seem to remember him being a great player on the team, and I think that's what we got a little bit going on with Buddy. He might need like a sports psychologist or something to step in there and get him into a little bit of his end zone. But, man, I will say this. As much as people talk about how he's a windmill on defense, I saw him try.
I feel like he's trying, no doubt.
I saw him on Booker and then played the Suns. He's putting the effort in. I don't know physically how much he can do. Just, he's not like Clay. He's not 6'7". He doesn't have the frame. But, yeah, I mean, we're going to go with starting lineups. I know it's going to piss off a lot of people, but Pods is my guy, man. He's the connector. That's what Steve says. And he's out there. Even if he's not making the shots, he's at least getting the rhythm. And you can tell when he's going to make a shot, when he's making a decisive play. And I think Moses Moody is also, like the last caller said, he's stepped up his game a lot. I don't know if that's a little bit of Jimmy injected into him. But, yeah, I mean, I like what I see from the bench kids. And, we got to roll with Buddy because that's half of the Warriors game is a little bit of spacing so that Steph can do what he needs to do.
Good stuff, Nate. Appreciate the call. And I'm not saying
he's trying. I give him that.
Yeah, I'm not saying Buddy Hield needs to play 30 minutes a game. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I understand why every single game Steve Kerr's got to give Hield a chance to make some shots because it's the one thing it's one of the things the Warriors don't do well. So if I were a coach, I would say, Steph's our best three-point shooter on paper.
Yeah.
And Buddy's also a great three-point shooter on paper, so I got to give him a chance to make shots to change a game that way.
And if it's about upstairs in the mental and the psyche, Steiny, I'm sorry. He had that big round in the three-point contest, Buddy, but I was hoping just from a mental standpoint, had he won that championship, won that contest, could that, roll over in tomorrow night and sack or the rest of the season? But when you talk about mental, any little thing could maybe solve it, But I don't think he'll be in the starting lineup tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know. This is the big one. And this is the one this is, to me, the topic du jour. The topic du jour. Jonathan Kuminga. Where's he at? What's his role going to be? How are you viewing him? Can he play with this guy? Can he play with that guy? What happens when Kuminga comes back, Steve Kerr?
I think, the obvious question is the spacing because neither one of them is a 5. They're, we're really looking at them as a 3 and a 4. And so, can we space the floor well enough with the two of them on the court together? We should be able to defend at a high level. It'd be great to have that kind of size and athleticism on the wings. There's a lot to like. And then, we just have to sort through the offensive execution. Can we put a group around them that makes sense, that we can, kind of rely on a two-way offense and defense dynamic, and that remains to be seen.
All right, he was talking about Kuminga playing alongside Jimmy Butler.
Can't wait.
And he says there's a lot to sort through. He thinks defensively it can work. Offensively, it's obvious that he's going to have to try a lot of different things.
Yeah.
That's the sense I get. If you play Butler and Kuminga together, then you got to make sure the other three guys are kind of certain guys, I guess is what Steve Kerr is saying.
Mm-hmm. And I do wonder how difficult it's going to be for Kuminga to adapt to playing with Butler. It might be seamless, but what if it's not, Stoney? Because we heard about the Wiggins and Kuminga. Well, even though I got more than I thought I was going to get of it, Kerr, he never abandoned it. He was like, you guys got to work it out, but it never manifested into what I thought it could be. But, man, if somehow this could pop off and we could see the best of JK with Jimmy out there, I mean, that's better for everybody in Warrior Land.
The issue to me with Jonathan Kuminga, and I'm gonna start talking about it this way, because I'm kind of sick of people saying I hate on Kuminga.
You hear that?
Yeah. Just because I don't think he's going to be the next Damari Stoudemire. But here's the thing with Kuminga, and I'll put it this way. What the Golden State Warriors are asking Kuminga to do is unfair. It's ridiculously unfair. And it's going to get almost more unfair and more difficult for the kid when he comes back.
In what way?
Here's what I'm talking about. And this is just this year. So this year, he doesn't start. Then he starts, and ostensibly, they were kind of giving the keys to him.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay. Now, why did they give the keys to him?
Because they look slow and decrepit?
To me, yeah. To me, they needed it. They needed something. They had to have something so they kind of let Kuminga cook, if you will. He gets hurt. He's coming back onto a completely different team. Now he's got two guys who are going to score more than him, you would think.
Yeah.
And the thing that is unfair to Kuminga is this. So he's 22. We know he's growing. And you kind of gave him the keys to the car before he got hurt with some mixed results, but you knew you were going to have some growing pains. Now he comes back, and he's essentially playing with two Hall of Famers again. Curry, if he's playing on the same team with those guys, how's he supposed to play?
See,
how's he supposed to play with free. Butler? Oh, just free.
Yeah.
Okay. So you want Jonathan Kuminga's in the starting lineup. Okay, with Curry and Butler. Be aggressive, Kuminga. No. That's what I think is unrealistic. You can't have Kuminga cook if you have Butler and Curry on the floor. They're going to take the bulk of the shots. They're going to be the guys that the ball runs through a lot. So that's why I see Kuminga playing more with just one of them.
Okay, and I could see that. Then he would it'd be no problem, you're saying, to cook. But, Stoney, I don't see a scenario to where somebody's going to pull him to the side, and I'm talking about Steph and Butler themselves and say, hey, young fella, you're shooting too much or you're being ultra-aggressive. I think when you talk about age and you pick your spot, Stoney, they would almost welcome that.
Really? You think so? So you think Warrior fans would be, if Jonathan Kuminga comes back and leads the Warriors in shots?
But see, that naturally is unrealistic to me.
But he was one of the shot leaders before he got hurt in the role they were playing him in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They just were. What I'm saying is, that
was almost my default too.
Do you realize how hard it is for a 22-year-old to say, "Hey, we're going to give you a lot of responsibility after 4 years," and then here comes Curry back and Butler, and they're going to have to say, "Well, now you're kind of the third option. So here's what we want from you, Jonathan. When you're not playing with those two Hall of Famers, we want you to carry the load. But when when you're on the floor with them, we don't need they're asking this guy Jonathan Kuminga to actually play. He has to play differently depending on who he's playing with. And I think that is very difficult for a 22-year-old.
Now, okay, with that said, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but isn't that across the board for everybody that's gotten acclimated or still trying to get acclimated with Jimmy Butler and his style? Like that just came with the trade. Everybody had to adjust.
But nobody had as big of a role as Kuminga at the time that Kuminga got hurt.
But we've yet to see it reduce yet, though, Steiny.
My point is okay, Pods, can he adjust? Well, Pods is a role player. Of course he's going to adjust. He's a role player. He's going to hit Curry and he's going to hit Butler when they're open. But Kuminga I think he's a role player now, but he's not really a role player.
So do you think a conversation is going to have to be had, or even before he steps out on the floor on a real game? Because I don't, about, hey, Jonathan, we need you to change your approach. or is it status quo? Go out there and be the rocket launcher that you are and do what you do. We're not going to ask you to change. And I think Butler can pass the ball.
I know Butler can pass the ball.
And that will help Kuminga. And Butler's still trying to get his legs underneath him. So, Stoney, I guess I just operating from a perspective of, man, this dude does something is at an age that we don't have a lot of on the team. So we'll embrace that or encourage that as opposed to tell him, hey, young fella, you're doing too much. Because that would be the flip side of this to where it would – if I'm Kuminga, that's what I don't want to hear. And I don't think he will.
Goo, like Steve Kerr is spelling it out for you.
Yeah, but you're not. But you're telling me it's going to be a problem.
No, it's something he's got to solve. He acknowledges we have to deal with it. We got to figure it out.
Right.
So I'm saying it's an unknown. I'm not saying it's not going to work. I'm saying there's challenges with it. And Steve Kerr's talking about spacing and how they're going to play together.
But it can be seamless too.
I don't think it can be seamless.
Right, and that's all I'm saying.
I think it's going to take some work.
But they need what he brings. This team is not good enough without him, to me, for me to be popping off and thinking they can do something. Stoney, they got to fix it or work on it. But they need what he brings. That's what I'm saying. He's one of a kind on this team still. You don't just vanish.
But he's not, this is the thing. Oh, is Kuminga one? Clearly, Steve Kerr doesn't want to or cannot put Kuminga in there with certain players. He doesn't like it. He always talks about five-man groups. What works, what doesn't. So all I'm saying is, and again, this has nothing to do with Kuminga. I'll put it on the Warriors. I mean, I think what they're asking for from Kuminga is a little bit unrealistic. I really do. He's either going to come off the bench. No, it sounds like Kerr does. You might be right. Kerr may want to start him.
But you wouldn't be that shocked though, would you, to start off the Butler era with Kuminga in the lineup? Would that shock you?
I just have watched Steve Kerr coach for 15 years or whatever it is, and he hates to not have enough shooters on the floor. He hates it. We know he hates it.
But how many do you truly have now?
Well, if you start Butler, Kuminga, and Draymond, that's right off the bat, three guys who don't shoot the three.
Yeah.
So I think Steve Kerr looks at it, if I'm playing those three together, I have to have two shooters in some capacity on that floor. And this again is not, I'm not saying it. Kerr is saying they got to figure some stuff out. They got to figure out the spacing. We have to put groups around those two guys that make sense. And he also talked about can they be a two-way team? Meaning, can Kuminga and Butler be good on offense and good on defense together?
Yeah.
And that's what he's got to figure out. And that's I'm not hearing Steve Kerr say, oh yeah, it's going to be fine. No problem at all.
It's going to be a work in progress. But yeah, for this team to do what I think they can, Stoney, that answer has to be yes. And I'm not saying there won't be any turbulence, but I'm excited. I think we all are, and Kerr to a degree of there's only one way we're going to find it out, Stoney. We could talk about it, but they got to go out there, and Jonathan Kuminga has to go out there and do it. But let's put a rat on the table. I hear it in the walls. Brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Is there any part of Kuminga's basketball IQ or their lack of that you think could make this more difficult if he was further along?
Not his IQ, his inexperience. Let's call it inexperience instead of IQ.
Yeah.
Yes, he's an inexperienced basketball player, and you guys here it is again. He's still an inexperienced player, and you guys are talking championship. That would scare me if I were a Warrior fan and I really like Kuminga. That's all I'm saying. And Steve Kerr is clearly kind of wrestling with it also.
But even if he was the fourth option, we got Dre, Jimmy, Steph, Kuminga. We need you to be explosive and just be what you've been, and we can get there. It's not the team.
As a fourth option?
That's pretty much what I think. Well, he's the third because Dre will never, he's not a volume shooter, so the offense will be there for Kuminga.
But see, this is a problem.
That's what I love about this.
Okay, so Kuminga, we love his scoring, right?
Yeah.
But now we're going to utilize him as a third or fourth scoring option.
Well,
So
now I'm saying third, Steiny, because that's the beauty of Dre. He's not a volume shooter, so I don't even equate him to eating any piece of the pie. It's Curry, Dre, and then Kuminga, and I think it's enough for everybody to go around.
I just believe that if Jonathan Kuminga is on the floor and you're not really utilizing him, you're not going to him, you're not letting him go to work, then he's not helping you because he doesn't rebound, he doesn't pass. I'm going to talk about his defense in a second, but what is he first and foremost? He's a scorer.
Yes.
So he's got to score.
Attack.
But if he's playing with Butler and Curry, he's going to be less of a scorer. So that's why in my mind, I think Kerr may use him a lot without one of those players.
What if I'm just envisioning because we're gonna.
I mean, you
what
can't
if they're out on the break and they give it to Kuminga and he goes and does what he does?
I'm talking about half court and stuff. Like, I mean, like this, Steiny. If Kuminga leads the break off his own defensive rebound, well, stop right there. He doesn't defensive rebound. Jonathan Kuminga's not one time gotten a rebound and pushed it on the break, and that's no shade at him. He's still improving as a player. I just think he's got to. They're putting him in a tough spot.
Okay.
He's got to come back to a team that he's never played on with a guy who's now he's got another alpha to deal with, and I just don't think it's going to come with some challenges.
Okay, when you say it like that, nobody's fighting you. But let's be real right here. Let's just say your Laker or Kerr. Wouldn't you want this nut to solve? This puzzle to solve. Like Jonathan Kuminga coming back as inexperienced as you want him to be is a beautiful thing to me. Now, if it blows up in our face and it doesn't work, then you got problems. But Steiny, as excited as we all are about the Kuminga trade, the Butler trade, I never once didn't think about Kuminga coming back, and that's where the excitement grew. You would rather have this question to answer as opposed to not? Because this team without Kuminga, to me, that changes what I think they can do.
What do you mean?
Like if Jonathan Kuminga wasn't coming back and this Warrior team was as is, I wouldn't be saying to you Western Conference Finals. He's so different and one of a kind with his age, his explosiveness, and Steiny, when he wants to, he can rebound. And maybe he already knows that from watching umpteen games. But my point is, as a Warrior staffer or player, you want Jonathan Kuminga or somebody like him coming back.
Right. Okay. So there's 27 games left in the season. Right. Kuminga's missed the last 2 months. Man. He's never played with Jimmy Butler before. And now he has to come back. Okay. Is there going to be an adjustment? Or is there going to...
oh, my gosh.
Well, and that's the thing. It's going to be a work in progress. So quit talking about winning an NBA championship when Jonathan Kuminga hasn't even been on the same court with Jimmy Butler, and we know it's going to be something that it's a work in progress.
But I think that's Johnny. The basketball part of it is going to play itself out. That's what controls all this. So I hear you on the talk.
But my point is if it's not seamless, then you're in trouble. Yeah. Then he might not play as much as you want. Like they don't have time. They don't have 3 weeks to. You know what? This is going to work.
It's not November.
They have 27 games left. I mean, they got to win.
It's exciting, man.
They got to win. And
you got to think dudes with the pedigree of Butler, Dre, and Steph could almost make it easier, Steiny, and Kerr for that matter. Kuminga's got to do his part.
The team isn't a finished product. It's like it's not totally balanced. They still need a shooter. They still need size. But anyway, 888. I see Telmo, Mike, and Mark. I'll get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her...
Nico.
No. Well, you're practicing dying. That's too much sleep.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Warriors back in action tomorrow night. They play the Sacramento Kings in Sacramento.
Let's go.
And the big push, it's got to start. Jonathan Kuminga was on the court yesterday, no contact, and Steve Kerr talked about, he used the phrase a week or two for Jonathan Kuminga. So, by the way, Warrior fans, you can save your ire. I'm not the one hating. I'm not the one saying it can't happen or it's not going to work. Steve Kerr, the coach of the Warriors, was asked about Kuminga playing with the newly acquired Jimmy Butler. And he didn't say, I have no concerns. I'm not worried about that. Steve Kerr gave a detailed answer about Kuminga playing alongside Jimmy Butler and how good they can be together.
I think, the obvious question is the spacing, because neither one of them is a 5. They're, we're really looking at them as a 3 and a 4. And so, can we space the floor well enough with the two of them on the court together? We should be able to defend at a high level. It'd be great to have that kind of size and athleticism on the wings. There's a lot to like. And then, we just have to sort through the offensive execution. Can we put a group around them that makes sense, that we can, kind of rely on a two-way offense and defense dynamic, and that remains to be seen.
Yeah, so they're going to have to figure that out.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they can't, but clearly, Steve, Warrior fans, stop living in dream world. Cut it out. Grow up. Dream world is, I'm not saying it's not going to work.
When are you going to get a heart?
I'm talking about how are they going to reincorporate Kuminga, and Steve Kerr's telling you, here are the challenges we may have with Kuminga and with Butler. We may have a spacing issue. We are going to have to look at that.
Yeah, but Stoddy, I'll just say this, and I love the honesty.
We have to put the right guys around them so that we can be a two-way team.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you what Steve Kerr's talking about.
But Stoddy, we've seen the last 2 to 3 months, Curry doubled and triple teamed on the perimeter. Now you got JK, and you feel like now with that, attention that Steph's getting, you give him Jonathan Kuminga the ball 50% of the time, he's going to go to the hole, get fouled, and bam! Not only is Butler going to the line, you got your young phenom going to the line.
So you think it's going to be great?
No, I want it to be great.
I want it to be great too. Okay. But the head coach is saying we got to figure it out first, and we may have a spacing issue, so I'll have to deal with that. We may have to put certain groups around them so that we remain a good enough defensive team and offensive team.
But in Kerr, we trust, right?
Okay. Well, not everybody. There are a lot of people out there that aren't.
And that's why I keep echoing or hammering home. It's going to reveal itself, regardless of what we say. The basketball part of this is going to let us know if they've kind of got off to a good start, if it's slow, or has he got to go back to the Rubik's Cube, Donnie, of getting crafty and creative to run lineups out there that actually fit and work and are cohesive.
Yeah, so take it up with Kerr, people. I'm just bringing you the sound and commenting on it.
Well, nobody's killing you.
Oh, yeah, there are. But I'm keeping it under my hat. Let's go. Let's get some calls in here. Yeah. Let's go to Mike in Santa Clara. Hey, Mike, what's going on, buddy? Mike in Santa Clara.
What's up, baby?
What's up, man?
Yeah. Hey, what's up, guys? Prior to the break, there was a lot of major points I wanted to hit on, and guys, you were hitting on it. I think one of the major points is, and not saying the words but how you were saying it, it's going to really come down to trial and error, especially with Kuminga coming back after 2 months. We don't even know what kind of, what kind of physical health he's going to be in. Chances are
Kerr's going to probably start him out slow. He's going to probably maybe have him coming off the bench initially. And who knows, maybe there is the chance that he goes into the starting lineup. But again, it comes down to, like you guys were saying, trial and error. The challenge that I see with it is, and Steiny Goo, you even said it, there's only 27 games left.
Yeah.
How can we act? I mean, this is really coming down. Like, I think a lot of the pressure, and if not all the pressure, is going to be on Kerr. How is he going to work with this? How is he going to actually make this relevant in that time span to also make sure that we're still going to be competitive, to make sure that we actually make a playoff run, and even into, I mean, in this case, just into the play-in game. I mean, who knows? And the other thing I wanted to state, guys, and props to Kuminga for actually just, not really saying anything. He's been very quiet about all of this. I really want to know what he has to say, and maybe I missed something, but I haven't heard anything regarding, like, if they were talking to Kuminga just from reporting of, like, how does he feel about all this? What is his insight into this? So, and again, and I also agree, guys, he is like maybe just a half-court player. And you're right, Steiny. I have not really seen him, let's say, get a rebound and take the ball down the court. So I do see him just as a half-court player. And so the spacing is a concern. But again, it really is going to come down to what is Kerr going to do, and he better think quick because we are running out of time, guys.
Appreciate it, Mike.
No,
that's all I'm saying. I mean, Steve Kerr said we have to sort through. And Tom just said, it's going to be some trial and error. So Tom says trial and error. Kerr says, there's things we gotta sort through. I'm just saying they're trying to make a push, and they're going to have some challenges ahead. And here's the other thing.
Yeah,
it sounds to me like a lot of Warrior fans are just saying, well, just put Kuminga back in there. Kuminga, Curry, Butler, Green. Let's roll. Why doesn't Steve Kerr just say that? Yeah, well, that's the team. We're going to roll with it.
Because it's like poker. You don't want to, tip your hand. Yeah. But I'm excited on this front. You tell me if I'm reaching here. Bad defense, Donnie. Could I make a case that, and Kerr would want this because I would want it as a coach. Forget Jimmy, Steph, and Dre and Jonathan Kuminga. The most pressure is on Kerr to make this work because he's going to catch hell if they don't win. And then we got the Monday morning quarterbacks, and I'm one of them. Why didn't Steiny in? Why wasn't Evan in? And then on the flip side, why do I feel like in a crazy way, you tell me, this is where I'm going, could Kuminga's, these 27 games and the rest of the season, could he be playing for his future? I want to say that because I feel it. But I believe Joe Lacob loves him so, Steiny, that it trumps even if he didn't fit or they didn't fit and they go to the playoffs and lose, Kuminga's going to get his chicken here and be part of the future.
I have no idea, and I don't think the Warriors know right now either. I don't think they know what they're going to do with Kuminga.
Like if I'm Jimmy Butler, is polished, and I know I'm in the new stomping ground, I know what time it is and what Kuminga's playing for. Nothing trumps winning and us. But the bottom line is I got to believe in an OG like Jimmy Butler and even Steph for that matter, Steiny, and Draymond. We talked about, they said the words basically giving Kuminga the keys. But Butler can, I don't want to say feature him. That's too strong. And they have the margin of error is thin. But you could put a guy in a good light and look for him just knowing that, he's been off the court and you kind of want to get him going.
My only point in bringing all this up, and I didn't know some Warrior fans couldn't handle it, is that,
wow,
no, seriously, I didn't.
Well, this is a good problem for me. Okay. I can't wait.
And maybe Steve,
starting, no starting, we get him back and we need him.
Maybe Steve Kerr has all the confidence in the world and he's slow playing it. But again, we've all seen Steve Kerr operate, and he was asked about the two, and all he said was, "Yeah, we're gonna have to figure some stuff out." There's no doubt. I mean, if we play those two guys, we got to address a spacing issue.
And what's the beauty about Kerr? How many times have you, Evan, and I left this station, and then we get to where we're going, we're home in about an hour or 2 hours, the starting lineup comes out from the Warriors because somebody's out or somebody's injured. How many times, Steiny, I've been perplexed, not saying it was wrong, that Moody got the start. Or like he'll surprise you is what I'm saying.
Kerr?
Yes. We'll be like, oh, Buddy's in there. Like, you never know is what I'm saying. No. So if he's off the bench, I get it. If he's in there, I get it.
415, Steiny, do you think J.K. coming back will help or hurt the team? Well, it's not going to hurt the team.
And that's all I guess
It can't hurt the team. It can't hurt the team unless he's terrible and Steve Kerr plays him 40 minutes a night. So he's not going to hurt the team. I don't know how much he's going to help. I don't know. I don't know what his role is going to be. I have no idea what his role is going to be. If he's
right, he could. And this
I don't
is
know
seamless.
I don't know what right looks like with this team. I don't know. Does right mean Kuminga's the leading scorer and the other two guys take a back seat? Is Kuminga then the third guy, the wild card? Is he the number one in certain situations when he's not playing with one or two of the guys?
But that sounds like options, and I think options are always a good thing.
Right, but they got to figure it out. And like if they start figuring this out, but they're not winning while they're trying to figure it out, then we got to, then they might not climb in the standings. Mark's in San Leandro. Hey, Mark, what's going on, man?
Hey, fellas, what's going on?
Hey.
Hey, well, this is the point I want to make. Now, Steiny, you got to remember, man, we didn't get Jimmy for the first three quarters. We got Jimmy for the fourth quarter.
Okay.
When the game's in crunch time. So the other three quarters, you got to let the kid cook. You really do. And as far as the spacing issue that Kerr's talking about is with the non-Steph minutes. So if Buddy can hit 2 out of 5 shots while he's on the floor when Steph ain't on the floor, then we're not going to have problems with spacing. But if he can't, then that's when it becomes an issue. Okay? You got to remember, Jimmy can play well with others.
I agree with that.
It's the others that have.
Go ahead, Mark.
Okay? Remember, this is the same Jimmy Butler that took the third string in practice in Minnesota and whooped Andrew Wiggins and Karl Anthony Towns and the rest of the ones 3 straight games in practice and let the whole world know about it to the point they got him up out of there.
Yeah, hey, listen, Mark, I'm not worried about Jimmy Butler playing with anybody on the team. I'm worried about all the other guys playing with Butler and Curry and Draymond because those are your 3 best players, and 2 of them aren't 3-point shooters. And in this day and age of the NBA, you've got to address that. And I don't know, do they have enough shooters? Let's go to Mystic. Mystic's in San Francisco. What's up, Mystic? How you doing?
Oh, man, I'm having a great day, and I'm so excited that the Warriors are back, and I can't wait for my guy Kuminga to come back. Hey, look, I was listening to Steve Kerr, and I think that you guys are, that Steiny, you Steiny, I think that you are oversimplifying and then also overthinking simultaneously because Andrew Wiggins was here, and he had to play because he was the highest-rated one-on-one defender we had on the wing. Matter of fact, highest on the team. You swapped him out for Jimmy Butler. They got the same defensive rating, 114, but the problem is Butler's 35. So when you're playing Booker and Kevin Durant, when you're playing Luka and LeBron, you're going to need Kuminga on the floor, whose defensive rating, by the way, second highest on the team at 112. This demands that he's going to play. So that part is easy. The part where people are getting confused is, well, how's the spacing going to work? One, Kuminga's a better catch-and-shoot three-pointer than you think. He's at 40% catch-and-shoot. But number 2, the thing you have to sort out, what Steve Kerr's going to have to sort, is his personal feelings and allegiance for Draymond Green. Because if you put shooters around Kuminga and Butler, I'll take that over any other lineup we have. And also, Butler handling the ball at the top of the key with Kuminga slashing off or catching and shoot, surrounded by Post and Curry and Hield and Moody. Man, we got action, Steiny. We got action. The only thing that's going to hurt is that Steve Kerr going to look at Draymond and say, Draymond, I need less playing time from you tonight. That's the key.
Mystic.
Same Draymond for the fourth quarter.
Mystic, it sounds like you agree. Like Steve Kerr's got a lot to sort through.
His personal allegiance to Draymond is the only issue.
Okay. All right. Well, that's a big one.
Well, we've seen that allegiance, be tested in the finals when he had Dre come off the bench, Donnie, for the betterment of the team. I know it was a couple years ago, but I'm just saying I love Mystic. I'm excited as he is, but I don't think it's as strong as Mystic's making it out to be. But I don't see how can you be undersized and Dre is your Joe Frazier fighting bigs and he gives you all the intangibles. I just don't see a situation where Dre is not, his minutes are reduced.
I can't see a situation where Draymond Green isn't playing in the games at its most important spots.
And I know Mystic wasn't saying that, or was he a little bit like that might take a hit? No, that's not on my card, Mystic. Yeah.
No, I mean,
I am, man, excited. Like they got to do so much with so little time, and yet still win the game. That's the bear in all this. Shout out Cal.
And they've got to continue to integrate maybe two of the most important offensive players, Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga. They've never played together.
But I'll say this about Kuminga.
They've never played together. Yeah. One's 22. Yeah. But you also have to make a championship run simultaneously. Okay.
I've been saving this for you.
Good luck, Steve Kerr, and I'm dead serious.
Yeah, I've been
because he's clearly concerned. We heard that in his voice. Yeah. Go ahead.
That might be a bit strong.
He said we got to sort through.
Yeah.
We have a spacing issue we got to address.
Well, you always fought me, Ali Frazier, about Steph not getting calls. And I just feel like since Jimmy Butler's since he's been here, Steph's getting a different whistle. I have nothing to back. I just feel it. But what can we say about Kuminga's game? Steiny, he can get to the free throw line. Now, if you want to say, oh, Guru's he going to make him, that's another story. But my point is you're adding a guy that can attack the rim downhill with the best of them, at least on your team, in the league. Could you imagine him being able to do what he does and get to the charity stripe? Butler's mastered it. And then if Steph is doing what he's doing, man, that's going to be hard for opposing defenses, man.
On paper.
Yeah,
on paper.
That's it.
Let's go to Tom in Concord. Hey, Tom, how you doing, man?
Hey, doing good. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Sure.
I just wanted to comment on the Kuminga thing. I'm definitely one of the guys that's, delusional and optimistic about the season and the Warriors. I'm just kind of a fan like that. But, everything you're saying about him coming back and us having to go through the turbulence and figuring things out with Jimmy, I definitely think that's valid. I think that's just inevitable when you add an impactful guy like Jimmy to your roster. But one thing you guys are overlooking, I think, a little bit is just like one of the bright sides of all this, and it's that I think Jimmy, he's arguably one of the best people on the planet to be Kuminga's mentor. Kuminga's, I think the best way to describe him, he's a slasher. And I think Jimmy Butler, he's just going to really teach him different things because he has such a meticulous play style. I think, the Warriors never really had a slasher like Kuminga since before Kuminga. And, I think hopefully by the end of the season, he's going to teach him how to get to the line, use his body, slow down the game, do things in the gym that's going to help those things. And I think at the very least by next season, I think Kuminga is going to be one of our best players, and he's going to really take that next step at the age that he's at with it's his fourth year. And, I feel really good about it. And hopefully by the playoffs, he's going to be able to unlock that and carry us to a good run.
Appreciate it, Tom.
Thanks, man.
I mean, there's a guy who's completely optimistic, and I agree with his two main points. The one was, to integrate Kuminga and Butler, it's inevitable that there's going to be an adjustment. So, like if you're out there saying, no duh, Steiny, there is going to have to be adjustment. I'm just saying, okay, well, you need to figure out that adjustment as you're trying to go 20-7
that's the scary
and get the
part
6 seed.
Yeah, you are correct.
The other thing is,
on the fly.
As far as Butler goes, I mean, to my way of thinking, Butler can play with anybody.
Yeah.
But Kerr clearly doesn't believe Kuminga can. I think we've seen that.
And I feel like that's valid.
So then we have seen
that. That's fair as all outdoors.
Yeah.
And I think we've seen it. I will say this to you. I don't want to call it skepticism, but Stoddy, I've never been in the NBA, and I think you haven't either. But, this wasn't a fractured finger for Kuminga. This was a serious ankle sprain. And what I'm saying is when he comes back, I feel like we expect him to be a superhero and not have the mental game of, am I all the way back? So I am concerned just from a physical standpoint. Yeah, he's cleared and he's ready to go. But, Steiner, it's going to take him some time. And I've assumed, and maybe I'm wrong, and it feels like a lot of other Warrior fans are just like, when he touches back down on that court, it'll be the exact same in regard to confidence when he was off of it before he got hurt. And injuries, sometimes you overcompensate. You don't trust stuff. And hopefully we don't see that. But, Steiny, my man's been out a while. So that was a severe ankle sprain.
I mean, he's going to probably play 15 minutes when he starts to come back because they're going to want to slow play it. And then they'll move up to 20. And
how many games will be left in? Well, how many have we won, you know?
And depending how he's playing when he comes back in the 15 minutes, that's going to determine if he gets 20, 25, 30, or more. 510.
That's my area.
On the
what you got?
Text line. Steiny, let's put the rat on the table. Sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Let's put the rat on the table. Will Jonathan Kuminga be in the finishing lineups at the end of games?
I'm going.
I can't speak to that.
I'm going not Jets, Jets. I'm going YES.
I don't know. That's my answer. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see.
Evan, what's your answer to that? Will he be finished? You have to have him.
If this team is going to be its best version, I feel like it's at some point he's got to be in the closing.
Well said, man.
They got to figure out how to make that work.
My man is on fire.
Yeah.
Denzel.
I mean, again, I like what you're saying. At some point, Kuminga's going to have to be in the lineup late in the game if you believe.
But if it went bad or he wasn't playing well, Steiny, he's not. You know what I mean?
What if we find out that someone like Moody, who shoots it a little bit better from 3-point range, is actually a better complement for Draymond and Jimmy? And
then I think that would hurt Kuminga's future.
That's something, Evan, that if I said, people would say, you're such a hater, Steiny.
No, because it's Moody and they like Moody. But if you said that Buddy Hield should be in the finishing lineup,
that's true.
Then you're in trouble.
Yeah. I mean, like, Moody's steadier than Kuminga, and maybe that's something that appeals to Kerr late in the game. I don't know. See, all this stuff is fun for me to talk about. And maybe it'll all work out fine. Oh, I'm going to watch tomorrow, Toots.
Oh, I'm going to watch tomorrow,
Toots.
Great. Yeah. We got our boy in 5 minutes.
Oh, that's right. We got Mo Spates. Yeah. Mo Spates. Fan favorite from the old days. 2015 NBA champion with the Golden State Warriors. By the way,
he can shoot it too.
Don't sleep on his 2007 NCAA championship with Florida. Don't sleep on it.
Look at you.
Played 10 years in the NBA. Mo Spates, fan favorite in the Bay, coming up on the other side. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Segment also brought to you by MB Jesse Painting.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting. Put your painting...
12 shooting. Spates with 32. Have a night.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
He finished 12 of 13.
Bad boy.
All right, we have the man, Maurice Spates, joining us right now. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Maurice, that was against Philly. Do you remember?
Come on, man. You know I remember. No, I do. I remember.
Yeah, first of all, catch us up on what you've been doing. I know you're working for the University of South Florida, so you've always been a fan favorite here. So catch up, Warrior fans, on what you've been up to.
Man, I just been grinding. Like you said, man, I've been grinding. After I got done playing, I kind of started my own academy. After I got done with the academy for a couple of years, I got into coaching because I love being around the game. I love impacting and helping the younger generation. You know what I mean? With the blessing I was able to get from God, man, I just want to give my knowledge back to the younger generation and like help them and be around it. So it's been a good 2 years of me coaching at college. It's fun. I learned a lot just been on the other side of the plan, so it's been fun.
Let me ask you this, and we're talking to Maurice Spates, NBA champion with the Golden State Warriors. One of the things that the Warrior fans have been saying for 3, 4, 5 years now is we need to stretch five. We got to get a big guy who can shoot from the perimeter. When in your career were you allowed to start shooting threes? You know what I mean? Like, when did that really become a big part of your game and a big part of what the NBA became?
Honestly, man, it was when I was with the Warriors. Alvin Gentry was there with Coach Kerr when he first got there. And I always was a guy who shot lone twos. And now you look at the game, those is horrible shots, lone twos. But back then, those were good shots for, big. So I used to always shoot those. And Alvin Gentry, I remember him telling me, Mo, you might want to take one more step back and start shooting threes. So they gave me confidence when I was out there with the Warriors with Coach Curry and Gentry and everybody else that, man, you can shoot them. If you're open, just shoot them. So honestly, it started out there.
Mo, let me ask you this about your former team. They made a trade, but up until the trade for Jimmy Butler, they were looking a little slow and unathletic, and I was on the mic with my partner here, a little concerned. But now they got action. But the one thing is, when you look at Dre, Jimmy Butler, and Steph, their age, they're not 21, and you know what it takes to get it done. Is that a big deal to you about what this Warrior team can do, or do you think they got action after the trade?
And I'm going to say they got action because that was a good trade. And when you're getting older in the game, especially NBA with those guys, the core guys they have, it's all about coming together and running together instead of just being his show, my show, this show. Nah, you got to come more. You get more smarter in the game. You get more knowledge of the game. So now Steph is relying on Jimmy, or Jimmy relying on Draymond, Draymond relying on Moody. That's all it's really about, is really relying on each other at another level compared to think you kind of take over the game yourself.
Maurice Spates joining us on 95.7 The Game. Let me ask you this. So, the Warriors right now, Mo, are about 500, and they make a trade for Jimmy Butler, and your former teammate, Draymond Green, says, we're going to win the championship now. What? If you were his teammate or a fan, what do you think about Draymond just being so confident about that? Does it matter at all? What would you think if you were his teammate? Just how would you react to that?
Man, Draymond's just a real competitive guy, man. He understands the game a lot. And when he says certain things like that, you kind of got to take it serious because he's been around winning his whole career. He won. And you still got one of the deadliest players in the game and stuff. So, man, that's a scary team they get to the playoffs. It's a scary team, whoever they match up with. So, man, you kind of got to take it. For me, I'm taking it serious. He might have opportunities. Because what team is really separated themselves?
Hey, Mo, let me ask you what advice you would give young Jonathan Kuminga, who's been down with the serious ankle injury. He's due back here soon, but the team and their new teammate, Jimmy Butler, have gotten a head start, and we were kind of talking about how he comes back. Does he come off the bench? What advice would you give Kuminga to kind of gel and fit in? Because as a fan, I'm excited. Like, I don't care, it's going to work, but my partner's like, slow down. They got to acclimate him. What advice would you give young Kuminga?
And the advice I give Kuminga is, man, just figure it out. Like, you've been in the league, I forgot how many years, for like 4 or 5 years now, and he always figured it out. So this is nothing different. You just got a different player in your position that's going to probably take some of your minutes. But, hey, find out how can I be an asset to these guys. Like he's been a good job. He's been handling his situation the best way he could. It's just another. For me, I just tell him, like, yo, keep going. Just keep grinding every day. Keep figuring out how you can impact with these guys, man, how you can fit in with these guys. Don't overthink it.
Yeah.
Have fun, hoop.
Mo, the one thing I'm curious about is Steph, when you played with Steph Curry, you were a veteran in the league, but then you came, and Steph hadn't really established himself yet in 13 or 14. But is it hard for a young player to find himself playing next to a guy like Steph Curry? I mean, is it hard or is it easy to play next to Steph Curry if you're a young player?
It just depends on how you look at it. But I think I say it's easier because he could take so much pressure off his shoulders, especially in the game.
Yeah.
He could go and go crazy, and you can learn so much from him. The way he works, the way he be a pro, the way he's a superstar, the way he carry himself, you can start to learn so much from him. So honestly, from a younger player like a Jordan Poole, he probably learned so much from stuff, and that's why he was able to be successful with the Warriors. So, man, it's about really paying attention to details with him and just watching him. So I think it'd be easy playing with him. I know it's easy playing with him.
Wow, I love it. Hey, Mo, this Sunday, the 23rd, the Warriors host the Mavericks, and your former teammate, Andre Iguodala, is getting his jersey retired. Can you talk just, what it was like playing with him and how happy you were when you heard the news?
And Iggy's been one of the first guys I met when I first got to the league at the NBA rookie transition camp. He spoke there, and me and him got in the same car and went back to Philly because we played together in Philly for 3.5 years. So I've been connected with Iggy since my beginning of my career, and then to be connected with him again with the Warriors, it was really come true because I know what kind of player he is. I know what kind of person he is and how smart he is. He's a smart guy that does everything the right way, and he's very powerful when it comes to putting his mind to something and making it grow. So, like with the NBA PE now, what he's doing now, man, he deserves all this. He deserves everything he gets because he worked for it, he grinded for it, and he got a lot of more things coming.
We're talking to Maurice Spates, NBA champion with the Golden State Warriors. How much NBA do you watch these days? Do you still follow it closely, or are you mostly involved with South Florida?
Man, honestly, coaching basketball is kind of like you be around it so much. I definitely tune into it, but it's not like I'm locked into it like that, though, honestly, just being true.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So I definitely watch it. I definitely still stay tuned to it.
Hey, Mo, let me ask you about Draymond Green. We know he's doing fantastic on TV, and he'll let you know how he's feeling. But I'm sitting back thinking, I call him Joe Frazier because he's never been the biggest big, but he fights like Joe and chops them down like trees. Do you think your former teammate gets enough credit for what he does and what he's meant to this Warrior team, especially on the defensive end, going up against guys that are taller and way more half the time?
I think a lot of people don't give him credit now. They don't give him credit now because he's still playing, and they don't want to give it his flowers. And that's how this game go. But the guy gonna be a Hall of Famer. The guy did things that nobody think he could do. So I give him credit. I tell people all the time about playing with him. Man, he's been a big his whole career, so he understands it. You know what I mean? He understands he always been behind the 8 ball when it comes to size.
Yeah.
But he maximized his ability to what he has.
Mo, this might be a tough one to answer, but I'm gonna ask you anyway. Why do you think you were such a fan favorite out here in the Bay Area?
Man, I just think when I got on the court, I played with a lot of passion. I made sure the fans knew that I cared every time I got an opportunity. And then just the timing of everything. You know, timing of everything sometimes to get guys in better situations. Being part of it, especially being inside of the community, I was able to be seen a lot. So a lot of that comes with it. You know, coming off the bench, you don't really have to do nothing great to get love, because coming off the bench is just a big spark for a team. So you come off the bench and give them a spark, playing hard, taking charges, hitting timely buckets, like stuff like that.
Man,
kind of got people. You know what I mean? Kind of got people on. So that's what I think.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Hey, Mo, I don't want to put you on the spot, but if I were to ask you, hey, Mo Spates, what was your favorite moment as a Golden State Warrior? What comes to mind?
Man, it's a couple. I'm going to give you two. Just winning the championship, and then the next year experiencing breaking the record at home against the Grizzlies.
Yeah.
So, of course, like the parade and all that stuff, but like that Memphis game, winning that Oracle, that was an amazing time.
I think a lot of Warrior fans also remember you before you got to the Warriors. You seemed to always play well against them, especially when you were with the Clips.
Nah, it's crazy because this is a true story. When I used to come out to the Bay on a different team, I used to be like, yo, how do people live out here and play for the Warriors? You know what I mean? Because I'm like, it's always gloomy. We came there in the wrong time. And then when I got there, I was like, yo, this place is amazing. I wish I was coming home here, but I always knew they would always play up and down. They always had bigs who kind of was on my same kind of level. So I kind of wanted to prove that I was better than them.
Gotcha.
Well, me and my partner and I are old school, right? I'm a 70s baby, so I remember when the game, when it comes to bigs, was in the post, and there's too many threes for me now, Mo. But you have in the academy, these young kids in high school and junior high, if you got a young big, are you just telling them, boy, you better forget the post, you need to shoot? How are you teaching or instructing these bigs of the future?
So honestly, for me, like I came in the league in 2008. So when I got in the league, he still was playing two bigs. So I kind of give him a little bit of both, honestly. I give him a little bit of both. But you got to get the foundation down first. The foundation is learning how to finish around the goals, learning how to shoot hook shots, learning how to shoot a lot of shots in the paint. And then we'll get to shooting trail threes, corner threes. You're not shooting all the different kind of threes. You're shooting top of the key threes and corner threes. So those more like the so-called easier threes. So that's how I kind of do it. I kind of stay with the foundation, teaching those guys how to finish around the paint, different finishing, and then we'll go to the three-point line.
Last one, Mo. Draymond Green talked about being a future coach, maybe of the Warriors. How do you think he'd be as a coach, Draymond?
He's going to be good. He's going to be really good. He's smart, man. That guy is smart. He's going to be really good at it. Just going to have a lot of people around him who are going to control him.
No, appreciate it. Maurice, thank you so much for joining us, man.
Appreciate it, man.
Just want to let you know, everybody thinks very fondly of you out here in the Bay. Good luck to you, and thanks so much for joining us.
There.
Cool.
I'm gonna be out there. This weekend and for Tuesday, so I'm excited to come back out there.
Oh, for Andre's retirement.
Yep, and the reunion on Tuesday. Tuesday game.
Cool.
Look at Mo.
Great. We'll look forward to seeing you, man. Yeah. Travel safe.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. That's Maurice Spates, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Mo Spates.
Yeah. So Dre, another guy signing off on Dre, future coach. I wonder if he wants to do it.
Who?
Dre. He's about to be Barkley. Or better than Barkley. Dre, man. On that microphone, Stoney.
Well, what is he going to do you think?
I've never heard him talk about coaching. I've heard others say he would be a good coach, but I know what he's doing on the microphone right now, Stoney. And in this era of social.
What? Uh-oh.
Yeah. Oh, boy. I'll read this in a second.
Oh,
in this, social media now, he's like perfect. He don't hold back. And I think that's what we love is brutal truth and honesty.
I actually have a opinion on Draymond as a coach.
I'm all ears.
I think it'd be a great one. I really do. I think he'd be a great coach. And believe it or not, the one thing I'm not worried about is like his temper as a coach.
Mo was. Right.
Yeah, I don't.
Bobby Knight.
Believe it or
Bobby
not.
Black.
I just don't see him as volatile as a coach. I really don't.
You think he get? Yeah.
I'm not saying he'll never get thrown out of a game, but I just do not think that he'll be that kind of he's not going to be Mick Cronin. You know what I'm saying? And I also think
don't let him get 500 wins.
Well, that's true. Here's this. The other thing I think about Draymond is when you're a coach, you talk to the refs all the time. And but you're a little removed. Mm-hmm. So I think he'll figure out how to talk to him.
But if we had to bet right now, his future after hoops looks like it's headed to be Barkley.
I think he can do whatever he wants.
Well, no doubt there.
You know what he should do? And I mean this. I tell you what, I'll offer this up to Draymond Green. I'll offer this advice up to Draymond Green. And hopefully he'll hear it.
Okay.
You know what he should do after he plays?
What?
He should try to emulate B.J. Armstrong.
And do everything.
Try to do everything. Yeah. Like experience basketball from every point of view. Work in a front office if you can. Be a media guy if you can. B.J. Armstrong was actually an agent.
Wasn't he Dre's agent?
Yeah, he was. So I think Draymond Green can probably, who he could be like? He could be like Brad Gilbert.
Well, the Oakland's finest.
Yeah, like Brad Gilbert was a great tennis player. He's a best-selling author, Winning Ugly. He's great on television, so he's done media.
Oh, BG?
Yeah, Brad Gilbert.
Well, I think because there's been a lot of players now that have jumped straight into head coaching, like Steve Nash, J.J. Redick. I would bet on Draymond Green to be better than the ones that we've seen that have made the immediate leap. Like if he did just go straight from the bench, or I guess from the court to the bench.
I don't know why players would run. He'd already have major respect because he runs hot.
See, I don't know why, but I would want him to not be the head coach for a few years after he retires. I kind of wouldn't want him coaching guys he played with, but
so if you had to choose, you and Evan right now, would you want him on the sidelines because you think he'd be great?
I want him in the media.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Like when Barkley's gone or whoever up there, put him in there.
I mean, honestly, I'd want him. The first thing I'd want him as would be the Warriors coach, but I don't want to see him coach for another team because I'll just lose track of him.
Yeah.
So I want him to be either the media or the head coach of the Warriors, so we'll have something to talk about every day.
But his ability to break down games and plays is phenomenal, man.
I mean,
he's got it. He's smart. Mo said he's smart, and we believe you, Mo, because we see and hear him.
Yeah. Let's go to Al in San Pablo. Hey, Al, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Thank you, Steiny and Guru.
Sure.
I just want to go back to Butler and Kuminga on the court. I don't think we think about it much because the Warriors have never really had a player that looked for contact, create fouls, and not just create fouls, but also get on the free throw line. And what that does is it disrupts the rotation of the other team, especially when players are getting in foul trouble because of Butler and hopefully possibly Kuminga. And that is a great advantage would be a great advantage to the Warriors because now the other team's rotation is disrupted and the flow and the cohesion of that team is not the same. But I see another benefit too is that I'm not sure, but are generally free throws 30 to 60 seconds long? that gives Steph Curry, if he's on the court, about 30 to 60 seconds of rest time during the game. Each time you have Butler or Kuminga on the free throw line. That's something I don't think we think much about because the Warriors have not had a player like this before. So I think that's going to be a benefit to the Warriors for the rest of the season.
No doubt.
Appreciate that, Al.
And that's what made Durant so special, Stoney. He could slow the game down. He would get to the charity stripe, and he still is.
Yeah, I'd never really heard it explained that way. And most times when you say a guy gets to the line a lot, it's a way to slow up the game. But I wonder if
and set your defense.
But I think Al was talking about, that's 45 seconds where Steph just gets to stand there,
breather,
and rest. There might be something to that. There might be something to that. I don't know. But
so he'll be back, and he said, Tuesday a reunion.
So they play
Dallas
Sunday, and then Charlotte on Tuesday.
So I believe the Tuesday game is honoring the 2015 championship squad because it's been 10 years.
That's dope.
Oh, boy. Get ready for those. You know what? Warriors are going to be careful, Warriors. You don't want to turn into the Giants. They're going to have.
They got action.
I mean, think about it.
The title was just 3 years ago.
Think about it. Every decade, they're going to have 4 reunions. Every single decade. It's the 20th anniversary of the 2015 team.
Nothing wrong with it.
I think they'll have the most participation from the 2015 squad, though.
The original.
Yeah. So we'll see Barbosa. Or he's working.
I always get this mixed up. Well, 15 was a 73 win season.
No, that was 16 when they lost.
So they won it in 14-15.
First one.
Gotcha. Okay.
Like, you think Durant's going to come back for the future reunions in the 17-18 years?
Now, that's a good question.
Man. 510, I can see Draymond being the first coach to choke a player. He would. Most said you had to get somebody started. He runs hot.
Let me go, Dray.
Yeah. Now that's an 8.
I'm on the record. I think Draymond would be a great coach. Great coach.
Great analyst, too.
Yeah, he can do whatever he wants.
He's already started that.
He has. All right. We got one more segment. 888-957-9570. I actually didn't even get to this third piece of sound.
Which is
Steve Kerr. And
why are you smiling?
Because this team is what's this team doing? This team
got action.
You know what they are? They're like the blackjack player who wants to hit on 17.
Dummy.
Well,
that's dumb.
No, it's just risky. If you're a card counter, it can be safe. You know what card's coming. You know that 4's coming. Then it's a great move. It was wrong. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, you don't believe in that, do you?
Believe in what?
The card counting?
Well, if I could do it, I would.
So you do cheat?
I can't do it. I can't count cards.
The point is, if you could, you would do it.
If he was smart enough to cheat, he would do it.
That's basically what he did, and he gets mad at me that I finessed the score at pickup games.
I don't understand how you can count cards and then they know you're counting cards.
Evan, help me out.
I mean, did they say?
Deals will know.
Did they say when you draw the right card 9 out of 10 times when you're hitting on a stupid
number? How can you prove it?
I don't like. How do they?
Oh man,
where any pit bosses out there? Any pit boss? All right. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Don't forget, you want to go to Vegas.
Let's go.
With 3 friends, download the Odyssey app right now. Log in and listen for 1 hour, and you and 3 friends may have a chance to watch the college basketball championships at Circa, a great downtown hotel in Vegas with $20,000, $5,000 apiece. Just log on to the Odyssey app and listen for an hour. You're automatically registered on 95.7. Let me get out of here now. Yeah, I don't have my legal. Maurice, that was against Philly. Do you remember?
Come on, man. You know I remember.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was you and Mo's moment. Why do I got to just hyena laugh? I just had to be a part. Why couldn't I just take a play off? I'm working.
Well, quite frankly, I mean, I laugh just because that's kind of what you do. It's kind of like a reporter in a press conference when a coach says a terrible joke, but they're all kind of afraid of him, so they laugh.
Oh, I don't do that.
I just figured I'd give Mo a giggle.
Yeah.
We're more than a sports station here at 95.7 The Game. We're also your gambling and casino leader. And
dieters.
I asked a question before the break. How do you know when a guy's counting cards and this, that? And Will in Pleasanton.
He knows?
He wants to talk about it. Let's go to Will in Pleasanton. He wants to talk about card counting. Hey, Will.
Hey, what's up, guys? So
hey.
It's actually it's pretty simple. You keep track of 8 cards. You keep track 4 small cards, so 3 through 6, and you keep track of the 4 face cards. And so you change your bet when you know that there's a lot of face cards left, because it increases your chances of getting 20, 21, 19. And so then what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to raise your bet. So, but if you're like Guru and probably get a little excited, you probably raise your bet from $5 to $50.
Yeah.
And then dealer looks at you and they can see what cards are come. So they're not keeping track, but they get a sense for it. And then they'll either reshuffle or Guru will get a tap on the shoulder going like, sir, we need you to leave the casino.
But that robs a gambler of just what if I'm naturally getting hot and I feel it.
Guru, we know that doesn't happen, buddy.
Hey.
Have a good one,
Yeah,
guys.
you will. Good stuff. Oh, gosh. What was I going to say?
Oh, boy.
Can't remember.
I'm not mad.
This is a good one from the 408 on the text line. A casino can kick you out because they don't like what day of the week it is, meaning that they can do whatever they want. Yeah. Hey, guess you're just joining us. This is a bummer. Victor Wembanyama out for the season. He's got a blood clot in his shoulder. Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah. Was just on the
for
court
the rest
Sunday.
of the year.
Quote, unquote.
Tank for flag.
Evan thinks could be an ulterior motive here. What if they get Cooper Flag?
And I think that's where he's going. David Stern, Patrick Ewing on line 1.
I mean, they
come on, he was just playing.
They cannot.
They're giving it
finish less than 5th. I would think. I mean, they can't catch the really terrible teams. There's no way they're catching Washington or.
But Atlanta won it last year and had they were one of the teams where you thought they weren't going to win the lottery, and they won it. I'm just saying, imagine Wemby with Flag and De'Aaron Fox. Come on.
Yeah, it'd be a great core.
They say he is the best American prospect since
Wembanyama?
Flag since Kevin Durant. Just think about that for a second. The best American hoop prospect
I would need to think
since KD.
I would need to think about it before I argued against it. Go ahead.
Was KD technically the top prospect, though, if he wasn't the number 1 pick?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just telling you what they said on SportsCenter.
So
I was sitting there, read my Abundant Life Weight Loss book, and I heard it, and I just shared it with you. Don't kill the messenger.
Well, now I'm trying to think, because when did Durant got drafted? What, 2009 or something?
Curry was 09.
Curry's,
Durant would have been a little bit before Steph, right? 08.
You know who I am.
Well, the other, what about, no, not why.
I love that the origin is not me. I'm just relaying.
Yeah, Durant was 2007.
Okay. I'd like to see the first 3 picks in each draft to see, what we thought. Like Curry, for example, he was touted, but he
not higher than KD.
Dropped to 7, right.
Well, it's not where you're picked. It's.
Yeah, the height. I mean, I believe that he's the most hyped one.
Oh, my gosh.
Like Kyrie was, I think, pretty exciting.
Kyrie was exciting. Problem with Kyrie was he didn't play too many games. He played like 7 games in college. What about, here's one.
What?
About Zion.
He was pretty hyped.
Yeah, he was. Hey, can I tell you who I feel sorry for? And I'm dead serious. Bobby Portis. He's one of my favorite players. Do you know what happened to Bobby? He didn't, but he did. Do you know what happened to Bobby Portis? He got suspended 25 games, Milwaukee Bucks forward, and for a banned substance. But you know what? I think he made he made a mistake that was just, I could totally see it. I can totally see it. So he was taking a drug called tramadol, which is,
what's that do?
It's a severe pain reliever. Like, I got tramadol after I had my neck surgery and my hip surgery. Okay. It's for real serious pain.
All right.
But I think it's a steroid or something, or an opioid or something like that. It's really strong. And I tried not to take it.
Liquid form or pill?
It's a pill.
Yeah.
Like, I tried not to take it because it can be kind of you get reliant on it.
All right.
He thought he was taking Toradol, which is allowed and is also a painkiller. Toradol. So he thought he was taking Toradol, but he mistakenly took Tramadol. And now he's out 25 games. I guess he's got to go.
You ever have the friend that says these drugs aren't mine? They're for somebody. Dude, come on. You're a grown ass. I love Bobby Portis, but I love you for giving him the BOD. Evan, you got $1 million trading staff you could call and say, hey, I'm about to put this in my body. I'm hurt. But he didn't do that. He just took it. But if you want to give him the benefit of the doubt, and it could be a total mistake, but who my man gives the benefit of the doubt to is just a beautiful thing.
Well, there is an issue among athletic trainers that is you're pressured to keep the athletes on the floor. So you're going to give them whatever they need to play, and you're not always honest or wholly truthful, not necessarily because of the athlete, but because of the pressure from the people that pay you to keep your athletes on the floor.
So you think the Spurs the Bucks gave him I didn't even think of that.
I mean, if it's from his personal team, there's been stories about players who think they're taking something.
I've heard that.
Like Yannick Sinner tested positive for PEDs last year at the U.S. Open, and then he fired his trainer like 2 weeks later because he gave him something he didn't know.
But I hear you guys, but you know what I'm saying, Snotty.
I actually believe it.
Norm would have been like...
it was his agent, Mark Bartelstein, said it was an honest mistake.
Right.
He accidentally mixed up pain medications. Bobby, hey.
It could have happened.
You know what? I hate our society.
My man ain't 17. Come on, Snotty.
I hate our society.
And I love Portis.
You know what? And you know what? I'm going to say this. You guys who think you're the same people that said, oh, yeah, like Shohei didn't know. Well, he didn't.
And I'm the one that said that from the game. Shasky and who else? Willard were going in on him. You tell Willard that when he comes in here. I gave him the benefit of the doubt.
No, you didn't.
I said Shohei didn't know.
Everybody laughed. Oh, yeah, like he doesn't know. And he didn't.
You could be.
So take that with a grain of salt, ladies and gentlemen. Bartelstein, Bobby, unintentional. Hey, I'm not going to read this if you keep laughing. Bobby unintentionally took a pain medication called Tramadol, thinking he was taking a pain medication called Toradol. Toradol is an approved pain medication that he has used previously and that teams and players use for inflammation and pain sometimes. Tramadol is not approved pain medication and was just recently added to the banned substance list.
Can he fight this?
I mean, he took it, so he's...
Well, you're right.
I don't think it would go anywhere.
How are you going to overturn it?
There's more to it. Bobby Portis is absolutely not a drug abuser. Bobby works tirelessly increasing his performance. He made a mistake, and he unknowingly took a pill he shouldn't have.
That stinks.
Was that from his trainer?
You know what, Evan? I'm not sure, but I thought
somebody in this camp.
I thought it was a friend.
Yeah, it wasn't the NBA.
But you know
that stinks.
As for Bobby Portis, 30 said in his statement he will accept this penalty with grace. With grace.
Well,
no.
Oh, the Bucks are done.
Man, that stinks.
Yeah, it does stink. But
So what? How many games they got left? What 20?
I mean, I guess they'll be back for the playoffs, but I don't know how many games they have. You can't see
But
that
if you're
happening.
right, nah. I mean, Evan's right. It has happened a lot with athletes, especially in football, Stoney, where something was on the list, it wasn't or whatnot, but it does stink.
510, hey, Steiny. Hey, Steiny. Steiny. Would you feel sorry for Draymond if he accidentally took the wrong shot? Yes! It's got nothing to do with the... I could just see it. Having taken both, I could see you mixing it up.
Yeah.
They sound alike. They're spelled pretty close.
I'm sure A-Rod probably got some stuff mixed up.
Give the guy a break.
I do feel bad for him, though. But you got to know what you're putting in your temple.
All right, that is such an oversimplification. The amount of things that you put in your body every single day, you don't check every single one of them. Now, for Abundant Life, I know you do because you're trying to lose weight, 1 pound of fat per day. But everything you put in your body, you know.
Well, Evan, I love that. But and I love my job, everybody, I do. But if I was getting paid millions like Bobby Portis, I guess, Evan, I would proceed with caution to be like, you know what? What's the lose-lose in anything I put let me just be careful and go the extra mile and see that this is not what I think it is. And then I could have avoided, being off the job 25 games and let my teammates down.
Well, no, potentially, but I feel like in a results-based business, you're aiming for the result. And if someone tells you that this particular pill or shot or drug is going to get you the result you want, you're not going to make 3 calls and try and verify that you can or can't take it. You're just going to take it.
I believe. Now you're talking to me, Stoney. Could be some are going to, and I would expect you to say, I'm not going to take it off your word. I want to just go the extra mile to make sure.
Listen, I'm not saying he shouldn't be punished. He should be punished, but I do believe it was an honest mistake. That's all I'm saying. I mean, you got to hit him.
And I'm telling you, it could have been too.
You know how you say sometimes, I'm random, Steiny.
Hashtag random.
Yeah, hashtag random. Yeah. So last night I'm doing work at my desk at home, and this is random, dude.
My man been working.
I love geography. I love maps. And I thought of a game, like a geography game. It's kind of trivial. Like, let me just throw this out. I'm going to test your geography. You ready?
I was like, what game was it? Oh, you're creating the game.
Is it further from Caracas, Venezuela to Lima, Peru than it is from Buenos Aires to Mexico City?
But I don't want to get it right because I'm guessing.
I know, that's the point. It's like, we're all guessing.
The second one.
The second one is longer. Yes, it is 2,700 miles from Caracas to Lima.
Well, what made you decide on those 4?
Well, because I realized that I need work on my South American geography.
Why?
How many countries are in South America?
I don't feel comfortable.
12.
Yeah.
Not 6.
12.
Not 7.
What are the two places in South America that don't border an ocean? It's only 2.
I'm out.
I only know 1 off the top of my head. Paraguay. Paraguay's in the middle.
So this is what you do in the lab. Wow. Man, Stoney, I ain't mad at you, but that is, you are Rain Man.
Is it further from Los Angeles to Honolulu or Los Angeles to New York?
To New York.
Honolulu.
Which is closer?
Which one's right, me or Evan?
I think New York's closer.
I said
Hawaii's closer.
Yeah.
It's close.
Wow.
It's close. It's like 2,800 to like 2,400. Oh.
That's interesting.
Oh, you better believe it is.
People saying bring back Jock Purdy. Why does the boss hate it?
The boss hates it.
Why?
Well, this isn't Jock Purdy. This is just straight trivia.
Steiny, you're pronouncing these South American countries wrong? What do you mean?
Oh, boy.
Oh, Uruguay. That's the other one. Uruguay. I believe. Yeah, I got to brush up on South America. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I'm pretty good at, and obviously now I got to brush up on, what's going on in Eastern Europe and Western Asia.
Can I give you another hashtag random before we get out of here?
Well, we got 6 minutes.
So last night, my son turned 21, little Daryl, and I asked, did he want a cocktail, and it didn't go over well with the missus. Is that fair or foul, Evan? My son turned 21. I was drinking, and I won't even say the age, and he's so into his body, he ain't drinking, but I just asked to make sure I covered my bases. I should have known. He said, no, I don't drink. I said, have you ever had a taste of alcohol? This is my son.
Right.
He said, no, and I believe him.
I actually believe him,
too. But the missus got mad that I was, like, trying to offer him crack. I'm like, it's a milestone. It's his 21st birthday. Have a sip with your pops.
Now, listen. Mia knows that 99% of the time I support her when it comes to you and her. But, come on, Mia.
As a dad,
little D's 21.
Yeah.
It's kind of a rite of passage.
Yeah.
And it was.
I didn't have one with Norm when I was 21. It's a regret I have.
It was wonderful. It was a wonderful gesture by Guru.
There it is.
Now, let's get back to the fact that he said no.
Oh, boy.
No, he was proud.
Do you think he really doesn't drink or he just doesn't want to spend time with you?
This dude, he's one of those dudes. And I'm like, I'm proud of you for that.
So,
but we got to take another DNA test. Because I was in the Evan, boy.
Now, I'm
those high school parties.
knows what goes in his temple.
Oh, his brother, and that's a different story. But, Stoney, I believe him.
So, there's only...
How can you not? Yeah.
There's only like 2.5 people that I know of.
You being serious?
That have never had a drink. Just people I know.
All right.
Who's the half?
Well, I'll explain that. I'll explain the half. Maybe I shouldn't, but I will. What the hell? If I get fired, I get fired. Jamal Crawford?
Come on. No, come on.
Never had a drink, and I believe him.
I believe him, too.
He just never did. He was never interested. And you know what? All he wants to do is play basketball. He doesn't need to drink.
I didn't know that one.
Never.
I believe him.
I believe him. This one's
the other one?
This one's a little dangerous, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on it.
Because it ain't Luka.
But it is one of the few things I believe out of his mouth. Trump said he's never had a drink.
Stop.
I kind of believe that,
too. You think so?
Yeah, I kind of do.
All the parties and fame and money and women?
His brother died from alcoholism. So,
I didn't know that.
And then the half, let's skip off it.
Yeah.
Now, this one, I'm pretty sure, Raymond Ritter, Warriors president of communications, never had a drink, although I have a vague recollection that after the Warriors' first title, he may have had a sip.
But that doesn't count. Yeah, that was it. That's incredible.
Raymond.
E, did you drink in high school? I don't know if your parents listened.
I didn't drink in high school. Did you drink in high school?
Wine coolers.
Never mind.
Yeah, but how about you, E?
No, the first drink I had was the summer before college.
Wow, man.
Honestly.
I mean, I had a couple drinks.
He didn't want one. He goes, Pops, I don't do it. I said, have you ever tasted it? He said, no.
Wow, good for him,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah.
Good for him.
We got to get that test done.
Well, in the Court of Gold documentary, there's a scene where Anthony Edwards asks what is in another player's drink, because he looks, or Tyrese Halliburton, he's like, I have a Shirley Temple. It's a mocktail. And it's like, is there alcohol in that? He says no. And he's like, okay, now I want one. So, like, maybe Anthony Edwards doesn't drink.
Wow.
Interesting.
Shocker. Pro athlete, huh? Wow.
Well, LeBron does. He has a glass of wine every night.
Remember that game he walked in with the vino in the cup? And the man purse? God, that guy.
I don't remember that.
It's a satchel.
Satchel. Hey, I'm proud of him, though.
I remember I had a beer at my friend's house when I was in 9th grade. His dad had one of those kegs.
He wasn't there.
The dad wasn't there, and I had like 2 glasses. And I was like, oh boy,
right?
Holy Toledo! Look at this.
Let's go.
But I didn't start. Yeah, I had a little. Not till after high school.
Yeah.
Did I?
I felt a little bad for 40 seconds. I was like, you know what? Just covering my base. You know.
You gotta ask every birthday. from here on out.
No, that's it.
Just
that's
check
it.
in.
Just the Deuce one. He'll let me know.
By the way, doesn't look like the 49ers are going to use the franchise tag.
Possibly.
Oh, man.
No,
My man's
seriously.
going to get his bag. But that I want you
the
to
franchise tag.
Yeah.
They're probably not going to use it.
Oh, just on anybody.
They're in the
Okay.
window.
All right.
They're in the window.
But I do want you to do this. Don't just cape up or get scared of Willard. Ask them that provocative question we've come up with.
About Shohei?
No.
Oh.
About how you feeling on each team. And we could compare it with what you don't even remember my answer.
Barely.
Concerned on the Niners, action on the Warriors.
Right. The state of each franchise.
Yeah. And optimistic about the Gigantes.
Yeah.
Dude, it's almost baseball season.
No, it's not. It's basketball season, baby.
Well, you're at the stretch
And
run.
Jimmy Butler has infused the Bay Area with excitement. And yours truly has his popcorn ready.
Yeah. That's holding out.
Another one you got to lose.
No, that's T.O.'s. I ran into T.O. Friday. I go, dude, did you get he played in the celebrity game, Steiny. I went home and watched it. He had a bad showing. He goes, I didn't make any shots and I didn't get MVP. I was like, whoa.
You really watch everything.
Yeah. And you really believe it.
Now,
joke.
Hey.
Wow.
It's a joke.
I actually do believe you watch the celebrity game. I'm just confused as to why.
Evan, I don't know. I just wish I was out there. Well, I ain't you gotta be celebrity
Now
first, but no, I like action. Steiny, you know that about me.
I mean, I'm ashamed to say I did see Drewski bury a 3. He kind of rattled it in.
Yeah. You watched it.
I saw
Oh, man.
I saw Drewski.
My man was snooping. Calvin Broadus. My gosh.
I had no idea who he was until I looked at him.
He hit the 3.
No, but I mean, remember when we were going down the list of celebrities? It was like Drewski. I was like, who's that? And Evan goes, well, he actually is pretty. And then I saw a picture of him. I'm like, oh, I know who that
Your
guy is.
basketball rep just took a hit.
Dude, no doubt.
My basketball?
And your DVR game. Yeah, you're taping this stuff. You watch the you just don't want to say you did.
Oh,
like
no.
me.
Yeah, it was.
I'm transparent. I'm honest.
It was a highlight from ESPN or something like that. All right. We got crossover time next, and that means Willard and Dibley are in the house. And
somebody said I steal his material. That hurt. Well, I'm going to bring it up to him.
If the shoe fits.
Stop.
That segment was brought to you by our friends at Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
I wanted the ball.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring?
I'm afraid.
Of what?
I think the older
that you'll
you
never
get,
wake up?
No. Well, you're practicing dying. That's too much sleep.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Alrighty, the crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life. Abundant Life Weight Loss. They do know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Welcome in, Willard and Div.
I'm on.
The 95.7 The Game. Hey, gentlemen.
I'm offended.
I want to start with this. And don't be offended, because whatever happened off the air stays off the air.
No doubt.
Captain Soda Pop over
I
there.
love
He
it,
has to
Will.
open
Look
it
at
up.
him.
And, you know, when I do Abundant Life reads and he throws his can in the trash and you hear it clanging in the background.
Shooting about 87%.
Wow, look at my man.
Well, I got a good shot.
I'm
over
doing
there.
a live read. When he does a live read for Underdog, I tiptoe out of the room. When I do one, he's throwing stuff around.
You want to bark while I'm doing Underdog? Do it,
It's
brother.
about respect. And
Underdog having a good time.
What I want to talk about is your weight loss routine, which I think is genius.
Oh, boy.
Abundant Sleep. weightloss.com.
Do you believe it?
Well, what you said earlier, it actually had me rolling in the car. Every hour that you sleep is an hour that you don't eat.
No doubt.
And so I thought about it. He does intermittent fasting based on the fact that he sleeps 11 hours a day.
Like,
and I
he's
thought
in
that
bed
was
before it's
hilarious.
dark out. Will
blow your kids' minds when you tell them why breakfast is called breakfast, and they'll be like, "I had never thought of that."
Yeah.
You're breaking your fast.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, Steiny is exactly right. If you're sleeping, you're not eating.
Well, when you go to bed at 8 and you wake up at 7,
there you go.
You've had quite a fast.
Good start.
Those are the only 11 hours where he's not putting something in that pie hole of his.
I'm ashamed to say.
Why do you think he doesn't have any gray hair and he's 60?
Well, it's 'cause he gets a haircut every 3 weeks.
I'm kind of ashamed to say that it gets supercharged during the weekend. I sleep in on Saturdays.
Whoa.
So I'm getting about 13 on Saturdays, and then even a nappy, a little nappy.
What is sleeping in? What does sleeping in mean to you? How late?
The last couple Saturdays, at least 10.
Damn,
Damn.
Yeah.
Don't let
hangover light.
Don't let my kids hear that.
I don't have kids.
No, I know.
Anymore.
I know.
Well, you still
the
do.
Teenagers do this whole thing when I'm telling them, like, dude, you got to get more sleep.
Right.
You're staying up too late. You can't get to school on time. And they've got this thing, and it's the most 2025 thing ever. Like, they'll talk about it in schools now. You know, teenagers' bodies are not built to be up and active at 8:30 in the morning. And somebody might have a study somewhere where that's true. I don't even care. Bottom line is, until the world changes, the school starts at 8:30.
Hello.
You got to get your butt over there, and they'll
start at 8 for us.
If I let them sleep till 1 in the afternoon on Saturday, they'll still be in there. They look at me like I'm a cyborg because I'm up in the 6 o'clock hour, no matter if I've got an alarm on or not.
I'd be in my kid's room looking for drugs. Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
You can't be sleeping. Daddy, we're cool. I'm like, what is up?
They're on their now they call it midwinter break, which
we used to call it ski week.
We used to call it ski week. We actually used to call it a school week in February. But anyway.
Well, you ain't in the hood if you guys got those.
I don't even want to tell you what time my 18-year-old got home last night. Oh.
Give it to us. 2 a.m., Will.
Got home?
Keep going.
Oh, Will.
Keep going.
4?
Keep going.
Well, it was All-Star Weekend.
Keep
Will.
going.
Oh, Norm would have had this.
5:39.
How old is he? He's in high school?
He's 18. He's 18. He's got a girl now. He can do what he wants.
Were you awake? Did he wake you up, or how did?
I wake up when he comes home. The dog starts barking around.
What was your first question, Will?
I went to the restroom. I just looked at him and kept walking.
Is he out of high school?
No. I mean, they're off this week.
My daughter, who's a freshman in college, is like that now.
I'm like,
Norm would have went Mr. Miyagi on me.
No doubt. Show me.
I would have had to call 911. Will, I wouldn't have came on.
I'm like, what's happening out there?
What did he say? He was at.
I didn't talk to him.
I get it.
4:30 in the morning, and he's like, no. We got another hour in us.
Oh, yeah?
What's happening out there?
I know what's happening.
Someone
Tell us.
explain to me what happens.
I know.
Out
You don't
what's
know,
happening?
Steiny.
One word.
What's he doing?
Action.
I thought you were going to go Mike Breen on us.
Action.
I thought you were going to do your Mike Breen. I mean,
maybe.
It's
maybe.
And happy birthday
18.
Your son who turned 21.
Yeah.
And I have a 21-year-old, and we cannot communicate. We do it by text, and I text him at about 10:15. Before I go to bed, and he'll text me back at 1:17 in the morning, and then I'll text him at 8:15 in the morning, and then he wakes up at Santa Barbara at UCSB. He probably wakes up about 2:30, and then he'll text me, and I'll text him back, and we go back and forth. And if I want to talk to him, it's a window between when I got off the air at 7 and
a window.
I have like between 7 and 8 p.m. because if not, he's out doing senior and college things, or I'm asleep. And I don't quite get 11 hours, Steiny, but I kind of envy you and your whole 8:30. I'm in the rack. I dream about 8:30 in the rack.
I can't.
Willard, come on. I'm just getting started.
Any of the hours that you sleep.
Yeah.
I can't sleep.
I don't believe him.
You don't believe him?
It's got to be 10:15.
Having traveled with this man, I believe him. And let me just tell you something about him when he sleeps.
Oh, no, you're one of those? Wow.
Your boy will go full chainsaw.
Wow.
It got to a point, we went to Salt Lake many, many years ago, and we got after a little bit, and so we both were tired and maybe a little over. Well, you can't get overserved in Salt Lake. I dare you to try and get drunk in Utah. You can't. But your boy, and it got to the point where I'm throwing pillows at him from the other side of the room.
Steiny.
I didn't shake him. He would,
do you know
and for 90 seconds, and then it'd be quiet, and then.
If you're
counting sheep.
All that means, because I firmly believe that's all four of us in this room and every other human being out there.
Yeah.
It's everyone. The difference is you're known as a snorer if you fall asleep fast.
Exactly.
That's it. You're just the first one to
I only
fall
make
asleep.
noises if I got some gas in me, like if we were drinking.
TMI, but
no, cocktail gas.
I got you.
Not the gas.
And that's why, my kids, same thing with me and everybody. Oh gosh, you're a snorer. I'm like, I'm not a snorer. I'm just quick to fall asleep.
Yeah.
Like when that plane is taking off, I'm not even awake anymore at takeoff.
I ain't getting on them
Gone.
right now.
Yeah. Gone. When I was in the minor leagues, when I was broadcasting in Boise in the Angels organization, they used to call me Grandma because we would travel on a bus.
And you were like 25.
I was barely older than the players.
Okay. Right.
But they would call me Grandma because we would travel on a bus, and so many guys to try to find a way to sleep because it's the bus leagues we play every day. Your road trip is you finish your game at 10 at night, better grab a bite to eat, get your butt over to Medford, Oregon. You got a game tomorrow night. You drive overnight. and guys can't get comfortable. You see people laying out pillows, doing weird things, trying to lean up against this, that, the other. That bus was 3 minutes out of the gate. Gone, man. Gone. Sitting straight up. They're like, you look like you're knitting in a chair.
It's a gift.
Out.
Grandma.
Just gone.
Dude, you wake up, he's got half an Afghan on his lap, but he doesn't know how.
Hey, Will, as a dad, I just got to ask you, will you double back to the 18-year-old and say where were you at, or it's just you ain't going to bring it up?
We'll bring it up, but not from a where were you at.
Okay, all right.
I'll just be like, dude, you're crushing yourself. You're crushing yourself because you got a bunch of homework to get done, and if it doesn't get done by tonight, you're not going where you think you're going tomorrow.
Yeah.
So,
lay it on them, Steiny. The question I told you 5 times. I couldn't wait to hear their answer.
That came from the Hegan. Really.
But still, I want to hear their answer.
How are we feeling about?
And you got a meeting today. Yeah.
Woo. No, I already verified. We're good, baby. Yeah. Camaraderie.
You should take it as a compliment.
Look at him.
Ours got canceled.
Oh, maybe we
got him.
Did you cancel?
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because I actually asked Nahegan about your meeting, and I said, wait, no meeting for the guys? And he said, no, there's a couple things I have to talk to him about. And I said,
oh boy.
Because I was going to break the news during the crossover and try to lift you up that there was no meeting, but turns out,
wow.
Yeah,
it either means that you guys are getting fired or we are.
Oh boy.
I can't tell what that means, but
yeah,
I'm sure somebody will.
Lay it on them, Stein.
Yeah, it happened both ways.
It can go either way.
Nobody can make up a fake itinerary like our boss. I mean, it's unbelievable. Hey guys, I got a few things. Of course you do. We were talking about the state of each of the franchises.
Here we go.
You know, what's the vibe of each of the teams right now? And I said, okay, the 49ers to me right now, I don't know what they are anymore. You know,
I said concern.
I don't know.
I said concern.
Yeah, I'm just saying they had a 5-year run, and last year everything, they had injuries, so I don't know what they're going to be. I don't know.
Can I use a different word?
Yeah.
Stressful.
Okay, got you.
I'm not concerned, but
But doesn't stress come from concern?
I guess, but it's more just like, first of all, I don't even know who's on the team.
Well, okay.
Right? Like, so I can't assess the 49ers without knowing who's on the team.
But the vibe.
The vibe is, it's sort of like, you better. You better. You better turn this back around, go in the other direction, and then
or else
tuck it in. Well, no, not or
window
else.
closed.
No, it's just like it's time.
Yeah,
and you're signing somebody to a very, very big deal, and you've got a lot of work to do in the trenches and everything. So it feels like high expectations without necessarily the roster to back that up. Stressful.
Yeah. And the Warriors
was Dibs' turn.
No,
yeah.
No,
I thought we were going to do all three at once.
I'll go ahead and sit it out.
Yeah.
We want you. Go ahead, baby.
I'm not talking.
No,
Dibs. Go ahead, baby.
Hopeful, and it's more than just hopeful. I'm confident because their schedule is pathetic. The teams they play are awful, and you have your quarterback, and your running back is getting healthy, and your left tackle is coming back, and you have a good right guard, and I do think that you're going to fix the lines. So I have no doubt that they're going to do things to get better, and their schedule is pathetic, and you've got your quarterback. So I'm more than hopeful. I'm confident.
Wow.
They're going to be a playoff team next year, for sure.
Okay. The one thing that I'm interested too is like the dynamic. When Purdy gets paid, it just is going to change the dynamic a little bit. And I just said to Goo, if he has the same kind of year this upcoming year that he had last year, but he's gotten the big money, then he's going to probably hear more than he has throughout his career.
But the football won't change. It's the Jackals.
Well, yeah, I mean, don't go 7-10 next year with Purdy and then saying, how good is he? Is he really that good? But that's it. Warriors, my feeling was they've absolutely got a great uptick from Jimmy Butler. Short term, I think there's excitement. But to me, even the Butler acquisition doesn't change the overarching that the Warriors are still in a transition period as their superstars age.
That was him. I said action. They got major action for the next 2 years, I believe. Action.
I'm trying to think of the right word. And the one that keeps coming to mind is not like a popping word, but if I explain it, maybe it'll land. The word is extended. I feel like what the Warriors just did was breathe. They finally breathed new life into their fan base's excitement level with the remainder of Steph Curry's career. I don't think we're in any way in a spot where it's realistic now to suddenly think that they are a championship contender. There are ways that it could twist and turn and get there, I guess. But what the Warriors have won in the last 2 weeks is conceptual more than X's and O's. I think the fan base is very activated.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Dibs?
They got action for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, and they're at least more interesting. And
No
I do
doubt.
also think that there's a lot more clarity about what this is. You've got 2.5 years of Steph, 2.5 years of Draymond, and 2.5 years of Jimmy. So does it mean that they're all going to be here for the next 2 years and 20 whatever games? No, they could make another move. But it felt to me like they put all their eggs in this basket. Will it work? Maybe, maybe not. One thing that I was mentioning to our guys on our Vine earlier today is the emotions of the Warrior fan, I do think, is game to game. If you come out tomorrow and you win, it's like, look out, Western Conference, we're here, we're them. And if they lose tomorrow, it's like, oh, God, this whole thing was fool's gold. We're going to the lottery. Let's tank the whole thing. I do believe that the fan base, and myself included, we're all on that razor's edge of game to game. And Mark mentioned it yesterday where they lose to Dallas, and it's like, well, I mean, God, you lost to Dallas, and they had nobody. You're going to lose to Houston. This Jimmy thing was a mess. It was so stupid. What are we doing? And then they beat Houston. It's like, whoa, they beat Houston. We're back. We're rolling. They're going to be rested out of the break. Watch out, 6th seed. Nobody wants to play us. So I do think that the Warrior fan base, and I put myself in this same bucket, it's a game to game, and it's even like quarter to quarter. If they come out tomorrow and they're down 40-22 after one quarter, fans are going to be on Twitter like, oh, this Jimmy, this thing was stupid. We need Kuminga. What a waste, blah, blah, blah. Or the other way, if they come out and they're up, 75-48 at the half, it's like nobody wants to play us. So I do think that the fan base is kind of like on that razor's edge.
That's fair, but that's kind of chaotic.
It's very chaotic,
It's super chaotic.
Yep.
And I wonder how that's going to go.
Yeah, and I'm a shock Dibs. I'm the president of the fan club, the fan club. Like, I don't like that. You're telling the truth, but I'm not doing that. I feel like we have a direction and we have a standard now, and the next 27 games will show that. I'm going to come in here and do our job
God.
and react like I would if I was talking to my neighbor after every game, but I expect these dudes to be standing tall once the season's over and qualifying for a playoff series. There's going to be some bumps. There's going to be some turbulence. There's going to be some highs.
That's fine, but I was looking at
But they lose to Sac. I won't come in. Well, they play Dallas Sunday. I won't come in here like, oh, it's over. Everything I said about Jimmy is bigger than that.
Well, I always think of it as in the context of a show. That's all I care about.
Well,
the
all right.
shows.
I hear you.
And in a way, Friday against Sac doesn't mean anything because we're off Saturday and Sunday. So it's going to be about the two games. It's going to be about Sac and Dallas. We'll come in Monday, and they'll either be 2-0, 1-1, or 0-2. And
the jersey will be in the rafters.
And if they're 1-1, I think Dibley's right. We're going to be like, then they're going to play Charlotte. I beat Charlotte.
But that's what we do, critique.
Right. But all I'm saying is I don't know what I'm saying.
Look, they are urgent. The urgency is there, but I also think each of us would be well served to stay off of that coaster,
right?
To that degree, you know what I mean? Like if you're a Laker fan, is that it? Bad trade.
Right.
You lost back-to-back games to Utah
and what
Charlotte.
I saw from Luka, I came in this morning
he's
like,
just standing there.
He's my God. He looked depressed.
He's just standing there.
I'm just saying, like something.
And now Windhorst is on ESPN today saying, boy, the Lakers are under immense pressure to get Luka to resign there. Never forget, Luka didn't ask to go there. And he's never
Willard,
said
I almost
wanted,
crashed.
I'm like,
this
where's
morning.
that coming from?
Steiny's laughing because I said Luka could dip on him.
3 basketball games, and we're getting the. Hey, Luka never asked for this.
That calf doesn't look. He looks like he's still rushing. He looks like he rushed himself back.
And he's out. He's out tonight.
Oh, Luka is?
Luka's out.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean,
they're in Portland, and he's out, and LeBron
on a
is
back-to-back.
questionable.
Oh, my gosh. Man.
Yeah.
I mean, why play? Why play? If you're an NBA player, honestly, if you're Buddy Hield, and if you are Mikal Bridges, who now I believe, if you look at his basketball reference, he's missed a grand total of, checks notes, 0 games in his career. He has the longest running consecutive game streak in the association, and he probably won't catch AC Green, the all-time leader, but he's never missed a game in his career. But if you're not that, or Buddy Hield, who played 84 games last year, why play? Like, what's the incentive for you to go out there and play on the second half of a back-to-back? You're a Laker. You didn't ask to be a Laker, and you're still trying to get in shape.
Yeah, but his calf has really got to be bothering him.
It's got to be. I mean, geez.
I'm just saying.
Well, you already diagnosed him with depression.
Yeah, I know.
He looked, but Willard, when I heard Wendy
that was
say
reckless.
He's not wrapped up like Butler, I go, you're telling me he could. So if this thing got so bad, what if he said, see ya?
Look,
Palinka just resigned.
Here's my,
he just made the steal of the century.
My
right now.
Roller coaster comment of the day is that right now in this moment, God, does it look like the last 2 weeks have been wonderful for the Warriors in the Western Conference.
Jeez.
I mean,
thrombosis.
There was a minute where everyone was worried the Spurs were going to catch him from behind. Wemby's out for the year. Okay, there's that. Phoenix Suns locker room, completely toxic. It is blown up. We got employees making plans for April and May. The Sacramento Kings do not have De'Aaron Fox. The Dallas Mavericks replaced Luka with Anthony Davis. He's hurt long term. The Lakers have lost back-to-back games to the Utah Jazz and the Charlotte Hornets. The Houston Rockets are a young team that suddenly look like they are showing their youth and have lost 7 of their last 9, including 1 to you on their home floor. I'll leave Denver, Memphis, and Oklahoma City alone because they're Denver, Memphis, and Oklahoma City. That's probably going to be your top 3 seeds.
You're forgetting a team.
What am I forgetting?
You're forgetting the Vine. There's a team. No, not them. There's a team that I think's under the radar that could have some action.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday.
The Clippers.
Oh, yeah. I left them out because they're like spinning.
Yeah,
I don't
what's
know.
Kawhi going to be once it's game 1 of the off?
Who are the Clippers?
They're a pretty good team. But can they stay healthy?
I kind of, they got a nice little mix of some young players in there, and I like the way they're handling Kawhi. If you look at Kawhi's game log, it's like literally gone 15.
But he's
17,
done this.
17, 18, 19, 20. Now he's up to 32, 33
and
minutes.
He's done this, and then the play game 1 during the game. Oh, what happened to Kawhi? Where's Dibs?
But I'm kind of listing the teams that suddenly have new warts.
Doubt. I'm with you.
A lot of teams with new warts.
Yep.
And the Warriors are kind of in the opposite direction.
Before we get out of here, the Giants. I said optimistic.
Well, of course you did. It's February.
But
I'm with you because it's February. We have no reason to think pessimistically other than that, like, paper says this, that, or the other, right, against the Dodgers.
But the last 2 years, I bought in thinking they were going to make a run. It was there, and they didn't do it. But this year, I'm like, you know what? One more chance.
The optimism for me is based more on the bigger picture than this season's record.
No doubt.
Like,
absolutely.
I think that now... I think that they're going to start playing a more familiar brand of baseball. I think it's going to look and feel more like what Giants fans are used to. I think the whole narrative around them will be a little bit more grown up.
Now, why is that different? Why would that be different?
Because what they were prioritizing before was sort of the antithesis of what people like Buster Posey and Bruce Bochy really prioritize. They are prioritizing culture, locker room, specific people, how they're going to go about empowering their players, as opposed to what Farhan Zaidi prioritized, which was taking down pictures of history and almost dehumanizing the players to a level where you instill them with the opposite of confidence. Hit a home run, but sit down now because there's a lefty pitching.
Yep.
That, you're going to see and maybe it won't work, but
Well, I noticed during the Will Clark interview yesterday, I thought it was very, very good. I noticed Will Clark snuck in there something like, we'll have a more regular day. You'll see the same faces in the lineup, day after day.
So you on board, Dibs?
I mean, on board with what?
Are you optimistic about this season? They're making not overtaking the Dodgers, but a wild card.
Sure.
Okay, that's
honestly,
my optimistic.
Super convincing.
Honestly, the over-under is set at 80.5 wins.
That's what they got. Well,
if you want to bet the over, last year they were 80 and 82. Yeah. Can this team win 82? Sure. Can they win 85? Yeah. Can they win 90? I'd bet against it. Can they be a wild card team? Yeah. I'm here for it. The baseball season is so long, but what Mark said is the one thing that I'm most optimistic about. You've got a shortstop who's going to play 150, a third baseman who'll play 150, a center fielder who will play 140. You got a catcher, if he gets in shape, who will play 125 or 130. You have a second baseman who's going to play 130 games.
New position.
If healthy, yes, but you've got guys where if you wake up in the morning and you go, the Giants are at Milwaukee, what's the lineup? You could guess 5 to 6 people, and that for me matters a lot.
And what I would also add to that is there's a chance. I'm not going to say yes yet. There's a chance that the Giants have what I think is the big thing that they've been missing for the last 3 to 4 years, a middle of the order. They have not had a middle of the order. You're batting people third where you're like, that's your third hitter?
Right.
If Ramos is Ramos,
okay.
If what you saw last year is now who he's going to be, the idea of having him and Adames and Chapman. And maybe like pieces of Jung-Hoo Lee also.
Yeah,
that is an actual
true leadoff.
That is a core of a lineup. And they haven't had that.
Will they have one person hit 30 home runs this year to be the first one since Barry Bonds?
I hope so.
I don't see it.
No?
Man.
No.
I mean,
Chap's going to have 30. I think.
What's Adames' career high?
I'll look that up.
I think it's north of 30.
It's definitely north of 30.
It was it was 4 or 5 years ago, I think.
And
last year,
Milwaukee's a wonderful hitter's park.
It is.
Milwaukee's a wonderful.
We got a meeting. I got to go. We got to go.
I'm ready. Career high is 32. And it was last year, and it is the second time in his career that he has gone over 30.
What do you think, Goo? Yes?
Stay tuned.
I don't like it because half his games are in that park in Milwaukee.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
it was a yes or no
6,
question,
7 times at 20 or more for Willie Adames.
There's no such thing when you ask Goo a question as a yes or no. It's going to be elaborated upon.
You know what that is, right?
Learn from the best.
What is it? When he does that, what is it? It's an elaboration sensation, Steiny.
On 95.7 The Game.
I was with you, Steiny. I didn't have it.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Ah, yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Come on, let's go. Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570.
Let's go. Sick of all of you.
Steve Kerr's coming on today.
Can't wait.
Steve Kerr's coming on today.
I love Steve Kerr.
This is the Warriors stretch run special. And it's not going to sound all that different than what we normally do on a given day. However, we've loaded up some pretty big voices as we get ready for the Warriors to return to action tomorrow night in Sacramento. The stretch run, 27 games, got to win most of them, got to get going, got to do the damn thing. Got to actually legitimize all of this. And so here we go. And Steve Kerr is on the show, and Bob Fitzgerald is on the show, and Chris Broussard is going to be on the show in exactly 1 hour. And we're going to be talking this out from every angle, and we really would love for you to participate and engage and get involved. So if you want to text us, you want to hit the YouTube chat, you want to tweet us, or as I said, 888-957-9570. Let's start right here. Steve Kerr after practice yesterday. I want everyone to not just listen to this, but listen to it closely. Because we're not just listening to words, we're listening to tone. What's going on behind the words? Because this is, if you really want to whittle it down, all of the Jimmy Butler excitement, I think you can whittle it down to this. You're worried about age and all the things that are going on. The Warriors have a 22-year-old rising, fill in that blank, I don't know if you want to use the word star, rising player. Okay? They have a 22-year-old rising player who practiced with the team today for the second consecutive day. He has not been cleared for takeoff. He will not play tomorrow. But it's coming, and it's coming soon. And if Jonathan Kuminga and Jimmy Butler can coexist and make good music together, it legitimizes, to a degree, what the likes of Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler have been saying lately. If they can't, then this is all a bunch of hooey. So listen closely to this answer from Steve Kerr. Kuminga and Butler together on the floor. Steve, what do you think?
I think, the obvious question is the spacing, because neither one of them is a 5. They're, we're really looking at them as a 3 and a 4. And so, can we space the floor well enough with the two of them on the court together? We should be able to defend at a high level. It'd be great to have that kind of size and athleticism on the wings. There's a lot to like. And then, we just have to sort through the offensive execution. Can we put a group around them that makes sense, that we can, kind of rely on a two-way offense and defense dynamic, and that remains to be seen.
Wow. I mean, he worked his way all the way through it, and he got to the end, which is, it remains to be seen.
Is it me, or did Steve not sound like he just walked in to a party? You walk into a party on a Friday night, you acquire one of the best players in the NBA. You should be like that gif that's all over when that guy comes dancing into the room. Like, you're walking in like, it is go time.
That sounded to me like a student who, when you go and take a test, and it's an essay test, and you get to number 3, and you get to number 3, it's like, I don't know the first thing about this answer, and so you just start writing words, and, you try to use some of the keywords in the question, and, it's like a 200-word minimum, and so you write 200 words, and it's basically, and I don't want to say gibberish, because that was better than gibberish, but Steve was just kind of like, well, there's this, and then there's that, and there's that, and then there's this, and it could be this, and it could be that, and you know what? It remains to be seen.
Grandy, will you cut this off after the first 4 seconds? I'm going to play it again. That's 54 seconds long. I only want the first 4.
Okay?
Just listen again. Hey, Steve, what do you think about Jonathan and Jimmy playing together?
I think, the obvious question is this.
I think. Well, and then he goes into the obvious question, which is there enough spacing? Is there enough shooting? Because we see them as a 3 and a 4. So if they're the 3 and the 4, and then Draymond's the 5, and let me think about it. So if they're the 3 and the 4, and Draymond's the 5, well, what I really want to say is, God, no. I can't play the 3 of them together. And I just looked at Jimmy's number for his career, and he's now in his 14th year, and he's shooting 33% from 3. It's not what he does. And he takes only, for his career, 2.5 threes a game. So he doesn't shoot the 3 because he doesn't make the 3, and Draymond doesn't shoot the 3, and Kuminga can shoot the 3, the corner 3, and that's about it. So, yeah, Draymond, Jimmy, and Kuminga together, that's going to be a no from me, dog, is what the answer should have been.
I mean, literally, Steve sounds like someone, we were joking earlier about when my son got home last night. He's 18. He can do whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Well, I mean, there's no curfew. He doesn't have school today. So whatever. But, that's what I would have expected him to sound like if I had barged into his room and said, dude, what were you doing? Well, I think... Okay, the obvious thing is, Dad, That's how Steve just started.
Well, the
this
obvious
answer.
question is, what wasn't I doing?
Exactly. What were you doing,
Right,
Dad?
totally.
Sleep?
Right.
So, look, I got to grab a little 4-second bite of somebody sort of struggling to find a word and make a big deal out of it. But I will say this. It is very important that the Golden State Warriors, for the rest of this regular season, here's my new phrase, and there won't be T-shirts. They won't accept this, but this is my phrase. Remove the ego. This is the only way you're going to do it. It's literally the only way we're going to do it. You cannot function now with multiple stars and a 22-year-old who wants a contract if you all are out there worrying about who starts. Jonathan Kuminga should not start. And the only reason anybody would want him to start is ego. And I quite frankly think it's the only reason that Kuminga has reportedly wanted to start. I've never understood that when someone plays 30 minutes a game, who cares which minutes? 30 minutes a game. That's 30 out of 48 minutes. That's a high percentage. You are playing most of the minutes. All of the minutes count. In fact, I could argue that the first 6 minutes of the game matter the least. Those are the easiest ones from which to recover. So why are we so worried about if you are, about whether or not Jonathan Kuminga starts? And Jonathan, if you're worried about it, why are you worried about it? What you need, Jonathan, is for the Warriors to play well. And what Steve is saying without saying here is if that Steph Curry goes out onto the court to start basketball games with Draymond Green, Jonathan Kuminga, Jimmy Butler, and Brandon Pajemski, you have 5 people who can shoot a three, but only one of them is a three-point shooter. You are not surrounded by enough shooting. Quite frankly, you are already participating in wearing Draymond Green down because you're starting him at the 5. And Steve wants to play him more at the 5, but Draymond has admitted that's going to wear me down if you do it too much. So I think it's very, very important that the Warriors remove the ego. And I heard Steiny and Goo talking about this, and Steiny's right. Buddy Hield, I know. Buddy Hield needs to stay in the starting lineup. You need that three-point shooter in the lineup, and you need Jonathan Kuminga to anchor the second unit and still get his 28 to 32 minutes a night. I think that's the way you have to play it. If I'm Steve, that's the way I'm starting it once Jonathan is ready to roll, especially since he's coming back from a lengthy injury. Got to remove that ego.
And that's one thing we can ask Steve later today is not only about starting Kuminga, but how did Kuminga come out of yesterday's practice? Because he got back to practice for the first time, according to Warriors PR. So how is Kuminga feeling after that? And what does he think is the new timeline for Kuminga to continue to get ready and ramp up and get back out there on the floor? But Steve told you without saying it in the answer that those guys can't all play together. And you can't play Kuminga and Butler and Draymond together for very long unless you have Steph and another real three-point shooter. And the other part of that is if you don't want to play Draymond a lot at 5, and I know that he probably doesn't want to play a lot at 5, what do? Okay, you play Kevon Looney at 5. And congrats to Kevon, who got engaged over All-Star Weekend, which is awesome. But if you have Kevon and Jimmy and Kuminga, then you have the same exact problem. You've got another guy who doesn't really shoot the 3. So it's going to be really tough for Steve to figure out how and when to play Kuminga and Jimmy together because neither one of them is a three-point threat.
Yeah, and by the way, I know there are a lot of you out there that went, hold on a second, Buddy Hield, because he got real popular over the last week. And in fact, we did a whole show where I was like, Buddy needs fewer minutes. You gotta sit him down. And then they did the very next night. And it worked. And the Warriors went out and they beat Houston. And so I use Buddy as an example. It doesn't have to be Buddy. It doesn't have to be Buddy. It can be Moses. You can do whatever. Like, there are different things that you can do out there right now if you're the Warriors as far as figuring this whole lineup out. But you heard it right there in his voice. There is hesitation. There is absolute hesitation in the midst of all of this excitement of Jimmy Butler being on the team, there appears to be some hesitation from Steve Kerr with regard to the idea of Jimmy and Jonathan together and what that lineup looks like around them. They're going to share the floor sometimes.
Yeah, they have to.
But I certainly wouldn't do it to start. My bet is that's not the way that this is going to play out.
You're probably right, and ultimately it doesn't really matter who starts unless the player himself, in this case Jonathan Kuminga, unless he's really affected by the fact that he's not starting. He's only started 10 games this year, and in those games the Warriors are 4-6 in his 10 starts. Now, it's a really small sample, and I don't know how many of those games didn't involve Draymond or Steph, and so it's hard to really look at it as a measure of how the team has done. But if I look at this team and I think about the best way to use Jonathan Kuminga, it would be to bring him in for Jimmy Butler at about the 6-minute mark. So Jimmy plays 6, you bring in Kuminga, and now Kuminga plays alongside Steph for 4 to 6 minutes, and then Steph goes out, and then Jimmy comes back in, and maybe you have Kuminga and Jimmy for 2 minutes to start the second quarter, and then Kuminga goes out and you bring in somebody else.
How do you want to see the Warriors start this lineup once it's ready to go? Obviously, you're going to have a few more games to play with different things and figure things out before Jonathan's back, but he's back practicing. He's going to be back soon. We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. We will take your calls right now. Chris Broussard is on in 45 minutes. Steve Kerr later on in the show at about 5 o'clock. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body, and this is Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
Bay Area. This is Jonathan Kuminga. Catch my head coach, Steve Kerr, with Wheeler and Dibs each and every week, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Way to go, Jonathan. Get yourself right, man. Get better, get out there. And I can't wait to see this. But I can't sit here with confidence and tell you that it's just going to be like a seamless transition. Like, we've watched it so much in the NBA, and the number one example right now is literally right in front of our faces for our consumption. And it's LeBron and Luka. They've played 3 games together. They lost to the Utah Jazz, the Charlotte Hornets, and Luka's going to sit out tonight. And that's not to say I'm sounding an alarm. I just know that when significant players have never played together before and they get together, it takes a minute. I remember when Kyrie was traded to Dallas, and everyone sat there and told me, Luka and Kyrie together, there's literally not going to be a way to stop them. They missed the playoffs entirely. They didn't even make the play-in tournament. They, in fact, tanked the last week of their season trying to get a draft pick. Takes a minute. So, I'm not going to lie to you, Dibs, that part of this in the moment of Warrior optimism is a little scary. It's a little scary to see what this may look like.
A little bit, but I do think that, when you talk about Kuminga coming back, it's different than Luka, who missed almost 2 months, and he finally got traded and he came back. I do think that he's not only getting used to a new team, but he's shaking off some of the rust, and so Kuminga will be doing a lot of the same things. It's a new team in that you've got Jimmy Butler, and he will have missed almost 2 months by the time he comes back, but it's not going to be as much of a key piece to a team and whether or not they win or lose. If Kuminga comes back, or when he comes back, rather, I don't think that you're going to lean on him like the Lakers are leaning on Luka. And
definitely not.
Yeah. Last night, Luka was 1 of 9 from 3, and he played 33 minutes, and he was mostly, I think, playing in second gear because he's trying to get back and he's trying to get comfortable and get back into the rhythm of being an NBA player, let alone being on a new team. And he's being asked to have a much bigger role than Kuminga will. So can Kuminga get up to full speed slowly while also learning how to play with Jimmy and they figure out how to use him? Yeah, I don't think that it's going to be as dramatic as we saw with the Lakers last night.
I'm sure not. Like, we're not talking about a core 1 or 2 star player. We're talking about Jonathan Kuminga. But the other side to this is, if we're going to spend a week and a half talking about the new viability of the Warriors and a playoff run, it absolutely must include significant play from Jonathan Kuminga. It has to. It has to. I know that this is a great pairing of stars with Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, at least on paper. And the early returns are really, really exciting. And obviously the confidence in the building is through the roof. But as much as I'm not a believer in core players late in the playoffs who are 22, I'm a huge believer in those being complementary pieces. There's just too much on these star players, night in, night out, lengthy playoff run, 37 years old. They're going to need all of the 22-year-oldness of Jonathan Kuminga. And so whatever it is that needs to be figured out in this pairing, you don't have a lot of time. You don't have a lot of time. So I don't think it'll be seamless, but the assignment is it's got to be pretty quick.
Yeah,
it has to be pretty quick.
I mean, you've got basically not quite 2 months. When he comes back, you'll have about a month and a half. You'll have about 20 games, assuming Kuminga misses the next 5 games. I don't know if that's the number, and Steve Kerr today will hopefully let us know how Kuminga came out of practice yesterday. I wouldn't imagine that he'll be ready to go in the next couple of days. It might take a week of practicing and ramping up and all the rest of it. So you'll have about a month and a half to, quote, figure it out. But at that same point, you're not asking Kuminga to play more than what he's done all year, which is 26 minutes a game.
I'm gonna bet that we see Kuminga either Tuesday at home against Charlotte or Thursday in Orlando.
Okay, Thursday would be a week.
Yep.
So, yeah, you won't see him tomorrow.
You definitely won't see him tomorrow.
And you won't see him Sunday.
And that's not for sure, but I agree with you, but that has not been reported as of yet.
Nothing's been reported.
Well, out tomorrow has been.
He's been ruled out tomorrow.
Well, the reporters are saying you're not going to see him.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. And I would imagine that it's going to take more than just Sunday. So maybe it's Tuesday, maybe it's Thursday. I'm not sure what the timeline would be. And that's why I do want to ask Steve Kerr that today and see, how he did yesterday, his first practice back. And, a lot of times you don't know how you're feeling until the next day, which would be today.
He practiced again.
Right. Today. Okay.
Yep. So,
all right.
He didn't sit out.
Good.
That's good, right?
Yeah, it's good that he practiced. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know when they're going to see him, but the fact that he is now practicing in full, I like your number at the most. I have a hard time believing that they're going to push him to 5, 6, 7 more games.
Yeah, probably not.
I think by a week now we're going to see this, and the timing will be good because it's a big road trip that starts next Thursday. I think it's 6 games. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And also, I do think when you look at his minutes, and on the year he's averaging 26 minutes a game, and I think that was, a lot of that was when he was starting, he'd play more. When he was on the bench, he wouldn't play quite as many. So I think 26 minutes in general is about the number that I would look at. Wiggins was averaging 30 minutes a game, and Jimmy Butler, since he's been here, has been 32. So it feels like Jimmy just took all of Andrew's minutes, and that JK will be about where he was. And if he comes off the bench and he gives you 25, 28 minutes, that for me is about where the fit's going to be.
I look at this stretch run and think to myself, sort of like, when you go into a game, sometimes we do this in football more than other sports, but based on the way things are twisting and turning with a certain team, on a certain week, you'll be like, what's really important this week is a fast start. And I really feel that way about this stretch run for the Warriors. It doesn't mean let's all freak out if they lose to Sacramento tomorrow night. I don't think that that's any sort of a linchpin type of a game. But in a broader sense, these next 10 to 12 games, I think very, very important. You start winning at a clip of about 2 to 3, start building up some space between you and the 500 mark, not just because, hey, you're the 10 seed and you need to for obvious reasons, but man, we're in a moment where the Western Conference feels vulnerable.
Yeah.
The most vulnerable it has felt all year. And I don't know how long this Laker doldrum thing is going to last. But there's that. There's the Rockets who've lost 7 of 9. The Wolves are seemingly just spinning in mediocrity all the time. The Mavericks have no AD. The Kings have no De'Aaron Fox. The Spurs have no Wemby, and the Suns have no soul. So when you put all those things together, I really, really think that this is go time. This is go time for the Warriors, and you're going to see them start moving up a spot or two every week if they can play this the way that it sort of looks and feels like, the way they're talking. If their play can match their talk, then the timing is perfect.
And their talk has been, we're going to win the title.
Championship.
Right. So to win the championship, you have to be a playoff team. And to be a playoff team, it behooves you to get up into the top 6. And I look at a team you mentioned earlier, and Steiny actually in the crossover talking about the Clippers, and you're 3.5 back of the Clippers, and they feel like they're a team that is a little bit more buttoned up and a little more complete than you are. The Lakers, boy, we all thought that they were going to climb, and so far they haven't with Luka, and that's early returns, but to get even into the top 6, I think, is a big ask based on the teams that are ahead of you. You're 6 back at Houston, and you've got 27 left to go. That's a lot of games to make up to get over Houston.
Sure.
You're 5 back of the Lakers. You're 3.5 back of the Clippers. So feels to me like the target might actually be the 7 seed, but your point is well taken where over the course of these next 27 games, you got to start stacking wins and win the games you're supposed to win and pull off a couple of surprises, win 2 of every 3. And if you go 19-8 the rest of the way, that's 47 wins. That might be good enough for the 6.
888-957-9570. How do you want to see the Warriors re-indoctrinate Jonathan Kuminga into the lineup? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls on that right now. Chris Broussard joins us in a half hour. Speaking of that optimism, I think the traditional thought, every situation's different, but the traditional thought when somebody comes out with a whole lot of bluster, when they got a big comment to make, is that a coach of said team will kind of roll their eyes. Like, we don't need bulletin board material.
Right.
So everyone through the All-Star break with no access to Steve Kerr because he golfing, everyone I think was kind of wondering, how will Draymond's, I don't know if you call it a guarantee, whatever, his prediction, how's that going to land with Steve Kerr? So he addressed this yesterday as well, and this is what he had to say with regard to Draymond saying that they were going to win the championship.
I love that he said that. It's that's the goal, and I believe that we can win the championship. I just feel like Draymond putting it out there sets a good tone for our guys. I can also hold him accountable to that. If we're going to do that, we got to be locked in. We got to be together. We got to be able to play through every bit of adversity. And so I love that he laid it out there. And now that's my job to help him go do that.
Okay, that's an interesting answer to me because he's not like joining Draymond in the
Yeah, he's right.
We're amazing. It was more like, okay, Draymond, if that's the assignment that you're going to lay out here on the craft services table for everybody here in the Warrior locker room, perfect. Thanks for doing that for me. Now I get to hold everybody to it, starting with you. So, he looks at it more as like a tone setter than any sort of like big prediction.
Yeah, and when you've won 4 of them, it doesn't have the same amount of pressure where if they don't win the title and somebody wants to go to Draymond and say, well, Draymond, you said you're going to win it. Boy, were you wrong. Boy, are you stupid. It's like, no, I've won 4. And, I looked at what we had and I thought that we had what it took because I've won 4. And so, yeah, maybe I'm wrong this time, but P.S., I've got 4. Not that you have to rub people's noses in it, but when you make this declaration, having done it 4 times, it holds a little bit more weight than if somebody on OKC comes out and goes, you know what, we're going to win the title. Even though they're the 1 seed, it still is like, okay, young Bucks, you go show me. You've never done it.
I got a question for you because the Warriors have done this before.
4 times.
No. Not win a title.
Oh, yeah.
They've done this before where they tell us they're a title contender. And then they don't win the title. And then the season ends and they go, yeah, we weren't actually a title contender.
What was that, 2 years ago?
It's every year. It's every year.
Well, they don't normally come out and say it like he said it with his chest.
They don't say it like that, but that's Draymond All-Star Weekend. So to me, I tuck that into, dude, you're just doing that because it's All-Star Weekend. You have a huge platform. And literally every time it was Draymond's turn, he said something that was national news. Every time. All-Star game sucks. Rising stars shouldn't be here. NBA's boring. We're going to win a title. It was like every time it was his turn, he went with something that was quote board material. But in a more subtle way, Warriors have done this every year. In fact, we learned after their most recent title 3 years ago that even they didn't think that was a title team, even though it won the title. And then the very next year, they're like, we're a title team. And then they lose to the Lakers in 6 games. And they're like, yeah, it wasn't right. And we had the whole Jordan Poole thing. And so it was just off. And then last year, they were like, are you kidding me? I mean, Klay Thompson is staring into the rafters. He's mad after every game. They're just like, yeah, this was not a title team. But there's never been a February in the last 6 years where the Warriors at a press conference have been like, we're not there. We don't have the horses to do this. They say it every single year. And then a lot of times, come April or May, they're like, not really.
Right.
So this is still at the core of what I'm thinking. I want to know to what level they actually, deep down in their bones, believe what they're saying right now.
I think more than if they said it last year or more than if they said it the year before because of what happened when you got Jimmy Butler. And you look at this team versus last year, and I think Grandy was sharing it on our thread. Last year, they were 28-27, and this year is 28-27. And I think that's what they were last year.
29-26, yeah.
Last year.
Yeah,
okay.
one game ahead of where they are now.
I didn't have the text in front of me, but the greater point is
close, yeah.
They are what they were basically last year. And I look at this team versus last year, and I look at this team and think this team is significantly better. You don't have Chris Paul, and you don't have Andrew Wiggins, but you've got Jimmy Butler. and you've got an improved Jonathan Kuminga when he comes back healthy, hopefully next week. Pods is better, and the rest of your ancillary pieces, I believe, are better than what you had last year, including you don't have Grumpy Clay anymore. So I look at this team versus last year's team, and I think this team is better.
Right, but you know what's terrifying about that? When we keep doing that, we keep going, oh, hey, this is where they were last year, and then this is what they did down the stretch. I think Grandy said, 29 and 26, and then they won 17 of their last 27?
They went 17 and 10 to close the year.
17 and 10 out of those last 27, which put all that together, that's 46 wins. And what did that earn you? One game in Sacramento in a blowout.
And you lost. Yeah.
So, like, when we do that, we're like, hey, they're only one game behind where they were last year, and we think they're better this year. And here's where 46 wins tends to get you historically. My issue with this is that history starts to not matter. We're only talking about this year and 46 wins or 45 wins and these numbers that we think that the Warriors can get to this year, that might not be good enough. Like, if we're actually talking about the 6 or the 7 seed, do we sincerely understand in this moment that means you need to pass either the Clippers or the Timberwolves or both? Not just the Mavericks and the Kings.
Both. To be the 6, you have to pass both.
You got to pass them both. Or the Lakers or the Rockets. Somebody else is going to have to careen out of there. So, no 17 and 10. No. Not good enough. That is not good enough. You are going to have to win at least a clip of 2 out of every 3 games and maybe better.
Well, that's 18 and 9.
Right, and maybe better is my point.
You just never know. And last year, if you would have been, 1 game better or 2 games better, you would have been a 7 seed. So,
which is huge.
Right, but that is where the margin is. And I'm looking back at the 22-23 season where the Suns were the 4 seed with 45 wins. So every year is different, where this year it looks like 46 wins might not be enough to get you the 6 seed. You probably need 47. You might need 48, but every year is different, and you don't know what these other teams are going to do down the stretch. And you mentioned the Lakers, who were off to a little bit of a rough start with Luka and all the other dysfunctionality that's around the Western Conference.
Yep, absolutely. So, yeah, it feels vulnerable. And so that sort of makes me think about the power of now. Now, here's the good news for Jonathan Kuminga. Check this out. Steve Kerr did talk about this whole idea of Draymond Green as the team's center.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the beginning of the season, our feeling was we didn't really want to have Draymond be the full-time 5 from the start. But now that we're down to the 27 games, I'm much more comfortable rolling him out there as our starting 5 like we did in Houston. Playing him more minutes there for a couple of months, I think, is very doable. But I think we have good options too to play him at the 4. Especially with Quentin shooting the ball well the way he is, we can play Draymond at both the 4 and the 5 and feel good about it.
Okay, but he used the word starting, so I do think this is terrible news for Trace Jackson Davis.
Yeah, it's been bad news for him.
It's been bad news. I think that will continue. I think that Quentin Post is going to be someone that they experiment with on a night-to-night basis, and then it'll also go based on how his shot is or is not falling. Looney factors into this as well. But if I had to guess right now at a starting lineup the day that Jonathan Kuminga returns, this is actually what I think it would be. And again, I'm going to tuck in where we were when we last left you. A week ago tonight, the Warriors played in Houston, and Steve Kerr took Buddy Hield's minutes and he chopped him in half. And they played a really good basketball game outside of about a 5-minute stretch in the fourth quarter where things got wobbly. That's the NBA. Turned it into a clutch game. Warriors win, so all is forgiven. But they played a pretty good basketball game that night, especially because Jonathan's coming off of a lengthy injury. I think he's going to start Draymond at the 5, Moses at the 4, Jimmy at the 3, Pods at the 2, and Steph Curry at the 1. Jonathan Kuminga coming off of the bench alongside doses of Buddy Hield and Quentin Post.
Makes sense.
That's probably what I'm not going to say what I would do. Who cares what I would do? I'm not a basketball coach. That's my prediction on what Steve's going to do.
I wonder about the Buddy Hield part of it because, when he can be out there and he gives you great spacing and when he is right with his shot, he's something that you don't have outside of Steph. You've got somebody in Buddy who can knock down the three, but you saw it going into the break that, Buddy was struggling and he was searching, and so his minutes did get cut in half. And, when Kuminga is healthy and he comes back, do you want to start him with Jimmy and Draymond? I don't see that as being a real viable trio alongside any other two guys. So you want to kind of mix and match Kuminga with Draymond with Jimmy Butler and have only two of those guys out there whenever you can.
Yeah, look, they're all going to have to work together. And Steve was already on record when Jimmy Butler was acquired as Jimmy will be on the court when Steph's not.
Right.
So, if Jonathan Kuminga is going to play basketball for the Warriors, then you're going to have to work with Steph sometimes. You're going to have to work with Jimmy sometimes. And sure, sometimes with both. We're going to spend a lot of time with this starting lineup. It probably should be more about the finishing lineup for two reasons. A, that's more important basketball. And B, that's when the Warriors have really struggled. Can you do that? Can you finish with those guys? Can Draymond, Jonathan, Jimmy, and Steph finish together? Final five every night.
Well, that becomes the biggest question because, again, that's your problem as far as spacing and three-point shooting. And I think it depends on where you are in the game. If you've got a lead or if you're trailing and you need to hit a three. If you need to have something happen offensively, you probably don't want to play Jimmy and Kuminga and Draymond all together, which means you're not going to play Kuminga because you're going to play Jimmy and you're going to play Draymond and Steph late in the game. Ooh. You would figure, right? I can't imagine a late game scenario where you don't have those three out there.
All right. So this is dicey. I know we're excited about it. I am too. Get all your guys back, but it's also dicey. There's a lot of different ways this could go. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. What do you want to see Kuminga do when he gets back? We will take your phone calls. Chris Broussard joins us in about 20 minutes. We got fresh Shams. Want to hear this? A little bit of a tremor from Shams a couple hours ago. We'll have that for you here in a little bit. And Steve Kerr is in 2 hours on Willard and Dibs.
Bonte here from my friends at Ceremony Ford, and I've got huge news for
KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Dub Nation is Moses Moody. Catch my head coach Steve Kerr with Willard and Dibbs each and every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, that's the dude right there that's not getting enough talk. That's the dude right there. Same dude at the beginning of the year when I'm getting phone calls from all my buddies going, dude, why don't they? I don't understand why they don't play Moses Moody more. Well, avenue has now been created for him in a different way. And I would argue because of his ability, not perfect, but because of his ability to knock down the three, and this new trade, which has thinned out the roster a little bit. Like if I look at the month of February, listen to these numbers, okay?
Yeah.
24, 32, 22, 33, 27, 34. That's Moses Moody's minutes in games in February. That's a lot of minutes. So for everybody who's been fighting for the Moses Moody era, by the way, double-digit scorer in 5 of those 6 games.
Yep.
So if you've been fighting for the Moses Moody era, we're here. We're here. Now, I don't know how it shakes out when Jonathan comes back.
Are we here?
Well, but that's the guy. That's the guy that allows you, I think, to put Jonathan, have him come off of the bench, because Moses is somebody who, when playing with Jimmy, when playing with Draymond, etc., that's a guy that I like seeing shoot a 3.
But you'd like to have him play the 4, and Kuminga also plays the 4, and so you don't want Draymond to play a ton at the 5, and so Steve said, we're going to have to play Draymond at the 5, so now you've got Jimmy Butler who's going to play the 3, and when you have Moody and Kuminga both coming back, I don't know how you find minutes for both of them when you want them to play the 4.
No, Moody starts. Kuminga comes off the bench. They like a little bit of overlap here and there. Because these things are all to a degree interchangeable, but yeah, like
I just can't help but think that Moody's minutes go back down.
They might go. I'm sure they'll go down a little bit.
Well,
I still think he's a significant piece of the puzzle.
I would brace myself for his minutes to go down a lot more than just a little. And I know you mentioned 34 and 27 and 33, and he's been playing a lot. But you go back earlier in the year, and there's a 9, there's a 15, there's a 14. I wonder if he doesn't get his minutes carved back to where they once were, and it's made a little bit easier because Slow-Mo is gone and Dennis is gone and TJD is mostly gone. He's been buried on the bench. So if you look at a 9 or 10-man rotation, Moses is still in there. I just wonder if he doesn't sustain a little bit of a cut in what he's playing right now.
Probably a little bit. All I'm saying, and I'm not saying he needs to be up at 30 minutes, I'm just saying that to me, Moses is a huge piece of the puzzle of Jimmy Butler / Jonathan Kuminga and floor spacing. And he hasn't been amazing from 3, but certainly good enough. Yeah. I don't even have his stats in front of me for the year. What's he shooting from 3?
Just from February, since his minutes have been great in February, and over that span, he's shooting 27%.
Yeah, it's a little misleading because he had the one game that was a really bad game. He went 0 for 5.
Well, he followed it up with a 1 for 5 and a 2 for 8.
Yeah, but he's also, before that, he was a 3 for 5 and a 2 for 6. He's at
37% for the year.
For the year, which is very
better
workable.
Than most.
That's very workable.
Well, if you want to look at other guys on the team, for example, Pods, who's at 32%, I believe, on the year from 3. And if you start to go through on this team, who do you want to shoot a 3-point shot when they're open or contested? I would put Moses.
That's a fun question.
Well, for me, it's Steph obviously is number 1.
Steph's number 1.
And then beyond that.
Is Buddy Hield number 2?
I mean, that's the question. Is it Moses or is it Buddy? Because it should be Buddy, but over the last 3 months now, it hasn't been Buddy.
Or is it Quentin Post?
Right. And again, a really small sample. He's only shot like 33s on the whole year.
Quentin
maybe
Post,
a few more than that, but not many more than that.
Quentin Post on the year has shot, well, first of all, he's shooting 39 points.
Yeah, 63. Yep.
25 of 63.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So that's a pretty Pretty
That's
small
small,
sample.
but it's a good percentage, especially for a big dude.
Yeah, I mean, big dude who doesn't play big on defense. So
I know.
On offense, he's a stretch 5. On defense, he's a turnstile.
But
so,
play that.
like, what are we doing?
Answer it. So Steph Curry that's who you want shooting a 3. Who's next?
It's Buddy Hield. As much as I have to hold my nose when I answer it, it's Buddy Hield. And I look at the track record of Buddy Hield, and he still is this year 36% from 3, which includes the first month where he was shooting darn near 50%. And since then, he's been not terrible, but he's not been good. It's been a struggle. I know it's been a big, long struggle up against.
And for me, it's not just percentage. And when they go down, it's the quality of the shot. It's when you take the shot.
That's fair.
I actually do think I would vote for Moses Moody. I think that's who I want next shooting a 3 because Moses, I've never seen Moses take a bad 3. When is Moses taking a shot where you're like, what the hell are you doing, dog? And Quentin Post is, flavor of the month, so that's good too, but I'm not going to give him that label yet. And so my answer is it should be Buddy Hield, but it's not.
Yeah, for me it is Buddy.
It's Moses Moody.
Buddy's shooting 32.6 in the same February stretch where Moses is at 27.8. He's shooting more threes, and he's making slightly more threes than Moses. But, I mean, that's the real answer is it should be. I think the real question is, who do you really not want to shoot a 3? And that becomes a very long list.
Also Buddy Hield.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you have about 8 guys in your 10-man rotation who would qualify under who you don't want to shoot a 3.
I mean, right now I would say the list of people where you have some sort of shoulder stress reaction when they're about to pull up from 3, it's Buddy when it's a bad shot. It's Pods.
Jeez, yeah.
It is.
No. And
it's Brandon Pajamski. It's Draymond just cuz. I mean, like he's been much better at it this year.
Yeah, higher percentage than Pods.
So it's GP2 if he's not in the corner. Those don't feel good at all. And
look at Gee shooting 41%.
Yeah, there's Gee. And at times there have been moments throughout this year where it's Kuminga.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
And Jimmy Butler.
Yeah. Well, Jimmy, how many threes?
He's taken 7 in 4 games.
Yeah, as a Warrior, shot 7 of them.
Right.
And how many
4 games?
2?
1.
Oh, 1.
1. But still, that's almost 2 a game.
Yeah.
And those are basically giveaways. Like if you're shooting 14%, and I know his career number is closer to 30%, the list of guys you don't want to shoot is a lot longer than guys who you do want to shoot.
Let's take some calls. Chris Broussard in less than 10 minutes. Tim in North Carolina. Hi, Tim. Thanks for calling.
What's up, fellas? Hey, I just wanted to chime in real quick, guys. This is what I feel like. Our coach is making $17 million a year, right? And this is not a small sample size. If you know you got this kid coming back that over his entire career, when he's getting 30 minutes a game, is going to give you 21 points, 6 rebounds, and he shoots 40% from 3 when he plays 30 minutes a game, that is too much of a valuable weapon coming back to this team that had to play an integral part in its success. So if they know the analytics and they know these numbers, and guys, he's actually a 40% shooter this year on catch and shoot 3. So it's not even about playing these games. Is he going to play 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes? I agree with you, Mark. For them to do something real, they need this weapon, and they better find a way to just make it happen. So if my coach is making $17 million, and you know the analytics, get the guy 30 minutes and get him out there to produce for you. And now you got 3 players, Jimmy, Steph, Kuminga. Any of them could get you 20 to 35 points, and Steph can get you way more than that on any given night. And now you're cooking with grease. You got other people that can then fill in with the 10, 15, 20 points. I mean, that's what we got, guys. So, to me, we don't even have to think that hard about it. This is the weapon you got coming back to your team. Ramp him up, get him where he needs to go, and give him his damn time so he can produce and help you take it to another level.
Yeah, Tim, I think you've got a very, very good point. At the same time, I do think you're simplifying it a little bit because it's not that simple.
And what does it matter what Steve makes?
Well, I get what his point is. He's using that to make a point.
He's making $17 million, so figure it out.
You got a big-time coach, so figure it out, and that's fine. But the bottom line is Jimmy Butler's on the team now, and that's a very big presence, and you can't just say, hey, Jonathan's good, stick him in there and figure it out. Well, they don't. You said they have all the analytics. They don't. They have no analytics on Jonathan playing with Jimmy.
Exactly.
None. And they got to go get him. And I think that's all he was saying. I think that's all Steve was saying.
I get that part of it, and they are going to just stick him in there, and they are going to play him, and you're right. They're going to figure out how it looks. And all we heard from Steve for a long time was, Wiggins and Kuminga just doesn't work, and then suddenly Wiggins and Kuminga started to work.
A little better. Yeah.
Much better this year. And then you traded Wiggins, but at least you kind of found ways that those players could play together and they could work together. And the same thing's going to happen here where Jimmy and Kuminga are going to play together and you're going to figure out what works for each of them.
Those of you on hold, stay right where you are. We'll keep going with phone calls throughout the hour, 888-957-9570. However, Chris Broussard of FS1, longtime NBA analyst who was out here for All-Star Weekend, by the way, will join us coming up next. We're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport, and this is Willard and Dibs.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO with the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area.
to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. You can see Dibs. You can look at his eyes. Look at his eyes. You got your NBA hat on right now. That's not an NBA hat.
No, it's the Matt Wynn Memorial, my fraternity brother who we lost about 5 years ago. And the hat is NBA-esque. And the logo in this case is my buddy Matt, rest in peace, with his jorts on, taking a drop. Because he tended to hit the ball out of bounds a lot.
Don't we all?
Yeah.
Whenever you get a jorts reference, we're in on it. Subscribe to our channels, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Been a minute since we've had a chance to talk to our next guest, who joins us now on the River Islands guest line. I do believe he was out here in the Bay Area taking part in All-Star Weekend just recently, back home, tucked in and ready to chat it up, none other than FS1's Chris Broussard here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Chris, what's going on, man?
What's up, Mark? How you doing, man? It's good to be on with you guys.
It is wonderful to have you. And I just actually opened up Instagram during our last commercial break, because that's what we do in 2025. When you have a minute, you open up social media, and there you were. There you were saying KD made a mistake. He should have gone to Golden State. Please explain.
Yeah, he absolutely made a mistake. The talk around, at least I've heard from several people around the league, that the feeling is that he didn't go there because of Draymond, and they rekindled their friendship. But it's just that, he didn't particularly like playing with Draymond. Draymond runs his mouth a lot. He directs traffic a lot. It can be aggravating to some players. But that's what the feeling is, at least among some people around the league. But the bottom line, whether it's that, whether it's, Steve Kerr alluded to all the problems he had with people, when he first went to Golden State, and even not getting the credit, for winning the 2 championships because people thought he hopped on the bandwagon. The bottom line is, to me, this time is completely different. Like, had he gone back this time, I think he would have been viewed, if he would have helped them win a championship or even get close, I think he would have been viewed more as a savior. Like, the Warriors are not the 73-win Warriors anymore. They'll be fortunate to get in the official playoffs. I mean, they'll probably make the play-in, but they'll be fortunate to actually get in the final 8. And if he were there and he helped them get close to a championship, I think he would have got a ton of credit. And had he led them to a championship, I think it would have been viewed as his best championship ever. Whereas staying in Phoenix, he is like, he's like off the radar. He's playing great individually. They'll be lucky to make the play-in, right? They're in 11th spot right now. And so I just think that he had the choice of staying in Phoenix and basically being in basketball Siberia for the rest of the season, or making a run with the Warriors that really would have, put him in the mix of the NBA championship race. And he chose, the former, which I thought was a huge mistake.
Is it difficult to go home again, though, Chris, in that same spot? Because I know that the way you laid it out is accurate, and I see it that way, but a lot of fans, I think, especially outside our market, would look at it as him chasing a championship again. If you're KD, what can he actually do to kind of exonerate his own legacy?
Well, that's a great question, because I think, look, there's a lot of talk. We know Dallas went after Kevin Durant before the trade deadline, as the Warriors were going after him too. And there's some talk, I would imagine they'll try to do the same thing this offseason. And even if they got Kevin Durant and then they had him and Kyrie and Anthony Davis, and they were able to win a championship, there would be those people who would say, well, that's a stacked team. Of course he did it with them. He's always going to get some criticism. I think the only way he would have probably alleviated any criticism at all would be had he had more success in Brooklyn or even Phoenix. Had he been able to win there, I think people would have been like, okay, this guy can win anywhere. He can lead a team. But I just think people understand now, as great as Kevin Durant is, and he's a top 20 player all time, he is not like a leader and that's going to lead a team to a championship. So I think that will, when you look at the other two top players of this generation being Steph and LeBron, they each can lead teams and have led teams to championships. And KD is just not that same type of personality. And that's probably why he gets some of the grief he gets. And I don't know that any type of championship will fully 100% put away the criticism, but I do think more people would have valued the championship if he were to go to Golden State and win it than they valued his first two.
Chris Broussard, FS1, always analyzing hoops with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Chris, I wonder what your prediction would be Golden State-wise. Like, I know Durant has spoken about, don't want to leave Phoenix, at least not now. And I'm not specifically pointing to Durant, but they made their big move. Jimmy Butler's here. He's got the extension, but they also trumpeted the idea that they still have flexibility. Do you believe the core of this roster is what it is and will stay that way for the next 2 years, or do you see more big moves coming?
Well, look, they're not a championship team yet. The Jimmy Butler move was great. I think Jimmy definitely helps them. He fits in with Draymond and Steph. And you're going to get, he got his contract extension, so you should get the best of Jimmy Butler for the next, 2 years or so. But they're not a championship team yet. I think they, at best, they make a nice playoff run, maybe get to the second round. But they should keep building, and I think they will because they know, look, let's try to win as many titles as we can with Steph. So I think they need to, in the offseason, they should go after Kevin Durant again. And if indeed what a lot of people are saying is true, that Draymond was the issue, I would shop Draymond if I'm the Warriors. If I was able to get Kevin Durant by moving Draymond Green, I would do that. And you need Draymond's spirit and his defense. They need that because it's a great mix with Steph. But Jimmy Butler could fill that void. So if you had Jimmy Butler, Steph, and KD, I do think that's a team capable of winning a championship. And so I would certainly continue to pursue KD if I'm the Warriors. But outside of that, obviously they need to get a big and everybody like Dallas is going to be looking to make moves this offseason. The Lakers are going to be looking to make moves. Milwaukee, if they don't, have a great postseason run, they're going to be likely making moves. Minnesota's going to, everybody's going to be looking to make moves this offseason, and the Warriors should be right there ready to do what they can with anybody.
Well, they got Kuminga to think about, but you mentioned the spirit of Draymond Green, and I know you heard his comments when he talked about how they will win the championship this year. When you hear Draymond saying that, is that just athletic hubris, or do you really think that he believes that they actually have a live shot?
I do think he believes. I think Draymond is honest, and we saw that on the NBA All-Star broadcast. He's going to speak his mind, whatever the cost. And so I do think he believes it. I don't believe it, and I don't think many other people believe it. I want that from one of my leaders. Steph may believe it as well. They should feel that way, right? You want them to feel that way. And I will say this. Look, when you look at what Jimmy Butler has, when he was at his best, and he led Miami to 2 NBA, finals appearances, he wasn't supposed to do that. Those teams were not that great. He wasn't supposed to beat that Boston team that eventually won a championship, but he did, the year before that. And so playoff Jimmy is real. You will get the best of Jimmy Butler, assuming he's healthy, in the playoffs. So I get Draymond's excitement, and I like it, again, but I just don't think this is a championship roster at the end of the day.
Chris, which phrase do you think best describes Jonathan Kuminga? Future All-Star, a very good player, or future trade chip?
I would say a future trade chip. And I think all of those are mixed in. He is a very good player. He might make an all-star team or two in the future. But if the goal is to win now, and it is, then he's going to likely have to be in a deal. It's just as simple as that. And you hate to give him up because he does have great potential. But, you know, if you, again, I've talked about KD or whoever they may be able to get to help them get to the next level, he may very well need to be a part of it. Now, look, if they make a really nice run that surprises us and go deep into the second round, maybe get beaten 6 or 7 games, or even get to the conference finals, and the feeling is that they're not as far away as we thought, then maybe they can get a collection of bigs, you know, kind of like Dallas had before, you know, they got Anthony Davis, Daniel Gafford, and Derek Lively, like, you know, role-playing bigs who aren't stars, and maybe you can get something like that without having to give up a Kuminga. But right now, the feeling is I think they're a little further away, and they'll probably need a little higher caliber player. So Kuminga might have to be a casualty. But, you know, I would imagine that their view is, let's see how this thing goes, and then we'll be ready to make whatever moves we have to make in the offseason.
And it looks like they aren't done making moves come the offseason. They will try to shore this up even more. And I wonder, Chris, what you think about Steph Curry as a team's best player. Can he still be good enough for long enough from April to June to carry a team to an NBA championship?
Well, he's not quite what he used to be, but I do think he can still be the best player on the team. Like, I think he's the best player on the team now, and you need more around him, you know, like he, Clay, and Draymond. I don't think he could do that at this, you know, stage of his career. But, you know, with Butler, like I said, KD, I keep bringing him up, but I just think you need higher caliber players around Steph now to really be able to, you know, win a championship. And look, let's be quite honest. Not many people saw them winning it in 2022.
Yeah.
So maybe he can go ahead and, you know, surprise us. But to me, they clearly need upgrades. And again, I know what Draymond said, but that would be a shocker. That would be as shocking as the Luka Doncic trade if the Warriors even got to the finals, let alone won it.
So, Chris, let me ask it, though, this way. Like, because you're saying Draymond believes it, you don't believe it, most people don't believe it. I'm generally with you, at least until we see a whole lot more. But is it fair? Right. Is it fair to say that right now, suddenly, the Western Conference is vulnerable? Houston is losing a bunch of games. I'm not sure what to make of the Lakers' start with Luka. It's been wobbly.
Right.
Anthony Davis is hurt. De'Aaron Fox is gone. Wemby's out, and the Suns are a mess. Is this suddenly more gettable than it was 3 weeks ago?
Well, among the teams you mentioned, yes. The Warriors could play with those teams. But I think the top 2 teams in the West are Oklahoma City and Denver. And if I had to pick one, I would pick Denver. And, you know, they're playing one of the hottest team in the league right now. They've won 8 straight. Jamal Murray, as he tends to do, he started slow, and that was why they struggled early. But now he's gotten back into midseason form, and they're rolling. And I think, you know, their role players, their bench guys are settling more into their roles. And Jokic is having just another terrific season. And so they would be my pick. Oh, now look, OKC, as good as they are young. They would be the youngest team ever to win the NBA championship if they were to do so. And I think that's a problem. Like, I don't know if last year they, you know, took their lumps and got some postseason experience, but I don't know if that's quite enough for them to go get out of the West this year. Memphis, I question their leadership as far among players, their maturity. So they're not, you know, immovable. And then again, Houston, I just think is way too young. As good a regular season as they've had, I don't think they're, getting out of the West. And every team you mentioned has its warts. So I think outside of Denver and then second I go OKC, yeah, the Warriors might be able to play with those teams. The problem is, can they get through the top two that I mentioned? And obviously, both of those teams' advantage over the Warriors will be inside, right? The size, Holmgren and Hardenstein in OKC, and, of course, Jokic and maybe even Aaron Gordon as far as Denver. So that, to me, if the Warriors do make a great run in the postseason and don't get to the finals, the order of business would be to go get some size, because I think that's probably their biggest weakness at this point.
Yeah, and it's been their biggest weakness for this entire run, yet they got 4 titles out of it. So I do think they're kind of chasing the old paradigm where, you play Draymond at the 5 and you could get away with it when he was a little bit younger. And Chris, I just want to ask your thoughts about the All-Star weekend in totality, and in particular the format that we saw with this 4-game All-Star elimination tournament. What did you think of the tweaks the league made this weekend?
Well, I wasn't that fond of the format because of the breaks, right? There are 2 main reasons I didn't like the format. One, the breaks in between games were just way too long. And even in the championship game, it was a 20-minute break, And from what I'm told, because I was there for All-Star Saturday, I left before the game and watched it at home. But people in the arena, it was really problematic. And it was just too long. And so that was a problem. But also, there wasn't a lot of basketball, right?
Right.
It was a 3-hour production, and you got 30 minutes of basketball. And for an All-Star, if you were on the team that lost the first game, you may have played 3 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever it was. And so you just didn't get to see a lot of basketball. What I do give the league credit, though. The players played hard. And I'm not saying they gave a playoff performance, but they did play much harder than they had in the past All-Star games. And that was great. They tried to win. There was defense played. There was resistance. That was good, and that was a plus. It is an absolute shame that the players couldn't play like that in a regular game, but I thought it was a step in the right direction. So, look, people are throwing out the idea of an international versus American, All-Star game. I love that. I definitely think the international guys would come to play. I generally feel like a Jokic, a Giannis, when they're in the All-Star game, they want to play. And I feel like in the past few years, they've been disheartened because they come to give a regular game effort and no one else is. And they kind of, then they fall in place with everybody else. But because the international guys would probably play hard, I think that would make the Americans play hard because they wouldn't want to get embarrassed, on the national scene like that. So that, to me, is something that Adam Silver needs to explore. And the way I would do it is I would keep the voting just as it is, right? So you just vote for All-Stars, how we do now, because there's a history there, and it's important. All-Star games, the amount that you make play a part in Hall of Fame inductions and how we view a player historically. So I don't want to change that. But if you don't, let's say you had 8 international guys of the 24, I think you just add a few more to fill out the team. They wouldn't be technically All-Stars, but they could play in the game. And I do it like that. You also could just add, you make it 30 All-Stars, 15 in each conference versus 12, which makes sense because you have 30 teams. And that way you probably end up getting at least 10 or to 12 international players, and that'll probably grow over the years too. So I think that would be, it could be done, and I would love to see it. I just hope we as the Americans wouldn't get blown away.
Right?
Yeah, I mean that is one of the hesitations. Hey, man, great to have you on the show, man. Thank you so much for doing it.
Mark, anytime you need me, sometimes the schedules don't match, but anytime you need me, reach out.
We always will. Thank you, brother.
All right, guys. See you.
There he goes.
Chris
Broussard, FS1.
Love him.
Yeah. He's the best.
Oh, he got takes, too, which I like.
Yeah, he'll say it.
And I was going to ask him about the LeBron part of it, but I figured it would be easier for him to weigh in on what he thought of the weekend, because even if he thought that LeBron shouldn't have done a last-minute pullout, it's hard for somebody of that stature to really come down on LeBron.
Well, I think it's easy to come down on LeBron. It's not even about whether or not he should have sat out. It's an easy take. You shouldn't have waited until the last minute.
Right.
Like, dude, sit it out. That's fine. Tell us on Tuesday. It's not hard. You're clearly not that hurt. You played, I don't know how many minutes
38
you played.
minutes
38
last night.
minutes
Yep.
last night. And I'm seeing everybody, the internet loves it today. It's like Wemby played through a blood clot and LeBron was sore. So, it's not a good look, but then again, LeBron will survive.
Yeah, and the league will survive. Yep. And, what's the league going to do about it? The guy played in, 20 consecutive All-Star games?
Right.
So he's kind of done his part.
Let's go real quick to the coach in Vallejo. Hey, Coach, what'd you want to say? Coach! Man. Crazy, man. Crazy. To sit on hold on a radio station for like 40 minutes. And then you choke on the open net.
It's tough, and he's a long-time caller, too.
Oh, is he back?
Yeah.
Okay, let's try again.
Okay, that's
Take
good,
two.
because I was about to debut my Chris Broussard. But go ahead,
okay.
Coach.
3, 2, Coach, what are you doing?
Coach.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
We're doing
I'm
great,
here.
man. Yeah. Okay, so are we.
Okay, I'll get to the point. I think you guys are kind of looking at that Kuminga Butler thing the wrong way. Right now, you don't need – it's kind of positionless basketball, okay? And if you start Kuminga with Butler and technically say Butler is the 2, he handles the ball well enough. Draymond handles the ball well enough. Kuminga actually handles the ball well enough, along with Steph, of course. What you should be looking at is what something Kerr did say, an awesome defense. Man, you're going to have a hard time scoring against the Warriors, if they started out that way. I mean, they're going to have mismatches almost at every position. I mean, one-on-one, Butler, Kuminga, they're going to be able to dominate their man. Whoever the 2 is going to try to guard either one of those guys. You really only need one person out there shooting threes on a regular basis, especially on this Warrior team, and that's Steph. Steph is actually the only reliable three-point shooter on this team. Second is Moses Moody. Okay, so I would definitely play them together, because that's going to be very hard to defend, and you're going to have a heck of a time trying to score against them.
Coach, thank you very much for the call. Let's respond to that on the other side. I see that very, very differently. As far as whether or not we're overrating Jonathan Kuminga as a defender, number one, and number two, the idea that you only need one three-point shooter on the floor at any given time. I see it a little differently. All good. Let's respond to that coming up. Bob Fitzgerald's a half hour away. Steve Curry is just over an hour away. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement,
with Willard and Dibs each and every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
And that'll be in an hour and 11 minutes. Steve Kerr today. What a great day to have Steve as we get back to action with a lot of questions about where the Warriors go from here, getting Jonathan Kuminga back in. And then also, by the way, we will talk to him about, I don't know if any of you have checked out Netflix and Court of Gold. And I got through, I don't know, about 18 minutes of the first episode.
Like you said in the crossover, you are an elite sleeper.
Dude.
The eyes get closed and you're out.
It's not even,
on.
The eyes don't even have to close. I just have to stop.
Just put down the device, sit down, and take a deep breath.
Yeah.
And you're asleep.
Yeah. People think I'm a jerk. It's not that I'm a jerk. If I let you talk for too long, I'll be asleep.
Oh, boy.
That's it.
Yeah.
Go on.
And that's why I only get 8 seconds at a time, because you'll be asleep. Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry.
Because you'll fall asleep.
Totally.
Otherwise. And I get that. Yeah.
No joke. I used to love going to movies. I can't do it anymore. If you put me, especially now, these movie theaters, what the hell did you do to your seats?
Oh, it's so comfortable.
These things are Barca loungers now. And your feet are up. You got popcorn on your left, like a soda on your right. No chance.
Yeah.
Like, you could rock Star Wars or I mean, whatever. Nope.
Yep.
Gone.
Even in like an IMAX theater, you could still fall asleep.
Gone.
With like the surround sound in triple-double Dolby or whatever they call it.
My sister and I took our daughters over the holidays. Jude came too. We went to go see Wicked. You know how Wicked came out. And it's super intimidating. You know what that is, by the way.
Yeah, it's a movie.
It's also
an intimidation sensation. Is
an
what it
intimidation
is.
sensation. You get ready to go to this movie. They're like, oh, by the way, it's 3 hours long, and you're like, all right, well, what's and
right.
Look, I'm not going to do this stupid macho thing of like, oh, they're singing, it's a chick thing. No, I like Wicked. We saw it. We saw the actual stage performance here in the city late last year. We went to see the movie. Loved the music. Actually thought the movie was really, really well done. Doesn't mean I didn't get a nap in.
3 hours is a long time.
3 hours?
Yep.
In a dark room, in a lounger with popcorn and a soda? Who can do that?
Right.
Are there people out there who can do that?
Well, I'm sure the people who can do it are the ones who are singing every single word to every song.
Yeah.
And I think that's frowned upon. Like, didn't they tell people, like, when you go to the movie, please don't sing, because they want, like, the people who've never seen it to just, like, be able to, I don't know, watch the movie and hear the actual singer sing?
Probably. I would think, you're supposed to turn your phone off and not sing. Also, before I hit this Shams bombs, this update, the Dodgers are getting their butts kicked. That's it.
I mean, what does that mean?
Means they're losing by 8 runs.
In a baseball game?
Yep.
It's February.
I don't care. People in Dodger uniforms are getting their A kicked.
Okay.
It's actually over. They already lost.
Yeah! What was the final score, Grandy?
1 sec.
Did it end 12-4?
I think so.
Okay.
God, I haven't opened up baseball scores in forever.
Exactly. Nobody even knows where to find them. Anyway, the Dodgers are 0-1.
12-4 final.
12-4. The Dodgers are 0-1. I don't want to hear any of this they can't be beat crap. They got their A kicked today.
Yeah, boy, in February.
That's right.
In a meaningless game.
They never get a second chance to make a first impression.
Yeah.
There it is.
Who'd they throw today?
I
don't know. I mean, who'd they even...
Yamamoto
And
started.
who did they even play?
The Cubs.
I know, but who are the players that they actually put out there?
People in Cubs uniforms.
And people in Dodger uniforms.
Yes.
I get it.
That's what they did.
Yamamoto struck out 2 in the first inning.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then they lifted him.
Mookie Betts, 0-1. Okay? He played. He didn't play well.
He didn't play well. He got one at bat.
0-1. Well, he went up there a second time, but he walked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he walked. So, anyway, Dodgers stink. There you have it. 888-957-9570. You ready for this?
Please.
This is a little something else. Shams said this today on Get Up on ESPN.
Giannis Antetokounmpo loves the Bucks, but I'm here to tell you he loves winning more, and that's why everyone within that Bucks organization, they know what's at stake this season. They know the pressure, and every summer when Giannis looks around and he looks at the Bucks' current roster, he looks at sustained long-term winning. Where will he be able to find that? And he has said publicly on the record, if he feels like that's not attainable anymore in Milwaukee, he will look elsewhere. But, of course, he has tried always to make everything work in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
So now we're back on that train again.
Of course.
Well, and by the way, I don't know where your head goes when you hear that. I can tell you where mine is. If he's insinuating that Milwaukee needs to make a deep run this year in order for him to want to stay in Milwaukee, well, then he's gone. They're not going to make a deep run this year in the NBA playoffs.
Well, what's a deep run? Like Eastern Conference Finals?
Yes.
Would that be a deep run?
Sure.
They might.
I don't see it.
I don't necessarily see it. Like Cleveland and Boston are the class of the East.
And New York is better. And I know Indiana's the only other team ahead of them right now. But like a hot take alert. If Detroit played Milwaukee in a playoff series today, Detroit would win.
I had no chance.
Yes, they would.
I'm not buying.
They're a better team.
Well, right now, maybe they're a better team, but part of that, I think, is, Giannis and his new cast of characters figuring each other out, and you get into April, and I do think what Chris Broussard said about Oklahoma City applies to Detroit and a lot of other teams about the relative inexperience and how much experience matters in the playoffs, and I do think that's a factor for the Warriors if they ever make it into the playoffs this season. And yeah, I think it's premature to throw dirt on the casket of Milwaukee.
No, I'm not throwing dirt on their casket other than to say that right now, if that is the demand, and it's kind of funny too, like we've arrived at this spot for a while now here in the NBA where the team needs to prove it to the player as opposed to the other way around. And I get that. Like he wants help, but it's kind of interesting. Milwaukee's a really interesting one. They've made every move he's asked for. So at what point does it become Giannis's responsibility? And one of the reasons I bring this up is to point out something about Steph Curry. Steph Curry has literally said after these last two disappointing seasons, when you're talking about making moves or trade deadline stuff, Steph will say, we have to earn that. You have to play well enough to earn that. And then if you get that, like what's the way Steve Kerr phrased it in that article earlier this year, we just want to give Steph that at bat. We'll give you all the resources, and then you go do what you can do with it. What has Milwaukee not done for Giannis that he's asked for? First of all, they've taken his brother on a journey where he gets to play with him every single night of the year, and he's not even an NBA player. You start with that.
Yeah, I mean, if he even ever plays.
Oh, whatever. He gets to travel with him. They go out and acquire Dame Lillard. Chris Middleton's always hurt. They turn him into Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah.
Every time they've wanted to make a move, they make a move. And the Bucks seemingly get worse every time they do something.
Right.
So,
and do we know that these are moves that he has mandated? Like,
I mean, you know how the NBA works.
I do, but I mean, Steph has never been the guy to have his finger on the trigger. I don't think he was the one saying, get me Jimmy Butler.
You sure?
Well, I don't know if it was definitively Jimmy Butler. I do know that he called Kevin Durant and tried to woo him.
Exactly.
And KD said, nah, I'm good. But it doesn't mean that if they don't make the move for Steph that he's going to throw a hissy fit. He's never said one word in that fashion.
I don't think Steph Curry and hissy fit even belong in the same sentence. But one thing that I've learned about not just watching Steph Curry through the years, but having a little bit of access to things in the organization, Steph Curry is an absolute.
Thank you.
There's nobody more competitive. I don't really love when we call people killers. That's not my favorite thing, but you know what I'm saying. Steph Curry, don't get fooled by his look. And so is Steph behind the scenes helping push these buttons? I can't confirm it, but good Lord, I definitely vote yes. Of course he is. You don't think Steph Curry's got a humongous imprint on weighing in on what the Warriors are about to do or not do?
Yes, but at the same time, you haven't ever heard a Shams report about if Steph Curry doesn't get a competitive run, if they don't make a deep run, well, then he's going to have to examine what he wants to do with his future.
But that's my point. That's my point.
That's my point about Steph, though.
When you make the move, then Steph is going to put the onus on himself.
Right.
Milwaukee is making the move, and Shams is very much sounding like Giannis is still putting the onus on the organization to play well in the playoffs.
Well, and maybe
it's on you now, dude.
It's on him, of course, but he is the one who landed them their only title in the history of the organization.
I get it.
And he's still at a spot where, 30 years old now, and he's got 2 more years under contract and a player option, and he's got all the clout. He's got the clout, and Steph and LeBron and all the rest of these alphas, all the rest of the number ones for the most part on most of these teams, you have the opportunity to, if you don't go on a deep run and your team is not as good as you want, whether or not you authored the moves, you can still say, I want out.
Of course you can.
And the team's got to move you.
I understand that, and by no stretch am I saying that you shouldn't want Giannis on your basketball team. It's just, it gets interesting to me when you start to see the way this stuff gets shaped by stars. I mean, I've heard people do this with regard to LeBron James for years, in terms of spitting people out and acquiring this, that, and the other, and then when it doesn't work, where do you put it? When you are that level of a star, an organization is going to do whatever they can to put people around you. But what I'm watching Milwaukee do, you're right, he won a championship, and then since then, it's gone down, down, down. And they've acquired people, and they've given him what he's asked for, and it's not getting any better. They're 29-24 right now.
Yeah, it's a struggle.
They're barely better than the Warriors.
They're a game ahead of Detroit, who has become the flavor of the month, and the Pistons playing great. And Milwaukee, maybe it takes time to add Kyle Kuzma to the mix and figure out how your new big three is going to work, because Kuzma's a guy who can get you 20, 22, 24 a night, and so far it hasn't really fit with Milwaukee.
Yeah, I'd much rather watch a star. I mean, look at Jokic, by the way. I mean, I don't hear Nikola Jokic being like, all these people you put around me, they're all B-level players. They're good. Jamal Murray's good. Aaron Gordon's good. Porter's good.
And Jamal Murray's an A-level player.
Yeah. That's fringy. That's fringy. Jamal Murray is not Jason Tatum or someone like that. I don't think. But you don't hear Jokic be like, I'm going to need, like they lost last year, I'm going to need more. So the onus is on you. You got Dame Lillard, for crying out loud.
Right.
It's on you. It's on you to go win.
Dame 34 now, quietly.
Yeah, but he's still Dame. He's still Dame. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Bob Fitzgerald's going to join us in less than 15 minutes. Steve Kerr's going to join us in less than an hour. And largely, this is what we started out the day talking about, which was the very sort of uninspiring tone that Steve Kerr used when asked after practice yesterday about how to pair Kuminga with Jimmy Butler when Jonathan is ready to return, because that is getting close.
I think, the obvious question is the spacing, because neither one of them is a 5. They're, we're really looking at them as a 3 and a 4. And so, can we space the floor well enough with the two of them on the court together? We should be able to defend at a high level. It'd be great to have that kind of size and athleticism on the wings. There's a lot to like. And then, we just have to sort through the offensive execution. Can we put a group around them that makes sense, that we can, kind of rely on a two-way offense and defense dynamic, and that remains to be seen.
Okay, so both of us just keep laughing because it's there's nothing wrong with the answer,
But we'll be honest with Steve when he comes on, honestly. Like, it's just, you listen to it, and I'm like, it just doesn't inspire a lot of confidence.
It sounds like he's thinking about it for the first time. And I know he's not, because he's had Jimmy Butler now for almost 2 weeks, and he knows Kuminga's coming back. And so I'm sure he's thought a lot about it, but it just, the way he's answering it makes it seem like he's answering it on the fly. Like, I hadn't even thought about it. So let me think. Well, neither one of them's not a 5, and, spacing is a big thing. And so, it's yet to be seen.
Yeah. Like, that's the worst phrase that you want to hear right now. Like, I don't want to hear "it remains to be seen," even though it is an omnipresent truth.
Right.
It always remains to be seen. Always. So when you end with that, it's kind of a punt. It's kind of a punt, is what it felt like and sounded like. And you're right. Of course he's thought about it. Of course they're running every single permutation and predictive aspect of this. Obviously, that's what they do. They're the Golden State Warriors, and they're not bleeping around. That's certainly not how I feel. But when you listen to him, I do think there's a healthy bit of like, look, this isn't just two good players and so poof. It's not that. And I know with the Warriors situation, by the time Jonathan gets back and there's 24 or 25 games left, that's what we're going to call for. I think a lot of our callers today have sounded like that. Jonathan's good. Put him in. I wish it worked that way. And I don't think it does, and it sounds to me like Steve doesn't think it does.
It doesn't work that way, and that goes back to my point about Milwaukee and Kuzma and your point before about Luka and the Lakers. It just doesn't automatically work like fantasy basketball. You've got a great player playing alongside another great player, so now you're going to be super great because you got 2 of the 10 best players in the league together, so now you're going to be just amazing because that's the way it works. And it's not the way it works. Like in your fantasy football team, when you have 2 great running backs who are on 2 different teams, they can both be awesome for your team. They're not playing on the same football team. And now Jimmy Butler joins a team that plays a certain way, so he has to adapt to that. And Kuminga hasn't played with him. And when he comes back, he now has to adapt to that. And when Jonathan was here, when he was healthy, and Jimmy wasn't here, a lot of Jonathan's job was go out there and get it. Go get buckets. You'll be out there when Steph isn't. We don't have a lot else around you. So when you're out there, go 100 miles an hour, get to the hoop, get to the line, get you yours. And now, when he plays with Jimmy Butler, that's not going to be your role anymore.
No.
Your role is going to be get you yours, but Jimmy, but Steph. And so you're asking Jonathan at 22, and Steiny made this point earlier, and I think he's right. You're asking a 22-year-old without a ton of basketball experience to now go from it's you, it's your time, go get it, and now you're going to ask him to pick your spots.
Pick your spots, but oh, by the way, tick-tock, contract negotiations are coming.
Right, yeah. Those are two, like, you're right, because
they battle each other.
Before Jimmy, it was go do your thing, and contract is coming, so go do your thing.
Yep.
And now it's contract is coming, go do your thing, but pick your spots.
Pick your spots. Joe Lacob loves you, so don't worry.
Yeah, we're going to take care of you.
Don't worry.
We got you.
It'll be fine if you only score 9 tonight.
If you only play 17 minutes and get 5 shots.
It's complex, man.
Very.
It really is. This is touchy, and I'm not saying they can't.
Not touchy-feely.
No, I'm not saying they can't figure it out. I think they will. I'm not saying that, there's a problem brewing. I just think that Jonathan's assignment here and Steve Kerr's assignment here is complex. And here's something I probably shouldn't say because I know how sports media works, and so someone's going to rip me for this. But that's fine.
Make sure you tweet this, Lucas.
Yeah, this is the thing that's going to be hard. What Jonathan Kuminga was tasked to do before, as you just said, was a very physical assignment. It's like being on that old game show Double Dare and taking the physical challenge. Sorry, Granny and Lucas have no clue what I just said.
It was a Nickelodeon show.
Yeah, anyway.
Which used to be a network.
You don't have to shrug your shoulders at me, Lucas. I said, I know you don't get what I just said.
Nickelodeon.
But you know Double Dare?
No.
And do you know what the physical challenge is?
No.
Okay, so just nod. You don't get, I threw it over your head on purpose. okay? It's like third down, throw it away, keep the field goal intact. We're going to kick the 3, and then we're going to kick off and try to live another day. All right, Lucas?
That's great. I actually love Double Dare.
You know what the physical challenge is?
Of course.
All right, perfect. You're a throwback.
Like the greatest obstacle course in television history, probably.
Tremendous.
Outside of Legends of the Hidden Temple, maybe.
Show Grandy what the Double Dare
American Gladiators is on the phone, but go ahead.
Fair.
That's definitely ahead of your time.
I watched it.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Anyway, it was a physical challenge. Go out there, do you. We want you to be aggressive, get to the line. Well, now what Jonathan is going to be asked to do is much more of a mental challenge. And they're going to ask a 22-year-old who has, at times, struggled with this on and off in his career. And it's this: play heady basketball. You are now playing with multiple NBA royalty people on the floor at the same time, people who have achieved the idea of being an NBA 1. And there's multiple, and they're all healthy. And now Draymond's going to move to the 5, where he's kind of brilliant on defense. This has always been the thing with Jonathan. No one questions his leaping ability, his focus, his talent. What they do question sometimes is, are you in the right spot at the right time, especially on the defensive side of the ball? We had an assistant coach, I think Ron Adams, came on earlier in the year and said when Jonathan started to really score in this league, and we've watched this with players, that's when he was like, I don't need to play defense anymore. You're really going to have to, if this is going to work, you're going to have to know exactly what you're supposed to be doing on both sides of the ball all the time. And the question will be, is Jonathan at a point in his career, with the amount of minutes he's now played this year, where he's ready to do that? And I don't know. Are you consistently ready to be making the right decision? Not just execute the drive, but the right decision almost all the time. I think that's the question that faces the Warriors.
And it's a challenge because you've had him play a certain way the majority of the year, which is not that he hasn't had to be heady and smart, and I do think that he's developed a lot of that over the course of his 4-year career, but now when you've got another option who's going to be ahead of you on the pecking order, and this is where playing with Andrew Wiggins is kind of a luxury for a younger player like Jonathan Kuminga, because Andrew Wiggins was never going to be domineering or ball dominant or a guy who's going to take up some of your touches and some of your shine, but Jimmy Butler's going to be that guy. Jimmy Butler is somebody who likes to have the ball in his hands. He likes to create. He does a lot of the things that Jonathan does. He gets in the paint. He gets to the foul line. He tries to attack and go downhill. So if you're Kuminga, there'll be possessions where he's just going to be relegated to the wing or the corner, and that's not what he does best. Right. So if Jimmy Butler's got it and Jimmy's trying to cook and do his thing, then Kuminga suddenly becomes a non-factor.
Fitz about to join us.
Okay.
What's up, Lucas?
You ever watch the show Guts from that time?
No.
Oh, that was the best one. Check that one out in the commercial break.
What is going on here?
At the end of it, you had to climb a big mountain called the Aggro Crag.
Man,
I watched Guts. Yep.
You watched Guts?
Yeah, it was right.
I played Guts. It was a card game.
Different.
Yeah, different.
This was the best show of the Nickelodeon era, in my humble opinion.
All right. I didn't do Nickelodeon a lot. Just did Double Dare.
This is the golden era.
Yeah.
Golden age.
Apparently. I'm impressed by you right now.
Thank you.
Doesn't happen often. Sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Head down to Ceremony Ford to lease a 2024 Mustang Mach-E Select or 2024 Ford Lightning and receive the Ford Power Promise that includes standard home installation of a Ford charge station located right off 280 in Colma, Daly City. Ceremony Ford, your San Francisco EV dealer. Here comes Bob Fitzgerald joining us next on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, whether you're traveling to cheer on your favorite team or heading out to explore the world, make sure your journey starts at
back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
We'll try to ask more. Dibs, you already got one from Brew earlier today.
Big.
Steve Kerr joins us in 41 minutes. And we can't wait to.
Well, that's a great question.
Yeah, can't wait to ask Steve some more questions. But we've got questions first for our good friend right now on the River Islands guest line, Bob Fitzgerald. Hey, Fitz, how's the break treating you?
Well, why would you guys waste your time with me when you have Steve Kerr coming up?
Because we've got.
Where am I going to add anything? Come on.
Yeah, because he's not coming on for 41 minutes. So for what?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, until then, you can make the Warrior fan base think whatever they want.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right. I'll lead him in one direction, and then Steve will lead him to reality later.
Right. So championship or bust, right?
Yeah. Okay. I'm in. Let's do it.
Well, let me ask you this, Bob. You know Draymond Green very well. To what level do you think he believes the things that he has said?
Well, put it this way. I mean, in 2022, you can watch a post-game interview in the middle of the season when the Warriors were kind of floating along, and he said, we're going to win the championship. And I kind of went, we're going to win the championship? And we did. So I think it was a game after Utah or something like that. And just, so no, I would never tell Draymond he's wrong. And if you don't believe that you're going to be a good team, you don't believe you're going to have a good end of the season, you know, I don't see most real competitive people saying that out loud. So Draymond's like, hey, you got me, you got Jimmy Butler, you got Steph, you got Kuminga coming back, you know, and they've beaten Boston and they've beaten, you know, quality teams. So they've beaten Oklahoma City twice. They've beaten Minnesota 3 out of 4. They've beaten Houston 3 out of 4. Like, they're like, all right, we're going to see one of these teams in the playoffs. So let's see how it works out.
You mentioned Kuminga coming back, Bob, and Mark and I have been playing the sound from Steve trying to explain just how it might fit and how it might work. When you think about JK coming back here in the next week or so, how is the fit going to be with Jimmy Butler now on this team?
I don't think it's going to change that much because the thing you had, Dibs, was you had Kuminga coming off the bench playing starters minutes at 30 minutes a game. And so I would anticipate that he probably has that same role. And the role for him is he's the best transition scorer on the team. He can get downhill and get fouled, which Butler has already started to do, but it would add a second guy to do that. Maybe a couple more lobs, to be honest, because Butler's such a good passer, and they even had a lob sequence for Butler with his first Warrior basket, which I'd like to see that play run for Kuminga, you know, a bunch more. So just when you get Steve on, say Bob from the Peninsula would like a backdoor lob series for Kuminga at least once a game.
Okay.
And just throw that out there and see what Steve says.
Let's go to Bob in the Peninsula with what's your take, Bob?
Yeah, exactly. He wants a backdoor lob sequence.
Okay.
For Kuminga.
All right, we'll check it out. Hey, Bob, what about this? That's all X's and O's stuff, and there's a lot there for sure. But through your view and being around the team, how has the acquisition of Jimmy changed just the way they all feel in the locker room?
Well, it gives you a third alpha, and it gives you a guy who's different than Steph and different than Draymond. And it also, in a long season, it's an injection or an infusion of something different. You know, now it didn't change the Dallas game. You know, the Warriors won 3 out of 4, but, you know, they didn't close in Dallas. And, you know, earlier on that trip, they had blown an 11-point lead in the final 3 minutes against Utah. I mean, Monty Poole wrote a great piece today, basically just saying, if you have the Warriors win 4 or 5 games that they absolutely should have won, we wouldn't be talking about this nail-biter 8, 9, 10 type of setup. I mean, that's the frustrating thing is I looked at the Lakers last night, and they lost to Charlotte, and I was like, good. The Lakers finally lost a game they should have won. Now you can feel what the Warriors feel on about 6 of the opportunities that they've squandered, and that's why they're hanging there a game over 500. So it's not that this team isn't capable of winning games. It's just, man, if they kick some that are going to really hurt at the end of the year when you start stacking up the total number of wins as crowded as the West is.
Yeah, they kicked a few. They also stole a couple, in my opinion, and that's where things do kind of level out. But you look at...
I'm going to totally disagree with that. Blowing an 18-point lead to the Nets, shooting with 11 seconds left,
in a 3-second difference in losing 91-90 to Houston, losing an 11-point lead to a depleted Utah team in 3 minutes. Like, these should not have been losses. And the steals, you'd have to line them up for me because
going to Boston and winning is, to me, it's kind of it's found money when you beat the defending champs. Yeah,
that wasn't close. That wasn't a stolen game. The Warriors dominated the fourth quarter and owned it.
Just games.
Like they haven't had teams like just step on their 2 feet and trip over and give the Warriors a win. They haven't had too many of those. So I mean, it's one of those where their record's 28-27. They should have 4 or 5 more wins with no stretch whatsoever.
It's
nobody's fault but their own, by the way. It's their own fault.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and unfortunately, you are what your record says you are, no matter whether or not you kick some away.
That's why people are like, and Mark just asked it, like, how are they different with Butler and this and that? It's like, well, let's see the final 27 games because they're playing Charlotte twice. They should win both of those games. If they have a 15-point lead to Charlotte on Tuesday and lose it in the fourth quarter, then having Jimmy Butler won't be different. So that's the kind of thing where you have 27 games. The days of like hitting your driver out of bounds, on these holes that you should be birdieing, those days are over right now. They caught a break today because Wembanyama's out for the season. So you only have to beat one team. There's 11 teams for 10 spots right now in the West. But do you want to be in the 9-10 game? Do you want to be in the 7-8 game, which is politely where they're pegged? Or do you want to really go, 19 and whatever, or 20 and 7 and finish the year and be in the top 6? It's totally up to them as to what they're going to do, given their schedule. And because the 5 or 6 that you kicked away that you should have, they're going to come back and haunt you unless you do something different these last couple of months.
Bob Fitz with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. So, Fitz, then along those lines of what you're talking about, go back to Houston a week ago tonight, and when you see them starting to sort of spit another game, but they hold it off, does that give you optimism or does it give you PTSD?
No, that Houston game was very weird in that, and Steve had alluded to it gently, but, he behind the scenes probably more stern. There is no way you should be playing a game at 8:45 at night and then teeing up another one 13 hours later. I mean, the schedule on that was completely stupid. That was an insult to professional athletes to make them do that. And so the fact that they just ran out of gas, they had nothing left. It was the end of a 6-game trip. It's the last day before the All-Star break. You're playing 13 hours later than you just finished a game. I mean, it makes no sense. And so what Ime Udoka did, what was pretty amazing, is he played 4 guys out of his finishing 5 that did not play the night before. And they're the ones that led the big comeback. And then he sat Şengün and other guys and just said, hey, these fresh guys are leading the whole comeback. I'm going to let them ride it out. And the Warriors had just enough, a Draymond 3, a Steph 3, a Butler kind of get fouled, hit a couple of free throws. They had just enough to get over the finish line. So that game was not, I was really impressed that all the Hall of Famers played on the back-to-back. It's a game they had to have because they kicked the Dallas game. But to me, that game is probably going to be like unlike any other game they see the rest of the season, except for at Lakers come home against Denver later in the year after a 14-day road trip. They're playing at the Lakers on national TV and then home against Denver on the next night, which is okay. What are we doing here? That makes no sense whatsoever in any world.
Well, it's the tax of being popular and having the chef because you have so many of these games. And I'm also looking, Fitz, where you're at Phoenix on a Tuesday and then you're home to San Antonio the next day. So that's another one of those.
That's at least you pick up an hour, and that's a shorter flight. You're not gone for 14 days.
Yeah.
And then playing the Lakers and then playing Denver at home. I mean, the thing I would say about the schedule, and after 32 years of witnessing it, you tell me why there's 30 teams in the NBA, and for 2 seasons now, one team has not played a road baseball series. One team. I wonder which team that is. Why are the Clippers playing 5 baseball series in 2 years, or Sacramento playing 5, or Minnesota playing 5, going to Houston 1 time, or Memphis 1 time, OKC 1 time? Why are the Warriors the only team out of 30 teams that doesn't have a single baseball series.
And
I thought we had AI and everything. I thought we had computers and all this stuff. So, like, I just think the schedule that they have stuck the Warriors with the last couple of years is ridiculous.
What do you mean by baseball series, Bob? I'm not understanding the reference.
You go to Houston and you play them Thursday and you play them Friday.
I got you.
Yeah.
I just eliminated back and forth to Houston, Texas, or back and forth to Memphis, or back and forth to Minnesota, or back and forth to Oklahoma City. That's not, 50,000 air miles, 15 back-to-backs, no baseball series. Why? Why one team out of 30? In 2 years now, the same team. That's a competitive disadvantage. It makes no sense on any level.
Well, why
is that? Yeah, why do you think?
Why do you think that is?
Hey, this is above my pay grade. I just observe.
Yeah.
You got takes, though, Bob. I mean, you did this for 25 years.
I'd be hopping mad about it. But that's see what happens is this is the media ecosystem. It's excuses. No, it's not. When teams fly way more thousands of air miles and have way more back-to-backs and are playing games at 8:45 at night and trying to play again the next day at 7 at the end of a 6-game road trip, that's not an excuse. That's reality. That's reality. Like, I'd have someone who's an accountant fly with us on that trip and tell me how much energy you got the next day to do your job.
Math is hard, too.
That's the issue.
Yeah.
These are things that matter. Look at how many guys did not play on the Thursday before the All-Star break on teams all around the league that didn't play. Yep. And that's where you appreciate Steph and Draymond and Jimmy Butler and those guys playing, because they're playing for their lives right now. They're playing to get into the postseason, to hopefully get that one Ernie Shavers puncher's chance to do something good again. Steve's talked about it. Other people talked about it. Start the season a week earlier. Get rid of so many of these back-to-backs and this absolutely stupid travel. We're going to Orlando. What's the city closest to Orlando on this next road trip? It's Miami, right?
Yeah, with the team,
We're not playing Miami on that trip.
No? Huh.
Why is that?
Well, you get to go to Miami after Atlanta. That's kind of close.
No, that's after we come back to the West Coast. We're going to go back to Atlanta and Miami.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I got a cool idea. How about playing Atlanta, Orlando, Miami, Charlotte all on the same trip? Maybe that would make some more sense.
New York and Brooklyn right next to each other next week.
New York and Brooklyn, they're right near Orlando. Last time I checked.
Yeah. And Charlotte, too. You go Orlando, Philly, back to Charlotte, and then up to New York for a couple.
No, to your point, Bob, you know what? Like, I would think that if I'm a fan listening to this conversation right now, what's going through my head is this is the Golden State Warriors. Like, you have so many people in that building who have so much clout in the NBA, and this is not brand new. So why haven't presumably phone calls been made to discuss this? Or why haven't they worked?
We had all the people here for the All-Star break.
Yeah.
Did anyone ask the league why the Warriors are the only team in the league that hasn't had a baseball series each of the last 2 seasons?
Well, I guess my question is, has Joe Lacob like called and screamed?
I observe.
Yeah.
That's my job.
No, I get it. I get it.
Everybody has their lane. I'm staying in my lane.
Fair enough. Bob Fitzgerald with us here on Willard and Dibs. Bob, what about this? The answer from Steve Kerr about blending Kuminga with Butler was really interesting yesterday. And you've been very clear through the years of don't worry about who starts the game.
Right.
But my question is, can you maybe finish the game? Like, is there an avenue to Green, Kuminga, Butler, and Steph with extended minutes at any given time in games, at least to start, in your mind?
Well, do we have a lead at the end of the game so they're fouling and I have to have good free throwers on the floor?
Maybe. I mean, you hope.
Are they trapping in the backcourt and I have to have a secondary ball handler besides Steph?
So are you saying it would be kind of night to night?
I'm just saying depending on the situation. If we're finishing a game, look, my dog's even barking about that.
No, whenever this happens, we need the dog's name, age, and then the weirdest thing that they do.
In the breed.
Well, that's Rockney. He's a beagle who's 12 years old, and someone's walking a German Shepherd in front of our house, so
that's it.
He's losing his mind.
Okay.
That's a beagle looking for a piece of a bigger dog. I love that.
He barks during Notre Dame games when they score touchdowns.
Yeah, Rockney.
Yeah, Rockney and then his buddy Louie are both they're roaming the perimeter, checking out the front of the field. But
it sounds like Draymond when Gobert walks by.
No, but to your point, Mark, like finishing games, it's all going to be who are you playing and what are you trying to do? Like if you're going to play a San Antonio and now they have De'Aaron Fox and they have Chris Paul, I can't just have Steph out there and not have Podziemski out there. You know what I'm saying? And if they're going to foul, I mean, I love Kuminga, but he's not a great free throw shooter. So if I have Draymond on the floor, that's the one guy they're going to foul. I'm not going to put a second guy they can foul on the floor at the same time. And then if they're going to trap in the backcourt, I'm going to need a second ball handler, maybe even a third ball handler. And Kuminga's not going to bring it up against pressure. That's not what he does. But now if it's a 1-point game and I need a bucket or a tie game and we're in the bonus and I can clear a side or I can run a 2-man game with Kuminga and maybe get him downhill on a weaker defender, then he's going to be in the game. So it's the same thing. Like you might even sub GP2 back and forth too if you need just a defensive stop, and you've got like a Luka Doncic that you've got a guard for one sequence. So I think the finishing lineup, Steph will always be out there, Draymond will always be out there, and Butler will always be out there. But the rest of the stuff's kind of fungible depending on who you're playing and then time, score, and situation.
Fitz, since plane flights came up in this conversation, I'm curious to know what you observed over the last couple of weeks with Jimmy on the plane, especially because he spoke publicly about how much he enjoys Draymond Green and playing dominoes with him and whatnot. Like, what are you observing in terms of the team chemistry on the plane since Jimmy arrived?
I think he's fit right in with the mix. I mean, he's at the area where Steph and Draymond and the big guys hang out, and whether it's cards or dominoes or whatever, he's right where he should be as far as, one of the most accomplished guys on the team. And chemistry-wise, I think all the elite players kind of know each other or been around each other a little bit. And so they know they're the tip of the spear. They're the main guys. So I think from that end, aspect, and also I think Jimmy was very happy to, get an extension and be here. And so now it's a very clear, I think Mike Dunleavy's talked about it and Joe's talked about it, kind of picking a path, picking a timeline. Right now you have Steph for 2 years and Draymond for 2 years and Jimmy for 2 years. And you have a very clear kind of, these are your best players and this is the direction you're going at, as a team. So I think that's been good for a lot of guys. And Butler, because he hadn't played, for all the reasons in Miami or whatever reasons, I'm not privy to any of them, but he was ready to go. I mean, I think, he said, I was tired. It's like, if that's tired, Jimmy Butler, give me that guy all day because he was terrific and has been terrific in a Warrior uniform.
One guy we're hoping will be terrific is Jonathan Kuminga, and you obviously didn't and couldn't mention him in the future plans, but what do you think about the future plans are for Jonathan Kuminga, and do you think that he'll come out and start to press a little bit knowing that it's a contract waiting for him?
I have no idea on that. I mean, this is such a lengthy injury. It's going to be basically 2 months. And so, how a young guy responds to coming back from an injury is probably different than a veteran. So I've been so impressed with how well Podziemski has played after his abdominal. I mean, almost just blown away by how good Brandon has played. And I'm hoping the same for JK. So I think the summer stuff will be dealt with in the summer. These guys right now, they don't really play with that kind of stuff on their mind. It's for the media and agents and other stuff to talk about, but I would think it's in JK's interest to play well, and obviously in the Warriors' interest to play well, and team success always seems to, have people be rewarded for that. That's been kind of the Warrior way. So I think if there's good team success, then that's usually when the checkbook comes out for everybody.
Fitz, real quick on tomorrow night, have you had a chance to look at anything Kings related since De'Aaron Fox left to kind of get a gauge on who they are now?
I tell you what, I like that team, and I really the guy that doesn't get enough love, I think Warrior fans know because he's a killer. Malik Monk is just something else.
Yep.
Man. I mean, and I said it publicly too. I thought Sabonis should have been an all-star. I don't know how. I mean, Domantas Sabonis is just a double-double metronome. You know, I know the Kings' record wasn't good enough for whatever they want to use for that, but Sabonis, to me, is so good and so consistent. They pick up Valanciunas as a backup, which is a perfect backup big for them. And then they're playing killers. I mean, Malik Monk with DeRozan, with Zach LaVine. I mean, they are talented. And playing in there, that's one of the great home courts now we have in the NBA. So that's a monster situation. And that is another game where the Warriors had a big lead. Now, that lead was earlier. It was in the first half. They had a double-digit lead, and the Kings just outplayed them. But Malik Monk he kills the Warriors.
Yep.
And so I kind of look at him as the barometer guy. If he's going and Keegan Murray is making shots, and what Doug Christie has done is what Spoelstra has done and what Rick Carlisle's done, and Budenholzer, the guys that know the league, they just put 7 guys on Steph and dare somebody else to beat you. And that's what he had. Keegan Murray. I mean, Steph went to start his car after the game. I think Keegan Murray was in the passenger seat. I mean, the guy just never left him the entire time, that whole game in Sacramento. So having Jimmy Butler will be different. Is that, okay, you want to slant and sell out everything against Steph? Well, let's see if Jimmy Butler and friends, can make you pay for that. But, man, Keegan Murray did a tremendous job on Curry. And then he's not there anymore, but they used to put Davion Mitchell and other guys where they don't care what else you're doing in the game. Wherever Steph goes, face guard him, hold him, grab him, guard him, just never leave him, and see if the Warriors have enough from somebody else. And so that's what I've been impressed with the Kings. But Malik Monk hits his first couple shots, you just run and hide because you're like, God, this guy's going for 25 again.
Yep.
And he gets that building going, and he's super energetic. And so Kings road games are tough, man. This is a huge game because coming out of the break, you got all these tiebreakers and other things you're looking at. But, are you going to build? You got Dallas Sunday and then Charlotte Tuesday, and you're back on the road again. So these first couple games, at SAC and then home for Andre's retirement ceremony, on noon game, and then the retirement ceremonies after it this is really going to be an incredible next couple days for the Dubs.
Yeah, no, they're jumping right into the fire. Absolutely. All right, Fitz, we'll be watching. Thanks so much, man. Great to have you.
Always. And just ask Steve. Bob from the Peninsula wants to know when Kuminga comes back, maybe a backdoor lob play once in a while.
Okay,
yep.
Bob,
See what he says.
You don't want Bob in Foster City. Bob from the Peninsula. That's the name.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. We got it. Assignment taken.
All right, guys.
All right,
Good
Bob.
hearing your voices.
Yep, yours too.
Good.
Thanks,
all right,
Bob.
There he is. That's Bob Fitzgerald. He announces Warrior games on the old television there.
Yeah, the old TV. And one thing that you may not know unless you're paying close attention is when they are broadcasting after a win, they don't wear ties. And when they're broadcasting after a loss, they wear neckties.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Seriously?
Yep.
I didn't notice that.
It's a thing that they do. So coming off a win, they will go no necktie. And then if they come off a loss, they have to wear a tie.
I don't think that they should ever have to wear a tie.
I think it might be something that Bob and Jim Barnett started a long time ago, and it carries over.
If they want to. I just think, I love what the NBA coaches do now.
Right. Do you remember when they used to all wear suits?
Right, yes. Can we not be so formal?
Right.
I'm cruising around the city and watching so many people wearing suits where it's like, why?
Yeah.
Why do you have to wear a suit?
What about the manager in baseball? Do we still need them in a uniform?
Yes, because that's funny.
Okay.
That's funny. I loved watching Boach waddle out to the mound with stirrups on.
Right. And cleats.
We're going to make a change. Anyway, Steve Kerr's joining us in 18 minutes. How about that, kids and campers? You can get your phone calls in until then at 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Willard and Dibbs.
And it's Dan Dibley here to follow up on that.
Up Nation, it's Kevon Looney. Catch my head coach, Steve Kerr, with Willard and Dibbs each and every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
This is a little off subject. Steve Curry in 11 minutes, but I want to throw it at you because of the direction the conversation with Bob Fitzgerald went, at least for a portion of it. Genuine question here. The Golden State Warriors are on the back end now of like a just completed, or some still believe maybe there's a little gas in the tank, but a dynasty. They've just been through a dynasty. Won 4 championships, went to the finals 2 other times. This is an absolute unbelievable run, and have arrived at now the highest valuation. They're right up there with the highest valuations in all of sports. The Yankees and the Lakers and the Warriors and the Cowboys, they're all in this same bucket, right? So the Warriors are literally as important as they come, and their star is, alongside LeBron James, the face of the league for a good decade and a half, just hosted the All-Star Game, won the MVP award, and depending on your age bracket, he may actually just be flat the face of the league. I'd argue if you're a kid, Steph Curry is a way bigger deal than LeBron James. Okay? All those things are true. Yet it seems like a lot of us fans, and maybe even employees, feel like the league has it out for the Warriors. Steph Curry never gets any calls.
Right. Yeah.
The only team in the whole world who doesn't get, as he put it, a baseball series, which is, for those of you who still didn't catch the reference, it's
I had to ask. I didn't. Yeah, I wasn't getting it.
I thought I knew what he was talking about, and they did have some, but they're always here. In other words, they're only helpful if you're the road team. New Orleans did one here earlier this year.
They had 2 this year.
Yeah, where they came here, they stayed, and then they played again.
Yep, the stay and play.
A couple days. Yeah, I've always liked that.
New Orleans and Minnesota also.
Okay, so the Warriors apparently, according to Bob, the only team in the NBA that doesn't get any of those on the road. Like,
I didn't get that point from him.
Is that a thing?
I mean,
is that like, and I mean this in 2 ways. Is that actually a valid thought? And the second part is, are there Warrior fans who do believe that? Because I do hear this a lot. Well, it's almost like when Augusta had to tiger-proof the course.
Sure.
When somebody wins too much, we got to turn the tables against them. I've always been under the impression it's the opposite. The conspiracy theorists out there will tell you, right, that the Lakers get automatically put into the finals when they're playing the Sacramento Kings or the Portland Blazers in a playoff series. Does anybody think that the league has it out for the Golden State Warriors?
Well, I don't. I can't speak to the general Warriors population. I do think that Warrior fans and, Warrior broadcasters, and the one that we just spoke to in particular, have been pretty vocal and vehement about Steph Curry not getting the level of whistles that other superstars get. I think there's something to it. I don't believe that there's a bigger conspiracy around it. I think that the way Steph plays when he goes to the basket is not the kind of action that normally would draw fouls. Like LeBron James goes in there and he's physical, and there's going to be a lot more contact that he initiates and that he's able to play through. Steph gets contacted, and a lot of times it's not called. I don't think that it's a league mandate against him. This idea about no baseball series, no back-to-backs on the road, that's something that I guess I could examine and look at it and see how often it actually happens. But for me, the bigger issue, and he made this point as well, is the way you go about traveling where, yeah, he's right. If you have a road trip, why not have it be Atlanta, Charlotte, Miami, and Orlando instead of this bippity bopping around and you come home and then you got to go all the way back to Miami? That sort of conglomerating of road destinations makes a lot of sense for every team.
It makes a lot of sense, but I can only imagine the puzzle that is. And you imagine, right? You're sitting down.
Well, they put this all into a computer.
Right. All of the teams, but it's not just a computer because you got to know like what, and maybe I do think most of these, if not all of these arenas, that's what comes first is the basketball schedule. But there's something at Chase Center every night.
Yeah.
So like you got to, right? You got to figure out when Demi Lovato is going to be in town.
She coming?
I don't know. Right? when is Dave Chappelle here? And then figure out kind of where it goes from there. I'm only saying that because it's probably a little bit more complex than we make it. But the other side of the coin is these are very, very valid points while we're sitting here screaming and yelling and complaining about stars not playing. And so to that end, and the idea that you need to meet people where they are, and I'm a huge believer in this. Honestly, the example I always give you is like you can tell your kids to put the phone down, or you can figure out a different way to do this if you want, because guess what? The kids aren't going to put the phone down. They're not going to put the phone down. So you can fight this or work with it. And if you're the NBA, and I know that they've done some things already, and everyone wants to go, shorten the schedule. Yeah, Steve's right. You probably do need to do two things, and that is kind of tweak the way you travel, and if there are more stay-in plays, that's fine. But, yeah, you probably need to actually not shorten the season. You need to lengthen it. Not with more games.
Same number of games, but, over a longer period of time.
More calendar. And if the players fight that, well, bleep you. Then you're in, to me, an empowered place to say, well, now we're spending money for nothing too often.
Yes, and they've already done that. Like the season used to start on Halloween, and now it starts a week earlier. Yes. So go ahead and move it another week back, and get October 15th would be a good time to actually start the regular season. Then you'd have fewer back-to-backs and all the rest of it. I don't think that it would solve the problem of players not playing, because the science now is so good that it tells you when a guy should not play based on all of the advanced analytics that you do in your team, your medical team, and all the rest of it. Rick Celebrini and his whole group, they run all the numbers on output and fitness and all the rest of it. And so there are times where these guys just won't play anyway.
For sure.
Even if made it 82 games over 11 months, there still would be load management.
No, for sure there would, but he's got a point, for instance, on what happened right before the All-Star break. It really was stunning. If you look around the league, and the Warriors, I guess, some people won't want to do this, but you do have to give them credit, or at least take the message of what they did in that game at Houston, because they knew they needed to go out there and win it. Because any other team would have sat all their players, and the reason I know that is because all the other teams did sit their players, and those teams had more rest than the Warriors did in that particular case, because the Warriors played a game that started at 8:45 in Dallas, and then traveled to play another game. If you look around the league, nobody played on those back-to-backs. If you played last Thursday, it was automatically a back-to-back because the whole league played on Wednesday.
Yeah.
And there were so many people sitting out those games, and the Warriors didn't. So give them a little nod for that. But on the other side, that wasn't load management. That was like a protest against the scheduling, is essentially what it was. So, yeah, you're probably going to have to meet them halfway. And I don't think they've fully done that yet.
They haven't, and I don't know if they will. And I'm just looking at some of the other games played that night. In OKC, they did play everybody. You had Shea played. He played both ends of those back-to-backs. And because you mentioned it, everybody played on February 12th, the entire association, and then a small handful of teams played the next night. So all those teams, you're right, would be on a back-to-back. And OKC at least they were home for the first one, and they had to travel to Minnesota. And so they were kind of in a similar spot, and they went out there and they lost to Minnesota, but Shea played 34 minutes, and Holmgren played a bunch, and Lou Dort and the rest of them. But your point is well taken in that, and this is kind of what Bob was saying, if the Warriors are a marquee franchise, and they are, why are you making it like this? And I understand you're going to have 29 national TV games. I think that was the number this year, thereabout. And that's going to make it so you play on Christmas and you play on a lot of these marquee spots, but at least make the travel somewhat sensible. Make it make sense.
Look, you're going to get a few gut punches. It's going to happen. Like I think of the NFL last year around Christmas, where the Kansas City Chiefs coming off back-to-back Super Bowl appearances, and as it turned out, another one on the way. What was it? I think they played 3 games in 11 days,
Yep.
right? Because of the Christmas Wednesday thing, and they were only maybe, I'm doing this from memory, but I feel like they were only 2-3 weeks removed from an overseas game or something along those lines. Their travel was crazy, and the amount of times that they had to play in a short period of time was big. And why? Because they're a marquee team. Because the Chiefs and Ravens were marquee teams. And so they had to do it. So you're going to get a few gut punches, and I think largely people will accept that for the most part. But if it feels like it's repeated over and over and over again, and you're not getting a break to go along with your gut punch, then A, they have a point, and B, at a certain point, if you're the league, I think you're kicking yourself in the shin. Because you're just not going to get what you want out of those games.
Exactly. You're basically telling teams, here's 5 or 6 games where we tell you you're probably not going to play your players. We're not going to see our marquee attractions. I'm looking at Kansas City. They played the 15th of December at Cleveland. 6 days later, home to Houston. 4 days later, at Pittsburgh. So, 3 games in 11 days. And the Niners this year had the biggest rest disparity, minus 20 days versus their opponents, and it was the biggest disparity in more than 20 years. So if I'm the Niners and that happens to me again, or if I'm the Warriors and the schedule comes out next year and I've got 15 back-to-backs and more funky travel, I'd be speaking up.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. It is time. He is here, ready to talk to Coach Kerr. Out to the River Islands guest line we go. It's presented by Great Clips in Sports. Success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. All-Star break done, ready to get back to action. Coach, how are you?
I'm doing great, fellas. How are you guys?
We're doing great, man. It's good to hear your voice. What golf course were you on when Draymond Green started throwing national TV haymakers all over the place?
Well, I was down in San Diego, and I didn't watch any of it. I didn't hear about all that until a couple days later because I was doing my best to get away from it all. But yeah, all good. Good to be rested and refreshed, and I'm ready to get back at it.
Yeah, what was your favorite? Was it that you're going to win a title? Was it that he's been offered your job? Was it that the NBA was born? Like, which one was your favorite, Steve?
All of the above. All of the above. Yeah, he's Dre is he's one of a kind for sure, and he's always going to speak his mind. And he's what I love about him is he means it. He means what he says, and he genuinely believes we can do this, and we need that kind of belief, frankly. And I think this trade for Jimmy has kind of given us a newfound sense of confidence and belief, and I think Draymond is sort of speaking on that and trying to light our fire. So I love it.
Just since we're here, what kind of coach do you think Draymond Green would make?
We're not really going there, are we, fellas?
Well, I mean, he went there, so it feels like we got to go there.
Well, I can tell you this: he is one of the sharpest basketball minds I've ever been around. There's no doubt about that, and he is. He knows the game as well as anybody. It's amazing to watch him play and go through practice, go through games, talk to his teammates, tell me what he's seeing out there. He's a brilliant basketball mind and knows the game as well as anybody I've ever been around.
And to that end, it's been just a brief time with Jimmy Butler, 4 games since he's been on the team. But how has that interaction been between Jimmy Butler, a strong personality, and Draymond Green, coach on the floor?
Oh, it's been great. Those guys are really enjoying playing together and collaborating. And, when they're on the floor together, you can see them working in tandem, especially at the defensive end. And so it's fun as a coach to be able to have a couple guys like that who can really solve a lot of problems for you when you have breakdowns.
Hey, Coach, how did Jonathan Kuminga look at practice the last couple of days, and where does your optimism sit?
He looked good, but he hasn't scrimmaged yet, so he's still a ways off. But it was great to have him back out on the court with the guys, and he's obviously a phenomenal athlete, and keeps himself in great shape. So now it's a matter of getting rhythm and progressing each day, and hopefully getting to the point where he can scrimmage and really really put it together for a good stretch of days where he'll get cleared to play.
We found your answer yesterday really interesting on a few levels when you were talking about Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga fitting together on the floor. How big of a puzzle do you consider that?
Well, it's going to be fun to watch them together because to have two big wings like that who can switch and guard multiple positions and get downhill, get fouled. There's a lot to like about it, and obviously, the concern would be spacing. Especially because they've got to play, with a 5-man. Neither one of them can play 5, so they have to be the 3 and the 4 together, which means we got to figure out what we're doing offensively. We could put Quentin Post out there and space the floor, and that would open up some driving lanes for those two. But we want to put Draymond with them. That's our 3 best, probably athlete defenders. On the interior, and you can imagine them switching everything and staying in front of people, and that could be great for our defense. But we'd have to make sure we could survive that way offensively in this modern era of 3-point shooting.
And also survive it in terms of longevity, because Draymond playing the 5 seems to be fairly taxing on his aging body. How much of that comes into the calculus when you're deciding how much to play Draymond at 5?
Well, it's a lot easier with 27 games left to commit to Draymond at the 5 than it is, with a full season ahead of you. So I think now where we are in the season, where we are in the standings, I have no reservations in terms of playing Draymond at the 5 to start games, and he'll still see time at the 4 during the game, and so it's not going to be his full 30 minutes playing at the 5. But I'm confident that for these last couple of months he can play plenty of 5 for us.
Coach Steve Kerr with us, Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. To that end, Coach, you're talking about the 27 games left and the urgency. How do you sort of approach the whole load management and back-to-back situation because of that as well?
Well, everything that we decide is a collaboration with our performance team, and it's all going to depend on, from one night to the next, how guys are feeling, and obviously they all want to play, and, you saw last week we had the back-to-back in Dallas and Houston, and, that was a tough back-to-back given that we didn't start our game in Dallas till 8:45, and by the time we got to Houston, it was about 3 a.m. So those guys played both those games and held up well. Obviously, it helped to have the break behind them, but it's just it's a matter of getting through the season in as healthy a manner as possible and navigating what that means.
We just had Bob Fitzgerald on, and he was railing against that back-to-back and how patently unfair it was. And I wonder if you or anybody in the organization has a chance to give input to the league before the schedule comes out as it pertains to, travel, grouping cities, or anything else that comes with the schedule.
Well, the league always sends us the schedule, and they send every team the schedule, before they officially put it out, and they ask us to look at it and offer any feedback, any complaints, and so they're pretty good about that. The problem is that they can't answer to everybody. So I also am not sure if that TV schedule is made, at that time in August, or if that's done a little bit later. My gut is, when we saw this back in August, we didn't see an 8:45 start. So normally a Dallas-Houston back-to-back is just fine. It's a short flight, but I do think there should be a 24-hour rule in place in the league. Right now, it's 22 hours. You can play back-to-back games as long as there's 22 hours. I think it should, in between, I think it should be 24, and I don't think the league should allow situations like that.
That's interesting. Yeah, Steve Kerr with us. Coach, have you felt like you have a little bit more of a handle on the rotation? I know it's only been 4 games with Jimmy, but the roster thins out a little bit. We've talked about that so much. Do you feel like you have a sort of a clearer view of what you're going to be doing night to night?
Well, yeah, at least until JK comes back. But, for the time being, assuming everyone's healthy, I have a decent feel for it. We've obviously gone from, a really deep team to one that's a little more top-heavy. Making a 4-for-1 trade will do that. So I imagine, guys like BP and Moses will be playing more minutes than before the trade. And we'll try to limit Steph and Draymond and Jimmy's minutes as best we can. But we're more than likely going to lean on, 5 or 6 guys rather than 9 or 10 like we were before the trade.
Coach, your fans are loving minutes for Moses Moody. We talk about it every single season. So what does JK's return mean for Moses's minutes likely?
Well, we'll see. I mean, I love what Moses is doing. I like his shooting, next to Steph and Draymond and Jimmy. I mean, that he makes a lot of sense in that role. JK and Moses can play together, so we can get them out there together at times. We'll just have to wait and see how it plays out once JK gets back.
Have you thought about Jonathan being back in the starting lineup or coming off the bench? Is that something that you've already decided on and a conversation you need to have, or is it kind of still in the wait-and-see mode?
No, it's in wait-and-see mode because you don't want to make these decisions before you have to. And so, JK is not going to be back, this week for sure. So whenever he's back, hopefully next week sometime, but we don't know yet. But when that happens, then I'll see who we have available because somebody else might be hurt, might be out, and we've got to make a completely different decision. So there's no point in going down that road right now.
Coach, have you watched any of the Court of Gold documentary?
I have not, but I'm about to watch the Four Nations, and I am fired up. I'm not even a hockey guy, but I'm excited to watch this.
Yeah, this is pretty good. But I tell you what, I don't know if you know this, people are really buzzing about a few of the different angles with the Court of Gold thing. Dibbs and I have started watching it at least. But first and foremost, what was it like to have just those cameras and whatnot following you around through that experience?
Well, they did a great job. USA Basketball, came to me when we got to Las Vegas and, explained about this documentary and that there were going to be a group of teams with cameras following them around. And look, if you're on these teams, you want documentation. You want to be able to show this to your family years later and look back on it years later. And so I think we were all very, very happy with giving these guys access because we knew they were going to turn it into something special. And they did a really good job of kind of remaining anonymous, hanging out in the back of the room and not bothering anybody. And you get used to it pretty quickly when you're going through that.
Yeah, one thing I saw in episode 1 was you coaching up Anthony Edwards and praising him for how physical he is and how he should get in there and he should be a better rebounder. And it made me wonder how it would be for you to go in there and coach all these other superstars and try to coach them up, not necessarily hard, but you're telling some of the best professional basketball players in the world what they need to do better. Was that a challenge for you?
No, I think the thing that's great about USA Basketball is that there's an automatic respect amongst the group because you've got a group of people who have achieved an awful lot. You got the greatest players on earth. You got a great coaching staff, guys who are respected around the league. Spo and Ty Lue are just amazing. Mark Few the player guys like Anthony Edwards, they know that I've coached in the finals and been at the top of the NBA, both as a player and a coach, and so they respect that. And I think it's a really cool process because it's 6 weeks and you're kind of brand new to each other, but you also don't have to go through the marathon of 9 months where there's all kinds of stuff that happens and potential drama and just ups and downs. 6 weeks is quick, and so it's kind of a honeymoon period, and then it's over. And so there's an inherent respect, but also an ease to it because this is almost a summer project, and you're just together, and it's fun and it's exciting, and then before you know it, it ends. So it's everyone really embraces it. Every single person who's there, players, coaches, we all embrace it, and that makes it really easy to work together.
Speaking of embrace, there's a moment that everyone is seeing on social media right now, which is you embracing Steph Curry after that gold medal shot. And I want to play for everybody what that sounded like. This is from Netflix. This is you talking to Steph right after winning the gold.
I'm so lucky to be a part of your life. Holy shit. You are amazing. Thank you, Coach. The finest human being I've ever met in my life, and I mean that.
The finest human being I've ever met in my life. Can you take us through that moment when the two of you got to each other?
Well, it's pretty special to see him have that moment. 2 years after winning his last championship, he was dying to be back in the mix again. And for him to have that moment in front of the world, amongst the greatest players on earth, and for him to stand out and make those 4 threes in the last 2 minutes, it was just vintage Steph. I mean, the way he rises to the occasion, it never ceases to amaze me, even though I see it over and over again. But my comments were real. I mean, the reason I think he's the finest human being I've ever been around is I just don't think there's ever been this combination of talent and humility and perspective and awareness. And it's just this incredible mixture that makes Steph who he is that I think attracts, all sports fans to him. They see these qualities, and those things don't often come together, to have that kind of swagger on the floor and be that humble, genuinely humble. It's incredible. And what Steph has done with his life to impact others, being aware of his power and yet using it in such a beautiful, authentic, humble way to help others. He's remarkable. So, yeah, I meant every word I said, to him after that game.
Yeah, including the curse words, which I didn't know that you had that much profanity in your game, Coach.
Probably too much. I hope my mom doesn't have Netflix.
Yeah, boy. The emotion was real. And just thinking about the golden dagger shot itself, and you're right, he hit the 4 threes. And Mark and I were talking earlier in the week, and I actually went through the final 6 minutes of that game, and that thing was slipping away now. A couple of turnovers and a foul and no answer for Yabusele. But the golden dagger shot, Coach, is that the greatest shot in the history of basketball, or is that hyperbole?
Well, it's up there. I mean, the fact is, I think we were up 6 when he made the last one. So, it was a dagger, but it wasn't like a buzzer beater. That I think if you're gonna talk about the greatest shots of all time, I think they have to be buzzer beaters that that win a game, not advance a lead from 6 to 9. So I wouldn't put it there, but it is amongst the greatest shots I've ever seen.
So maybe you in the NBA Finals with Chicago better than Steph Curry in the Olympics. I'll say it.
Let's not get carried away. I think the best shot I've ever seen, honestly, it's Michael Jordan. I was not there, but it was a year or two before I got to Cleveland. When he hit the shot that beat the Cavs over Craig Elo, series on the line, down 1. I think that was the greatest shot I've ever seen.
We will ask, though, how you compare winning a gold medal to winning an NBA championship.
Yeah, it's a great question. All that stuff is amazing. I mean, it's hard to compare. It's just that they're winning a title, whether it's an NBA championship or a gold medal. There's just no feeling like it. It's just a different experience, though. The Olympics and FIBA are very different than the NBA, and so it's I don't know. It's just different. I wouldn't want to compare them, actually.
Yeah, there is. I mean, it's a tough comparison where, like you said, 6 weeks together as opposed to the NBA run, which is a 2-month grind from April to June just to try to make it happen. So you come out of the break and everyone should be fairly well rested. How do you get all back together? And I know you've got a couple practices, but how do you gear up for this final push, which hopefully will lead to an elongated April, May, and June?
Yeah, I mean, we're excited. We had an optional practice last night for the guys who were back in town, but I wanted the older guys, especially Steph and Draymond and Moses, the guys who were, who participated in the weekend here in San Francisco to be able to get away a little bit. So the whole team practiced this morning, typical post-All-Star break practice, very ragged, just like everyone that I've ever been associated with as a player and a coach. And then you get back to work. So we're heading to Sacramento tonight and shoot around tomorrow, and we'll be ready to roll tomorrow night.
Speaking of All-Star Weekend, you have a thought. Everybody's weighing in on what they could do, should do, did do, all of that stuff. What would you like to see All-Star Weekend do?
I think I'd like to see USA versus the world. And, like I said, I'm watching this hockey game tonight, the Four Nations game. And you can see how much it matters to the players involved. And maybe, just maybe, if we did USA versus the world at the All-Star game, players would start playing hard again. I think back in the day, the All-Star game was more entertaining because there was actual competition. Guys, I mean, it wasn't Game 7 of the finals intensity, but you could tell it mattered and guys played. And the problem for the last 15 years or so is that, just nobody really wants to try. And so maybe if they did USA versus the world, maybe guys would compete. And that's ultimately what people want to see. They want to see competition.
Love it. Love it. Great stuff. All right, Coach, here we go. Kings tomorrow night, and De'Aaron Fox isn't on the team anymore, so this one should be easy.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. We know we don't want our hands full, and they're still a damn good team. They beat us, last about 3 weeks ago, where we had a 20-point lead or 18-point lead, and they came back and got us. So we know what we have to do. We got to take care of the ball, and we can't turn it over and let them get out in transition.
Well, Coach, enjoy the hockey. Your dog's ready for it too. And safe trip up to Sacramento. And thank you as always. We'll talk to you next week.
Sounds great. All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
All right, there he goes. Steve Kerr on Willard and Dibs.
There they go. Steve and dog.
Steve together. And dog. Yes. Yeah, I think the dog is going to get thrown out into the backyard, actually.
Yeah.
Steve coaches his dog the same way he coaches Anthony Edwards.
Which was tough.
He's straight to the point.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
Exactly. See?
Yeah, I can't wait to watch more of it.
And with you're not rebounding, cut it out.
Right. Okay? I mean, with that body and that strength, you should be a good rebounder. Why don't you get in there and start rebounding?
Why don't you rebound?
And I think you'll like, and for those people who haven't seen it, as you get into it, you get to see behind the scenes of other countries as well. It's not just a U.S.-centric documentary. You get a look at the French team and the Serbian team and the Canadian team, playing big roles.
Yeah. Do you want to hear a little run of this? This is from Netflix, and this is basically the package that they put around Steph Curry hitting the three that you referenced to him, the dagger three. Yes, you're already up 6, but it was a Curry flurry. And so the voices that you'll hear in there are of Curry, Steve Kerr, and Nick Batum, who was a part of the French team that Team USA beat. Check it out.
So I knew time and score, we wanted to kind of run it down as much as possible. And so I was on the wing, and I saw a double team coming. Naturally, I just took a dribble and threw it to KD. I thought he was going to swing it to LeBron because LeBron was open on the wing. KD threw it back to me. And once he threw it back to me, that just unlocked muscle memory at that point where it's, all right.
I just remember he got the ball and Fournier, like we tried to double team. He just went left. The behind the back stuff was like, you can't block that shot. Because if he came from down low, he just launched it like almost fading. He's like 5-6 feet from behind the line. So it just one of those moments though.
To me, it is a crazy shot and the footwork looks difficult, but I've done it so many times that once I gave a little jab and got to my right, as long as it didn't get blocked, I felt like, I was gonna make it. I had no choice but to make it, let's put it that way.
When it went in, the reaction of the crowd, of our bench, of France's team, this is one of the greatest moments in basketball history.
As a player, it's tough. But sometimes you have to respect. Like, that was insane, though. 99.99999% of the player in the world would have missed that shot. Only one guy could have made it. Him.
Oh my God, I'm so lucky to be a part of your life. Holy you are amazing. Thank you, Coach. Finest human being I've ever met in my life, and I mean that in every way.
All right, there it is. Again, that's from Court of Gold on Netflix. We've started checking it out. If you just listen to that, I bet you're going to start checking it out. But that's really, of all the clips that I've seen, that's the one that's kind of getting people the most, is when this whole thing is over, there's an embrace at midcourt between Steph Curry and Steve Kerr, and that's essentially his quote. I am so bleeping lucky to be a part of your life. And then he says, holy bleep.
Yep.
And he says, you're the finest human being I have ever met in my life, and I mean that. And as much as we all know about Steph Curry and whatever we feel about him, and we've talked about it ad nauseum, like, oh, Mr. Perfection, there's just no blemishes on his resume, that to me might be one of the most powerful moments in that sort of story, in that category, is Steve Kerr, who had a pretty good damn resume himself, like, and all the people he's come across, he's just so overwhelmed with the idea that, dude, like, you're the finest human being I've ever met in my entire life. That's a very big statement.
It's a huge statement. He's met some very fine people in his life. Yeah. I don't have the list of people he's met, but I know that he's rubbed elbows with world leaders and humanitarians and other great figures in our 21st century world. And so to say that about Steph and then mean it, and the answer he gave us when we asked Steve about that earlier in the interview is absolutely spot on, where Steph has this immense power as a basketball player, as a Bay Area figure, as a humanitarian, all these things that he has, and he uses it for good. And he doesn't really very often kind of rub people's noses in it. He just goes about doing what he wants to do. He does a lot of things for a lot of people, including what he does for Oakland, which touches me maybe the most because the Warriors aren't in Oakland anymore, but the team left the city, but he never left the city. And he and Aisha they didn't start the camp, but they took over the summer camp in Oakland Parks and Recs and made it more affordable and made it more of a widespread thing for kids in Oakland to be able to do. And he goes back during the All-Star break to Oakland, and he builds courts and he builds schools and all the rest of it. And the fact that he does a lot of that still in Oakland is just another piece of it for me.
888-957-957. We got a half hour to hang out if you want to weigh in on what stood out to you from Steve Kerr as we get ready for this. What stood out to you? I'll give you a couple of things. First of all, his answer there with regard to the Court of Gold, the experience in the Olympics, his answer about the All-Star game. He's on Team USA versus the world. I think I am too. There are problems with it, and it's funny, earlier today, Chris Broussard on the show sort of addressed that with the idea of there's too many American players deserving of an all-star nod that would get left off if you did whittle this down to 12 American players and 12 foreign-born players. So you'd have to figure that out. But in a concept of the game itself, I do think that I think there's some merit there. I know that you liked the one-on-one thing, but if you really want to talk about just a game, like the other problem with the one-on-one thing is you're not even just asking guys to try. Apparently, in a tournament of at least 24 players, like you're asking somebody to play like 12 different one-on-one games.
Not that many.
Or whatever. Like you're going to win.
The point is you're asking somebody to try. And you're asking somebody to play one-on-one and try, and they don't want to do that. Now, USA against the world, would that get them to try? It might. And I think Chris Broussard is right about the world. The world team, they would try. It's partly because of, I think, what they do. And it's a different ethos. It's a different culture. And I think the world team would come out and want a piece of Team USA.
Agreed.
And would Team USA even bother to show up? Like LeBron at 41 next year, he'll still be an all-star, but would he play? And would all these other all-stars play? And you wonder what the USA team might be. And, they don't want to go out there and get embarrassed. And if the world is trying, then Team USA would kind of have to try, or they'd get boat raced.
Right. They may get boat raced even if they're trying.
They might.
But I'm with you. Like you sort of get pulled to this thing. I think it's like your observation with regard to the round of the semifinals this year when Steph's team was playing the Rising Stars. And the Rising Stars were out there like, we're trying, because why not?
Yeah.
We're the Rising Stars. Like, we want it. And it made those other guys, at least for a brief period.
Yeah, until they got up 6 or 8.
Yeah, like it made them really try. And that did have probably the best look of the weekend. So, yeah, if the international players are going to try, then the American players they're going to be forced to try. Because nobody wants to get embarrassed. Nobody wants to get these are
and that's why the Major League Baseball All-Star Game works, because a pitcher doesn't want to soft toss one 74 miles an hour and have somebody hit it 500 feet, and the batter doesn't want to just have somebody throwing 100 and get up there and get clowned.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
They try.
The other thing that stood out to me, go back to the beginning of the conversation, and I want to know what you made of his answers about Draymond Green. I know this stuff is all playful, and he already answered yesterday at length the whole part about Draymond saying that we're gonna win the championship, and Steve's like, good, like set the table that way. Now I'm gonna hold y'all accountable. I like our confidence. That's all good. When we brought up the idea of the coaching thing, Steve he went there, but he didn't really want to go there. And I'm very curious about this dynamic where Draymond Green has twice now talked about the fact that the job has at least been, whether it's offered or insinuated or discussed or whatever. And Steve said he would make a great coach. He knows a lot about the game, but he did not want to go to that one as much.
What's he going to say? I
don't know.
He's going to say either no, he's not going to be a good coach, or yeah, he'll be a good coach. And
no, the idea that he's actually like that this has been discussed by the Golden State Warriors.
Well, he wouldn't be privy to those conversations unless he was.
I actually would think that he would. I mean, I think that, like, do you think that Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr have had a conversation about Steve's departure?
Yeah, probably.
Probably, right? And so that would be part of this.
And Joe says, yeah, Steve, I've offered the job to Draymond when you leave. And Steve goes, yeah, Joe, it's a good one. Honestly, if we want to, take a step back from the conversation.
I don't think that's how he would react. Well, I really don't.
I don't think that, for me, I cannot imagine Draymond Green going from being a player on the Warriors to coaching the Warriors. That, to me, is so far-fetched so as to be nonsensical. Now, did Joe Lacob offer him the job?
But why?
Maybe.
Why is it?
I don't think that Draymond Green has the demeanor. I don't think that he has the desire to really put in the work to be an NBA coach. Okay. That is not an easy thing. And do the media. And, Steve, yesterday, you had a practice and you had to do media. And today, you got Willard and Dibbs, and you're going to get on a bus and you're going to go to Sacramento and you got 82 games and you can't really load manage. So just the schedule itself and the commitment, I don't see him wanting to go from 15 or 16 years on the court, boom, right into it. I'm the head coach.
You may be right. You may be right about that. However, let me also say this. Want to know one thing I've really, really firmly noticed through the years? The perception of Draymond Green inside that organization is way different than the perception of Draymond Green outside the organization. I notice it over and over. It happens almost daily, certainly weekly, where people who actually, and I get it. Maybe Jordan Poole might hold the same sort of perception of Draymond that the outside world does. But inside that organization, they see him as whip smart. They see him as a leader. They see him as a Hall of Fame level basketball player. They still see him as vital to what they are currently doing. They are paying him as such. Outside the organization, I hear this all the time. Guy's out of control. He's overpaid. Should have moved on by now. And the idea of handing him the reins to anything, why would we? He's immature.
I didn't say any of that.
No, you didn't. I didn't say you. Yeah. But outside the organization, I hear things like that all the time. Inside the organization, never. And it might sort of shape why they behave the way they do. Because a lot of people believe they've had his back way too much.
Right. Well, that's not up to me to really decide. It's up to them to make their own decisions. I think when they didn't suspend him after he punched his teammate, I said it then, and I continue to believe it. I thought that was a mistake. I thought it set in events in a certain course that ultimately Jordan Poole was not the same player. Whatever happened, and I felt like they should have been a little bit harder on him, but it was ring night, and they chose what they wanted to do, and it's their organization. They get to do that. And if they want to give Draymond Green the coaching job when he retires, they're allowed to. I don't personally think that he is cut out to be a coach right away. J.J. Redick, he retired, and it took 3 years of him not playing to go back and be a coach, a first-time coach. I don't know how many players have gone from long career right to being a head coach of a team. I'm trying to remember.
It's starting to happen a little bit more often.
I'm talking immediately.
Yeah, Steve Nash was pretty damn close. Steve Nash was pretty close. Jason Kidd was pretty close. Again, I'm not saying it was the next day.
Yeah.
And neither would this be. And by the way, I'm not sitting here trying to have a debate over whether Draymond would be a great coach. I'm observing that no matter how controversial he gets, the organization doesn't seem to feel about him the things that the outside world feels about him. They just don't.
Well, they've never shown that they feel that way. You're right. I mean, and that's...
why would they even have this conversation, which they clearly have? Why would Joe Lacob do that? I don't know one fan who would consider that kind of a role for Draymond Green. Why would Joe? He clearly has.
Right. I mean, he's offered him the job, reportedly.
Or at least discussed it with him.
Yeah.
At least they've batted it around. Why would that be?
Because they know him in ways that we never will. And that is something that you just laid out and what the organization sees him as. A lot of fans also see him as that, but we also have perceptions that probably aren't what the real Draymond is, because they travel with him, they see him at practice, they see him in hotel rooms and meeting rooms and all the rest of it. So, of course, they're going to know him better. And if they see him in a way different than how the fans see him, that's great. And they should, because he's their employee.
Right. No, I get that, but it's not, I don't know if it's just as simple as that they have to. I don't think they have to view him that way.
No, but they do, because they've been around him more.
I guess what I'm wondering is if our perception of Draymond Green is off. We see
it's our perception, so it can't be wrong. I mean, I can think and perceive him in the way that I want to perceive him.
You can have any opinion you want, but a perception can absolutely be off. I know perception is reality to a lot of people, but at the same time, we can only see certain sides of this, and obviously those who know him better seem to like him better for the most part. Truly.
Those people in his organization where he's won 4 championships.
Yeah.
So I would argue that their opinions are colored by the fact that they've had tremendous success with him. And as a fan, I have not reaped any of those tangible benefits of having my organization now be worth $8 billion, for
You
example.
haven't, as a fan, you've gotten to watch 4 championships.
Yes,
that doesn't
but
count.
it counts. But as far as being an employer or being Joe Lacob has, thanks to Steph Curry and that whole group, he's had his valuation go up more than 10 times, 20 times. His investment has gone up 20 times. So he's going to feel a certain way about all of those guys, in part because of that reality.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do think it's fair to at least throw some curiosity at the idea that maybe there are some redeeming qualities that we just don't get. I think that's probable.
I think that's probable with anybody. And there's also some, I would say, qualities that aren't so redeeming that we don't know about. And that goes for all these guys. Jason Kidd, I'm sorry, real quick. Great call on Jason Kidd. He went from player to coach the very next year.
Really?
Yep.
Was it that quick?
It was.
I couldn't remember if it was that quick.
He played for the Knicks, and then the very next year, he was the coach of Brooklyn.
Yeah.
He's been coaching ever since.
And what about Steve Nash? How long was that?
I'll look that one up.
Okay.
But the one about Kidd, I was like, that sounds pretty good. And he played like 76 games, and then the very next year, bang,
boom,
head coach.
Yeah, Chilton Auto Body, our sponsor. Thanks very much. Also, Slam Dunk in Vegas contest is on. We've been talking about it. It's you and 3 guests, so a party of 4 with travel and accommodations to Vegas, plus you get $20,000. $20,000. That's it. There's no hook there. And you get to stay at Circa Resort and Casino, which is the premium sports viewing destination in Vegas. Visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. Ultimate viewing experience, first 2 rounds of the College Hoops Championship. And to win, it's easy. You download the free Odyssey app, you log in, you listen for a minimum of an hour each day, and that becomes your daily entry. It is that simple. So download the Odyssey app now. You might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. 888-957-9570, our number. More coming up on the Dubs with Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident?
than the fans do. And the reason it's a factual observation is you could see the evidence everywhere. You can literally see it everywhere. Fans will be like, I'm so done with this dude. And the Warriors are like, how about $100 million?
Right.
So you can tell me I'm wrong, but it's written everywhere. Fans are like, I've had it up to here with this guy. And the Warriors are like, I think we should make him our head coach.
Well, that's